Chapter 1. Transcending to become crocodile. In the first half of the Grand Line, Alabasta. Have I truly become crocodile? In a dimly lit room, a man with slicked back hair, a prominent scar across his face, an earring in his right ear, a cigar between his lips, a golden hook for a left hand, and, draped in a black fur coat suiting the aura of an Italian mafia boss, suddenly chuckled. He was originally a high school student from Blue Star, who, after inadvertently falling asleep while watching the anime One Piece, awoke to find himself transformed into Crocodile, one of the Seven Warlords of the Sea. Introduction. Crocodile, one of the Seven Warlords, the mastermind behind the criminal organization Baroque Works, a user of the Sansan fruit, aspires to become the Pirate King. With a bounty of 81 million berries, why memories are so hazy? Is it because the influx of information is too overwhelming? Crocodile lamented, clutching his aching head. His recollections were blurred, with only fragments remaining, such as the current year being 1520 of the sea calendar. It just so happens to be the year that Luffy set sail, and I heard not long ago that his bounty has reached 30 million berries. It seems the East Blue Saga has concluded. I must be his next target. To avoid being defeated by Luffy, I suppose I need to make some preparations, Crocodile thought, his mood darkening at the prospect of impending defeat. As a youth deeply influenced by socialist ideals, he had no desire to plunder villages or bully the common folk. However, the call for adventure was irresistible, otherwise he would be remiss in his role as a transcendent being. Going out to sea must be a grand affair, one that announces to the world, I, Crocodile, shall embark on a quest for dominance. Crocodile proclaimed, bursting into a hearty laugh. First and foremost, I need a crew. Crocodile retrieved a transponder snail and dialed. Buru Bururu. As the call connected, the transponder snail emitted sounds, mimicking the expression and voice of the caller. Sir, what is it? Came the voice of a mature woman. Nico Robin, gather all senior agents at Spider CAF next week at 8 in the evening. I have an important announcement to make. On the other end, hidden in the shadows, Nicole Robin was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her name, but quickly regained her composure and replied with a smile. Is the boss stepping out of the shadows? Just do as instructed. Nicole Robin. After concluding the call, Crocodile glanced at the window, shook his black coat, and stood up. He pushed the window open, and a beam of sunlight illuminated his face, while grains of sand swirled around him, and yellow sand danced outside. Tea has begun. Crocodile declared, transforming into sand and scattering out of the window, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, at Nicole Robin's location, she was startled when Crocodile directly mentioned her name during the call. However, upon hearing him summon all senior agents, she sensed that the man was about to undertake significant actions. On the other side, at the Twin Gorges, Luffy and his companions had just traversed the upside-down mountain and arrived at the Twin Gorges, where they were swallowed by the whale. Laboon, only to be rescued by Crocus, navigating through the passages of Laboon's stomach. What shall we do with these two? Let's dispose of them nearby. As the Going Merry sailed out of Laboon's body, Luffy and his crew deliberated on casting off their earlier captives, Mr. Nine and Ms. Wednesday, into the sea. With a splash, the two were unceremoniously thrown overboard. It seems we have been defeated by those pirates, Mr. Nine, remarked a rather peculiar young woman with a ponytail as she surfaced from the water. Hey, who exactly are you? Called out a boy from the Going Merry. This boy, with disheveled black hair and a scar beneath his left eye, a mark he had inflicted upon himself to demonstrate bravery, wore a red vest, blue capri jeans, and straw sandals. Topped with a straw hat, he was none other than the original anime protagonist, Luffy. Mind your own business. What does it matter who we are? Ms. Wednesday shouted defiantly. Wait a moment, Ms. Wednesday. Since they are pirates, it certainly does matter, Mr. Nine whispered, adorned with a crown and bearing distinctive markings on his face. Indeed, Mr. Nine, this is quite relevant to our affairs. Let's see how this unfolds. MS. Wednesday retorted arrogantly. Just as Ms. Wednesday was about to say more, Mr. Nine's body emitted the sound of a transponder snail. Let's head to the shore, Ms. Wednesday. Mr. Nine urged. Once they reached the land, Mr. Nine produced the transponder snail he had kept dry and connected the call. Mr. Nine, Ms. Wednesday, the boss wants you to convene at Spider CAF 3 nights hence at 8 o'clock. The voice of Nico Robin resonated from the snail. To think it's you, Ms. Sunday. It's quite unexpected that Mr. Zero wishes to meet with us. We shall be there, Mr. Nine exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his tone. Behind Mr. Nine, Ms. Wednesday wore an expression of astonishment. That crocodile is summoning us those he intend to take action against father? How infuriating. Wednesday, the boss has summoned us to Spider CAF. It seems he is about to reveal his true intentions, Mr. Nine informed her after ending the call. MS. Wednesday responded, regaining her composure as Mr. Nine glanced her way. However, we must ensure these pirates recognize our strength. They will undoubtedly pass through Whiskey Peak, and we shall make them rue the day, Mr. Nine declared with bravado. On the surface, Whiskey Peak appeared to be a welcoming town for pirates, but in truth, it was a haven for bounty hunters and also served as a subordinate branch of Mr. Nine's clandestine criminal organization, Baroque Works. Initially, they would incapacitate passing pirates with delectable food and fine wine, subsequently capturing these pirates too. Exchange for bounty, yes, this was their customary tactic. What a splendid idea. We must ensure they remember you. Ms. Wednesday chuckled in apparent agreement. On a certain coastline of Alabasta. Charge my minions. A pirate ship, adorned with a black skull flag, docked at this location. A pirate wielding a curved saber leaped forth, landing on Alabasta's territory with a resounding shout. Oh! Following him, a multitude of pirates surged from the ship, unleashing chaos, fire, and plunder. Cease your antics, you rascals. A voice rang out as a whirlwind of yellow sand coalesced, revealing the figure of Crocodile. Lord Crocodile! It is Lord Crocodile, come to our rescue. The citizens of Alabasta exclaimed in excitement upon seeing Crocodile. The Shichibukai, Crocodile! Upon hearing this, the pirate with the curved saber turned towards Crocodile, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness, before breaking into a sinister grin as he shouted, "Men, seize Crocodile's head, and we shall achieve fame across the seas." He was none other than the renowned Dareem, with a bounty of 50 million berries. Capturing Crocodile's head would undoubtedly propel him to instant notoriety. Oh, the surrounding pirates, engaged in looting, echoed in agreement and charged toward Crocodile. Arc Crescent Dunes. As he assessed the incoming adversaries, Crocodile composed himself, his right arm transforming into a crescent-shaped blade of sand, striking forth. The sand blade swept through the bodies of the advancing pirates, and a peculiar phenomenon occurred. Those struck did not bear external wounds, rather, their moisture was absorbed, rendering them into desiccated mummies as they crumpled to the ground. What have you done to them, Crocodile? Dareem, witnessing his subordinates transformed into mummies by Crocodile's enigmatic technique, charged at Crocodile in fury. I merely allowed them to slumber in the desert, Crocodile replied, retracting the sands as his arm returned to normal. Die, Crocodile! Dareem bellowed, bringing his saber down with force. Clang! Crocodile leapt back just in time, parrying the strike with his golden hook. Clang! 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 Seeing his initial attack thwarted, Dareem rapidly swung his saber at Crocodile, but each assault was effortlessly deflected by Crocodile as he retreated, employing his hook with ease. Curse you! As Dareem's attacks were continuously repelled, his composure began to unravel. Hey, is this all you can muster? Crocodile remarked, casually pushing Dareem back with a flick of his hook, his face adorned with boredom. Damn it, Parrish! How dare you underestimate me? Dareem pulled a cannon from his garments and fired with fervor. Boom! The cannonball struck Crocodile directly, enveloping him in a cloud of dust. Hit him squarely, he deserves it. I shall have slain a Shichibukai, and my reputation shall soar. Dareem exclaimed with a malevolent grin, believing he had triumphed over Crocodile. What did you say you eliminated? Crocodile's calm voice emerged from the swirling dust, as a gust of wind dispersed the haze, revealing the unscathed figure of Crocodile. How is that possible? You were struck directly by a cannonball, Dareem exclaimed incredulously, staring at Crocodile. A frog at the bottom of a well. Desert Gold Blade. Crocodile's right arm transformed into a colossal sand blade, swiftly cleaving the ground and surging towards Dareem. Dareem only had time to scream before the sand blade pierced through his chest, leaving a haunting scar as he collapsed, blood flowing and life fading away. Crocodile, the hero, has defeated the pirates. Desert Hero, Crocodile. The citizens erupted into cheers upon witnessing Crocodile vanquish the marauding pirates. Over the years, ever since Crocodile had arrived, the people had seldom faced pirate attacks. He always appeared in their time of need. Regrettably, the foolish king's use of dance powder had resulted in a 3-year drought across the nation. As Crocodile listened to the jubilant crowd, he sighed internally, pondering how they would react if they knew he was the cause of the nation's prolonged dry spell. Chapter 2. Nico Robin. Amidst the cheers, Crocodile dissipated into yellow sand under the caress of the wind. He reappeared atop a rocky peak, seated upon the stone. A pirate ship, a pirate flag. But for now, I shall venture to that place. Perhaps I will encounter that man. Crocodile contemplated the medical nation and recalled the man who had first appeared on that island. In a certain room, Nico Robin ended her last call, resting her chin on one hand while seated on the sofa, lost in thought. With a loud crash, the window was violently flung open, and yellow sand surged in, coalescing into the form of crocodile. Why has the president come personally? How eager he is, it must be something urgent, Robin remarked, her face lighting up with a gentle and graceful smile upon seeing Crocodile. How did the notifications go? Crocodile inquired as he settled into his seat. All 23 individuals have been informed, Robin replied. The Baroque Works elite agents numbered 12, with the exception of Mr. 2, each having a female partner. By the way, Mr. Crocodile, our informants have discovered that Ms. Wednesday is Princess Vivi, Robin reported. Let Mr. 5 and the others handle it, Crocodile said, unfazed by the news, as he was already aware of the situation, thus dispatching Mr. 5 as per the original plot. Understood, Mr. Crocodile, Robin responded, moving into another room to delegate the tasks. May I inquire why you have summoned them, Mr. Crocodile? Robin casually asked as she exited the room. Clockter leisurely removed his golden hook, revealing his left hand, and after extracting a cigar from his attire and lighting it, he remarked, the reason? If I were the only one aboard the pirate ship, it would feel rather lonely. Nico Robin initially gazed in astonishment at Clockter's unscathed left hand, but upon hearing his words, her eyes widened in shock as she turned her gaze towards him. A pirate ship? Was Clockter contemplating setting sail? How could that be? Wasn't he in pursuit of the historical text from Alabasta that contained the information regarding the Pirate King? Surprised, are we? Clockter chuckled, having discovered after his arrival that Clockter's left hand had not been severed. It is indeed astonishing. The infamous warlord of the sea, Clockter, wishes to venture out to sea again. It seems I must seek a new employer. Nico Robin quickly regained her composure and replied with a smile. A new employer? I never stated I would let you go. Clockter responded with a hearty laugh. Nico Robin was the only person in the world capable of deciphering the historical text. Should he aspire to claim the title of Pirate King, she would undoubtedly be an invaluable ally. Nico Robin's expression shifted dramatically. Her eyes filled with wariness as she regarded Clockter. She understood better than anyone the perilous situation she was in. Do not overthink it. I would not dream of handing you over to the Navy. I merely thought that having another individual familiar with the historical text aboard might liven things up a bit. Clockter continued when he noticed her sudden change in demeanor. Is Mr. Clockter being serious? Nico Robin finally exhaled, laughing lightly. I do not indulge in jest, Clockter retorted, tossing several pirate flags towards Nico Robin. Select one to serve as our pirate flag. So Mr. Clockter is forcibly recruiting me into his pirate crew? Nico Robin teased as she picked up one of the flags Clockter had thrown. Mr. Clockter, why not choose for yourself? Nico Robin inquired as she unfolded the flags. The first flag depicted a swan's wings spread wide, with two crossed cutlasses between skulls. The second featured a golden hook, marked by a scar that traversed the skull. The third showcased a skull surrounded by golden sand particles, reminiscent of a sandstorm. I find the golden hook quite appealing, Nico Robin stated. What do you think, Mr. Clockter? Let us go with that design, Clockter replied after a brief glance. Put it away for now, and accompany me to Drum Island, Clockter instructed. Drum Island was renowned as a medical haven, although currently under the tyrannical rule of Wapple, where doctors have been slaughtered. Some had managed to survive in such a place. However, Clockter's true objective was not the doctors, but rather the imminent arrival of Port Gastides. Upon arriving in the world of One Piece, how could one resist the allure of encountering such a captivating man? On Drum Island, a gust of yellow sand swept through, revealing the figures of Crocodile and Nico Robin. With a hand placed upon the snowy ground, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The once frigid landscape rapidly transformed into a desert. How barbaric, Nico Robin remarked playfully, her astonishment unwavering despite having witnessed this manipulation of nature on numerous occasions. There is indeed another desert here. How peculiar, a voice suddenly interjected. Crocodile turned at the sound to find a man clad in black, with dark hair and an ordinary complexion, his cheeks adorned with freckles, curiously surveying his surroundings. Port Gastides, I never expected to truly encounter you, Crocodile mused, leaning on his golden hook as he assessed the man before him, his most admired character from the narrative of One Piece, tragically meeting his end in the Battle of Marineford. Fire Fist Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Upon hearing Crocodile's words, Nico Robin exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder he looked somewhat familiar, Fire Fist Ace. The man with a bounty of 550 million berries, serving under the Yonko Whitebeard. I never imagined that the 7 Warlords had heard of me. Upon realizing his name had been revealed, Ace ceased his playful demeanor. Only upon closer inspection did he recognize that the man before him was indeed one of the 7 Warlords, Crocodile. You are here to hunt Blackbeard, I presume? That man is not one you can confront alone. It would be wise to turn back, Crocodile advised. That scoundrel killed Sachi. I cannot let him go unpunished, Ace replied. His gaze fierce as he adjusted his hat and turned to leave. He discerned that Crocodile had no intention of engaging in battle here. And he too wished not to squander time in this encounter. Haha, then off you go. This era certainly needs a bit of chaos, Crocodile called out, arms wide as he watched Ace depart. Since Ace was intent on confronting Blackbeard, Crocodile thought to exploit this opportunity before Ace inevitably journeyed to Alabasta, where it would present the perfect moment for him to strike. Let us return, Nico Robin, Crocodile stated. Are we not seeking a doctor, Mr. Crocodile? Nico Robin inquired, having assumed Crocodile had come to Drum Island in search of medical assistance. My objective has been accomplished, Crocodile replied. Once again, the yellow sand swirled as Crocodile and Nico Robin vanished from sight. Chapter 3. The Royal Tomb. Mr. Crocodile. Reports from Whiskey Peak indicate that Mr. 5 and the others have been defeated by the Straw Hat crew, and Princess Vivi has also managed to escape. Should we send more men to pursue them? Early the next morning, Nico Robin presented the freshly received intelligence to Crocodile. What a useless bunch. There is no need to send anyone else. A single princess poses no significant threat, and my ambitions no longer lie here. I may very well depart this place by tomorrow night, Crocodile remarked, initially scolding before speaking calmly. Understood, Mr. Crocodile, Nico Robin replied, perplexed by her superior's sudden disinterest in Alabasta. By the way, I would like to take you to a certain location first, Crocodile said, stroking his golden hook. What location? Nico Robin asked. The Royal Tomb of Alabasta, Crocodile responded. Why would we go to such a place? Could it be that what you seek lies within? Nico Robin speculated, realizing that a visit to the Royal Tomb could only imply that Crocodile desired something hidden inside. You are quite astute. Let us proceed. Crocodile gradually transformed into grains of sand, from which a hand emerged, seizing Nico Robin and then rushing out through the window. In the Royal Tomb of Alabasta, a surge of sand descended, dragging Nico Robin down, and then the grains coalesced to form Crocodile once more. The desert prison. Crocodile surveyed the entrance of the Royal Tomb, placing his right hand upon it. The once smooth stone wall became dry and coarse, and as a gust of wind swept by, the wall crumbled into fragments of sand. Crocodile, what are you doing here? A robust voice resonated, as 4 members of the Bird Claw Brigade, adorned with winged bird hats and clad in military attire, approached with an air of indomitable courage, wielding various weapons. These 4 were Boda, Butum, Arrow, and Barrel, elite members of the Alabastas Bird Claw Brigade. I merely wish to explore the treasures within the Royal Mausoleum. I trust you shall not impede my endeavor, Crocodile remarked, recognizing them as the very individuals from the original narrative who had perished after consuming the fabled water, gaining transient power. What a jest! As long as we draw breath. You shall not enter the Royal Tomb, they retorted, brandishing their weapons and forming a defensive stance. Do you require assistance? Nico Robin inquired, arms crossed, as she regarded the advancing quartet. No need, came the curt reply. As soon as Crocodile's words fell, the 4 individuals sprang into action simultaneously, brandishing their weapons and firmly locking onto his various directions. Feudal, I am invincible to you, Crocodile declared, observing the imminent assault of weapons slicing through the air, their whistling sound growing ever closer before they simultaneously struck him. The anticipated scene of blood gushing forth did not unfold. Instead, the area struck erupted in a flurry of yellow sand that gradually returned to envelop Crocodile once more. Continue the assault. The 4 members of the Bird Claw squad, undeterred by their astonishment, turned and launched yet another wave of attacks. Yet each strike merely penetrated the grains of sand upon Crocodile's form. Is the power of this devil fruit truly invincible? Gradually, 1 member of the Bird Claw squad halted their onslaught, panting heavily, incredulously gazing at the rejuvenated Crocodile. Impossible. No devil fruit is invincible. Another member, wielding a long sword, vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Crocodile. Crocodile suddenly realized that his vision was descending, only to discover that he had been cleaved in 2, with his upper body plummeting to the ground. Have we succeeded? Remarked the member of the Bird Claw Brigade, wielding a long sword, as he beheld the bisected Crocodile with a smile. What did you say? Succeeded? Do you truly believe such trivial injuries could harm me? Came the voice from the severed head that lay on the ground. Before the longsword wielder could react, Crocodile's golden hook erupted from the earth, piercing through his chest. Emerging from the sands connected to the hook, Crocodile reverted to his human form, slowly withdrawing the hook while observing the astonishment etched upon his adversary's face. Wahaha. I am Crocodile. Did you genuinely think you could defeat me? Crocodile let out a mocking laugh, and the members of the Sword Brigade fell helplessly to the ground. The desert eroded as Crocodile bent down, his right hand touching the earth, causing all moisture from the ground to be rapidly extracted and gradually disperse. The remaining 3 members of the Bird Claw Brigade exchanged wary glances, bewildered by the transformation of the terrain. Wahaha, welcome to the funeral of the desert. Crocodile forcefully pressed down again with his right hand, instantly turning the surrounding earth to sand. The 3 members of the Bird Claw Brigade attempted to leap but found themselves sinking into quicksand. Let us proceed, Nico Robin. Crocodile ignited a cigar and led Nico Robin into the royal tomb. What is this? Upon entering the grand hall of the royal tomb, Nico Robin beheld a massive black stone tablet. The hidden secrets of history in this world. Nico Robin, decipher it, Crocodile instructed, brushing his hand over the historical text. In the year 239 of the celestial calendar, Cassia conquered Alabasta. In 260, Irema dominated the Bidin dynasty. In 305, Illuma constructed the Tavor Cathedral, Nico Robin recited, her expression unwavering as she read each word from the tablet. Gwahaha, cease for now, Nico Robin. Remember it well. And when you are ready to speak the truth to me, I shall listen patiently. Crocodile chuckled, aware that Nico Robin harbored reservations and would not speak the truth. Mr. Crocodile, I assure you, I am indeed telling the truth, Nico Robin replied with a semblance of innocence, though a twinge of anxiety flickered within her. If the historical text records such trivial matters, then they cease to be historical accounts. Nico Robin, you understand better than I the reasons for their existence. Crocodile stroked his golden hook and turned to leave, leaving Nico Robin in a state of bewilderment. How could he possibly know that these were historical texts? What had transpired? Nico Robin pondered in astonishment, recalling that when Crocodile had recruited her, he merely sought her assistance in deciphering the history of the Pluton preserved in Alabasta. As Crocodile emerged from the royal tomb, he beheld a throng of soldiers from the kingdom of Alabasta encircling him. While the 4 members of the Bird Claw Brigade had vanished without a trace. Crocodile, what have you done to the royal tomb? King Cobra of Alabasta admonished, standing beside the kingdom's guardian, Peru. Hey, Cobra, what are you doing? Are you really going to turn against a hero of your kingdom? Crocodile replied, amusement dancing in his eyes. You, Peru, incensed by Crocodile's provocation of the royal family, stepped forward and transformed into his falcon-human hybrid form, dashing forth with remarkable speed. In an instant, he slashed past Crocodile, leaving a fissure across his chest. Just as the onlookers were about to rejoice, they discovered that the wound on Crocodile's chest was not bleeding blood, but rather flowing with golden sand. Such incredible speed. Truly a rare flying fruit, Crocodile mused, glancing down at the fissure, which rapidly mended itself. Be careful, Peru, King Cobra warned, but before he could react, Crocodile struck, his right hand transforming into sand. The grains coalesced into a razor-sharp blade, slicing through Peru's chest with astonishing speed. Coughing, Peru felt a sudden pain in his chest, followed by a spurt of blood as he collapsed to the ground. The soldiers of Alabasta stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling at the sight of their guardian, Peru, being subdued by Crocodile in a single blow. Mr. Crocodile. In the midst of the silence, Nico Robin emerged from the royal tomb, casting a glance at the fallen Peru without uttering a word. Let us depart, she said, her voice steady. Crocodile's right hand swirled with sand, creating a miniature sandstorm in his palm, which he then hurled towards the encircling soldiers of Alabasta. Upon impact, the sandstorm erupted, sending rocks and Alabasta's soldiers alike soaring into the air amidst a whirlwind of yellow dust. When the sand settled, Crocodile and Nico Robin had vanished. Quickly, take Perona away for treatment, Kabira commanded, clenching his fist as he gazed at the entrance of the royal tomb, instructing his soldiers to escort Perona for medical attention. Chapter 4. The Spider CAF. After waiting for a day in the rainy land, Mr. Crocodile, with 3 hours remaining until the gathering at Spider-Man CAF at 8 o'clock, was addressed by Nico Robin, who sat on a sofa chair, holding a cup of coffee. Oh, let Binge go pick them up, Mr. Crocodile replied, reclining on the sofa. Shortly thereafter, a specialized amphibious turtle, puffing smoke and dragging a carriage, sped out of the rainy land toward the port city of Canola Flower. Within this port city stood a solitary cabin amidst the desert, marked by a sign that read Spider-Man CAF, swaying in the winds of the sandstorm. This establishment also bore a lesser-known title, the headquarters of the Baroque Works. Inside, a gramophone played a leisurely tune, a teapot bubbled on the hearth, and a woman, adorned with a headscarf, reclined on a lounge chair, engrossed in her book. Suddenly, the CAF's door swung open violently. After such a long journey, I am utterly exhausted. My back aches terribly, all because of you, Mr. 4. Ha 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 ha. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. A rotund man in light green attire, burdened with a large cannon, stumbled in, accompanied by a short, irate elderly woman. Long time no see, Miss Christmas. The woman on the lounge chair rose to greet the newcomers. Ha 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 ha. How's business today, Bola? The place seems rather quiet, Miss Christmas inquired as she settled onto the bar stool. Because today, the CAF has been reserved exclusively for you, Bola replied, pouring 2 glasses of juice and placing them before them. Hello, everyone. How have you all been? A burly man, adorned with peculiar makeup, pirouetted into the CAF. He wore false eyelashes and a pink coat, embellished with the words on the back, complemented by the image of a swan's head and wings. His leg hair was exposed, and both his body and attire bore the graceful curves of a swan's neck. Mr. 2. You fool, Bola remarked, incredulously observing the bizarre figure. I am not a fool. Why would you say that? It's because I am a transgender. Mr. 2 spun around and took a seat at the bar. Ah, you all may return now. But do not be lazy, Mr. 2 suddenly shouted toward the outside. Yes. A group of transgender individuals promptly appeared at the door, saluting in response, and then began to practice as they departed. Well, old lady, you were here too, the man said, turning to glance at Ms. Christmas and the others. Enough noise. Enough noise. My back is killing me. Miss Christmas shouted in exasperation, while Mr. 4 was busy massaging her back. Hello, is everyone here? A charming little girl, one hand holding a palette and the other clutching a paintbrush, stood at the door greeting everyone. She wore a red hat, her hair styled in 2 small braids, and sported sneakers on her feet. Indeed, it is Ms. Golden Week, Bora remarked with a smile. I have arrived as well. It has been quite some time since I last saw all of you. A slender man with a 3-shaped hairstyle, wearing glasses and a blue suit, adjusted his spectacles as he followed Ms. Golden Week inside. With the arrival of Mr. 3 and Golden Week, the atmosphere grew lively. Mr. 2 flashed a broad smile and exclaimed, Ho ho ho, Golden Week. At the entrance of the CAF, a fashionable and attractive woman let out an exaggerated laugh, accompanied by a man with a tousled hairstyle reminiscent of a rock singer who sauntered in with his hands in his pockets. Hey there, Mr. 5, Ms. Valentine's Day? I heard you were bested by a bunch of rookies at Whiskey Peak, Bora quipped, pouring 2 glasses of juice in front of them with a grin. The 2, their expressions darkening, silently lifted their glasses and took a sip. Ah, night has fallen, Miss Christmas remarked, stretching her back after enjoying Mr. 4's massage and glancing out the window. It will soon be the agreed-upon time of 8 o'clock, Bora noted as he checked the time. Bang! Just as the clock struck 8, a wall of the CAF was unexpectedly smashed open, and several figures tumbled onto the debris, with one silhouette standing tall at the entrance. What are you doing here? Mr. 2 shouted upon recognizing the newcomers. Well, it turns out to be friends of the transvestite. A tall man with a shaved head entered. A scar ran from below his hairline to his cheekbone on the right side of his face, his eyebrows thin and connected, and his lips full. Clad in a monk-like outfit and carrying a duffel bag, his attire bore snake patterns on the sides, with a tattoo of the character on his chest. Having observed their suspicious activities in the desert, it seems they have survived. However, useless companions will only lead to a more tragic demise, he said calmly as he stepped through the shattered wall. They're under my command, Mr. 1 stated. Mr. 2, who had been smiling, immediately darkened his expression and glared at the intruder before leaping forward. Stop, Mr. 2, Miss Christmas shouted as she watched him rush out. With an elegant flourish, Mr. 2 executed the transvestite fist, performing a swift kick in midair. Mr. 1 leaned back to evade, countering with a punch that narrowly grazed Mr. 2's chin. Raise your hands. Mr. 2 raised both hands in unison and delivered a powerful kick to Mr. 1's chest, sending him flying. Mr. 1 collided with the wall, which bizarrely shattered into a multitude of square fragments. Seeking death, Mr. 1 crouched down outside the CAF, his fingers glinting with a bright light as he prepared to strike. Wait, Mr. 1, let this be the end, Bora interjected, appearing before him to intervene. Do not obstruct me, Ms. Dual Fingers. I am intent on eliminating him, Mr. 1 retorted, standing tall against Bora. This must cease. Do not forget the objective that brought us here. Mr. 0 is still waiting for us in the rainy district, Bora reminded, turning to address Mr. 2, who was being held back by Mr. 4. Mr. 2, temper your anger. Our elusive employer is still awaiting our arrival, Bora added. removing his glasses and lowering his headscarf to reveal a vibrant mane of purple hair. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a specialized amphibious transport arrived from the Rainy District. Chapter 5: The Baroque Pirate Crew within a lavish chamber in the Rainy District. Mr. 1 and his companions sat around an elongated table, waiting. "How long must I endure this wait?" Mr. 2 exclaimed, pacing restlessly within the room. Having been brought here by the transport creature, eagerly anticipating the appearance of their employer. "Mr. 2, could you maintain some semblance of quiet?" Bora replied, observing Mr. 2's incessant movements. "This employer certainly has a grandiose sense of self, arriving so late." Mr. 5 chuckled. It appeared that the group was getting along well. Amidst their clamor, Nico Robin entered, drawing the attention of all present, as they were captivated by her presence. A swirl of yellow sand began to gather quietly at the head of the table. "Miss Sunday, it has been quite some time," both Mr. Christmas and Bora remarked simultaneously upon Nico Robin's entrance. "This is the first gathering of such magnitude. You have traveled quite a distance. It is commendable," Nico Robin said, stepping forward to take a seat. "Where exactly are we, Miss Sunday?" Mr. 1 inquired, glancing at Nico Robin. "Indeed. You must have been brought in through the back entrance by Benchy. You should be familiar with this city. It is a dreamscape for those who fantasize about striking it rich through gambling, the Rainy District. We are situated in the central edifice of the city. Within one of its largest casinos, the Rain Banquet." Nico Robin elaborated on their location. "If there are no further inquiries, I shall proceed to the theme of this assembly," Nico Robin announced, rising and gradually approaching the head of the table. "Please, do continue. Do not dawdle," Miss Christmas urged impatiently. "The theme of this gathering is that our boss will step out from the shadows and into the spotlight." As Nico Robin concluded her words, she gracefully approached the main seat, extending her hand to rotate the chair, revealing the enigmatic mastermind behind the Baroque works. Crocodile. Crocodile sat in his chair, observing the astonished expressions that adorned the faces of those present. It appeared that everyone was aware of his true identity, as Nico Robin jested. "What a significant figure," exclaimed Miss Christmas in surprise. "Knowing is one thing, but why would a warlord of the sea be involved with this studio?" Ms. Doublefinger inquired. "Oh, our boss is actually a warlord of the sea," Ms. Goldenweek exclaimed, her surprise palpable. "So, does that mean our employer is also a pirate?" Mr. 2 quipped, raising an eyebrow. "Is this truly our boss?" Mr. 1's expression shifted to one of astonishment at the sight of Crocodile, only to quickly regain his composure and respond calmly. "What? Are you dissatisfied?" Crocodile's expression darkened as he lowered his voice. "It's not dissatisfaction. It's simply perplexing. You've already attained the title of warlord and secured the Navy's approval. Why establish this studio?" Ms. Doublefinger questioned. "Warlord? That title merely serves to avoid unnecessary conflicts." "I no longer require such an appellation," Crocodile declared as he lit a cigar, his words startling. "No longer require? Are you suggesting?" Speculation rippled through the group. "I've lingered here long enough. I've acquired what I desired. It is time to reveal my fangs. I intend to form a pirate crew, and I believe you are worthy of joining me." Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke, awaiting their responses in silence. "What? You want us to become pirates?" Mr. 5 exclaimed in disbelief. "Are you joking? A renowned warlord has taken an interest in us," Mr. 2 shouted. "If it's your intention, I would gladly accompany you," Mr. 1 remarked, arms crossed. "What shocking news," Ms. Doublefinger said, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Ha ha ha. It's entirely up to you whether to follow me," Crocodile laughed, bestowing upon them an immense, unspoken pressure. "I certainly want to be joining you." "I'm leaving," Mr. 2 declared as he stood up. "Anyone else wishing to depart may feel free to rise," Crocodile said, slightly taken aback by Mr. 2's sudden departure. He had anticipated that this individual, committed to the path of transformation, would prove to be a loyal subordinate. "I'm sorry, boss, but I won't be joining either," Mr. 5 announced as he too stood. So the remainder wish to stay?" Crocodile queried, surveying those still seated, including Mr. 1. Then, Nico Robin. Crocodile called out to her, noting that no one else had chosen to leave. 6 flower. Nico Robin understood the cue, crossing her hands before her, and soon, Mr. 2 and Mr. 5 sprouted 6 additional arms. "What is happening?" Both Mr. 2 and Mr. 5 exclaimed in shock. "Twisted pastry." Nico Robin clenched her hands tightly, then simultaneously exerted force with her 6 arms to twist the bodies of Mr. 2 and Mr. 5. After a piercing scream, Mr. 2 and Mr. 5 fell to the ground, their bodies slightly contorted. "Is this the power of the All-Sunday?" Mr. 3, witnessing the swift defeat of the two, gulped in astonishment. Indeed, a remarkable ability. Mr. 1, however, remained unimpressed, believing such an attack would have no effect on his ironclad physique. How dare you strike Mr. 5? Infuriated by the sight of her former comrades lying on the ground, Ms. Valentine's Day leaped up in anger, utilizing the float fruit to hover above Crocodile. 1,000 kilograms, guillotine. The weight of Ms. Valentine's Day suddenly surged to 10,000 kilograms as she descended upon Crocodile. If you wish to withdraw, you must face the consequences. Crocodile glanced at the descending Ms. Valentine's Day and, moments later, was struck by her, resulting in an explosion of yellow sand. A devil fruit ability? Ms. Valentine's Day exclaimed in astonishment as she beheld Crocodile reduced to grains of sand. How bold to strike at me, Ms. Valentine's Day. The swirling sands coalesced around Ms. Valentine's Day, revealing Crocodile's form. What? Ms. Valentine's Day's expression shifted, her stance frozen in place. I may forgive you, but there will not be a next time. Crocodile wore a smug grin as he strode past Ms. Valentine's Day towards the window. Ms. Valentine's Day? Sit down, Pola admonished, directing her gaze at Ms. Valentine's Day. After a moment's hesitation, Ms. Valentine's Day returned to her seat. Do not act foolishly again. Follow me, and the pinnacle awaits us, Crocodile proclaimed, arms outstretched. Upon his rebirth as Crocodile in this world, his aim was the summit. As for the fringes, they scarcely matched his stature. Exposing his unprotected back before us, could it be confidence in his strength? Mr. 1 remarked, observing Crocodile's retreating figure. So, what shall we do now, boss? Mr. 3 inquired, glancing around and adjusting his glasses. No? Allow me to witness your capabilities. Eliminate the pirates who dare to interfere with Alabastus' internal affairs, the Straw Hat crew. Ah. And from this moment forth, I shall be known as the captain of the Baroque works. Crocodile spoke as he produced the bounty notice of Monkey D. Luffy, which was immediately seized by Nico Robin at his side. This is the captain of the Straw Hat crew. Robin placed the bounty notice upon the table and addressed the gathering. Is this idiot truly the captain? Miss Christmas exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the ridiculous grin of Luffy on the notice. They should currently be in the rocky desert, if they can locate him. The members of the Straw Hat crew will surely find him as well. Crocodile grasped his cigar, which gradually disintegrated into fine particles and dispersed. As this is the first command issued by the captain, we shall execute it with utmost diligence, Mr. 1 declared. Go forth. I await your good news. Crocodile instructed the group. Chapter 6. The Rain Feast and a Gamble. Before long, the meeting room was left with only Crocodile and Nico Robin, while Mr. 2 and Mr. 5, who had been severely beaten by Robin, were taken away by Mr. 1. Crocodile was willing to let them off the hook if they chose to join him upon regaining consciousness. Does Mr. 1 have any hope of dealing with the Straw Hat crew? Robin inquired. Do you believe a mere pirate crew can be easily handled by Mr. 1 and the others? Crocodile countered. A small pirate crew should be manageable for them, Robin replied with a smile. Do not underestimate that straw-hatted brat, Crocodile laughed heartily, asserting that the power of the Chosen One was beyond imagination. By the way, send 2 individuals to the rocky desert. Fire Fist is currently with his brother. Once they part ways, inform Fire Fist that his brother is in peril, Crocodile instructed. Predictably, when Mr. 1 encounters the Straw Hat crew, Fire Fist will have separated from Luffy. However, upon learning of his brother's danger, he will undoubtedly rush to his aid. Fire Fist Ace? The 2nd Division commander of Whitebeard? Robin exclaimed in surprise. Her previous visit to Drum Island to meet Ace had left her puzzled, and now she was tasked with seeking him out again. Indeed, it is he. Inform him that the Straw Hat is in danger. He will come, no matter what he is engaged in, Crocodile asserted confidently, knowing Ace to be a devoted brother. Understood, Mr. Crocodile. Although Robin was uncertain about Crocodile's unwavering confidence, she complied. What direction will the story take? How thrilling. Crocodile observed Robin's departure and approached the chair that had been shattered by Ms. Valentine's Day. With a wave of his arm, it transformed into grains of sand that enveloped the chair, which then compressed until, when restored to Crocodile's arm, the chair lay in ruins, reduced to a pile of particles. It seems the sand fruit can only be truly wielded upon awakening. Crocodile pinched his arm. Once the devil fruit awakened, he would be capable of unleashing countless formidable techniques. Mr. Crocodile, there is a disturbance at the Rain Banquet, and the agents are unable to contain it. Shortly thereafter, Nico Robin returned to report to Crocodile. Oh? Crocodile furrowed his brow and instructed Nico Robin to lead the way to the Rain Banquet. The Rain Banquet is Mr. Crocodile. He actually made an appearance. Is he intending to punish the troublemaker? As Crocodile made his entrance, the waitstaff and gamblers at the rain banquet erupted in exclamations, revealing the instantaneous reverence he commanded in that moment. A remarkable figure had arrived. Among the attendees, a blind man sensed Crocodile's presence and chuckled softly, causing peculiar depressions to form in the ground around him, while several guards of the banquet collapsed to the floor. It was indeed this man. Crocodile's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon recognizing the blind man as the future Marine Admiral, Tiger One Smile. "Mr. Crocodile, do you know him?" Nico Robin inquired. Noticing Crocodile's reaction, "A formidable individual. You should step back," Crocodile warned, his gaze fixed warily on Tiger One Smile. The gravity of Crocodile's concern was not lost on Robin, who discreetly retreated. "How can I be worthy of such a title as the Seven Warlords?" Tiger One Smile remarked with a smile, having overheard Crocodile's words. "For one so powerful, what brings you to the first half of the Grand Line?" Crocodile inquired, stroking the golden hook in his hand. "I am merely a blind gambler, wandering the seas," Tiger One Smile replied. "Mr. Crocodile, this man has caused a scene after losing money," one of the guards reported as he approached Crocodile. "Humph." Crocodile cast a sidelong glance at the guard, snorted, and then placed his hand upon the guard's head. The guard's terrified cries abruptly ceased, and in an instant, he was drained of moisture, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. "Such unclean subordinates have spoiled your enjoyment," Crocodile remarked without glancing back at the guard, turning instead to Tiger One Smile. "What is your intention for this country?" Observing Crocodile's brutal demeanor, Tiger One Smile gradually tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. "Once I had aspirations. Now, I do not," Crocodile stated, shaking his head. "Is that so?" Tiger One Smile replied, slowly drawing part of his long blade. Noticing this, Crocodile's body tensed in response. "Gravity, crush." Tiger One Smile's lips curled into a smile, and he sheathed his long blade. Yet Crocodile suddenly felt an intensifying weight pressing down upon him. "How heavy?" Crocodile exclaimed, astonished by the gravitational force on his back. With a thunderous boom, Crocodile exploded into sand, causing the ground beneath to collapse. The sand swiftly surged forth. Reassembling Crocodiles formed behind Tiger One Smile, who then swiftly swung his golden hook towards him. Clang! Tiger One Smile pivoted effortlessly, blocking Crocodile's hook with a single strike. The sound of metal ringing out. "Gravity, fierce tiger." A smile enveloped the blade, subsequently releasing an immense lateral gravitational force along its trajectory, instantly piercing through Crocodile's chest and leaving a gaping hole in its wake. The power of the Logia-type devil fruit is indeed formidable. Observing Crocodile, the smile knew that his attack had not inflicted any substantial damage, and thus he began to enshroud the sword with haki. "You cannot kill me. Let us end this here. Continuing further would yield no benefit for you." Upon witnessing the application of haki, an inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped Crocodile's heart. As the wound on his chest rapidly healed, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. "The fall of a warlord of the sea would certainly create considerable repercussions, and I have no substantial reason to engage you. It seems I must withdraw." The smile regarded Crocodile, slowly sheathing the sword, and after uttering these words, he turned to depart. "Are you interested in joining me to overturn this chaotic world?" Crocodile suddenly called out, watching the fading silhouette of the smile. "I have no intention of aligning myself with pirates. My aim is merely to ensure that the common folk can live safely in this world," came the voice of the smile, which then vanished from Crocodile's sight. "Mr. Crocodile, he has gone," remarked Nico Robin, observing Crocodile fixated on the direction in which the smile had departed. "Ha, I nearly met my end. Let us go, Nico Robin." Crocodile laughed heartily, relieved to have escaped. "Mr. Crocodile, your assessment of him is rather daunting," Nico Robin noted. "You shall understand clearly when you encounter him again," Crocodile replied. Recalling that the moment the smile had unleashed haki, he recognized that battling him would only lead to his own defeat. The concept of haki was known to Crocodile. However, he had been so engrossed in the development of his devil fruit abilities that he had never diligently trained in haki. "With two souls empowering me, the so-called spiritual force has allowed me to learn it more swiftly." Crocodile seized Robin and, with a swirl of sand, departed. Chapter 7. The Battle in the Rocky Desert. In the Rocky Desert, the Straw Hat crew encountered Ace and continued their journey together across the sands. "Luffy, this is where we say goodbye." After defeating the Scorpion Man, Ace learned that the news of Blackbeard's presence in Alabasta was false and intended to leave to pursue Blackbeard alone. "Ace, are you really leaving?" Luffy asked reluctantly. "Luffy, take this," Ace said, producing his life paper for Luffy. What is this? Luffy inquired, puzzled. Something that will allow us to meet again. What, do you not want it? Ace feigned an attempt to reclaim it. I do. I will treasure it. Luffy exclaimed, beaming as he took the paper from Ace's hand. My brother. I ask you all to take care of him, Ace said, bowing politely to Zoro and the others after Luffy accepted the gift. Ah, it's no trouble at all. Zoro and the others immediately bowed and spoke. All right, Luffy, meeting again signifies reaching the pinnacle. Ace waved his hand and departed without a backward glance. Subsequently, Luffy and his companions continued onward, but after a short distance, they encountered the long-awaited Mr. One and his associates. That guy is Ms. Valentine. Ms. Valentine exclaimed in mild surprise upon seeing her counterpart. So, does this mean these individuals are our adversaries? Zoro swiftly placed his hand on the hilt of his sword. The captain has instructed us to eliminate you. Mr. One stepped forward, his hands shimmering as they transformed into blades. Let us settle this quickly. Miss. Christmas emerged from the ground in her mole form. Candle blade. Mr. 3 allowed a stream of candle wax to flow from his arm, solidifying into a large sword that he grasped firmly. Are you joining the fray, Ms. Valentine? She inquired, floating beside Ms. Golden Week. Marian can also fight Ms. Golden Week noted, dipping her brush into paint. Thorns. Paula crossed her arms, sharp thorns protruding from her palms. Mr. 4 brandished a baseball, swinging it with vigor, while a hound at his feet poised to pounce. Then allow me to send you flying, Luffy declared, clenching his fists and taking a stance. Zoro, Sanji, protect me. Usopp raised his slingshot, hiding behind Zoro and Sanji. Go for it, Nami encouraged, also retreating behind them. Bring it on. Chopper transformed into his reindeer form, shouting energetically, only to revert to his childlike state moments later, panting, it's so hot. Not far away, Crocodile and Robin sat on a rock, observing the unfolding battle. Are the preparations complete? Crocodile asked Robin. All set. If I may be so bold, Mr. Crocodile, what has prompted this sudden desire for reporters? Robin inquired. Haha. The clash between a warlord and the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates should attract considerable attention, Crocodile mused, stroking his golden hook. So, Mr. Crocodile, this is your intention to enter the world's spotlight in such a grand manner? Robin replied with a light chuckle, her keen intellect discerning Crocodile's motives. Fire Fist. You should be returning soon, Crocodile remarked, glancing toward Luffy and the others not far away. After all, the desert was his domain. With a swift strike, Mr. One initiated the confrontation, transforming his feet into blade-like extensions, gliding forward like a pair of ice skates, while his hands morphed into blades lunging towards Luffy. Clang. Zoro, recognizing the impending danger, swiftly unsheathed Wat Ikamanji and Sandai Kitetsu, successfully parrying Mr. One's attack. Pirate Hunter, Roronoa Zoro. Mr. One gazed at Zoro, who had thwarted his attack, and remarked, a renowned bounty hunter from the West Blue, I recall your alias is Assassin. I never anticipated you would be working under someone else. Zoro, with a hint of excitement, replied, leave this one to me, Luffy. He exerted force through his arms, sending Mr. One flying, then swiftly bit down on his sword, Wat Ikamanji, and charged towards Mr. One with Snow Walk. All right, Luffy exclaimed, clenching his fists before dashing forward. Gum Gum Pistol. He launched a powerful punch towards Mr. 3. Candle Wall. Mr. 3, sensing the ferocity of Luffy's attack, refrained from blocking directly and swiftly flicked his wrist, releasing a stream of waxy liquid that formed a barrier before him. Bang! Luffy's fist struck the wax barrier with a resounding thud. So tough, Luffy remarked as he retracted his fist. Haha, die. Miss Christmas leaped out from behind Luffy, claw raised to strike. In the nick of time, Sanji sprang forward, delivering a powerful kick to Miss Christmas's neck, sending her sprawling. Ouch, my bones are shattered. Miss Christmas cried in pain as she fell to the ground. Let me assist you. I'll blow them away, Mr. 4 stammered, while his hunting dog skillfully spat out a baseball at his feet. Mr. 4 swung his bat, sending the ball hurtling towards Sanji. Whoosh! The baseball narrowly grazed Sanji's hair, followed by a tremendous explosion behind him. What? Sanji exclaimed, astonished as he turned to see a crater where he had just been. That was a bit too fast. Mr. 4 lamented, disappointed that he had missed. 10,000 kilograms guillotine. Miss Valentine's Day floated above Luffy, then increased her weight, plummeting towards him. Luffy glanced up, adjusting his straw hat, and stepping back, just as Ms. Valentine's Day crashed to the ground before him. Dodged again, she exclaimed, lightening her weight and floating back up. That floating nuisance. This time, I want to let you escape. Luffy declared, rotating his arm and launching a punch. Thornspike. Bala emerged from the side, her palms brimming with thorns aimed directly at Luffy. Oh no. Luffy saw the impending danger and twisted his arm to evade, but still felt a sharp sting as Bala grazed his arm. That was close. I nearly got impaled, he said, retracting his arm. Luffy, be careful. Suddenly, Chopper and Nami shouted in unison. What is this? Luffy exclaimed, bewildered as he gazed at the viscous substance that had appeared on the ground without him noticing. Candle shackles, Mr. 3 declared, as waxy liquid continued to pour from his hands. Suddenly, the once fluid wax solidified, ensnaring Luffy's feet and immobilizing him. I can't move. Luffy's initially carefree expression shifted as he forcefully tugged at his feet, only to discover he was utterly immobilized. A home run. Mr. 4, witnessing this, swiftly swung his bat at the baseball ejected by the hunting dog, directing it straight towards Luffy. Luffy. Sanji, observing the imminent danger, attempted to intercept the ball, but as he took a step, a pair of claws emerged from the ground, tripping him and sending him crashing to the earth. How dare you kick me? Showing no respect for your elders, Miss Christmas remarked with a smirk, relishing Sanji's misfortune. Boom. Unable to evade, Luffy was struck directly by the baseball, resulting in an explosion that left him disheveled and covered in debris, while a candle began to burn quietly. Luffy. Chopper, upon witnessing Luffy's plight, immediately transformed into his reindeer form and dashed towards him. Thorny meteor hammer. Bora charged in from the side, sprouting thorns from her hands before swinging them downwards towards Chopper. Blue wave ball. Chopper leaped aside to evade the attack and promptly shifted back into his child form, retrieving a blue wave ball to consume. You dodged quite swiftly, raccoon. Bora remarked, eyeing the childlike Chopper. I am no raccoon. I am a reindeer, you scoundrel. Arm strengthening. Chopper retorted fiercely, his arms bulging with muscle. Cherry blossom hoof. Chopper charged forward, delivering a powerful blow with his iron hoof towards Bora. In response, Bora also sprouted thorns, thrusting them violently forward. Boom. The iron hoof collided with the thorns, causing them to cave in under the tremendous force, sending Bora flying while the deformed thorns left behind hoof prints resembling cherry blossoms. I thought it was merely a pet, but it possesses such strength. Bora was taken aback, as she retaliated with a kick, sprouting thorns from her foot. Chopper retreated to confront her. What on earth is this? My feet are stuck tightly. Just watch me smash it. Rubber rubber. Rocket launcher. After struggling fruitlessly to free his feet, Luffy stretched his arms back with great force and struck down towards the candle beneath him. Boom. However, his attack did not target the candle, but rather the red target that appeared on the ground ahead. Huh. Why can't I control my hands? Luffy exclaimed in confusion after his arms returned to him, bewildered. This is the red of fury, upon encountering the red pigment. You can only attack the red target drawn by Mariano like an impulsive bull, Miss Golden Week explained, standing before Luffy with a palette in one hand and a paintbrush in the other. Nanny! Luffy exclaimed in surprise, yet undeterred, he delivered another punch, which, predictably, landed on the red target once more. Peacock saw. Meanwhile, Mikuri glanced around at the enemies on the battlefield before ultimately fixing her gaze on Ms. Golden Week, revving up her peacock saw and charging forth swiftly. Candle greatsword. Mr. 3, noticing Mikuri's approach, grasped the sword solidified from candle wax and swept it horizontally to block her attack. Miss Mikuri, I'm here to assist you. Sanji launched a kick towards Miss Christmas, but she deftly evaded, prompting him to abandon the confrontation and charge towards the frail Mr. 3, intent on neutralizing him to rescue Luffy. Suddenly, a baseball ejected from the hound's mouth was sent hurtling towards Sanji by Mr. 4. Just then, a marble shot forth, precisely landing on the baseball and causing it to explode. Well done, Usopp. Sanji exclaimed in admiration as the baseball was intercepted. He then aimed a powerful kick at Mr. 3, Candle Armor. Mr. 3, engaged in a minor skirmish, caught sight of Sanji's impending strike and summoned a torrent of candle wax that enveloped him completely. Thud. Sanji's kick collided with the wax armor, akin to striking steel, causing his foot to tingle with impact. Champion's Fist. Plow punch. Mr. 3 retaliated, swinging his wax-encased fist, delivering a blow that sent Sanji sprawling to the ground. Chapter 8. Straw Hat Pirates vs. Baroque Works. Thud. Sanji was sent flying by Mr. 3 strike and fell to the earth. Longnose, what are you staring at? Usopp, poised with his slingshot, heard a voice from above. Looking up, he saw Ms. Valentine floating ominously overhead. 10,000 kilograms. Guillotine. In an instant, Ms. Valentine increased her weight to 10,000 kilograms, plummeting rapidly under the force of gravity. Thud. Upon impact, the ground shattered and a cloud of dust enveloped the area. Did you dodge it? Miss Valentine winced, feeling her aching knees. Thanks to you, Nami. I have a plan. Emerging from the smoke, Usopp dusted himself off. At a crucial moment, Nami had pushed him aside, allowing him to evade Ms. Valentine's attack. Through careful observation, Usopp had discerned the weakness of Mr. Three's abilities: fire, deadly, gunpowder star. Usopp pulled back his slingshot, launching a fireball directly at the wax that ensnared Luffy. Boom. A blaze engulfed Luffy's position. Ah, I'm on fire. I'm on fire. Luffy sprang from the flames, hopping about frantically while swatting at the smoldering spots on his clothes. Usopp. You idiot. You burned me. Luffy, oblivious to the circumstances, charged toward Usopp, unleashing a torrent of complaints. Hey, Luffy. I did it to save you. Usopp hastily defended himself, witnessing Luffy's befuddled demeanor. Oh no, the fire melted Mr. Three's candle wax. Miss Golden Week exclaimed in astonishment. You fool. You've trapped my foot. Luffy, regaining his senses, pointed an accusatory finger at Mr. Three. Rubber, machine gun. Demonic fist technique. Falling swan ball. Luffy unleashed his gum machine gun in an attempt to strike Mr. Three, only to be confronted unexpectedly by Mr. Two, who countered with a drunken fist style. The peculiar Mr. Two deftly blocked Luffy's rubbery barrage. What an odd swan! Luffy exclaimed, pausing in astonishment at the oddly shaped Mr. Two. I am no swan. I am a noble transvestite, Mr. Two proclaimed, striking a pose indicative of his flamboyant fighting style. I care not whether you are a goose or a demon. I shall defeat you all, Luffy declared, swinging his fist with a serious expression. Gum pistol. Luffy launched a fist that sped towards Mr. Two like a bullet. Mr. Two leapt aside to evade, and Luffy's punch crashed into the ground with a resounding thud. Transvestite martial arts. Falling petals at dusk. After dodging, Mr. Two spun gracefully and delivered a kick toward Luffy. In a flash, Luffy's head was sent flying by Mr. Two's strike. Just as Mr. Two reveled in the ease of his victory, he noticed Luffy's neck extending toward him. Heh. Upon closer inspection, he found Luffy grinning foolishly at him. Gum bell. Luffy exerted force, retracting his neck swiftly. Then his head collided with Mr. Two's, sending him hurtling away. My head. Mr. Two groaned, clutching his skull as he lay on the ground. Leave this one to me, said Bora, breaking free from Chopper's grasp and darting toward Luffy. Chopper, witnessing Bora's charge, attempted to intervene, but a white baseball suddenly appeared before him. This is bad. Chopper's expression shifted in alarm as the baseball detonated, enveloping him in its explosion. With a loud bang, Chopper was hurled out from the cloud of smoke. One down, Mr. Four remarked slowly, observing the fallen Chopper. Chopper, Usopp cried out, rushing towards him. Just then, a disturbance arose beneath Usopp's feet, and a pair of claws erupted from the ground, seizing him. With a thud, Usopp was slammed face-first onto the ground. Old Lady Mouse. Usopp turned to see Miss Christmas emerging from the earth. Mole drag. Miss Christmas burrowed back underground, grasping Usopp and dragging him along. Catch him, Mr. Four. Miss Christmas pulled Usopp towards Mr. Four. Fear not, Mr. Four said, gripping his baseball bat firmly as he leaned back. For 100 blows. Mr. Four sluggishly announced the name of his technique before swinging the baseball bat. With a resounding thud, it struck Usopp squarely in the face. The sickening crack of bone echoed as Usopp collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his head and pooling on the earth. This is a prize I have chosen, Mr. Two observed as Bora charged toward Luffy, quickly rolling to his feet and defiantly launching into his transvestite charge to follow Bora's advance on Luffy. You should always think about attacking our captain, Sanji exclaimed, rushing in from the side and delivering a swift kick to Mr. Two's abdomen. Mr. Two reacted swiftly, countering Sanji's strike with a kick of his own. How dare you attempt a sneak attack on me? Mr. Two shot a sidelong glance at Sanji. Transvestite fist, magnificent swan dance. Mr. Two leaped slightly, channeling his strength into a powerful kick aimed at Sanji. Chest meat, shoot. Sanji, unwilling to back down, concentrated his force in one leg and retaliated. The two forces clashed, holding each other at bay for mere seconds before unleashing their next strikes. Abdominal meat, shoulder meat, back meat. Sanji relentlessly executed a series of rapid kicks at Mr. Two, who adeptly countered with his transvestite martial arts. Meanwhile, Luffy was being relentlessly pursued and attacked by Bora. Faced with Bora's thorn fruit abilities, Luffy dared not underestimate him. Swiftly dodging Bora's onslaught, his keen eyes scanned the surroundings, Zoro was being mercilessly beaten by Mr. One, sustaining numerous injuries, while Chopper and Usopp lay defeated on the ground. I cannot be held back any longer. Luffy realized the urgency of his situation. He had to take a stand. Stopping his evasive maneuvers, he clenched his fists. Without a second thought, he unleashed his gum-gum machine gun upon Bora. Rat-a-tat-tat, Luffy shouted as his fists flew in rapid succession. Thorn Hedge. Bora responded, sprouting thorns all over his body, transforming into a spiked ball. Luffy cried out, recklessly striking Bora despite his fists being bloodied, delivering a barrage that left Bora dazed and battered, his face swollen and bruised. I will defeat everyone and take my crew away from here, Luffy declared with unwavering resolve. Dream on. 10,000 kilograms. Guillotine. Ms. Valentine descended upon Luffy from above, plummeting rapidly. What do you intend to do to my dear brother? A figure swiftly appeared, kicking Ms. Valentine away just as she was about to collide with Luffy. Chapter 9. Ace vs. Crocodile. The main event has arrived. Atop the rocky peak, Crocodile revealed a smile upon hearing the emerging sound. Is Mr. Crocodile about to take action? Robin inquired with curiosity, perched on the rock with her legs crossed. Indeed. The captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division is not someone to be trifled with. Grains of sand began to materialize upon Crocodile, his entire being commencing the transformation into sand. Ace! Luffy exclaimed in delight as he beheld the sudden arrival of the one who had sent Ms. Valentine flying. Luffy, you remain as reckless as ever. You and your companions should leave. I will stay behind. Yet, before Ace could finish his sentence, a blade of sand shot forth from the desert, cleaving him in half. Ace. Luffy gazed in shock at the sight of Ace, bisected before him. I'm unscathed. Ace, reborn from the flames, turned to discern the identity of his assailant, only to behold a swirling mass of sand coalescing into the form of Crocodile. With relief flooding his heart upon realizing Ace was unharmed, Luffy's sorrow transformed into joy. It is you, Crocodile, Ace said gravely, fixing a heavy gaze upon Crocodile. We meet again, Fire Fist Ace. Crocodile, with one hand holding his golden hook, proclaimed, Fire Fist. Ace unleashed a powerful punch, and searing flames erupted forth, morphing into a serpent of fire that spanned several meters. The engaged Mr. 1 and Mr. 2 quickly dodged to avoid the inferno. Seizing the opportunity, Nami grasped Usopp with one hand and Chopper with the other, pulling them to safety. Luffy, you all must depart. After successfully separating the Straw Hat crew from Crocodile's men, Ace urged Luffy. All right, be careful, Ace. Without hesitation, Luffy issued the retreat command. Understood, Captain, Zoro affirmed, and the group swiftly made their escape. Observing the Straw Hat crew's departure, Mr. 1 prepared to pursue them. However, in the next moment, a blazing net enveloped the desert, isolating them from the Straw Hats. Do not entertain thoughts of harming my brother any longer, Ace declared, his flame-licked finger resting upon his cowboy hat. Everyone, retreat. The farther, the better. Calm and composed. Crocodile produced a cigar and placed it between his lips. Very well, Captain Crocodile. Mr. 1 dutifully obeyed Crocodile's command and turned to depart. Mr. 4, carry me. My waist aches and I can hardly move, Miss Christmas lamented before Mr. 4, the honest man, promptly lifted her and began to leave. Allow me to escort you away. Pora. Mr. 2 swiftly hoisted the unconscious Pora and hurried off. Before long, only Crocodile and Ace remained, amidst the swirling sands and the fierce flames. This was indeed a significant event, the duel between the warlord Crocodile and the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Not far from the scene, behind a rocky outcrop, 2 journalists crouched with cameras, thrilled to witness this rare spectacle. The warlords and the Whitebeard Pirates were undoubtedly the focal points of news. Desert Diamond Sword. After a brief standoff, Crocodile initiated the attack, transforming his hands into 4 massive blades of sand. With a swift motion, he unleashed the sand blades, carving deep trenches in the desert ground as they surged towards Ace. Eat haste. Ace responded by igniting his arm into flames, unleashing a pillar of fire that directly countered Crocodile's assault. Ace, show me if you can compel me to unleash my full power. Crocodile's lower body transformed into grains of sand, while his upper half swiftly soared towards Ace. Flintlock. Ace, perceiving the imminent threat, crouched down, pointing his index and middle fingers like a gun at his adversary. Subsequently, he unleashed a rapid barrage of miniature flames akin to a machine gun, which hurtled towards Crocodile. The flames struck Crocodile's form, creating numerous craters, yet he promptly replenished himself with sand. Crescent Sandblade. As Crocodile approached Ace, his arm expanded dramatically, morphing into a crescent-shaped sand blade that slashed towards him. Flame ring. Fire pillar. Ace's hands ignited with flames, and with a swift rotation of his body, the fire coalesced into a towering pillar of flames that shot upwards, shattering Crocodile's form into a cloud of sand. With a whoosh, a swirling sandstorm ensued, and Crocodile's silhouette re-emerged. Cease this, Crocodile. As fellow masters of the natural element, we cannot determine a victor in a fleeting moment, Ace declared, casting a glance towards Crocodile. For he had pressing matters to attend to, and could not afford to linger in this contest. That may not be the case. Crocodile exhaled a cloud of mist, and remarked, had he been the same Crocodile as before, he would have found himself at a loss against Ace. However, the present circumstances were markedly different. Let us put this to the test. Fire fist. Upon hearing this, Ace's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed a powerful punch, sending forth an even mightier dragon of flames than before. Sand's monster arm. Crocodile leaped backward, instantly coalescing an astonishing amount of sand into a colossal, monstrous hand, which he unleashed in a powerful punch that collided with Ace's fiery fist. The searing flames clashed with the massive sandy appendage, creating a mesmerizing spectacle of half-blazing fire and half-swirling sand amidst the desert landscape. With a resounding explosion, the two elemental forces erupted, sending flames soaring and sand swirling in all directions. It was at that moment that a torrent of sand shot forth, revealing Crocodile's figure. Golden hook slash. Crocodile swung his golden hook with a decisive strike, cleaving Ace in two. However, there was no hint of triumph on Crocodile's face, for from the severed edges of Ace's form, flames were already erupting. Had he evaded in time? Crocodile landed and swiftly turned, speculating aloud. He had intended to inflict a severe injury on Ace by enveloping his golden hook with haki, but he was taken aback by Ace's rapid response, who had immediately opted to elementalize and evade the attack. Haki, you ask? Ace, with a few agile leaps, created distance between them and, with vigilance, remarked that he was well acquainted with haki, as many members of the Whitebeard pirates possess this formidable ability. Do you understand why I chose to duel you here, Ace? Crocodile placed his hands upon the ground, a smirk gracing his lips, and in that moment, Ace sensed an unsettling shift. The desert beneath his feet, nay, the very expanse surrounding him, began to tremble ominously. Ace, with his expression etched in vigilance, chose not to respond, instead fixating intently on Crocodile's impending actions. For within the desert, I am invincible. Desert. Burial. As Crocodile's words echoed through the air, the sand surged dramatically, swiftly enveloping Ace in a shadow that obscured the sky. Hiss. Crocodile clenched his hands, and in the next moment, all the grains of sand were compressed together, completely engulfing Ace. Chapter 10. The awakening power of the sand fruit once filled, the sand took the form of a pyramid, and Crocodile gazed upon his creation with a satisfied nod. Mr. Crocodile's power is truly astonishing, Robin remarked, observing the colossal desert pyramid that had materialized in an instant. Surely, the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division cannot be buried in the desert like this, can he? Has it all been captured on film? A journalist, hiding in the front lines, urgently inquired of his assistant. Yes, all of it has been recorded. Is the captain of Whitebeard's 2nd Division truly meeting his end like this? The assistant's face was filled with disbelief. After all, he was the second in command of the Whitebeard pirates. Impossible. Atop the pyramid, a flicker of flame appeared and then expanded, outlining the emblem of the Whitebeard pirates. Ace, having transformed into his elemental form, burst forth from the pyramid and stood at its pinnacle. Not bad at all, Crocodile. Ace chuckled lightly, flames erupting from half of his body. So, Fire Fist Ace has not been defeated by Mr. Crocodile? It is no wonder he is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Robin remarked upon Ace's reappearance. Indeed. A man with a bounty of 550 million berries cannot be so easily vanquished. Quickly, continue documenting all of this. The journalist urged his assistant. Desert Lion, Sphinx. On the battlefield, Crocodile's hands turned to sand, manipulating a massive amount of grains to surge forth, forming a majestic lion that charged toward Ace. In response to the oncoming lion, Ace unleashed his own technique, Mirror Flame. A torrent of flames erupted from his outstretched arm, creating a colossal wall of fire to counter Crocodile's assault. Boom. The desert lion exploded in midair, scattering clouds of yellow sand. Yet, Ace searched for Crocodile's silhouette, for the latter had vanished from sight. Continuing this way would only deplete my stamina. This desert is undoubtedly Crocodile's domain, and I have been at a disadvantage from the very beginning. Ace was acutely aware of the peril he faced. Whoosh. As Ace pondered, The yellow sand behind him gradually coalesced into Crocodile's form, his golden hook now shrouded in darkness, unmistakably coated with armament hockey. Swish. Just as the hook was about to descend, Ace instinctively bent down, narrowly evading the strike. Fire Fist. Following this, Ace twisted his hips and unleashed a powerful punch. A torrent of flame surging forth to pierce a gaping hole in Crocodile's chest. His reflexes are indeed swift. Crocodile expressed his admiration as the hole in his chest, pierced by the fiery fist, was being filled with grains of sand. Ace, with flames erupting from his hands, shouted as he charged towards Crocodile. Golden hook. Crocodile raised his hand, unleashing a golden hook enveloped in hockey, propelled by the grains of sand toward Ace. In response to the incoming hook, Ace leapt and executed a sidekick, sending the assaulting hook flying away. With a resounding thud, Ace's lower body transformed into an elemental state and propelled by flames. He charged toward Crocodile, delivering a powerful punch. Upon facing this strike from Ace, Crocodile instinctively attempted to evade by partially elementalizing, but at the moment Ace made contact, he sensed the formidable aura of hockey, prompting him to hastily transform into sand and explode. With his initial attack thwarted, Ace unleashed a pillar of flames, dispersing the swirling sand surrounding him. Indeed, he was deserving of the title bestowed upon him by Oda, a man possessing hockey, which merely remained unexhibited in the original narrative. Crocodile swiftly shifted his form, appearing a dozen meters away. Hey, Crocodile, allow me to test you with a single strike. Ace stood resolutely, devoid of any flames, his expression tranquil. Feel free to unleash any technique you desire. Crocodile leaned down, placing his hand upon the desert and declared, let me witness whether your flames incinerate my desert or if the desert shall engulf me. Ace crossed his arms over his chest, and the ground beneath him ignited into flames, expanding to create colossal spirals of fire that engulfed the terrain, transforming it into a sea of fire. Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. Following this, Ace invoked the enhanced version of the Flame Ring, summoning a terrifying conflagration that coalesced above his head into a massive, blazing fireball, which he supported with his hand. Wahaha. Crocodile was drenched in beads of sweat from the scorching waves of heat that enveloped him, yet he burst into an exhilarating laughter. The king of the desert, fierce sandstorm. Beneath Crocodile's feet, an unnamed tempest arose, swirling winds and sands coalescing rapidly into a formidable sandstorm centered around him. Unlike typical sandstorms, this tempest, birthed from Crocodile himself, entirely enveloped the gravel. It was less a phenomenon propelled by the wind than a storm formed by the swift movement of the granules themselves. It seemed as though everything was destined to be swept away. As Crocodile conjured a fierce sandstorm, the powerful winds nearly swept Robin off the rocky peak. Quickly, she utilized her abilities to grow arms from the cliff, securing her grip tightly. Position yourself well. Do not miss this spectacle. How astonishing. This is indeed a manifestation of human potential. The journalists and their assistants, bracing against the onslaught of the sandstorm, persistently captured the unfolding scene. Let us witness who possesses the might of nature. Standing at the eye of the storm, Crocodile thrust his hands forward, sending the sandstorm surging towards Ace. Come forth. Ace summoned his strength, hurling a colossal fireball towards Crocodile. In the instant of their collision, the world transformed from a distance. The landscape appeared divided between a swirling tempest of sand and a blazing inferno. With a resounding boom, the tremendous force of their clash erupted, leaving devastation in its wake. Robin and the journalists were propelled away by the shockwave. In the distance, Luffy exclaimed, "What is that?" The colossal commotion undoubtedly captured Luffy and his companion's attention. Zoro turned to gaze, momentarily stunned by the breathtaking scene unfolding afar. Hey, could that be the result of my brother's battle? Sanji, hearing Zoro's astonishment, turned to see, his jaw dropping in disbelief. This is terrifying. It surpasses the limits of human capability. It's nothing short of a natural disaster. Nami, upon observing the chaos, crumpled to the ground in shock. Luffy, intrigued yet anxious, glanced back, worry creeping in. Ace, he can't be in danger, can he? Chapter 11. A shocking news that will stun the world. Is this the power of Mr. Crocodile? Mr. 1 remarked, gazing at the tumult in the distance. What manner of man have we aligned ourselves with? Mr. 3 swallowed hard. Truly, he is a man worthy of the title of Warlord of the Sea. Mr. 2 twirled in excitement, performing a flamboyant dance. That guy is yet to recover from Robin's strike. Otherwise, he would have witnessed this breathtaking moment. Ms. Valentine's Day exclaimed, I am utterly astounded. Ms. Golden Week, witnessing the scene before her, promptly retrieved her sketch pad to capture the spectacle. Meanwhile, at Crocodile's location, the clash of sand and flames endured for an indeterminate duration until the sands and fire entwined, soaring skyward before gradually dissipating into the atmosphere. The surroundings appeared transformed, as a massive depression began to form at the epicenter of the collision. Did I fail to leave a mark? A swirl of yellow dust enveloped Crocodile, who emerged at the core of the profound pit. The scorching flames beneath him rendered the desert a dark abyss. Yet, this augurs a significant event from this moment forth. My life shall ascend towards its zenith. Crocodile extended his arms, his body gradually disintegrating into sand until he vanished completely. He reappeared beside the unconscious Robin, effortlessly lifting her and resting her against his shoulder as he slowly made his way toward Mr. One and the others. After Crocodile walked away, the journalist and his assistant, who had been unconscious, slowly regained consciousness. Quick, check if the camera is damaged, the journalist urged as he noticed his assistant clutching the camera. The assistant hurriedly examined it and ultimately discovered that the photographs inside were intact. Subsequently, the journalist dialed a number. Beep, beep, the transponder snail connected shortly after. Hello. What is the matter? Have you uncovered some explosive news? Inquired the voice on the other end. Rest assured, this news is of nuclear proportions, the journalist exclaimed with excitement. Do share. I'm all ears, the man on the other end inquired eagerly. The warlord Crocodile and Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates, dueled in Alabasta, and we captured the entire event on film. The journalist relayed all his findings to the transponder snail. What? Ace faced off against Crocodile? Who emerged victorious? The man asked curiously. It ended in a draw. Neither seemed to claim victory, and both Ace and Crocodile departed. The journalist replied. All right. I'll dispatch someone to fetch you. Be cautious, the man on the other end responded. Meanwhile, after informing Mr. One and the others to return to rain dinner, Crocodile left ahead of Robin. Upon returning, he dialed the transponder snail of the Marine Admiral. Crocodile? What brings you to contact me? Speak up. What is the matter? Inquired Sengoku, who was seated in his office at Marine headquarters. This was the first time Crocodile had reached out to him since becoming a warlord. I'm resigning. I'm off to seek new opportunities. Crocodile bellowed into the transponder snail, not allowing Sengoku a moment to respond before turning the device to sand. Sengoku was left bewildered, contemplating Crocodile's outburst, and as he attempted to reply, he realized the transponder snail had lost signal. Damn it, what just happened? Sengoku muttered to himself in confusion. Was there something he was unaware of? What is wrong, Sengoku? Carp, leisurely munching on some rice crackers from the sofa, inquired upon noticing Sengoku's troubled demeanor. Crocodile just abruptly announced his resignation from the warlords. Sengoku replied, removing his glasses to rub his temples. What? Is that true? What has that sand-throwing brat gotten himself into? Carp scratched his head in disbelief. I don't know, but we must inform everyone to convene. The balance of the warlords cannot be disrupted, Sengoku stated, his head throbbing with concern. Wahaha. Sengoku must be utterly flabbergasted, Carp chuckled. Crocodile smiled triumphantly, then leisurely reclined on the sofa, awaiting the return of Mr. One and the others. It was surprising that so much stamina had been expended on Crocodile. It seemed he needed to find a place to rest for a while. On the ocean, Ace sat upon his yellow speedboat, allowing the waves to rock the vessel as he recuperated his strength. A day later, through the tireless efforts of the News King and his formidable intelligence network, the news broke that Crocodile and Ace were to duel. Alongside the announcement of Crocodile's withdrawal from the Seven Warlords and the Navy's renewed bounty on him, each piece of news became a sensational headline, converging on a single newspaper. In the New World, Dressrosa, the newspaper was in the hands of Don Quixote da Flamingo, whose expression quickly shifted to one of astonishment. Is that scoundrel Crocodile preparing to re-emerge before the world? His return is bound to cause a stir, Da Flamingo mused. However, how dare he lay hands on the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates? What could Fire Fist Ace possibly be doing back at the Paradise? In a certain sea area of the New World, on a small boat exuding the air of dark nobility, a gentleman of noble bearing perused a newspaper. Crocodile, a fellow warlord, has indeed withdrawn from the ranks. A renewed bounty of 500 million berries? Perhaps this is still too trivial for a mastermind like Crocodile. Mihawk smiled, sensing the tumult that was about to unfold in the seas. On the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, resembling a colossal island whale, a panicked subordinate rushed from the stern to the bow, clutching a newspaper. What is going on? Why the commotion? Marco, hearing the disturbance, intercepted him. Ace. Ace. The subordinate exclaimed, pointing at the newspaper, flustered and unable to articulate his thoughts due to his anxiety. Let me see for myself, Marco said. taking the newspaper from the subordinate's trembling hands. As he read, his brow furrowed in concern. "Marco, what is the matter?" Josu approached, noticing Marco's troubled expression. "That scoundrel Crocodile had the audacity to attack Ace," Marco declared angrily. What? What happened? Is Ace all right?" Josu inquired urgently. "I don't know. The paper doesn't mention the outcome of the battle." "We must contact Ace," Marco replied, and soon someone reached out to Ace through a din mushy. "Hello? What is the matter?" Ace's voice came through moments later. "Are you all right, Ace?" Marco asked, seizing the din mushy with urgency. "Of course, I'm fine. What is going on?" Ace replied, puzzled. "Did you not read the newspaper?" Marco finally realized. "I have yet to see the newspaper at sea. Is it concerning Crocodile?" Ace responded, also coming to the realization that the events of the past few days, particularly the battle with Crocodile, were indeed significant. "Indeed. The newspaper reports that you had a fierce confrontation with Crocodile, and everyone is quite worried about you," Marco stated. "Do not fret, I am fine. And I shall definitely bring Teach back," Ace declared resolutely, gazing steadfastly at the boundless sea ahead. "Ace, please take care of yourself. That scoundrel Teach has been hiding on the ship for quite some time," Marco cautioned. Before Marco could finish, Ace interrupted, "Rest assured, Marco, I will surely capture this disgraceful fellow and hand him over to Dad for proper retribution." With that, Ace ended the call, flames swirling at his feet as the small speedboat raced across the ocean. Meanwhile, the rain banquet continued. Crocodile gathered the members of his organization to deliberate on their forthcoming voyage. "Mr. Crocodile, you have certainly made a name for yourself. The newspapers are filled with news about you," remarked Bon Clay, bandaged and holding a newspaper. "The slumbering crocodile of the first half of the Grand Line awakens. The king of the desert returns, and the bounty of 500 million berries awaits the sand crocodile, exclaimed Mr. 3 as he joined in observing the contents of the newspaper. Crocodile sat quietly on the sofa, indulging in his cigar. "Boss Crocodile, look. This is a painting I made for you," Ms. Golden Week said with a smile, as she approached him, holding the artwork in her hands. Crocodile cast a fleeting glance and found himself confronted with the final showdown against Ace, the image vividly depicting a scene split between flames and sand. Noticing that Crocodile merely glanced without uttering a word, Ms. Golden Week assumed he was incensed and timidly apologized, saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Crocodile, for intruding upon you." Crocodile, noticing the little girl's misunderstanding, gently reached out and patted Ms. Golden Week on the head. "It's all right. Your drawing is splendid." Crocodile managed to display a benevolent smile as he spoke. It is worth mentioning that Ms. Golden Week is merely a child in her teens, possessing some utility. Yet she is ill-suited for combat. It would be more fitting for her to serve as a mascot aboard the ship, for every vessel requires its own emblem. "Mr. Crocodile, the ship is ready," Robin entered and informed him. "Is it truly prepared?" Upon hearing this, Crocodile rose to his feet, and the crew members, including Mr. 1, who were still resting, promptly followed suit. "It is time to set sail and embark on the Grand Line, my young comrades." Crocodile exhaled a plume of smoke, his tone laced with an air of authority. "Indeed, Mr. Crocodile," responded Mr. 1 and the others in unison, subsequently following him out of the rain banquet. Before long, they arrived at the dock where the ships were moored, and Crocodile beheld the true form of the vessel, a magnificent transformation of the largest ship from the Baroque works. The bow was ingeniously fashioned to resemble a crocodile, and the pirate flag bore the emblem of a golden hook intertwined with a skull marked by a prominent scar. This vessel was christened the Sand Crocodile. The ship bustled with activity, for Crocodile had not only brought along Mr. 1 and his cadre, but also a multitude of billionaires and a contingent of millionaires, totaling 500 crew members, along with Mr. 2's request to include his companion from the transgender community. These members of the organization, who should have succumbed to Ace, were spared their fate due to Crocodile's timely summons. "Boss Crocodile, esteemed President," the members of Baroque Works, now aware that they were to follow the illustrious Sand Crocodile, erupted into cheers upon witnessing his arrival. Crocodile led Robin and the others aboard the ship. "From this moment onward, you all share a singular identity as members of the Baroque Works." Crocodile stood at the bow of the ship, raising his arm and calling out, "Baroque! Baroque! Baroque!" Upon the deck, a multitude of crew members echoed his cries. "I have an announcement to make. My first mate is none other than Nico Robin, who may be an unfamiliar name to many, but if I mention her code name, Miss All Sunday, it may resonate with you all." Crocodile introduced Robin to the crowd. "From now on, we shall be pirates sailing on the same ship." Robin stepped forward from beside Crocodile. "Indeed, Mr. Crocodile places great trust in Robin, Bolus remarked with a smile. Now, allow me to elaborate on Mr. Crocodile's arrangements for the crew. First, we have the 3 battle divisions. Robin continued. The captain of the 1st division, Mr. 1, the assassin Das Bones. Mr. 1 stepped forward, arms crossed in an imposing manner. The captain of the 2nd division, Mr. 2, the flamboyant Bon Clay. Here I am. Mr. 2 leaped onto the scene, performing a ballet dance. The captain of the 3rd division, Mr. 3, the sculptor Galdino. We shall fight side by side from now on. Mr. 3 emerged, adjusting his glasses. Next, we have the reconnaissance team and the medical team. The captain of the reconnaissance team, Ms. Valentine, the captain of the medical team, Bolus. The captain of the ship control team, Ms. Christmas, and Mr. 4, and finally, the captain of the ship's artillery team, Mr. 5. Following this, Robin meticulously called out the names, ensuring everyone was assigned to their respective teams. After a lengthy roll call, Robin finally turned her gaze toward Crocodile. Now, let us set sail, my comrades, to our destination, Water City. Crocodile turned his gaze forward, with the intent of acquiring information about the king of the underworld in the Water City. Miss Christmas promptly instructed the crew to lower the sails and adjust their course, as she was well versed in the art of command. The sand crocodile sailed across the vast ocean. What about me? Don't I have any arrangements? Miss Golden Week asked, approaching Robin eagerly. Well, you can just be a mascot, Crocodile replied. Robin, leisurely seated and perusing a book, responded to Ms. Golden Week's approach. What? How could it be like this? Ms. Golden Week exclaimed, visibly irritated. All right then, you may choose whichever team you wish to join, Robin suggested after a moment of contemplation. I want to be in the same team as Mr. 3. Ms. Golden Week declared, as she and Mr. 3 were already seasoned partners. Agreed, Robin nodded. Chapter 13. Jaya Island. At the Alabasta Straw Hat Pirates headquarters, the newspaper shockingly reported that Crocodile had resigned from his position as a warlord of the sea. What on earth is happening? Mihawk stared at the newsprint in disbelief, noting that it did not mention whether Ace had safely departed. Luffy squeezed in to read the article concerning Ace, but having already checked Ace's Viver card without any anomalies, he felt reassured about Ace's safety. Did it not mention that Crocodile has returned to being a pirate? Then Mihawk's country should be fine, Sanji remarked. No, the rebels are still in revolt. I must put an end to this war. Mihawk shook his head decisively before heading off to halt the conflict. Back to our protagonists after a tedious stretch of sailing. Crocodile resolved to dock the ship at a nearby island to replenish their supplies. Speaking of this island, Crocodile was quite familiar with it. It was an important location visited by the original protagonist crew, Jaya Island, where they had been sent soaring to the sky island by a colossal updraft. Captain Crocodile. There is a ship ahead, and it bears a gorilla insignia. Ms. Valentine floated above the sand crocodile, her vantage point enabling her to spot the distant vessel with ease. A gorilla? Crocodile furrowed his brow. Near Gaia Island, there was yet another emblem of the gorilla, which must belong to the so-called Gorilla Mountain Alliance. Ignore them, Crocodile declared. Captain Gorilla. It's a pirate ship. In the distance, a vessel was sailing on a course that aligned with the sand crocodile. As the sand crocodile drew nearer, it became evident to them as well. Could that be the former Shichibukai crocodile? The gorilla-like man gazed in astonishment at the figure standing at the bow of the approaching sand crocodile. A golden hook in one hand and draped in a great leather coat. Is this for real? What should we do? Captain Gorilla, are they coming for us? One of the gorilla's anxious crew members exclaimed. However, the gorilla breathed a sigh of relief as the sand crocodile sailed past them without incident. Just as the ship passed by the gorilla pirates, Crocodile suddenly lifted his gaze toward the sky. The crew on deck sensed something amiss. The sky seemed to darken. They instinctively looked upward, only to reveal expressions of alarm. A colossal ship was plummeting directly from the heavens, on a trajectory to strike the sand crocodile with precision. Crocodile. Captain. Look. A ship is falling from the sky. Is someone launching an ambush against us? Quickly, bring the rocket launcher. The pirates, terrified, began to shout and scramble about the deck. Silence. Remain calm. Crocodile bellowed, and the crowd halted, turning their gaze towards him. You are now my crew. There will be numerous grand spectacles to encounter in the future. To act in such a flustered manner is truly disgraceful. Clockter disdainfully addressed the frantic individuals, and then, with a sudden surge, transformed into a swirling sandstorm that soared into the sky. The impact was thunderous as the tempest collided with the descending vessel, shattering it into countless fragments, debris cascading down on either side of the sand crocodile. In an instant, the storm reappeared on the deck, coalescing into the figure of Clockter. Truly, Mr. Clockter is remarkable. The crew lavished their praises without restraint. If one panics at the slightest disturbance, perhaps it would be wise to disembark sooner rather than later. Clockter remarked before striding into a cabin. Captain Mr. One, you remain remarkably composed. Observed the members of the 1st Division, watching Mr. One who was diligently performing weighted push-ups. Were it not for Mr. Clockter's formidable strength, I would not hesitate to leave, Mr. One replied calmly. The other crew members noted how the senior officers maintained their equanimity. As Clockter's crew, encountering formidable foes in the future is a distinct possibility. Without adequate strength, one may meet a swift demise, Mr. One admonished. How terrifying. Such a massive ship was dispatched so effortlessly? The gorilla, having witnessed the entire spectacle, swallowed hard. Is this the might of the former warlord of the sea? A crew member beside the gorilla remarked, equally astonished. They are heading toward Gaia Street. Full speed ahead, and inform the others, including our captain, to avoid provoking them. The gorilla instructed those nearby. Aye, Captain. They responded, and the vessel accelerated toward Gaia Island. Creaking sounds echoed as the sand crocodile departed the area, shortly thereafter. The noise of a bicycle could be heard gliding over the sea. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the water beneath the bicycle's tires had frozen over. It seemed this was the source of the recent commotion. Clockter had stirred quite a ruckus, effectively canceling their vacation plans. On the bicycle, a man with curly hair, dressed in a white vest and deep blue shirt, leisurely rode across the ocean, pausing momentarily before proceeding in the direction where the sand crocodile had departed. Gaia Island. After a time, the sand crocodile anchored near Gaia Island, and the crew disembarked in droves. It is worth noting that there is someone here who could be recruited, perhaps even to poach from Doflamingo's ranks. Crocodile disembarked, pondering within the tavern of Gaia Island. Suddenly, the tavern's entrance burst open, drawing the displeased gazes of the patrons within. Bellamy, trouble is brewing. An anxious pirate rushed inside. Hey, what is the meaning of this? Intercepted a man with flowing blue hair draped in a white mink coat. It's Crocodile. The former warlord has set foot on the island. The frantic pirate continued. Crocodile? The burly man beside the blue-haired figure, clutching a mug of ale, expressed surprise. What brings such a prominent figure here? Bellamy mused, bewildered. There are numerous people around. Ha ha ha. A voice resonated from behind the obscured entrance. Bellamy turned, ready to unleash his ire, only to find that it was indeed Crocodile who stood before him. Never would I have anticipated that someone of your stature would come here, Bellamy replied with an air of composure. Bellamy, with a bounty of 55 million berries. And a follower of the illustrious Don Quixote Doflamingo, am I not correct? Crocodile approached Bellamy, prompting the other pirates at their table to swiftly vacate their seats. Chapter 14. Bellamy Crocodile loomed over Bellamy without taking a seat, his imposing figure accentuated by Mr. One standing behind him. You have stirred quite a commotion. What brings you to seek me? Bellamy gazed at Crocodile, unfazed, and inquired about his intentions. Burn the flag of Doflamingo and henceforth follow me aboard my ship to the New World. Crocodile extended an olive branch to Bellamy, expressing a certain admiration for him, his ambition, his decisiveness, and his audacity to acknowledge his failures and rise again. Bellamy, as if having heard a grand jest, erupted into laughter. However, he soon ceased his mirth and, with a serious demeanor, demanded, What gives you the right to compare yourself to Master Doflamingo? Who do you think you are? In a fit of rage, Bellamy overturned the table, hurling it towards Crocodile. Crocodile stood motionless, while behind him, Mr. One swiftly emerged, crossing his arms protectively in front of Crocodile. The table fell upon Mr. One, shattering into several pieces. In this paradise, few dare to speak to me in such a manner. Mr. One. Grant him a breath to make the right choice. Crocodile took a few steps back, retrieving a cigar as he observed Mr. One's performance. Understood, Captain Crocodile. Mr. One transformed his hands into blades and then darted towards Bellamy. Swish. As Mr. One swung his arms down, Bellamy crouched, his legs transforming into springs, vanishing from sight with an imperceptible speed, evading Mr. One's attack. A devil fruit user, perhaps? Mr. One stood still, although Bellamy was hidden from view. The vibrations around him indicated Bellamy's erratic movements nearby. Spring sniping. Utilizing the tavern walls to rebound, Bellamy sent tables crashing as he accumulated immense elasticity. Upon reaching the limit of his potential, he aimed at Mr. One, compressing his spring-like legs against the wall to their utmost before launching himself, causing the wall to crack as he crashed towards Mr. One. Decapitation. Mr. One assumed a stance for the strike, his already iron-like body becoming even more resilient. bracing himself against Bellamy's assault. Fool, you don't even dodge. Seeing Mr. One standing still, Bellamy felt a surge of joy as he charged at him, only to be met with a jarring surprise. The impact felt akin to colliding with steel, and his once invincible technique turned against him, leaving him grievously wounded. Ah! Bellamy cried out in agony, bloodied as he collapsed to the ground. Bellamy, the first mate, witnessing Mr. One's unyielding stance and Bellamy's severe injury, was momentarily taken aback. It's done, Captain Crocodile. Mr. One, without sparing a glance at Bellamy, reverted from his lethal stance and returned to Crocodile's side. Well done, Mr. One, Crocodile praised, striding confidently towards Bellamy with his golden hook. Now, can you contemplate your situation? Aha! The only person I admire is Don Quixote da Flamingo. Bellamy, lying on the ground, laughed unabashedly. Do you know why I chose you? It is precisely because I value that trait, the willingness to sacrifice one's life for a leader they believe in. Crocodile listened to Bellamy's words and smiled. I give you time to ponder. Will you abandon the flag of Doflamingo and board my ship? Or will you persist in flying Doflamingo's flag to your demise? Crocodile turned around, casually seizing a bottle of wine from a pristine table and took a hearty swig, allowing the spilled liquid to cascade down his chin. A flaw has been exposed. Crocodile. Suddenly, Bellamy, lying on the ground, sprang to his feet and in an instant found himself behind Crocodile. His arm coiled like a spring before launching forth with tremendous force. Bang! Bellamy's fist pierced straight through Crocodile's chest. However, the anticipated scene of blood splattering did not unfold, and instead, he was met with a face full of sand. What is happening? Bellamy's expression darkened in an instant, only to be met with Crocodile's puzzled voice. A flaw has been exposed? How was I unaware of that? Crocodile turned his head in an eerie manner to gaze at Bellamy. Monster! Spring pummel! Bellamy's heart raced. In response to the predicament, his hands transformed into springs, unleashing a relentless barrage of fists upon Crocodile. His strikes targeted the head, shoulders, chest, thighs, and arms. Yet every time Bellamy aimed to strike a part of Crocodile's body, it would disintegrate into a cloud of yellow sand, leaving only a heap of sand surrounding Bellamy. Did it work? He inquired with anticipation. It nearly did. Suddenly, the surrounding sands began to swirl, coalescing before Bellamy to reveal Crocodile's form once more. This time, Crocodile was not mocking him. Bellamy's hands were stained with his own blood, and had he not transformed in time, he would undoubtedly have been struck. Bellamy, I offered you a chance. Why did you not seize it? Just as Bellamy contemplated another attack, Crocodile's hand seized his throat. Ugh! Bellamy struggled in vain. I shall ask you one final time. Will you board my ship? Clockter inquired with an air of indifference, regardless of how many times you ask. My answer remains unchanged. It is impossible. The only individual I choose to follow is Don Quixote da Flamingo, Bellamy asserted with unwavering conviction. As far as I know, this flag was earned through your invincibility. Now that you have been defeated by me, Doflamingo will likely reclaim this flag in due time. When that moment comes, where will you find yourself? To venerate someone does not necessitate blind allegiance. You may join my vessel, continually strengthen yourself, and ultimately ascend to his heights, rather than clinging to him like a mere leech. Crocodile continued, and Bellamy, after a moment of contemplation, ceased to struggle. I shall remain until tomorrow. I hope to see you then. Crocodile released his grip, causing Bellamy to crash to the ground, while the crew of the Bellamy pirates exchanged glances, none daring to assist their fallen captain. Ah, what a commotion we have here. Just as Crocodile contemplated his departure, a chill coursed through him, and he felt the hairs on his neck stand on end as a voice resonated behind him, accompanied by an icy aura. This presence and tone could only belong to a formidable Marine Admiral. Chapter 15. The Marine Admiral, Frozen Moment. Before Crocodile could react, a towering figure emerged behind him, exuding a terrifying coldness. The instant this frigid air made contact with Crocodile, he was instantly encased in ice, and the temperature within the tavern plummeted. Captain Crocodile. Mr. One's expression, usually inscrutable, shifted dramatically upon witnessing Crocodile's frozen state. The pirates in the tavern also paled at the sight of this imposing figure. It was none other than Admiral Akiji from the Marine headquarters. Suddenly, the ice surrounding the immobilized Crocodile shattered, releasing a torrent of yellow sand that coalesced before Mr. One, forming the shape of Crocodile once more. Crocodile extended his hand to halt Mr. One, who was eager to charge forward, as he turned his gaze towards the man who had just launched an attack against him. Undoubtedly, this man was the Logia-type ice fruit user, Akiji. Formerly one of the 7 Warlords of the sea, Crocodile now found himself on opposing sides once again. As Akiji spoke, Waves of frigid air emanated from his mouth. Is the Navy in such a haste to apprehend me? Crocodile produced a cigar and subsequently retrieved a lighter, recognizing that such an indulgence was indispensable in the face of the impending battle. After all, there were valid concerns about what reckless actions you, having abruptly resigned from the Seven Warlords, might undertake. Akiji responded, "You haven't laid a hand on my dear subordinates, have you?" Crocodile inquired with a furrowed brow. "Well, one could say so," Akiji replied noncommittally. "Mr. One, step aside for now. The forthcoming skirmish is beyond your capacity to partake. Return to the ship and await my return." Crocodile addressed Mr. One beside him. "Very well, Captain Crocodile." In a bid to avoid hindering Crocodile, Mr. One promptly turned and shattered the wall before making his exit. The pirates within the tavern soon grasped the situation, seizing Bellamy from the ground and fleeing through the opening created by Mr. One. "Shall we engage in battle?" Crocodile cast a glance at the grand gate behind Akiji. "Very well." Akiji nodded slightly and turned a step outside, with Crocodile following closely behind. The two stood facing each other, an unnamed whirlwind swirling around them, heralding a clash of their formidable spirits. The surrounding inhabitants had long since fled, leaving the streets eerily silent. Arc-shaped sand dunes. After a brief standoff, Crocodile was the first to make his move, transforming into an elemental form and charging towards Akiji. In the blink of an eye, he circled around to Akiji's rear, one hand morphing into a crescent-shaped sand blade that struck forth. As the sand blade made contact with Akiji, he instantly shifted into his elemental state to evade, yet in the next moment, he sensed something amiss. The moisture within him was dissipating. Consequently, a chilling aura erupted, causing the sand blade descending from Crocodile to begin freezing. Crack! Crocodile swiftly retreated, and the frozen shards of ice shattered, revealing a layer of haki. The Ice Admiral, Akiji, raised his hand, and a multitude of ice spears took form around him. With a mere wave of his hand, the ice spears were unleashed, hurtling towards Crocodile. In response, Crocodile transformed his arm into a colossal sand blade. And with a swift motion, the sand blade shot forth. As it swept through the air, it effortlessly deflected the incoming ice spears from Akiji. Crocodile's golden hook, enveloped in the aura of haki, surged forward with great velocity, aimed directly at Akiji. In an instant, Akiji conjured an ice blade, similarly infused with haki, which effortlessly intercepted the golden hook. The collision erupted with a thunderous roar, as the clash of haki unleashed currents of energy that surged around the two combatants. Following their initial exchange, both fighters retreated to create distance. Akiji then harnessed his abilities, channeling frigid air into his right arm. Ice block, ice bird. In the next moment, a majestic ice bird materialized and soared forth, freezing everything in its path with the chilling aura it emanated. Desert lion, sphinx. Crocodile placed his hand upon the ground, and instantly the earth transformed into a desert at a visibly rapid pace. Harnessing the power of the sand, he conjured a magnificent sand lion that charged towards the approaching ice bird. Upon their collision, both entities shattered into fragments, resulting in a spectacular clash of sand and ice. The cycle of erosion began anew. Seizing the moment amidst the confrontation with Akiji's abilities, Crocodile set his left hand on the ground, and in an instant, the terrain beneath him evolved into an ever-expanding desert landscape. As the tumult of their power subsided, Akiji, witnessing the ground beneath Crocodile morphing into desert, swiftly placed his own hand upon the earth. Ice Age, Akiji pronounced slowly, unleashing a terrifying chill that surged forth, rapidly encasing everything in ice, including the desert Crocodile had created. Realizing he was on the brink of being frozen himself, Crocodile quickly conjured a small sandstorm and cast it beneath him, forming a barrier that thwarted Akiji's icy assault. Akiji stood firm, observing the sandstorm before him, only to soon see a silhouette emerge from within the tempest upon closer inspection. It was none other than Crocodile. Desert monster. Crocodile descended from the heavens, summoning a vast quantity of yellow sand that coalesced into a gigantic, monstrous hand, which he then forcefully brought down upon Akiji. In an instant, the ground trembled. With a resounding crash, the strike shattered Akiji into fragments of ice. Yet, Crocodile was acutely aware that this blow had not truly affected Akiji, who remained poised and vigilant upon landing. Such formidable attacks, Mr. Crocodile. As expected, the next moment revealed the shattered ice coalescing back into the form of Akiji. Do not deceive us, Akiji. With a sweeping motion of his hands, Crocodile unleashed 4 formidable sand blades. In response, Akiji waved his hand, and an ice wall materialized instantaneously to thwart Crocodile's assault. Subsequently, Akiji traversed the ice barrier with a swift step, arriving right before Crocodile, and raised his hand. Ice Fist, his empowered punch, enveloped in hockey, struck with the force of a shockwave, engulfing Crocodile. The immense power erupted forth, causing Crocodile to spew blood as he was violently propelled back. The ground beneath them collapsing and debris scattering everywhere. Aokiji, it seems, was not one to hold back right from the start. Crocodile was struck forcefully, propelled hundreds of meters away, and crashed into the ground, creating a vast and profound pit. The desert's howl, an overwhelming force. Crocodile rose to his feet, placing his hands upon the ground as the surrounding terrain underwent a rapid transformation, with countless grains of yellow sand soaring into the air. In the blink of an eye, a colossal entity, towering several dozen meters high, emerged, resembling the monstrous waves of the sea that obscured the sun. Descend. With a sweeping gesture, Crocodile commanded a torrent of sand to cascade down upon Aokiji. Truly astonishing, Mr. Crocodile. The Ice Age. In response to this onslaught, Aokiji instantaneously unleashed a chilling aura from his hands, blanketing the ground in mere seconds, freezing the yellow sands in the following moments. After 3 seconds, the colossal wave meticulously conjured by Crocodile was entirely encased in ice. Chapter 16. The Soaring Current. Aokiji, your strength is indeed extraordinary. As the yellow sand swirled, Crocodile found himself atop the frozen desert wave, blood trickling from his lips, a testament to his dire condition. Surrender willingly, Crocodile, Aokiji calmly declared. Have you ever seen a fierce beast willingly enter its cage? Crocodile let out a hearty laugh, transforming into golden sand as he surged towards Aokiji. The golden hook in his hand swept through the air, but Aokiji deftly countered with his ice blade, resulting in a fierce clash of hockey. In terms of dominance, you are no match for me. Aokiji's hockey erupted forth, deflecting Crocodile's golden hook, yet just as he prepared to strike back, he felt the ground beneath him give way, plunging him into a pit. It turned out that while attacking Aokiji, Crocodile had used his powers to turn the ground beneath him into quicksand, causing Aokiji to sink. I concede your strength in hockey, but when it comes to the mastery of our respective devil fruits, I am not lacking. Crocodile clenched his hand, unleashing a barrage of sand blades that pierced through Aokiji's form. Achieving the awakening of a devil fruit, you certainly rank among the elite in terms of fruit mastery. As the sand blades pierced his body, Aokiji reached out, placing his hand upon the blades, and rapidly encased them in ice. Aokiji's abilities are truly formidable. As Crocodile observed the expanse of ice encroaching upon him, he swiftly transformed into a swirl of yellow sand and leaped back several dozen meters. Subsequently, a tempest of sand materialized within his palm. Sandstorm. Crocodile hurled the sandstorm from his hands, leaving destruction in its wake, shattering rocks and ice alike. As the tempest surged menacingly towards Aokiji, the Ice Age, Aokiji unleashed a chilling aura, transforming the surroundings into a frigid landscape of snow and ice, effortlessly dissipating the so-called sandstorm. The battle has only just begun, Aokiji. Crocodile exuded a terrifying aura. In this battle, if he did not exert every ounce of his strength, he would undoubtedly fail to emerge unscathed. In an instant, a whirlwind of yellow sand surged forth behind him, resembling a desert storm akin to that faced against Ace. I share this sentiment. Aokiji soared into the air, his every movement emanating an overwhelming chill. An enormous ice bird materialized, its presence eclipsing the sky. The power of ice. The Ice Phoenix. It felt as though a cry of a phoenix resonated across the heavens as the ice bird, forged from blocks of ice, flapped its wings under Aokiji's command. With a single sweep, a wave of chilling air erupted, freezing the pirates lurking in the shadows. Caught off guard by the swift passage of the icy gust, the Desert King unleashed a fierce sandstorm. The yellow sand swirling behind Crocodile began to churn, swiftly coalescing into a formidable force of nature, a devastating desert disaster. Come forth, Aokiji. Crocodile's veins bulged as he commanded the terrifying sands behind him to surge towards Aokiji. Whoosh! Aokiji raised his hands, unleashing the power of the blue phoenix to collide with the approaching tempest. On one side lay a calamitous chill, while on the other, a desert disaster. The clash of these two forces resulted in an even more devastating catastrophe. The desert storm ravaged the colossal ice blocks, while the ice blocks themselves sought to pierce through the tempest. The two powers battled fiercely, with Crocodile continuously amplifying the storm's ferocity, while Aokiji relentlessly released his chilling aura. The expanse of their collision widened, generating shockwaves that churned the waves surrounding the island. When the Sand Crocodile ship, Mr. One, arrived, its crew was taken aback. What should have been an endless ocean now resembled a frozen expanse of ice. The waters beneath the mighty vessel encased in frost, a clear testament to Akiji's handiwork. Mr. 1. You have finally returned. What has transpired on the island? And why has the surrounding sea suddenly frozen over? The arrival of Mr. 1 immediately drew the attention of the crew. It is Admiral Akiji. He is currently engaged in battle with Captain Crocodile at the heart of the island. Mr. 1 informed them. What? Admiral Akiji, the highest combatant of the Marine headquarters, how could such a figure appear here? Ms. Valentine exclaimed in astonishment. Oblivious to the change in Robin's expression, which had darkened since the sea was encased in ice. She had long suspected this was Akiji's doing. And upon confirming his presence on the island, she collapsed to the ground in despair. After an indeterminate time, a wave of yellow sand surged forth, coalescing into Crocodile's form. Captain Crocodile. The crew quickly recognized his return. Captain Crocodile, have you defeated Akiji? They cheered in unison. Do not be naive. How could an admiral be so easily vanquished? Everyone, prepare to flee. Crocodile shouted to the crew. Has Akiji merely frozen the sea? That is manageable, with injuries marring his body. Crocodile surveyed the scene before him and let out a sigh of relief. Erosion cycle. Crocodile placed his hand upon the icy surface, and shortly thereafter, the surrounding waters began to thaw. With a swift leap, he ascended onto the sand crocodile ship, which then rapidly pivoted and sailed away from Gaia Island. Oh, do you wish to flee? At the harbor, Akiji arrived late, observing the sand crocodile departing, his hand resting upon the sea. The Ice Age. As Akiji's words echoed, the ocean's surface began to freeze at an alarming rate, the chilling effect surging towards the sand crocodile. This is dire, Captain Crocodile. The cold is approaching. Ms. Valentine's Day. Soaring high above, exclaimed to Crocodile upon witnessing the swiftly freezing waters behind them. Damn Akiji. Crocodile erupted in a torrent of curses. Finding himself utterly at a loss amidst the vast ocean, a chilling breeze swept across the waters, swiftly encasing the sand crocodile in ice. It's over, Captain Crocodile. What shall we do? Our voyage has barely begun. The crew lamented in despair, while in the distance, Kizaru had already set foot upon the frozen sea. Charging towards the sand crocodile. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from beneath the waves. The sound grew increasingly thunderous, as if something was drawing near. The previously panicked crew froze, instinctively peering into the depths below. Kizaru, with his keen observation haki, also halted in his tracks, having sensed the unusual disturbance beneath the surface. Could it be? Suddenly, Crocodile had an epiphany, and with a smile, he exclaimed, Everyone, pay attention. Hold on to something nearby. The sea is here to aid us. Chapter 17. The Sky Island Crocodile. What are you talking about? Ms. Golden Week asked, bewildered, yet instinctively grasping the objects around her. With a rumble, the sand crocodile vessel began to tremble violently as the frozen surface of the sea cracked open, causing the ship to rise gradually. In the midst of the unexpected upheaval, the hundreds of people gathered on the deck were thrown into disarray, tumbling and rolling about. Mr. 3. Robin, utilize your abilities. Crocodile hurriedly shouted to Mr. 3 and Robin. Understood, Captain Crocodile. Mr. 3's body was inundated with copious amounts of waxy fluid, which surged forth, relentlessly immobilizing the pirates on the deck. Flower, flower, thousand blossoms. Robin crossed her arms, conjuring numerous arms that emerged on the deck, deftly ensnaring the sliding pirates. The sand crocodile ship rose dramatically, suddenly soaring into the sky. Akiji gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, as a colossal wave surged skyward. The shout of the sand crocodile pierced the heavens, colliding directly with Ms. Valentine, who was airborne. Fortunately, Robin's quick reflexes enabled her to use her powers to catch her, preventing her from plummeting down. Crocodile gazed at the sky, laughter echoing endlessly. Is this what it means to be a traveler? My luck is truly remarkable. There exists a fragment of history on this sky island. Above us lies a sea of clouds. Mr. 2 remarked as he looked up at the vast expanse of white. All those with abilities held their breath. We are about to plunge into the sea. Upon witnessing the clouds, Crocodile's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, This must be several thousand meters high. How could this be? Just then, Mr. 5 was speaking when the sand crocodile plunged headlong into the clouds, instantly enveloping the entire vessel in an endless torrent of seawater. With a splash, the crew's faces turned ashen, desperately holding their breath. Fortunately, the sand crocodile burst forth from the ocean's surface. Ascending into the air for a brief moment, it then descended vertically onto the sea, creating a tremendous spray of water that drenched everyone present. The scene before them was utterly astonishing. Surrounding them was a sea of white, reminiscent of being ensconced within the clouds. Was this fate? Beneath the Sky Island, Akiji glanced at the receding currents of water, contemplating whether he could exert himself to halt the sand crocodile. However, he dismissed the thought, turning back to retrieve his bicycle, which creaked as he departed from the area. Crocodile, Captain, where exactly are we? One of the crew members inquired of Crocodile. Crocodile smiled mysteriously before speaking. At an altitude of 10,000 meters above the White Sea lies the Sky Island. Sky Island? Is that not a myth from legends? Miss Christmas exclaimed in astonishment. Haha, perhaps it was merely a legend in your minds before. But now, it is a tangible reality. Crocodile remarked, Miss Valentine's Day, observe your surroundings. He turned to Miss Valentine's Day, who received, Captain Crocodile. She attempted to ascend, but soon plummeted back to the ground. What on earth is happening, Valentine's Day? Mr. Five swiftly stepped forward to catch her. I can hardly breathe. This feels peculiar, Miss Valentine's Day said, rubbing her throbbing head. Now that you mention it, I seem to be lacking in strength, Mr. One commented, shifting his posture. I feel the same way. So do I. The crew aboard the ship echoed in unison. Mr. Three adjusted his glasses and explained, after all, we are at an altitude of 10,000 meters. The air is thin and quite different from below. It will just take some time to acclimatize. Upon witnessing the scene, Crocodile resolved to host a banquet to familiarize himself with the surroundings. The ship soon buzzed with activity as bustling crew members moved about the deck, preparing the feast. The talented individuals aboard showcased their skills. Mr. Two led his flamboyant troupe in a spirited dance, while Mr. Five orchestrated the music. Ms. Golden Week, with a straw in her mouth, slurped her drink as she approached the solitary and serene Robin, who was engrossed in her book. Sister Robin, why are you here all alone? Ms. Golden Week inquired with curiosity. Momentarily taken aback, Robin replied, I am accustomed to it. Doesn't Sister Robin enjoy the lively atmosphere? Ms. Golden Week pondered, perplexed by the notion of anyone disliking such vibrant surroundings. Nico Robin, here, you can immerse yourself fully, I assure you. No one would dare to lay a hand on you. Crocodile appeared beside Robin and said, Thank you, Mr. Crocodile, but I think I shall remain here, Robin replied, shaking her head. Hey, Robin, why are you all alone? Come and dance. Ms. Valentine rushed over, urging her. No, you all enjoy yourselves, Robin replied. Oh, come on. Let's go. Ms. Valentine disregarded Robin's refusal and pulled her directly onto the deck. Dance, Robin. The crew exclaimed, and the pirates on the deck harmoniously created a lively atmosphere. Ultimately, unable to resist the crowd, Robin relented and danced a tune. As night fell, several figures gradually approached and then leaped onto the deck, where drunken pirates lay sprawled about. It seems they are all inebriated. We should deal with them swiftly, one of them remarked after surveying the surroundings. Are they enemies? A voice inquired as Mr. One regarded several individuals adorned with horn masks and brandishing shields. Is there anyone here who isn't intoxicated? The masked figures glanced nervously at Mr. One before charging at him. Mr. One, just drive them away, Crocodile instructed, having also appeared on the deck. Yes, Captain Crocodile, Mr. One replied, transforming his hands into blades and lunging toward the assailants. Suddenly, a masked figure wielding a shield in one hand and a cannon in the other found himself enveloped in white mist, which he promptly traversed, gliding toward Mr. One and pulling the cannon's trigger. Boom! The cannonball struck Mr. One, creating a thunderous explosion amidst swirling smoke. Have we dispatched them? The masked man questioned. Cut! Silver light flickered through the haze as two arms emerged, swiftly grasping the masked assailant and flinging him away. Regardless of the circumstances, I advise you to leave immediately, Mr. One stated coolly. The remaining assailants, undeterred by the sight of their fallen comrade, ascended onto the white mist to charge at Mr. One. Foam daisy slash! Mr. One transformed his palms and fingers into blades, positioning his hands between his wrists before unleashing a radiating slashing strike. The oncoming attackers were met with a barrage of blood, as several were wounded and sent flying. Retreat. Realizing the strength of their opponent, the injured assailants swiftly turned and jumped overboard, making a hasty escape. Chapter 18. Baroque Works. Robbery. Captain Crocodile, who are these people? Mr. One inquired, perplexed. They're the Sandians, like us, hailing from the Blue Sea, Crocodile replied. Elucidating that the inhabitants residing on the island of Gaia beneath them had been swept away to this Sky Island by a tremendous current 4 centuries ago. 4 centuries ago? Mr. One expressed his astonishment. It seemed that Mr. Crocodile had long been aware of the existence of this Sky Island. Robin's voice resonated as Crocodile glanced up to find her leaning against the railing on the second deck, observing them. In my youth, I roamed far and wide, Crocodile remarked, quickly concocting an excuse in response to the inquiry. Captain Crocodile, what significant events did you partake in during your youth? Mr. 3 inquired, emerging as well. I thought few of us were still awake, he added. We should establish a watch schedule. With 1 or 2 of us inebriated, we might be ambushed by some ruffians. Mr. 1 suggested. That is a commendable proposal. Let the 3 combat squads take turns. Crocodile nodded in agreement. It is getting late. Perhaps Captain Crocodile should rest while we keep watch tonight, Mr. 1 suggested. Very well. Alert me if anything arises, Crocodile replied. Feeling indeed a bit weary after the day's battle with Akiji, which had left him somewhat injured, he then entrusted the night's duties to Mr. 1 and retreated to his quarters to rest. Thus, they passed the night in peace. Upon awakening the following day, everyone had become somewhat accustomed to the peculiarities of the Sky Island. Miss Valentine's Day floated toward the sky, surveying her surroundings to discover an intricate network of clouds, within which several airways traversed. The endpoints of these airways all led to a singular destination, a spacious gate beneath a waterfall, inscribed with several large characters. Captain Crocodile. We can reach a grand gate by traversing these cloud pathways. Ms. Valentine's Day descended from the ship to inform Crocodile. A gate? Crocodile reminisced and recalled that when the protagonists entered the Sky Island, they first passed through a gate known as the Gate of Heaven. In the past, this was the entrance to the realm of the Sky Island, he remarked. Subsequently, the helmsman of the ship adjusted its course, steering the sand crocodile towards the currents of the Cloud Sea, propelling them toward the Grand Gateway at their destination. After a brief voyage, a magnificent gate materialized before them, prominently inscribed with the 4 characters, Gate of Heaven. The sand crocodile came to a halt before this impressive entrance. Are you here for sightseeing or to engage in battle? At that moment, an elderly woman with snow-white hair, her face lined with wrinkles and 2 small white wings protruding from her back, emerged. As she prepared to capture a photograph of the group with her camera, she was taken aback by the sight of hundreds of fierce figures emerging from the ship. Surely, you have come here to fight, she exclaimed. Isn't it rumored that the Sky Island is home to beautiful angelic maidens? Why is it an old woman instead? I wonder if the Sky Island has any transgender beings as well. Hey, old lady, hurry and open the door. We wish to enter. Clockter had yet to utter a word, yet the crew behind him was already embroiled in fervent discussions, while the elderly woman's countenance grew increasingly grim. Regardless of the circumstances, the words from the upper echelons echoed in everyone's minds. Each individual was required to pay a staggering sum of 1 billion Aegis coins. The old woman retorted sharply, 1 billion? Why not just rob a bank? Miss Valentine expressed her displeasure, though she was unaware of the exact conversion of 1 billion Aegis coins into bellies. The mere mention of such a colossal figure was enough to suggest it was an exorbitant amount. This is mandated by law, the old woman stated, her expression devoid of emotion. Then how much does that equate to in bellies? Robin inquired gently, her smile illuminating the moment. 100 million Aegis coins translate to 10,000 of your Qinghai currency, the old woman replied. With our numbers, wouldn't that mean we need to pay over 6 million bellies? Miss Christmas exclaimed after a brief calculation. Captain Clockter, perhaps we should reconsider our plans. It seems exorbitant to spend such a fortune for a mere visit. Mr. 5 lamented. Shall we simply return without experiencing the Sky Island? Clockter, with his golden hook in hand, addressed the assembly. Alas, it appears we have no choice but to part with our coin. Ms. Valentine sighed. Hey, youngsters, have you forgotten our true nature? When have pirates ever adhered to the law? Clockter remarked with a playful grin directed at the old woman. We are indeed ruthless brigands. Clockter's words seemed to ignite the fervor among the crew aboard the ship, each gaze directed towards the old woman brimming with intensity. What do you intend to do? The old woman exclaimed, retreating a step in fear. Yet, before she could flee, a figure charged forth. You, the old hag who is not a hermaphrodite, quickly divulged the method for us to ascend. Mr. 2 leapt over and seized the old woman. Moreover, pirates are known for their pillaging and plundering, Clockter continued. Indeed. Not only must you reveal the way, but all your riches here shall now belong to us. We, the Baroque works, hereby declare that we are robbing you. The pirates aboard the ship quickly responded, addressing the old woman. You are violating the law. I advise you to think wisely. The old woman retorted. The gods of our Sky Island shall descend upon you, and none shall escape. She insisted, unyielding. Then let the gods of your Sky Island come and test their might. Clockter scoffed, for while Enel was indeed powerful, Without the use of observation hockey, what could he accomplish merely standing there? Ultimately, the sand crocodile was successfully delivered by a creature known as the express shrimp, while the old woman was left stripped of her wealth. As soon as Crocodile departed, the old woman promptly contacted the guards of Sky Island. The gatekeeper of heaven, Amazon, reported, Almighty God and esteemed deities, please enact heavenly justice upon the hundreds of illegal intruders who have unlawfully entered the divine realm. They not only crossed the threshold without permission, but also plundered the wealth of the overseer. This is an invasion, Amazon exclaimed anxiously. On Divine Island, Enel lay comfortably on a bed, munching on an apple with a calm demeanor. A rather audacious group has arrived, 564 of them, no less. I wonder how many will survive to face me. Fear not, O God. We shall not allow a single soul to reach this place. All shall perish within our trials. The four deities proclaimed in unison, each brimming with confidence. Chapter 19. The Divine Trial with the Assistance of the Express Shrimp. The sand crocodile vessel ascended through a series of stratified clouds at high speed, soon reaching its zenith. A sign appeared before the crew, Heavenly Sanctuary of the Divine Realm. Whoosh! The sand crocodile burst forth from the clouds, landing upon a pristine sea, revealing a breathtaking vista to all. A vast expanse of white appeared as if they had stumbled into an ethereal paradise, and an island came into view. That was the true Sky Island. It would be a lie to say Crocodile was not exhilarated. This was his first genuine sighting of Sky Island. Previously, he had only viewed it through anime or meticulously crafted images, but nothing compared to the awe of witnessing it firsthand. How beautiful! Miss Golden Week exclaimed, dancing at the bow of the ship while pulling out her sketchpad. Had I not boarded Captain Crocodile's ship, I might never have seen such a scene in my lifetime, Miss Christmas remarked wistfully. Captain Crocodile, shall we raid after we dock? A crew member eagerly approached Crocodile. No. We shall go up to indulge. We were once ruthless pirates, but now we are adventurers, Crocodile replied, shaking his head. The pirate paused momentarily. I was merely irked by that old woman earlier. Now, I'm in a good mood and wish to be a decent person. Is that a problem? Crocodile shot him a glance. No, Captain Crocodile. Whatever you say, we shall follow. The pirate nodded vigorously. The sand crocodile continued its voyage, eventually docking upon a stretch of white sandy beach. Crocodile leaped down, only to discover that the beach was unexpectedly soft and yielding. It seemed as though we were not welcomed here. Crocodile lifted his head, gazing up at an interminable ladder of clouds, where a row of soldiers adorned with berets stood sentinel. In light of your unlawful entry and malicious plundering of wealth, you are now required to pay a tenfold fine and return the looted treasures, or be expelled from the land of the gods, bellowed one of the beret-clad soldiers. Eliminate this bothersome individual. Crocodile ascended the staircase, his voice resonating with authority. Behind him, a throng of pirates surged forth, with only Mr. One and a few other officers remaining by his side. Fire! At the command, the members of the White Beret Brigade unleashed a barrage of arrows, each shaft trailing a plume of cloud. The leading pirates ducked and weaved, some unable to evade in time and consequently hurled off the cloud stairway. What on earth is this? It's soft enough to stand on. A daring pirate discovered that he could indeed balance on a cloud, prompting dozens more to follow suit. Charge! Meanwhile, the White Beret soldiers ascended the clouds, gliding down with remarkable speed, dual blades gripped firmly in their hands. Be careful, they're coming, a pirate shouted, brandishing his sword in a bid to intercept the oncoming White Beret soldiers. Swish! In an instant, as the soldiers collided with them, pirates began to tumble down. These Blue Sea folks are truly feeble, one White Beret soldier remarked, having dispatched several pirates with ease. This lot is clearly lacking in experience. Bringing so many inept individuals to the new world, they scarcely qualify as cannon fodder. Crocodile furrowed his brow at their performance. No sooner had he spoken than a pirate erupted in fury, swinging an iron rod that sent him flying. Don't underestimate us, Sky Island scum. The irate pirate retorted. Captain Crocodile is watching us. Let us not disgrace ourselves. We are under the banner of a man with a bounty of 500 million berries without strength. What do we have to follow? In quick succession, another pirate leaped, shouldering a cannon which unleashed a shell that sent a White Beret soldier hurtling away. Charge! Don't underestimate us, Sky Island dwellers. Crocodile pressed onward, the path ahead having been meticulously cleared by his subordinates. As the last of the White Berets fell, Crocodile stood atop the ladder, slowly turning around. Medical team, take the injured below for treatment, Bora commanded from the top of the ladder, directing the medical crew to attend to the wounded pirates. The inept white berets have all been vanquished. This marks our first concerted assault. After all, there were far too many who required punishment this time. Just then, dozens appeared before Crocodile and his companions. They were none other than Enel's elite unit, the God Soldiers. Eliminate these Sky Islanders. Commanded a large and corpulent man, as one by one the God Soldiers surged forth. Charge. Crocodile remained stationary as his subordinates surged forward, engaging in fierce combat with the formidable warriors. Exercise caution around their palms, for they can unleash peculiar slashes. Unlike the inconsequential troops donned in white berets, this group was equipped with slashing blades, and upon confrontation, Crocodile's unprepared men were sent flying one after another. There was even a case where a solitary warrior was simultaneously contending with multiple pirates. Suddenly, a deep bark resonated as a large dog entered the fray, effortlessly sending one pirate sprawling with a single punch. Boom. One pirate, wielding a cannon aimed at the beast, found the impact of the cannonball negligible, only to enrage the dog further, resulting in his swift ejection from the battlefield. You may join the fray as well. Those fellows are not to be trifled with, Crocodile remarked to Mr. 1 and the others, observing the unfolding chaos. Then I shall not hold back, exclaimed Mr. 2, his voice laden with determination. That accursed dog has already taken down many of my beloved subordinates. With a powerful leap, Mr. 2 executed a magnificent kick, launching the large dog across the battlefield with sheer force. Oh, Captain Mr. 2 has made his move. Let us rid ourselves of these nuisances. Mr. 2's action invigorated the others, who cheered and charged toward the warriors, employing a strategy of overwhelming numbers to defeat each foe. Do not let arrogance cloud your judgment, shouted a hefty man, who barreled forward, his oversized frame swinging his arms rapidly to unleash a flurry of slashes that sent pirates flying. You should be the one to beware of overconfidence, you bloated swine. Miss Christmas suddenly materialized beneath the hefty man's feet, utilizing her abilities to grapple him and bring him crashing down to the ground. Baseball cannon. Mr. 4's hunting dog unleashed a baseball projectile, which Mr. 4 then struck with a metal bat, sending the ball hurtling towards the hefty man. Boom. In a synchronized assault between Miss Christmas and Mr. 4, the explosive impact sent the hefty man soaring through the air. Chapter 20. Baroque Pirates vs. Warrior Squad. How utterly chaotic. Mountains, mocked a man with a handlebar mustache, wielding a spear while riding a bizarre bird, as he swiftly took to the skies. Little mole, try this. The mustachioed man flew low, thrusting his spear towards Miss Christmas. Whoosh. Miss Christmas quickly burrowed back underground, evading the attack. You are quite quick to dodge, the mustachioed man remarked, ascending to a higher altitude once more. Consecutive home runs. Mr. 4 gazed at the mustachioed man in the sky, relentlessly hurling baseballs towards him. The mustachioed man, however, skillfully maneuvered through the air, deftly guiding his monstrous bird to evade Mr. 4's assaults. Holy, unleash a merciless onslaught upon them, exclaimed a bald man clad in sunglasses, leaping onto the back of the recently risen large dog. With a mighty roar, the dog, known as Holy, charged fiercely into the throng, targeting Crocodile's subordinates with fervor. Suddenly, Holy noticed a crew-cut man, resembling the bald man, delivering a punch. With a resounding thud, Holy felt as though his paw had struck steel, visibly reddening before retracting in pain, blowing on it as if that would alleviate his discomfort. What is happening? The bald man, upon witnessing Holy's failure to incapacitate his foe, glanced downward, where the crew-cut man maintained a stoic expression. Iron Western sword. The bald man scoffed dismissively, then swung his blade, transforming it into a swirling cloud that struck the crew-cut man, sending him staggering back. The bald man's countenance shifted dramatically. This strike was meant to pierce through the man's chest, not merely repel him. Impressive attack. However, I possess the power of the quick/fruit, rendering my skin as hard as steel. Without the strength to cut through iron, you cannot harm me, Mr. 1 explained, patting the white streaks on his body in admiration. Microdust slash. With that declaration, Mr. 1 transformed his feet into blade-like edges, gliding swiftly as if skating, while his fingers morphed into blades as he leaped towards Holy. Microdust slash. Mr. 1 crossed his arms over his chest and executed a fierce X-shaped strike. The sound of splattering blood reached Mr. 1's ears as a network of gashes appeared on Holy's form. A woo. Holy let out a howl, collapsing to the ground, as the bald man leapt onto Mr. 1's path just before Holy fell. Iron fan. As the bald man landed, he swung his long blade once more, transforming it into a fan-like shape as he attacked Mr. 1. Mr. One swiftly transformed his hands into blades, blocking the assault, then swiftly kicked with his leg, now a blade, aiming to sweep the bald man off his feet. Clang! The bald man deftly parried Mr. One's kick with his long blade. Quick slash! Mr. One pressed forward, launching relentless attacks against the bald man, who countered with his long blade, rendering all of Mr. One's efforts futile. I have deciphered all your techniques. In this duel, your defeat is inevitable. The bespectacled bald man confidently proclaimed, "Let us wait and see." Mr. One, observing that his attacks had been entirely thwarted, remained composed as he relentlessly swung his arms, launching assaults at the bespectacled man. Meanwhile, Mr. Three encountered an adversary with a spider-like head, who appeared rather dim-witted. He was seen biting his own lip, producing a series of peculiar sounds. "Lord Gaydaz, you are inadvertently biting your lower lip, thus rendering you mute," one of his subordinates informed him. "Ah, so that is the reason," Gaydaz exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "What a fool." With a flourish, Mr. Three unleashed a torrent of candle wax, sending forth several flying knives aimed at Gaydaz. Jet Iron Fist. Gaydaz, noticing the incoming blades, activated the shells on his arms, propelling his fist at remarkable speed to effortlessly deflect the knives, inadvertently sending his subordinate flying in the process. What a talent! Mr. Three thought, momentarily speechless, as the candle wax spread across the ground towards Gaydaz. What is this? Gaydaz pondered, perplexed, yet he paid little heed. Instead, the shells beneath his feet surged with wind, lifting him into the air as he charged towards Mr. Three. Has he discovered my intentions? Mr. Three wondered, believing Gaydaz had realized his plan to immobilize him. He hastily constructed a barrier of wax to intercept Gaydaz's advance. Can these waxy substances solidify? Gaydaz, tapping into his mental network, discerned Mr. Three's thoughts and, just before landing, propelled himself skyward again, alighting in a region devoid of the candle wax. Candle gauntlets. Mr. Three donned the waxen gloves and charged at Gaydaz, throwing a punch. Jet Iron Fist. Gaydaz evaded Mr. Three's strike, swiftly retaliating with a powerful punch that sent Mr. Three hurtling away. Are the denizens of Sky Island truly this formidable? Mr. Three wiped the blood from his nose, enveloping himself in candle armor, reinforcing his gloved hands, transforming into a warrior of wax. Champion's Fist. Mr. Three swung a punch, but Gaydaz adeptly sidestepped, countering with a strike that landed on the armor with a resounding thud, akin to a hammer upon metal. A smile crept across Mr. Three's face as he seized the opportunity to land a blow on Gaydaz's face, sending him sprawling. Why can I suddenly no longer see my foe? Gaydaz bellowed as he rose from the ground, bewildered by his blindness. Mr. Three, taken aback, wondered how this fool had become sightless, only to realize that the imbecile had rolled his eyes skyward, thus rendering him unable to see. At that moment, a subordinate who had been knocked away by Gaydaz returned to remind him, "My lord, your eyes are merely rolled back." Upon receiving a reminder, Gaydaz immediately averted his gaze and remarked that he could now see people again. Why must I engage in battle with such a fool? With that, Mr. Three conjured a grand sword crafted from wax. In the meantime, Mr. Two encountered his adversary, a rotund inhabitant of Skypea adorned with 2 pairs of diminutive wings upon his back. I am the priest Lidri, servant of the god Enel. And this is the delicacy of Skypea, the ball cloud. Let me see how fortunate you are. Shadeli was accompanied by a procession of white ball clouds. No sooner had he spoken than he hurled 2 ball clouds towards Mr. Two. Humph, what god of Skypea? I am the illustrious captain of the 2nd Division under the Desert King Crocodile. Mr. Two leaped into the air, resolutely kicking towards the ball clouds thrown by Shadeli. Upon contact, an explosive blast erupted, sending Mr. Two hurtling backward amidst a cloud of black smoke. Chapter 21. Fierce Battle Captain Mr. Two. The crew of pirates gasped in shock as they witnessed Mr. Two being sent flying. Without delay, they brandished their weapons and charged towards Shadeli. Damn it. He.s. resorting to trickery. Mr. Two cursed under his breath as he rose from the ground, only to see his comrades rushing forward. He quickly shouted, "Don't touch those white orbs." Unfortunately, his warning came too late. The pirates had already been struck by the ball clouds hurled by Shadeli. Boom. Whoosh. Bang. In an instant, some of the ball clouds detonated while others unleashed flying knives and bullets, resulting in the complete annihilation of the pirates leading the charge against Shadeli. They flailed about like headless chickens. Where had all the combat experience acquired during their time at Baroque Works vanished too? Upon witnessing this scene, Crocodile wore a grim expression. The individuals selected from among the millionaires and billionaires appeared utterly naive. As if they had never faced battle, they fell into traps set by others with alarming ease. Robin. Crocodile glanced at Robin beside him. Mr. Crocodile, are you considering stepping in? Robin inquired, noting that their companions were indeed underperforming. Humph, these fools are not worth my effort. I shall deal with the puppeteer behind the scenes. The rest is left to you. I am aware of your capabilities. Unless absolutely necessary, you need not intervene. Crocodile remarked to Robin. The peculiar abilities of the flower fruit are more than sufficient to handle these imbeciles. Very well, Mr. Crocodile, Robin nodded in agreement. Indeed, Crocodile, having spoken, transformed into a swirl of yellow sand and departed to another location. Bola, you should ascend as well. I shall now command the medical team, declared Mr. 5, organizing the artillery unit to prepare for a barrage against the cluster of white orbs ahead. Robin swiftly assumed command. Then I shall take my leave, Bola exclaimed, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Flash. At that moment, a member of the elite squad emerged beside him, raising his hand to unleash a slicing attack toward Bola. With a swift bend, Bola evaded the strike, only to find a thorn suddenly protruding from his palm, piercing through his body. Ah, there's one who can fight. A colossal figure appeared before Bola, the mountain that had been blasted away by Mr. 4 now obstructing his path. Slash, slash, slash. The mountain initiated a series of slicing attacks, launching them toward Bola. He was compelled to summon thorns from beneath his feet, moving rapidly to evade the onslaught. This won't do. I need to change opponents. After dodging for a while, Bola realized that this foe was indeed formidable. His gaze swept over to Mr. 3, who was being pressed by Gata, and he dashed toward him. Don't even think about escaping. The mountain pursued relentlessly, its corpulent form keeping pace with Bola. Mr. 3, switch opponents. Without allowing Mr. 3 a moment to react, Bola extended his arm, sprouting dense thorns, and struck at Gata. Gata quickly sensed the danger and retreated, evading the attack by utilizing his jet propulsion. Slash. At that moment, the mountain closed in, unleashing a slicing attack. Candle barrier. Mr. 3 waved his hand, conjuring a candle barrier that absorbed the mountain strike. I will leave this one to you. Mr. 3, uncertain of how to contend with Gata, readily agreed when he saw Bola was prepared to take over. Thus, they exchanged opponents. Bola now faced Gata while Mr. 3 engaged the mountain. Have we switched to a gaunt and fragile opponent? A target ripe for the picking. The mountain leapt high into the air, descending upon Mr. 3 like a collapsing mountain. Candle sphere. Mr. 3 swiftly created a candle sphere to envelop himself. The mountain's formidable descent not only failed to inflict harm, but also caused it to bounce off the candle sphere ineffectively. Candle blade. Suddenly, a long knife emerged from within the candle sphere, prompting the mountain to react quickly and evade the attack. Champion's fist. Plowing fist. Mr. 3 charged forward, his fists flying in rapid succession toward the mountain. Thud, thud, thud. The mountain raised its arms defensively, utilizing its size to withstand Mr. 3's onslaught. Yet these were not mere fists, but candle-crafted boxing gloves, and soon the mountain found itself bruised and battered. Damn, those from the east blew. The towering mountain stood still, cursing under his breath, and then unleashed a devastating strike. In the next moment, a flurry of slashes surged towards Mr. 3. Candle wall. Mr. 3 swiftly erected a wall of wax, successfully blocking the incoming onslaught. Meanwhile, on the other side, with a change of adversary, Bora relentlessly attacked Gatas with thorned hands. Utilizing the abilities of the heart web, Gatas anticipated each of Bora's movements and deftly evaded the assaults. Let us see how you handle this. Gatas suddenly produced a shell, subsequently releasing a purple cloud and casting it towards Bora. Sensing it was no benign concoction, Bora quickly dodged, unaware that Gata's subordinate was lurking just behind him, poised for a sneak attack. As Bora evaded, the cloud landed squarely on the unfortunate subordinate, who writhed in agony before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. What a fool! Bora scoffed, mocking Gatas upon eliminating his ally. With a series of swift throws, Gatas unleashed swamp clouds towards Bora, who nimbly evaded the attacks. On another front, the crew of pirates retreated from the whimsical ball cloud conjured by Shadley. Allow me to teach you a proper lesson. Mr. 2 charged forward, executing a flying kick aimed at Shadley, followed by a frenzied assault with his transvestite fists. Missed. Shadley, employing the heart web ability, effortlessly dodged all of Mr. 2's onslaughts. Surprise ball hairstyle, ball dragon. After deflecting Mr. 2's attacks, Shadley summoned a series of interconnected ball clouds that rapidly approached Mr. 2. I won't be easily struck. Mr. 2 skillfully dodged the incoming whimsical cloud controlled by Shadley. Upon landing, he leaped high, aiming a kick at Shadley, just as he was about to connect. He noticed Shadley raising a hand. In her palm lay a hidden impact shell. Oh no. Mr. Two's expression changed instantly. With a thunderous boom, a shockwave erupted, painting the sky red with blood as Shadley sent Mr. Two flying. He crashed to the ground but quickly rose again, only to find Shadley's surprise ball hairstyle, ball dragon bearing down on him. Mr. Two leaped away, seeking an opportunity. Mr. Two dodged. At that moment, Mr. Two heard Mr. Five's shout. Turning to see Mr. Five rallying a cannon crew, he decisively sprinted to the side. Fire! With a commanding order from Mr. Five, a barrage of artillery shells was unleashed. Chapter 22. The Intensifying Battle. Boom. Countless shells soared toward Shadley. And despite his efforts to maneuver his wonder balls to evade the onslaught, it was already too late. The ground trembled as the shells struck, igniting the wonder balls in a sequence of explosions. Shrapnel flew in all directions, bullets ricocheted, and flames erupted, unleashing terrifying creatures like snakes and rats from the shattered wonder balls, which were swiftly reduced to mere remnants. In a matter of moments, Shadley's standing position was transformed into utter chaos. Well done, Mr. Five, Mr. Two remarked, gazing in at the scene. Will the priest truly survive this? The remaining members of the Divine Army stood in shock at the unfolding spectacle. As the smoke dissipated, Shadley, once clad in white, lay darkened upon the ground. Has he been eliminated? Mr. Two gulped nervously at the sight of the fallen Shadley. How long will you remain down, Shadley? Is it truly over for you? The mustached man hovering above could still sense Shadley's heartbeat through the network of minds, teasing him. Mind your words, Ashura. Shadley grunted, struggling to rise from the ground while wiping the blood from his lips. Damn it, all my painstakingly crafted wonder balls have gone to waste. Fury surged through him as he surveyed the remnants of his creations. Are you still in the fight? Transmutation fist, explosive swan. Noticing Shadley still on his feet, Mr. Two promptly removed the swan adornments from his shoulders and affixed them to his feet to augment his attack. Come on. Shadley braced himself, observing Mr. Two's peculiar preparations. Transmutation fist, memories of that winter. Mr. Two closed the distance with a series of rapid steps, then leaped, delivering a powerful kick aimed at Shadley. Can such a small thing inflict such damage? Shadley sensed Mr. Two's intentions through the mind network. His rotund body became surprisingly agile as he executed several backflips to evade Mr. Two's kick, which struck the ground, leaving a crater in its wake. Whoosh! Fire spear. Ashura dove from the sky on a monstrous bird, thrusting his spear towards Mr. Two. Bang! Mr. Two retaliated with a powerful kick. The swan's sharp beak colliding with Ashura's spear, the two forces momentarily equal before they both staggered back. Roar! Is it on fire? Just as Mr. Two landed after retreating, flames suddenly erupted from the swan's beak on his feet, leaving him bewildered as he hurried to extinguish the blaze. Just as Shadley prepared to launch his next assault on Mr. Two, he sensed a disturbance beneath him and leaped upward, barely avoiding the emergence of Ms. Christmas from the ground below. Has it been discovered? Ms. Christmas witnessed Shadley evade her attack before swiftly retreating underground. As Shadley leapt into the air, he quickly discerned an object hurtling toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, Shadley extended his hand and unleashed a shockwave. Bang! The baseball projectile aimed at Shadley was detonated by him, following which Shadley descended to the ground. A miss! Mr. Four lamented. Panting heavily upon landing, Shadley exclaimed, Brother, we are here to assist you. At that moment, two men resembling Shadley rushed to his side. Zhongwu, Xiaowu, you arrived just in time. Let us deal with this androgynous fiend together, Shadley instructed. I am not some androgynous creature. I am a beautiful ladyboy. Mr. Two charged forth, delivering a swift kick. Meanwhile, in the cloud-hidden village of Sky Island, a young girl hurried into a tent. What brings you here? Wappa inquired with a stern expression as he sat at the head of the table, noticing Aisha's hurried entrance. Aisha, intimidated by Wappa's grave demeanor, was at a loss for words. Observing this, Rachi approached Aisha gently, asking, What troubles you, Aisha? Aisha then disclosed on Angel Island. A group of outsiders is engaged in battle with Inaru's divine team. The Divine Arms Brigade has suffered significant casualties, and all 4 divine officers have been deployed. All 4 divine officers have appeared on Angel Island. Wappa's countenance shifted at this news. It was the first time all 4 had acted simultaneously. However, this implies that the defenses of the Divine Island are alarmingly weakened. Mantis, Blaherd, Jabeo, the opportunity to ignite the lamp of Chandora has arrived. Wappa promptly addressed the individuals within the tent. Isn't this too perilous? No divine officer has been defeated yet, Rachi expressed worry. Opportunities are meant to be seized. Warriors bold enough to tread upon the corpses of their kin, prepare to march with me, Wappa declared resolutely. Roars erupted from the Sandia warriors outside the tent, stirred by Wappa's call. In the skies above the Divine Island, a swirl of yellow sand materialized and coalesced into Crocodile's form. This must be it, the Divine Island. Crocodile mused, gazing at the largest expanse of land on the Sky Island. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the heavens, and Crocodile glanced upward to see a massive lightning bolt descend. The ground trembled as a deep pit was instantaneously formed by the destructive force of the lightning. The gods of the Sky Island are truly impolite. Within the pit, yellow sand swirled as Crocodile's figure reemerged. In the hallowed halls of the Divine Palace. Enel suddenly paused, for he discerned that the inhabitants of the Blue Sea, struck by his lightning pillar, remained unscathed. No wonder he was the leader of that group. Intrigued, Enel continued, have the inhabitants of Skypiea finally lost their restraint? It seems this time, I shall require a considerable amount of manpower. The Divine Squad has suffered significant losses, and the 4 priests have failed to achieve any substantial results. Before dealing with the intruding Blue Sea dwellers, we should first address the arrival of those from Skypiea. Enel glanced at the apple core in his hand, and with a surge of electricity, he vanished from sight, leaving the apple core to tumble to the ground. Back on the battlefield of Angel Island, the Divine Squad faced overwhelming numbers from the Baroque Works, resulting in the defeat of all their soldiers. The Baroque Works had also lost nearly half their strength in the process. Mr. 1 and his companions separated from the remaining 5 mainstays of the Divine Squad, each standing ready for confrontation. The Divine Squad has suffered considerable losses, the Mountain exclaimed in frustration. These ruffians can simply be recruited again, it is of no consequence. Remarked, adjusting his sunglasses. The number of adversaries I must contend with is quite substantial, Shadley commented, observing the enemy's numbers. Let us see who can claim more kills. Shura chuckled. The foolish goddess stammered, rendered speechless once more. Chapter 23. The Mountain's Defeat. Only 7 opponents remained before them. Mr. 5 surveyed the 4 priests, along with the similarly featured Middle Enlightenment and the Mountain. None of them are easy adversaries, particularly those who call themselves priests. They seem to be well acquainted with our movements, Bora exclaimed, having struggled to subdue the spider head for quite some time. That must be the power of Kenbunchakahaki. As Captain Crocodile mentioned, Mr. 1 speculated. By the way, where has Captain Crocodile gone? Miss Christmas responded, realizing Crocodile was absent. Captain Crocodile went to seek his opponent, Robin said with a smile. He left, expressing dissatisfaction with everyone's performance. Leave that bespectacled one to our first squad, Mr. 1 immediately declared. Then that rotund fellow is ours for the second squad, Mr. 2 asserted, determined to make Shadley pay. I can handle that giant alone. He's merely a brute, Mr. 3 said confidently. Shall the third squad join me in confronting the spider head? Bora inquired. The third squad should engage the flying fellow, Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine shall assist you against the spider head, Robin suggested. Very well, Bora nodded. Mr. 4 and Ms. Christmas, you two go support the third squad. Robin continued. This is rather troublesome. That fellow can fly. Ms. Christmas replied, somewhat distressed. Vibrant hues, 6-wheeled flower, anchor flower. Upon hearing this, Robin clasped her hands, and, in an instant, 6 arms sprouted from the body of the Shura's mount, the Threejong bird. Before the opponent could react, the 6 arms swiftly snapped the wings of the Threejong bird. Damn it, what is happening? The Shura's mount collapsed to the ground, leaving him utterly bewildered. Now he can no longer fly, Robin remarked with a smile. Truly worthy of being appointed as a deputy by Captain Crocodile, your actions have effortlessly diminished the opponent's strength. Lady Robin, please take matters into your own hands and eliminate them all. The members of the Baroque Works exclaimed eagerly. That cannot be, Robin replied. Mr. Crocodile instructed me not to intervene. Preventing him from flying already contradicts Mr. Crocodile's orders. Robin added, Crocodile wishes to witness your combat capabilities. He does not desire to lead a group of burdens. Rest assured, Lady Robin, we are no burden, they shouted in unison. Indeed. Watch closely, Lady Robin. We shall defeat them at once. Precisely. Let us vanquish them. The crew, ignited with fervor, charged forth, weapons in hand. These fools. Have they completely forgotten the tactics we just devised? Mr. 3 remarked, exasperated. Don't just stand there. We mustn't allow our subordinates to steal the spotlight. Mr. 1's feet transformed into blades as he glided forward. Taste my blade, bald head. The pirate at the forefront lunged at Shura. only for Ohm to evade effortlessly without even sparing him a glance, subsequently swinging his blade casually and sending the pirate sprawling. Just as the pirate was sent flying, several others launched a coordinated assault on Ohm. Iron Whip. Ohm's longsword morphed into a cloud of iron and lashed out like a whip, injuring several of them. The sword swiftly reverted to its original form. Damn those Sky Islanders for daring to strike my mount. Shura gritted his teeth, fending off a pirate with his spear. Full strike. Daz Bonez maintained his steady performance, continuously delivering slashes. However, this time, the seasoned pirates adeptly parried Daz's strikes with their weapons. You arrogant fool. You've been insufferable from the start. One pirate, wielding an iron rod, dodged Daz's attack, leaped, veins bulging, and smashed the rod down onto Daz's head. The blow left Daz bloodied and staggering back, his vision blurred. Die, Sky Islander. A number of pirates, armed with long blades, pursued their advantage and leapt to thrust towards the chest of the formidable Deshawn. With a sudden clarity of vision, Deshawn regained his composure and stood firm, sweeping his arms wide to send the assailants flying. I am not so easily vanquished, he roared, leveraging his imposing physique to charge forward with reckless abandon. As Deshawn unleashed his fury, Mr. Five appeared before him, hands tucked in his pockets, blocking his path. Undeterred, Deshawn barreled towards Mr. Five. Mr. Five inhaled deeply, his form swelling ominously. Super air blast. With a forceful exhalation, he unleashed a powerful blast of air, propelling Deshawn backward as the unexpected explosion erupted around him. What just happened? Where did that cannonball come from? Deshawn, now on the ground, looked bewildered, having felt no impact from a projectile. Do not be perplexed. I am the wielder of the devil fruit, a paramecia of explosive nature. You stand no chance against me, Mr. Five declared with an air of superiority. Enough with the jokes, Deshawn bellowed, rising to his full height and leaping high into the air, aiming a kick at Mr. Five. Given Mr. Five's stature, a direct hit would surely be devastating. Booger Cannon. In response to Deshawn's assault, Mr. Five unleashed his signature move, launching a projectile that was as grotesque as it was damaging. He flicked his fingers, sending the projectile hurtling toward Deshawn. Boom. In an instant, the projectile detonated, sending Deshawn flying, engulfed in smoke. 10,000 kilograms. Guillotine. Seizing the moment while Deshawn was still reeling, Miss Valentine soared above him and rapidly altered her weight, plummeting downwards. The unfortunate Deshawn, just regaining his footing, was crushed under her weight, his bones shattering as he collapsed. Blood spilling from his mouth. One down. Truly, our cadre is remarkable. The pirates cheered as they witnessed Mr. Five and Ms. Valentine dispatch Deshawn, rallying with newfound vigor. Cyclone Slash. Meanwhile, on another front, Ohm was fending off wave after wave of pirates when Mr. One charged in once more. He performed a somersault, planting his hands on the ground as his feet transformed into blades, rapidly spinning like a windmill, relentlessly striking at Ohm. Ohm raised his sword in anticipation, blocking the strikes as sparks flew from the collision of metal. Trident. After a brief exchange, Ohm seized an opportunity to transform his sword into a spear, thrusting it forward and sending Mr. One reeling back. An effective strike, Mr. One exclaimed as he skidded away from Ohm's powerful blow. Chapter 24. Ohm's defeat stopped deceiving me. As Ohm responded with a voice, several pirates surged forth once more, brandishing their weapons and launching fierce attacks upon him. Iron Whip. Ohm's hand quivered, and in an instant, the iron cloud blade lashed out like a whip, sending the approaching pirates flying. Everyone, keep your distance from him. Do not make unnecessary sacrifices, Mr. One shouted after witnessing Ohm once again defeat a throng of his subordinates. Captain Mr. One. The crew members who had intended to charge at Ohm halted in their tracks. Leave this fellow to me, Mr. One declared with an undeniable authority. A tedious decision. Once I defeat you, those fools will meet the same fate. Ohm adjusted his sunglasses, his tone dripping with disdain. Is that so? Mr. One's expression remained impassive, the glaring sunlight refracting dazzlingly off his hands. I shall not betray Captain Crocodile's expectations. He entrusted you to us, and even if it costs me my life, I will eliminate you. With his arms hanging down, Mr. One suddenly surged forward. Clang. Mr. One swung his hand down, while Ohm raised his own to block the strike. Mr. One then unleashed a rapid offensive, his hands moving in a flurry, the sound of iron clashing resonating continuously. Clang. Clang. The two engaged in a fierce battle, their speed so swift it created afterimages, sparks flying with each collision of metal. Yet, no matter how rapid Mr. One's attacks were, Ohm parried them all. Mr. One was forced to create distance once more, his feet transforming into blades as he crossed his arms before his chest, and then propelled himself towards Ohm with astonishing speed. Annihilation slash. Mr. One's hands descended, and Ohm, at that moment, raised his blade to block the assault. The explosive force erupted forth, carving deep gashes into the earth behind Ohm. "Fly for me," Mr. One muttered, and with that, the ground beneath him shattered as he lunged forward, sending Ohm hurtling away. Mr. One quickly pursued. Iron fork. Seeing Mr. One in hot pursuit, the dislodged Ohm swung his knife, transforming the iron cloud into a harpoon that shot towards Mr. One. Boom. Mr. One braced himself against the incoming harpoon, then forcefully swatted it aside, deflecting Ohm's blade. "Did you foresee that you would be cut by the very blade you wield?" Mr. One closed the distance, and in Ohm's eyes filled with terror. He transformed his arms into numerous sharp blades, spinning at high speed. Spiral slash. Mr. One thrust forth his rapidly rotating hands. In the next moment, the whirling blades pierced Ohm's abdomen, blood gushing forth. With a resounding thud, Ohm collapsed to the ground. Drip. Mr. One's hands fell, blood trickling from the blade to the earth below. Are the people of Skypea truly formidable? Mr. One uttered a solitary remark, turned his back, and refrained from aiding Mr. Two and the others in their battle, opting instead to observe from the sidelines. Charge forth, eliminate the remaining foes, Mr. One called as he walked back, pirates brushing past him in their rush towards the remaining clerics. In the midst of the battlefield, the clash of kicks and spears resonated as Mr. Two confronted the celestial knight, Shura. Deprived of his mount, Shura struggled to leverage his aerial combat advantage. His overall prowess diminished as he resorted to defense against Mr. Two's relentless onslaught. Demon-human fist technique. Memories of that summer. Mr. Two swiftly spun around his axis, executing a series of spinning kicks aimed at Shura. Shura, however, adeptly anticipated Mr. Two's strikes, easily parrying each one. With a swift backward step, Shura propelled himself off the ground, launching a fierce thrust of his spear. Just as the spear was about to pierce Mr. Two, he unexpectedly touched his face with his right hand and instantaneously transformed into Ms. Golden Week, evading the spear by shrinking in stature. Following this, Mr. Two touched his face with his left hand, reverting to his original form, and unleashed a powerful kick. Demon-human fist technique. Toe kick. Shura reacted with remarkable speed. As Mr. Two momentarily hesitated, he raised his spear defensively to block the incoming kick. After the attack was thwarted, Mr. Two retreated to create distance. Nearby, members of the 2nd and 1st Divisions surged past him, charging towards Shura. Fire spear. In response to the approaching pirates, Shura unleashed a swift combination of attacks, first blocking their strikes and then dispatching them with his fiery spear. Demon-human fist technique. Falling swan ball. Demon-human fist technique. Exploding swan. Simultaneously, Mr. Two assumed an erratic stance reminiscent of drunken boxing, employing both hands and feet to launch an assault on Shura. Under the barrage of Mr. Two's relentless strikes, Shura found himself on the back foot, though fortunately for him, Mr. Two's assault was not sustained for long. Ouch! Mr. Two exclaimed, shaking his scorched hands. Recognizing the difficulties in executing his drunken boxing technique, he swiftly transitioned to an enhanced version of the toe kick. Demon-human fist technique, the swan foraging in spring. He lifted his right foot, launching a flurry of toe kicks towards Shura, moving so swiftly that he appeared to deliver several kicks simultaneously. Shura, wielding his spear, continuously adjusted his posture, deflecting Mr. Two's consecutive assaults. Demon-human fist technique, left and right dance. Mr. Two alternated kicks, relentlessly attacking Shura, before leaping high into the air. Demon-human fist technique, elegant swan dance. Following closely, Mr. Two concentrated his power into a single point and launched a fierce kick at Shura. With a swift motion, the strike fell. But Shura deftly evaded, positioning himself beside Mr. Two, spear raised. In a sudden thrust, the spear pierced through Mr. Two's body, sending him flying. Captain Mr. Two. Upon witnessing this, the others unleashed a more formidable assault on Shura. The cannon squad re-emerged, directing their firepower at Shura. Dark projectiles filled the sky as shells rained down upon him. With a flurry, Shura wielded his spear, and amidst the ensuing explosions, he was engulfed by a veil of smoke. Has he been eliminated? Mr. Two, lying on the ground, gazed at the dissipating smoke. Suddenly, a figure shot forth from the haze, swiftly sending a nearby pirate soaring. I am not the worthless Shadley, Shura proclaimed, brandishing his spear with confidence. Mr. Two, if you cannot continue, I shall take action. Mr. 1 warned. Silence. I have merely begun to warm up. Mr. 2 retorted defiantly. Rising to his feet, his chest stained with blood. Demon Fey Fist, ballet dance. Mr. 2 twirled gracefully, leaping towards Shura, enhancing his jump while executing a kicking technique. Still holding on. Are you? From Qinghai, your defeat requires no foresight, for it is a foregone conclusion. Shura declared. Chapter 25, Shura. The defeat of Gaidaz, what a demon Fey can achieve, is beyond prediction. Mr. 2 countered, stepping back to assume a stance. Demon Fey Fist. With that, Mr. 2 leapt high, then descended in a crouch position towards Shura, feet converging as he aimed a powerful strike. Bang! Shura swung his spear, colliding with the decorative tips of Mr. 2's feet, generating a gust of wind from the impact. Crow takes flight. Failing to land a hit, Mr. 2 retreated and leapt again, employing the same technique against Shura. Using the same move consecutively before me presents numerous openings. Shura observed as Mr. 2 enacted Crow takes flight once more, swiftly leaping to thrust his spear. With a piercing sound, Shura's spear once again penetrated Mr. 2's form, yet this time, a smile graced Mr. 2's lips. Startled by Mr. 2's thoughts, Shura instinctively attempted to withdraw his spear. Not so fast. Mr. 2 quickly executed a plan he had just conceived, grasping the spear Shura was attempting to remove. I will make you truly feel the might of the Demon Fey Fist, the art of the transgender fist, the explosive Swan-S rebound sniper. Mr. 2 bent his right leg, and with a swift exhalation, before Azura could react, he unleashed a kick with an almost imperceptible speed, the swan-adorned tip piercing through him in an instant. How swift! Blood spewed from Azura's mouth. Seeing Mr. 2 poised to strike again, he hesitated no longer and released his spear, retreating. A flaw has been exposed, Sky Island Dweller. The pirates, witnessing Azura disarmed, surged forward. One wielding a long sword slashed down, but Azura sidestepped and kicked him away. Almost immediately, another pirate brandished an axe in an attempt to strike. Azura again ducked, countering with a powerful punch to the abdomen that sent his assailant flying. Mr. 2 leaped, performing a ballet while launching an aggressive assault against Azura. Without a weapon, Azura could only evade left and right in response to Mr. 2's onslaught. Bang! Seizing an opportunity, Mr. 2 swept out a kick, which Azura blocked with both hands, only to be sent flying in the next moment. Before Azura could roll to a stop on the ground, a pirate lunged at him with a long spear. Hastily, Azura rolled away and sprang up, delivering a punch to the pirate, who intended to block but was anticipated by Azura's keen instincts, transforming his punch into a kick that sent the pirate hurtling away. The art of the transgender fist, the Crow takes flight. Just as Azura sent the pirate flying, Mr. 2 was already above him, his feet together, toes piercing downward. Bang! Azura narrowly evaded, but Mr. 2's strike created a crater upon impact. Following this, he raised his leg and executed a kick. Bang! After sending Azura flying, Mr. 2 unleashed the transgender charge, pursuing his foe. The art of the transgender fist, encounter on the wild island. Mr. 2 flipped onto his hands, spinning rapidly, his legs delivering a barrage of kicks upon Azura. Azura's body twisted under the assault, his consciousness fading, teetering on the brink of collapse. Have you comprehended the power of the transgender? As Mr. 2's words fell, Azura crumpled to the ground, devoid of the strength to continue the fight. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Gaidaz, witnessing his comrades fall one after another, attempted to speak. But with his upper lip biting down on his lower lip, he could only watch as his subordinates fell victim to friendly fire. Enough with the groaning. Just lie still on the ground. Bora exclaimed, summoning thorns from his hands, striking out, but Gaidaz evaded with a twist of his body. Jet Iron Fist. After dodging, Gaidaz activated the wind pressure from his elbow, delivering a punch that sent Bora flying. Thorn Roll. The airborne Bora executed a somersault, and with thorns erupting from his body, he rolled forward, charging at Gaidaz. Whoosh! Gaidar soared into the air, deftly evading Bora's assault while conjuring a cloud of murky vapor. Murky Cloud Burger! He exclaimed as he grasped the vaporous mass with one hand and hurled it toward Bora. With a nimble sidestep, Bora dodged the cloud, which plummeted to the ground. Thorn Mace. Upon landing, Bora leapt, her arms sprouting thorns as she struck at Gaidar. With a swift movement, he evaded, retaliating with a jet-powered punch aimed at Bora. Thorn Porcupine. Thorny projections erupted from Bora's body, and although Gaidar's fist collided with her, the thorns inflicted wounds upon him. Undeterred, he landed another blow, sending Bora sprawling. Just as Gaidar sought to press his advantage, a band of pirates rushed to protect Bora, charging at him. Jet-powered fist, group strike. Gaidar faced the oncoming horde, activating the jet mechanisms in his elbows, unleashing a flurry of punches that sent pirates flying. Suddenly, the sound of cannon fire erupted, and a barrage of cannonballs hurtled toward him, prompting Gaidar to launch himself into the air. The ground shook with explosions, smoke billowing around him. He activated his jet propulsion once more, soaring forward while delivering a powerful punch that sent another pirate reeling. Dance of Thorns. Recovering from her fall, Bora rose, her hands sprouting thorns as she charged at Gaidar with rapid strikes. Utilizing his mental web, Gaidar expertly dodged her relentless combo. Bora, raising her leg, unleashed a sweeping kick adorned with thorns, narrowly missing Gaidar as he ducked, his hair severed by the close call. Elbow strike, smash, and whip. Bora's attacks persisted, yet Gaidar skillfully evaded each one. After several exchanges, Gaidar remained unscathed, while Bora panted heavily, exhausted. Once again, Gaidar ascended with his wind propulsion, conjuring another cloud of murky vapor to hurl at Bora. Thorned high heels. Bora swiftly evaded the attack, prompting Gaidar to activate his wind propulsion as he surged toward her. This is never-ending. As he closed in on Bora, a figure swiftly emerged. Bang! Gaidar's punch was intercepted by Mr. One, standing protectively before Bora. "I trust you don't mind if I intervene?" Mr. One inquired. "I would be delighted," Bora replied. Particle slash. Upon hearing this, Mr. One lowered his gaze and crossed his hands. "We're in trouble." As Gaida's pupils constricted, Mr. One's hands descended in a swift motion, leaving a lattice of slashing wounds across Gaida's body. Blood gushed forth from the net-like injuries, and he collapsed to the ground. It is peculiar. These individuals do not appear particularly formidable, yet they possess the hockey spoken of by Captain Crocodile, Mr. One remarked disdainfully. Chapter 26, in the midst of the battle. Shadley, along with Zhang Wu and Xie Wu, found themselves facing the remaining members of the Baroque works. Brother. Xie Wu and Zhang Wu defended Shadley from behind, responding in unison. Candle Champion Cup. Plow Fist. In the state of the Candle Champion Cup, Mr. 3 unleashed a flurry of strikes towards Shadley, prompting Shadley, Xie Wu, and Zhang Wu to dodge swiftly. "Let us strike together," Shadley shouted, and simultaneously, Xie Wu and Zhang Wu extended their hands. Triple impact. The trio unleashed a collective strike with their impact shells, generating an overwhelming force. Boom. The impact collided with Mr. 3's candle armor, and he felt an immense power surge towards him. Despite his efforts to block, he was sent flying backward. "Well done, brother," Zhang Wu praised. "Do not let your guard down," Shadley exclaimed, yanking Zhang Wu aside to evade a pirate's ambush, swiftly retaliating with an impact shell that sent the assailant flying. "If we were in the trial grounds, these foes would stand no chance. Yet now, the scales of victory are tipping in their favor," Shadley lamented. "What should we do now, De Wu?" Xiao Wu inquired. "We retreat and lure them to the trial of the sphere," Shadley instructed. "But the deity commanded us to resolve this here," Zhang Wu protested. "Silence. In this situation, we may not only fail to resolve them, but we could also be resolved ourselves," Shadley shouted as he dispatched 2 pirates effortlessly. "Understood." Zhang Wu and Xie Wu, recognizing the urgency, began their escape. For those who do not heed this warning, Enel, en route to find Crocodile, halted abruptly as a bolt of lightning erupted from his being, ascending into the heavens. "Aha! Have they arrived?" Hearing the resounding thunder, Crocodile transformed into a swirling mass of yellow sand. The desert sword. Just after Enel unleashed his electric fury, a blade of sand pierced through his body from behind. Strangely, the wound did not bleed. Instead, it emitted arcs of blue electricity. It appeared that he was confronted by an impudent individual from the East Blue. Enel turned to glance behind him, where a whirlwind of yellow sand coalesced into Crocodile's form. 30 million volts. Thunderbird. Enel struck the large drum on his right shoulder with the golden staff in his hand, and instantly, the electricity surrounding him morphed into a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird, soaring rapidly towards Crocodile. Bang! Crocodile did not flinch. Instead, he charged forward as the lightning bird pierced through his form, erupting in a cloud of yellow sand. Enel's face displayed a look of perplexity, which soon transformed into understanding as he tapped into Crocodile's mind through the mind network, remarking, "Have you, like me, been favored by the heavens? However, there can only be one God among us. Only one of us can emerge alive." Enel transformed into lightning and swiftly appeared before Crocodile. Lightning bolt. 200 million volts. Aware that his opponent possessed abilities akin to his own, Enel unleashed the full force of his electric discharge without holding back, unleashing a thunderous roar. Crocodile's entire body suddenly burst apart, sending a torrent of yellow sand swirling around. Following this, his upper body materialized behind Enel, with his golden hook enveloped in a layer of pitch-black hockey. As Crocodile swung his golden hook with a flourish, he proclaimed that if one could attain a Logia-type devil fruit and become a god, then surely there would be an excess of deities in this world. Enel, perceiving through his mantra, sensed that Crocodile's strike harbored some latent ability capable of reaching him, swiftly turned and brandished his golden staff to intercept the blow. Bang! The two engaged in a hasty clash, and upon impact, they quickly separated. Too many gods? Enel's expression shifted, and he soon grasped Crocodile's underlying thought, that there were indeed several individuals possessing such invincible abilities, much like himself. Hey, Enel, stop eavesdropping on others' thoughts. Crocodile smiled faintly, employing his hockey to obstruct Enel's observation from within. The sound ceased. Enel furrowed his brow slightly. Yet the golden hook in his hand spun swiftly as he charged towards Crocodile. Clang! Crocodile no longer resorted to elemental manipulation. Instead, he briefly engaged in physical combat with Enel, their weapons clashing in a resounding spectacle. I am aware of your intentions, Enel, Crocodile declared, sweeping his hook through the air. Oh, and what intentions might those be? Enel inquired with a hint of intrigue as he parried the strike with his golden staff. The moon, your ethereal sanctuary in the boundless skies. Upon uttering these words, Crocodile observed the darkening lines of annoyance on Enel's visage. What? Do you wish to thwart my journey to divinity? Enel retorted, abandoning their playful sparring and unleashing a bolt of lightning that engulfed Crocodile. Ah. The moon is ill-suited for you. There won't be a soul in sight. Do you aspire to be a solitary deity up there? As the lightning dissipated and the yellow sand coalesced into Crocodile's form, he chuckled. The moon indeed lacked human presence, being populated solely by a legion of automatons. Though Crocodile chose not to disclose this fact. Impossible. On the moon, a throng of foolish beings eagerly awaits my dominion. Enel scoffed, firmly believing in the murals of the Sky Island that depicted a different reality. Haha, what purpose would there be in deceiving you? You must have seen the murals of the Sky Island, but those illustrations are relics from an age-long past. The original moon was indeed inhabited, but its denizens have since migrated to the Blue Planet. The current rulers of the Blue Planet, the Celestial Dragons, are those who descended from the moon eons ago. Crocodile continued, if you wish to dominate, why not join me on my ship? I shall take you to roam the vast seas and rule over the blue sea. Do not jest. The limitless earth is my true domain. Enel retorted angrily, thunder rumbling in response. His form transformed entirely into an elemental state, swelling to an immense size. As a colossal embodiment of lightning appeared before Crocodile. Boom. At that moment, as Shadley fled, he suddenly heard a resounding clap of thunder, followed by an increasingly bright sky. It's over. A familiar voice awakened the dread within Shadley, his pupils constricting as a massive pillar of lightning descended from the heavens. Bang! A blinding radiance illuminated the surroundings, forcing Mr. 3 and others, who were in pursuit, to halt. Once the brilliance faded, they opened their eyes to find the Shadley triplets enveloped in black smoke, their bodies twitching as they collapsed to the ground. Chapter 27. Enel's escape? What is going on? Why has lightning suddenly struck? Mr. 1 questioned, his hands shielding his front in confusion. I'm not sure. Could it be a peculiar climate of the Sky Island? Miss Christmas speculated. Perhaps, considering we are at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It would be impossible for some odd phenomena to occur. Mr. 3 added. You all stay here and wait for Captain Crocodile's return. I have matters to attend to on the island, Robin instructed Mr. 1 and the others. What if Captain Crocodile comes back? Mr. 1 inquired of Robin. Don't worry. Just tell him I'm on the island. Robin replied nonchalantly, then proceeded to enter the island. What should we do, Mr. 1? Laura asked, looking to their leader. Return to the ship, and bind these Sky Islanders. We'll wait for Captain Crocodile to deal with them, Mr. 1 commanded. Understood. The group responded in unison and began to take action. Had these pirates from the Blue Sea not entered the residential area? In the shadows, an elderly man with white hair sighed in relief as he observed Mr. 1 and the others returning to the ship. At his age, he could hardly stand against such pirates. Pierre, let us move. Go to God Island and find Enel. The old man, known as the Sky Knight Gonfer, instructed Pierre, who resembled a bird or horse. Upon hearing this, Pierre sprouted wings and flew away with Gonfer. Meanwhile, in Cloud Hidden Village, the warriors of the Sandia tribe were fully equipped and prepared to reclaim their homeland under the leadership of their mightiest warrior, Wiper. Lucky. Aisha suddenly bore a look of shock. What is it, Aisha? Lucky inquired. The voices of the 4 gods have all vanished. Those Blue Sea people have triumphed. Aisha exclaimed in terror. And one of the Blue Sea individuals is engaged in battle with a deity. Elsa continued, what an extraordinary opportunity this is. Upon hearing her words, Vipa was instantly filled with excitement, eyes ablaze with determination. Everyone, follow my lead. Charge, Vipa proclaimed, taking the initiative to surge forward. Charge. Behind Vipa, one by one, the warriors of Sandia surged forth. They were returning to the island of the gods. Before Crocodile, Enel transformed into a colossal figure of the Thunder God. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Enel commanded his massive form, descending swiftly upon Crocodile. A deafening roar erupted, accompanied by the tremors of the earth. As a brilliant blue light enveloped Crocodile in a tempest of lightning. As the azure glow gradually faded, arcs of electricity danced across the ground, revealing a vast chasm before Enel. He peered into the abyss, only to find no trace of Crocodile's presence. Corrosive cycle. Suddenly, the ground beneath Enel's feet morphed into quicksand, prompting him to retreat swiftly. Upon landing, he discovered that the terrain continued to shift into sand before him. You, who possess the same abilities as I, must know that you can be immune to damage, Crocodile remarked, appearing not far from Enel, unscathed. Witnessing Crocodile's intact form, Enel felt for the first time that the situation was slipping from his grasp. Since you are aware, you should also comprehend that a decisive victory between us is unattainable. How about this? I will overlook your actions on Skypiea, and we shall cease hostilities, Enel proposed to Crocodile. No. I possess a method that will render you incapable of immunity. With a smile, Crocodile commanded the earth behind him, transformed into sand, to rise in a tumultuous surge. The desert lion, Sphinx. Crocodile wielded the grains of sand, conjuring a magnificent sand lion that charged towards Enel. Humph, let me see how you intend to strike me. Enel remained utterly unfazed, colliding head-on with the lion crafted by Crocodile. As he anticipated, the so-called desert lion inflicted no harm upon him. Just as Enel was about to unleash a taunt, he noticed Crocodile's figure emerging from the very grains he had traversed. Humph. Upon the emergence of Crocodile's condensed form, he unhesitatingly swung his golden hook downwards. Instantly, blood gushed from Enel's chest, leaving a scar in its wake. Your golden hook must be crafted from some extraordinary material. You have but this one chance to strike me, Enel proclaimed, rising to his feet while clutching his chest, a confident smirk adorning his face. Think as you will. Once I bring you to the ground, you shall understand. Crocodile stood upon the gravel with a smile, unleashing a torrent of sand from his hands towards Enel. Remain calm. Enel remained steadfast, his mind's web unfurling as he anticipated Crocodile's movements. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Crocodile wielded his control over the relentless grains of sand that surged towards Enel. Enel transformed into lightning, swiftly evading the onslaught, only to confront Crocodile directly. The golden hook in Crocodile's hand swept through the air. Enel raised his staff to parry the strike, but the moment the staff made contact with the hook, he immediately regretted his decision. The hook erupted into a burst of yellow sand, reconstituting itself without hesitation and piercing through Enel's body. How could this be? What material could possibly transform into sand? Shock flickered in Enel's eyes as he coughed up blood. I never claimed that I was using sea prism stone, Crocodile remarked. So what do you say? Will you accompany me to the Blue Sea? There are many with abilities like mine upon the ocean. Crocodile tempted Enel. It is far more intriguing to dominate them than to rule over a mere throng of ordinary folk. With a laugh, Crocodile continued to entice. What nonsense! Enel, glancing at the wounds on his chest and abdomen, showed no hesitation. In an instant, he transformed into lightning and fled. Whoosh! Upon witnessing this, Crocodile transformed into yellow sand and pursued, but in the blink of an eye, Enel's figure vanished from sight. How unfortunate! Where could Enel's ship be concealed? I seem to recall it being hidden within a cave. Crocodile stood atop a grand tree, surveying the expansive surroundings while scratching his head, pondering the difficulty of locating Enel in such a vast area. Let me give it a try, he muttered before transforming once more into sand and commencing his search. Meanwhile, the fleeing Enel found himself within a cavern. I must escape from here before that man discovers my whereabouts, he resolved as he ventured deeper into the cave. After traversing a narrow tunnel, an enormous spacecraft loomed before him. This vessel, aside from being constructed with essential timber, was embedded with an astonishing quantity of gold. It was Enel's vehicle destined for the moon, a craft that required immense electrical power to ignite. With a determined leap, Enel ascended onto the ship and approached the power conversion station, placing his hand upon it. Discharge. In an instant, a colossal current surged from Enel into the spacecraft. Chapter 28. The bounty of the Sandia warriors' thunderous roars echoed as Crocodile, in pursuit of Enel, was suddenly startled by a resounding clap of thunder. Following the sound, he beheld a ship emblazoned with the character for God rising swiftly into the sky. The vessel ascended rapidly, propelled towards the infinite heavens, pulsating with blue electricity that animated the ship's oars in rhythmic motion. "Endless earth, here I come," Enel proclaimed, gazing skyward with eyes brimming with longing for his dreamland. "Enel, what is so splendid about the sky? Come aboard my ship and become my right-hand man." Crocodile soon appeared beneath Enel's ship, shouting at him, "You cannot stop me." "Sea King," Enel bellowed in response. "Is that so?" Crocodile exerted his strength, causing the ground beneath him to swiftly transform into swirling sands that expanded relentlessly. "Even if it requires abduction, I shall take you away." Crocodile, with a firm grasp of his hands, summoned the yellow sands beneath his feet, propelling himself toward the ship. "Not on my watch." 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Eneru struck the drums on his shoulders, unleashing a torrent of lightning that coalesced into a colossal thunder dragon, hurtling toward the approaching crocodile. Boom! Two streams of sand surged forth from Crocodile's side, forming a protective barrier in front of him, effectively intercepting the lightning dragon unleashed by Enel. Desert Monster Arm. Crocodile conjured two colossal arms of sand, subsequently seizing Enel's ship. Each being possesses its own domain. "Why must you impede my path?" Upon witnessing his vessel captured, Enel unleashed a torrent of lightning, and soon thereafter, dark storm clouds billowed into the heavens. "Release me at once." Crocodile was blissfully unaware of Enel's actions as he manipulated the sand, forcefully yanking Enel's ship down. Only after he had dragged Enel's vessel to the ground did he notice the sky was now shrouded in dark clouds. "Damn that fellow." Enel's expression darkened, his hands crackling with electricity. "It is Enel. Charge forth." At that moment, a cacophony erupted behind Crocodile. "The warriors of Skypiea have arrived. They come bearing gifts." Clockter silently added a thought. Whoosh! Arrows shot forth like clouds, descending upon Enel's ship, followed closely by the warriors of Skypiea, who leapt onto these clouds, charging towards the vessel. "A mere rabble, seeking to disturb me?" Enel observed the approaching Skypiea warriors, his expression darkening, before unleashing a pillar of azure and white fire that instantaneously pierced through his body. Thunderbolt. As the azure flame dissipated, arcs of electricity crackled from the wound in Enel's chest. With a mere thought, he commanded the electrons within the storm clouds, and in the blink of an eye, multiple massive bolts of lightning descended, obliterating the desert beast that Clockter had been harnessing to propel the ship. Subsequently, the cloud passage connecting the ship was severed, causing the Skypiea warriors who had been advancing through the clouds to plummet. In mere moments, the so-called warriors of Skypiea experienced both their entrance and their demise. How could this be? Wiper knelt on the ground, dumbfounded as he beheld the scene before him, unable to fathom the immense gap that lay between himself and a deity. Damn! Crocodile paid little heed to the downfall of the Sandia tribe. Rather, it was Enel's movements that caught his attention, causing him to glance up at the sky where thunder and lightning were incessantly forming. Unable to restrain himself, he let out a curse, realizing that under such circumstances, Enel would likely not remain unscathed. "Thunder, welcome." Sure enough, in the next moment, Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning, bursting forth from the ship and piercing the clouds. Following this, his voice resonated within the cloud cover. Boom! A colossal, spherical black cloud began its descent from the thunderous heavens. The divine must return to its rightful abode. Let this ancestral home vanish here. Enel spread his arms wide, surrounded by crackling lightning, as the thunderous descent accelerated. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the mightiest of the natural elements. Crocodile gazed upwards at the approaching thunderstorm, as the swirling yellow sands accumulated around him. Should Enel proceed to obliterate this island, Crocodile would inevitably plummet thousands of meters down to the azure sea below. The king of the desert, fierce sandstorm. Crocodile was engulfed in swirling yellow sands, which swiftly coalesced into a devastating and terrifying sandstorm. The astonishing yellow grains surged into the sky with the force of the wind. Boom! Two powers collided as Crocodile used the yellow sands to shield himself from Enel's lightning strike. Bang! As the lightning strike penetrated nearly halfway into the sands, it unleashed a formidable surge of electric energy that surged through the yellow grains, illuminating them with a brilliant blue glow. "I am Crocodile." Crocodile let out a furious roar, and an ever-increasing torrent of yellow sand surged into the sky, swirling upwards. The sandstorm spun ever faster, accompanied by an abundance of falling grains of sand. Thunder ceased. And in that fleeting moment, Enel's ship ascended into the heavens, diminutive as an ant. To the boundless earth, your deity has arrived. Enel cast no further glance at the ground, gazing upwards with immense pride. The abode of the gods awaited him, and he was on the verge of arrival. Alas, a formidable force had been diminished. Crocodile leaned on his golden hook, expressing his helplessness. Suddenly, from the midst of the yellow sands, an arm emerged, followed by Wiper, who crawled out of the dunes, staring in bewilderment at the scene before him. The swirling sands created a vista unlike anything he had ever encountered as an inhabitant of the Sky Island. What transpired here? A venerable voice resonated, as Gonfal, riding on Pierre, arrived belatedly. He paused, taking in the sight before him. What was once the island of gods now lay desolate and barren. The ancient deities of the Sky Island? It is now your turn to contend with this. Enel has already departed. Crocodile casually remarked. Enel, has he departed? Ganfewer furrowed his brow. Crocodile, disregarding his contemplation, swiftly transformed into a swirl of yellow sand and departed from the scene. The young man from the Sandia tribe. Could you enlighten me on what transpired? At this moment, although Vipa appeared disheveled, Gonfur, who had a few connections with him, recognized him and inquired. The deity has indeed departed. Vipa replied. What occurred? Gonfur asked. I do not know, Vipa retorted brusquely, and then began to search the desert for the buried warriors of the Sandia tribe. After observing Vipa excavate the Sandian kin from the yellow sands, Gonfur joined in. Vipa, upon witnessing this, initially wished to intervene, but ultimately restrained himself. In comparison to Enel's rule, he unexpectedly found Gonfur, in his divine capacity, to be somewhat tolerable. Chapter 29, Subjugation of the Four Gods Whoosh. The yellow sands danced as Crocodile materialized on the deck of the Sand Crocodile ship. At this moment, injured crew members lay scattered across the deck. Captain Crocodile. Mr. 1 remarked upon noticing Crocodile's arrival. That commotion earlier was caused by Captain Crocodile, wasn't it? Miss Golden Week inquired with curiosity. Humph, a self-proclaimed deity. I initially intended to bring him aboard, but he escaped. Crocodile responded. Captain Crocodile, we have already tied up these Sky Islanders. Shall we execute them? Mr. 3 asked Crocodile. What purpose would that serve? These Sky Islanders are quite formidable in battle. I intend to recruit them onto the ship. Crocodile cast a glance at Mr. 3 and remarked, Isn't it rather crowded aboard the ship? Mr. 1 replied, Indeed. The weak have no place on this vessel. Crocodile surveyed the surroundings and inquired, What of Nico Robin? Just as he was about to instruct Robin on the forthcoming plans, he realized she was absent from the ship. Sister Robin mentioned she had matters to attend to on the island. Ms. Valentine's Day interjected. Upon hearing this, Crocodile realized that Robin must have gone in search of the historical records pertaining to this empty island. She likely would not return so soon, and everyone gathered together. Crocodile speculated that it would take Robin a while to explore the historical text, so he began to gather the crew. Captain Crocodile, do you have any orders? Before long, everyone on board, regardless of whether they were injured or not, had assembled. Now, we shall commence a game. All crew members, except for the officers, are to disembark. From this point forward, no matter what means you employ to defeat the others, only half of you shall be permitted to reboard this vessel. Crocodile announced a brutal decision. Captain Crocodile, we set sail because of you, and now you abandon us? A crew member shouted. Humph. Surviving this defeat only to face the next battle without strength is but a futile endeavor, leading only to the loss of life, Crocodile retorted. Damn it. How could we possibly stand against those billionaires? A man who was once a millionaire lamented. Weaklings should refrain from speaking. As soon as he finished his words, someone struck him, sending him flying. This blow acted as a catalyst, prompting countless pirates to leap from the ship, igniting a chaotic melee. My subordinates, make me proud. Mr. 2 shouted. Weaklings are unworthy of being my subordinates, Mr. 1 coldly declared. Do I have to join the battle as well? Ms. Golden Week hesitated, for she was no fighter. It seems you lack self-awareness. Even a mascot holds a position of authority on this ship, Crocodile remarked. Oh yes, Captain Crocodile is truly wonderful. Ms. Golden Week exclaimed joyfully. Mr. 1, Mr. 2, Mr. 3, you 3 keep watch here. The rest of you come with me to check on those Sky Islanders. Crocodile addressed Mr. 1 and the others, assuring them, Rest assured, Captain Crocodile, we are keeping a watchful eye here. Mr. 1 replied. Crocodile approached the bound figures of Ohm and the others. Ms. Valentine's Day stepped forward and delivered 2 resounding slaps to their faces. Upon witnessing the unconscious individuals, Crocodile turned to Ms. Valentine's Day and remarked, "Ah, very well." Although Ms. Valentine's Day was uncertain of Crocodile's intentions, she approached and delivered a few sharp slaps to them. "Where am I?" murmured the bewildered Ohm, who had just regained consciousness and was scanning his surroundings. "It's you." After shaking off the remnants of his confusion, he recognized Crocodile and the others. "God, Enel will not spare you," Ohm warned Crocodile. "Enel has already been driven away," Crocodile retorted. "Stop lying," Ohm shot back. "If he were still here, why hasn't he shown himself?" Crocodile countered. At this remark, the four heavenly kings fell silent. Given Enel's character, they would have likely taken matters into their own hands to eliminate these Qinghai intruders after their defeat. "What do you intend to do? If you wish to kill or torture us, then do so swiftly," shouted the groggy giant, awakening beside them. "Mr. Four, give him a whack." Crocodile furrowed his brow, prompting Mr. Four to deliver a blow that awakened the dazed mountain. After enduring the strike, the mountain regained his senses, falling silent. Seeing this, Suddy and the others also quieted down. "Before you lie, two paths: to become a member of the Baroque Works pirate crew or to perish here." Crocodile addressed Ohm and his companions. "What?" The group was taken aback, unable to comprehend the intentions behind Crocodile's words. "Your abilities are quite commendable. I can offer you a position as officers to form the 4th Combat Squad aboard my ship. The number of your subordinates will depend on how many of your former followers you can persuade to join us." "What do you say?" Crocodile inquired. "Is it really that simple?" Ohm responded, realizing they were merely exchanging one captain, Enel, for the man before them. "Indeed," Crocodile confirmed. "We need to ascertain the capabilities of those we serve." Shura fixed his gaze on Crocodile, expressing skepticism as he had never witnessed Crocodile in action and found it hard to believe that this man had indeed defeated a god. "Very well," Crocodile replied. With a smile from Crocodile, Ohm and the others soon realized that the weight on their bodies had diminished. Upon moving, they discovered that the ropes binding them had transformed into sand. "Return my weapon to me," the Azura commanded Crocodile. Following this, Ohm and the others echoed his demand. "You may prepare yourselves now," Mr. Five stated as he returned their weapons. Crocodile declared. Soon after, several individuals rearmed themselves completely. The iron rapier. Once prepared, Ohm was the first to strike, his iron cloud instantly transforming into a rapier that shot towards Crocodile. Bang! Crocodile did not evade. He was directly pierced through by the rapier. A look of disdain appeared on Ohm's face, but he was soon taken aback, for he discovered that the spot he had pierced was emanating sand instead of blood. Impact! Shadley spun and swiftly approached Crocodile, raising his hand to deliver a powerful strike to Crocodile's head. Boom! The shockwave erupted, and in an instant, Crocodile was obliterated. Whoosh! After enduring 2 strikes, Crocodile swiftly retaliated, transforming his body into grains of sand and launching an attack. To his dismay, as Gaydaz was still pondering Crocodile's powers, he suddenly felt a chill behind him, followed immediately by Crocodile's blow that sent him flying. The flame spear. Shura sprang into action, leaping and thrusting his spear directly at Crocodile. Chapter 30. The banquet. With a swift motion, Shura's spear pierced Crocodile, only to be drawn out moments later. Observing the wound from which sand flowed, Shura released his spear, which clattered to the ground. Indeed, such a power resembled that of a deity. Shura knelt on the ground, gazing up at Crocodile, who now loomed above him with an imposing presence. "Shall we continue the contest?" Crocodile extended his hand and retrieved a cigar, declaring, "No need for that. Those who possess such power are invincible." Shura lowered his head, now convinced by Crocodile's assertion that he had indeed defeated Enel. "No, I am not invincible. I am merely invincible in your presence," Crocodile responded. "You lack hockey and sea stone. Without recognizing your weakness, which is water, you cannot mount an effective attack against me. That suffices. We are willing to submit to you, our new deity." The 5 echoed in unison. "Do not refer to me as a god. From this moment forth, I am your captain. Your roles are to be officers of the 4th Combat Squad aboard my ship. These matters will gradually become clear to you once you descend into the Blue Sea," Crocodile instructed the 5. "Yes, Captain," they replied. Subsequently, they went to rouse the surviving members of the God Squad who had been knocked down, while Crocodile led Mr. Four and others back to witness the crew's fierce struggle. The battle had rapidly escalated to an intense climax, with everyone desperately striving to remain standing until the end, the ground beneath them stained crimson with blood. When Mr. One finally called for a halt to the fighting, less than half remained standing, with only around 220 still upright. Each one exuded a murderous aura, some drenched in blood. Crocodile smiled. This was precisely the type of crew he desired. Congratulations. You have proven yourselves. You are now true members of the Baroque works. Crocodile proclaimed. Roar. The crowd erupted in excitement, having proven their own strength. They were not the worthless individuals Crocodile had described. As for the reallocation of the teams, Crocodile decided to wait until Robin returned before making any arrangements. As night fell, the gathering celebrated atop the white clouds, while the inhabitants of Angel Island secretly observed them. A fact that Crocodile chose to overlook. He paid no heed to the eliminated former members of the Baroque works, deciding to allow them to fend for themselves. To our 4th combat squad, cheers. Mr. 2 exclaimed, lifting his goblet. Ashura and others subdued the 32 surviving members of the elite squad, officially establishing the 4th combat group of the Baroque works. Captain Crocodile, Robin has yet to return. MS. Golden Week rushed to Crocodile's side to report, her worry evident regarding Robin's safety. She will be fine, Crocodile reassured her, recognizing her concern. Captain, why are you alone? Come join the feast. Mr. 5 dashed over, offering his cup to Crocodile. However, he soon sensed the shift in atmosphere. The celebration fell silent, and all eyes turned toward him. Crocodile had always maintained an air of aloofness, which deterred anyone from approaching him. It was only when Mr. 5, inebriated, suddenly approached and uttered those words that the atmosphere shifted. Realizing the gravity of the moment, he stood there, his hand clutching the wine glass, momentarily at a loss for words. Haha, what's the matter? Bring that wine glass over here. Is it not meant for me? Crocodile let out a hearty laugh as he reached out to take Mr. 5's wine glass, downing its contents in a single gulp. Why has the atmosphere suddenly turned so quiet? This banquet should not be so desolate. Crocodile addressed the crowd, exclaiming with a roar. Instantly, the audience was swept into a frenzy once more. Mr. 5, aren't you adept at jazz dancing? Do enlighten us with a lively performance. Crocodile gazed at Mr. 5 with keen interest and remarked, Indeed, Captain. Mr. 5 sighed in relief and then smiled, saying, Oh, there's no need to be so formal. Though I am the captain, you are my comrades, and indeed, my family. Crocodile addressed Mr. 5, his words echoing for all to hear. Very well, I understand, Captain. Mr. 5 replied. And soon the crowd erupted into joyous song and dance. Captain, regale us with tales of your illustrious past. We are all quite eager to hear. Captain, is it true, as reported in the news, that you once challenged the world's mightiest man, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard? Captain, there are whispers that in your youth, you were renowned alongside the devil's descendant, Barrett. Is that true? As the revelers indulged in their libations, they incessantly bombarded Crocodile with questions. Haha, those are merely tales from my youthful days, he chuckled. Crocodile spoke. Pray tell us, Captain, what is Whitebeard like? Is he truly as formidable as they say? The crowd inquired with curiosity. Very well, allow me to regale you with his tale. Crocodile chuckled and remarked, At that time, I was merely 20 years old. When I first set sail, I consumed the sand fruit and swiftly navigated my way into the New World. Captain, what exactly is the New World? Inquired a crew member, bewildered by the term. The latter half of the Grand Line is known as the New World, a realm where formidable warriors abound, countless in strength like myself. Among them, the 4 most powerful pirate crews are referred to as the 4 Emperors, with the mightiest of them all being the legendary Whitebeard, hailed as the strongest man in the world. Crocodile explained. At that time, I had set my sights on claiming Whitebeard's head. Here, Crocodile paused momentarily. And then, Captain, what happened? Did you manage to hold your ground against Whitebeard? Mr. 5 interjected, excitement palpable in his voice. He is indeed the most powerful man in the world. I inevitably faced defeat, and a crushing one at that, Crocodile replied with a sense of acceptance. For he had transformed into Crocodile and bore no grudge over his past failures. Even our captain, so formidable now, suffered such a defeat. Just how powerful must Whitebeard be? The crowd gasped in astonishment. Wait, back then, the captain might not have been so formidable, right? So, Captain, what shall our next step be? Shall we venture into the New World to claim Whitebeard's head? Someone regained their composure and eagerly asked. I have indeed grown significantly stronger since those days, yet to claim Whitebeard's head is still premature. Our next endeavor shall be to return to the Blue Sea and journey to Water City to procure an object that the world covets. Crocodile spoke mysteriously, and when questioned, he refrained from providing a clear answer. That evening, he shared a plethora of tales, captivating the inhabitants of Skypiea, who yearned for the wonders of the world below. They had never imagined that the Azure Sea, a staggering 10,000 meters beneath the Sky Island, could be so extraordinary. Chapter 31. The Adventure of the Sky Island begins. Mr. Crocodile had grown remarkably approachable. Robin, unaware of when she had returned, observed Crocodile engaging animatedly at the banquet and remarked with a smile, "It seems that following such a captain is rather appealing." After the revelry of the feast, the crew members lay scattered in slumber. Tomorrow, they would explore the island. A journey to Skypiea would surely be incomplete without witnessing the breathtaking scenery it had to offer. Crocodile stood at the bow of the ship, the wind tousling his hair as he spoke to Robin behind him. "Very well, Mr. Crocodile," Robin replied. Crocodile fell silent, and after a moment of hesitation, Robin spoke up, inquiring whether the historical text of the island had been documented. Crocodile inquired. "It has been duly noted," Robin replied. "That's excellent." Crocodile inquired, "Do you not wish to know?" Robin responded, "Mr. Crocodile, will you speak the truth to me?" Crocodile inquired. "Mr. Crocodile truly possesses a sense of humor," Robin remarked with a smile. The two shared an unspoken understanding and chose not to elaborate further. Suddenly, a pink Pegasus descended from the sky, landing gracefully upon the deck of the Sand Crocodile. "Mr." One immediately rose from the deck, fixating his gaze upon this unexpected visitor. "Gamfuer, what brings you here?" Crocodile calmly turned around, fully aware of the identity of the visitor. "Respected man from Qinghai, I am cognizant of your formidable strength. I implore you, do not harm the citizens of Angel Island. They are but innocent civilians." Gopher pleaded earnestly to Crocodile. "Rest assured, we shall merely visit the island tomorrow to experience its local customs and culture," Crocodile replied. "Thank you ever so much." Gopher expressed his gratitude. "Haha, I find you quite intriguing. Have you ever encountered the Pirate King?" Crocodile turned to Gonfor and inquired, "The Pirate King?" Gonfor furrowed his brow, reminiscing about the people he had encountered throughout his life, yet he found no recollection of the term Pirate King. "It must be Gold Roger, whom you have met, right?" Crocodile asked Gonfor. "Roger? You mean Gold Roger? Haha, you visited here many years ago. I never expected you would know him," Gonfor replied, a nostalgic expression crossing his face, clearly indicating that Roger held a significant place in his memories. "I can't say I know him well. We only crossed paths once," Crocodile remarked. "Is that so?" Gonfor fell silent. Having received assurance that Crocodile would not disturb the populace, Gonfor piloted Pierre away. The next day, as everyone gradually awoke, Crocodile announced his intention to visit the island. "Really? I wonder what mysteries the Sky Island holds," Miss Valentine exclaimed. "I shall sketch everything I see," declared Ms. Golden Week. "You can purchase attack shells on the Sky Island, which will enhance your combat prowess," Shura interjected while adjusting his sunglasses. "Are those the peculiar items that allow you to unleash strange attacks?" someone inquired. "Indeed," Shadley confirmed. "Once we reach the island, remember not to bully the islanders. Pay for your purchases, and also, spread out. Do not swarm together." Crocodile entrusted the group. "Very well, Captain. Let us embark on our journey and behold the breathtaking vistas of the Sky Island. Perhaps this will be the only opportunity in our lives to visit such a place." After imparting his instructions, the group proceeded towards the Angelic Isle. Crocodile had initially intended to explore the Sky Island alone. However, Mr. One and the others insisted on accompanying him. Thus, they strolled together down the bustling streets of the Sky Island. Suddenly, a pristine white fox darted to Crocodile's feet, nuzzling against him. "I'm terribly sorry. I did not mean to offend you," exclaimed a girl with golden hair, adorned with 2 braids and clad in a high neck, ultra-short dress, her back graced by a pair of delicate white wings. She hurriedly scooped up the fox and offered her apologies to Crocodile. "It's quite all right," Crocodile replied nonchalantly, having recognized the girl as Kogan's. The fox beside her was her pet, the cloud fox named Shio. "What an adorable pet," Ms. Golden Week remarked with a smile upon seeing the creature. "Its name is Shio. It is a unique cloud fox found only on the Sky Island," Kogan's explained. "Is that so? As a painter, may I create a portrait of it?" Ms. Golden Week inquired eagerly. "Of course. That would be wonderful," Kogan's responded enthusiastically. "Captain, you all should continue your explorations. I will stay here to paint," Ms. Golden Week said, turning back to Crocodile and the others with a hint of shyness. "I'll stay as well, Captain," Mr. 3 said to Crocodile. "Very well," Crocodile acknowledged, before continuing down the vibrant streets of the Sky Island. "Is that the man who drove away God Enel?" The inhabitants of the Sky Island curiously observed Crocodile and his companions. After a leisurely stroll, Crocodile returned to the ship alongside Mr. One and the others. Soon, crew members began to come back one after another, engaging in animated discussions about their recent purchases on the deck. What did you buy? I acquired a shock shell. They say it can unleash a powerful impact. I procured a slash shell. I chose a flame shell. I bought a pumpkin pie. The majority of the crew favored offensive shells, while one member had brought back a rare repulsion shell from Mr. One. Captain Mr. One, being a slash user, you should be able to wield the repulsion shell, right? One crew member inquired, presenting the shell to Mr. One. What is this? Mr. One asked. They explained that the shell possessed immense power, but it also came with a considerable recoil, capable of causing fatal repercussions to its user. The crew member chuckled at this revelation. A few dark lines appeared on Mr. One's forehead, so that's why it was given to him, he mused. Nevertheless, Mr. One confidently accepted the repulsion shell. Just then, Mr. 3 and Ms. Golden Week returned, prompting Mr. One to request Mr. 3 to craft a candle wall for him to test. Certainly, Mr. 3 promptly set to work, creating an oversized candle wall. Crocodile observed with keen interest as Mr. One positioned himself before the oversized wax wall, raising his hand toward it. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike. In an instant, a tremendous force erupted forth. Boom! With a dull thud, Mr. One was propelled backward several meters, but regained his footing, while the massive wax wall crumbled under the impact. Impressive! The crowd erupted in cheers, and Mr. One, slightly taken aback, had not anticipated such formidable power. Quite remarkable. I shall accept this, he remarked. Haha, I have purchased the wind shell. Now I can soar swiftly through the skies, Miss Valentine's Day announced as she brandished her shell to the gathering. Give it a try, Miss Valentine's Day, Miss Christmas suggested. Whoosh. Upon activating the wind shell, Ms. Valentine's Day felt her weight lighten and swiftly ascended into the heavens. If anyone requires weapon modifications, feel free to approach us. We can install shells for you. It has informed those studying the aerial shells. Chapter 32, Descending the Sky Island. Learning observation hockey once everyone had returned. The crew responsible for procuring the octopus balloons and wind shells commenced their installations, preparing for their journey back to the Blue Sea. Captain, we are headed to Cloud River. Once we reach the end, we will descend using this octopus balloon, Bora declared, holding a small octopus in hand. Can such a tiny octopus support our descent? Mr. For stammered. Do not underestimate the unique creatures of the Sky Island. Crocodile reassured Mr. 4, steadying his golden hook. Prepare yourselves, everyone. We are about to set sail. Crocodile strode purposefully to the bow of the crocodile ship and declared, roar. Instantly, everyone began to bustle about. The sails were lowered, the helm was turned, and the sand crocodile set sail once more, heading towards the river of clouds. Have we truly departed? Gonfer gazed at the receding sand crocodile, pondering aloud. Oh deity, can you return to us? A soldier clad in a beret approached Gonfer, his demeanor fraught with unease. They had pledged their loyalty to Enel, betraying Gonfer, and thus were uncertain whether he would still govern them. Of course, my subjects, I am grateful that you have allowed this unworthy one to ascend to divinity once more. Gonfer regarded the soldier with a benevolent gaze, understanding that their allegiance to Enel was born of necessity, as he had failed to vanquish the latter. I cannot thank you enough, Divine One, the beret-clad soldier exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion. Now that we are liberated from Enel's dominion, it is a time for rebuilding. Let us take action. Gonfer urged the soldier. Yes. The soldier promptly ran off to rally the other beret-wearing soldiers, spreading the word of Gonfer's reinstatement. Meanwhile, the warriors of the Sandia clan from Union Village, most of whom had been brought back by Weepa, disseminated the news of Enel's departure and resolved to rest and recuperate before returning to Goddess Island to reclaim the Sandora lamp of the Sandia clan. Back aboard the Sand Crocodile, after sailing through the River of Clouds for a while, the crew beheld 4 large characters at the end of the clouds. Release the octopus balloon. Crocodile instructed Bora to discard the small octopus, and she complied. As the Sand Crocodile continued its journey, a chasm appeared before them, seemingly bottomless. Captain, we are about to fall, Ms. Valentine's Day exclaimed in terror to Crocodile. Fear not, just proceed downward. Crocodile reassured. Suddenly, the Sand Crocodile emerged from the Cloud River and began its vertical descent, startling the crew, who cried out in alarm. Whoosh! A colossal figure burst through the clouds, its tentacles swiftly adhering to the Sand Crocodile, causing its speed to diminish instantly. That was the small octopus, and it has grown so large. Mr. Five remarked in astonishment. The Sky Island is truly a wondrous place. I would love to return if given the chance, Mr. Two added. The sand crocodile floated gracefully, soaring amidst the azure sky and fluffy clouds. Ms. Valentine's Day, if you could awaken your fruit's powers. A bit of wind from beneath the ship would allow us to ascend effortlessly, Crocodile suggested to her. Awakening the fruit? What does that entail? Ms. Valentine's Day inquired, puzzled. Upon awakening the paramecia type, one can extend their abilities to other objects, Crocodile explained. Crocodile elucidated. Is that so? How can one awaken the fruit's potential? Ms. Valentine's Day. Upon hearing this, immediately pressed for further clarification. If I were to awaken the fruit, wouldn't that enable me to effortlessly hurl objects weighing tens of thousands of kilograms at my enemies? This phenomenon is somewhat elusive, Crocodile replied. As you continue to develop your abilities, they will manifest naturally. Furthermore, the float fruit does not stipulate a mere augmentation of 10,000 kilograms. I believe that when you transcend this limitation, the awakening will occur. Ms. Valentine's Day pondered. Once I reach the weight of 10,000 kilograms, I am unable to enhance further. Is it akin to a shackle? What might the awakening of the mimic fruit entail? Mr. Two contemplated. Crocodile uttered no more words, instead summoning the 4 divine officers. Captain Crocodile, is there something you require? One of the officers inquired nervously upon their arrival. Teach me the observation hockey, which you refer to as the Heart Network. Crocodile instructed the 4 divine officers. Certainly, Captain Crocodile, they replied in unison. Meanwhile, the sand crocodile gradually descended upon the azure sea. And under Crocodile's guidance, the crew set their course towards the water city. In recent days, Crocodile has been leisurely immersing himself in the mastery of observation hockey. And during his spare moments, he has been imparting the knowledge of armament hockey to Mr. One and the others. Meanwhile, while Crocodile has been honing his skills, a piece of news has spread across the seas. The Straw Hat crew, having taken a brief respite in Alabasta, has set sail for this island. Observing the unmelted ice and the swirling sands of the desert, Nami held a newspaper and remarked to Luffy, Luffy, it seems the rumors here are indeed true. The news reports that Crocodile has engaged in battle with a marine admiral and has since vanished. Yes, I understand, Luffy replied, pressing down his straw hat, his voice low. How could this be? That crocodile is incredibly powerful. Usopp trembled as he recalled the scene of desert and flames he had witnessed in Alabasta. This place has truly undergone significant transformation, Sanji commented, smoking as he surveyed the surroundings. Isn't that the Straw Hat Kid with a bounty of 30 million berries? How about joining me? Bellamy, wrapped in bandages, swaggered over. Zoro instinctively placed his hand on the 3 swords at his waist. Fufufu, Bellamy, ignore him. Just as Luffy was about to decline, a figure appeared atop a nearby rooftop. Don Quixote Doflamingo. Bellamy's demeanor shifted immediately upon seeing Doflamingo, his face breaking into a smile. However, the next moment, Doflamingo's words stiffened him. Did I not mention that if you fail, I would kill you? But Doflamingo, the opponent, is Crocodile, who was once one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Before Bellamy could finish his explanation, he was struck and sent flying with 3 deep gashes appearing on his body. I do not require your explanations, Doflamingo stated coldly. Curse it. Bellamy clenched his fists, turning to flee, only to find himself unable to move. Please, Doflamingo, grant me another opportunity, he shouted in desperation. With a swift motion, Doflamingo severed Bellamy's head without uttering a word. Nami collapsed in shock at the brutal scene before her. Chapter 33, Luffy's Crisis. Bartholomew Kuma takes action. This person is exceedingly dangerous, Luffy declared, positioning himself protectively in front of the others. This guy. A bead of sweat trickled down Zoro's forehead. Some small fry? Doflamingo glanced at Luffy and the others, recalling that he had no information regarding them, then raised his hand. Luffy sensed the imminent danger and instinctively dodged, only to feel a sudden spray of blood from his arm, followed by 3 deep cuts, as he collapsed to the ground. Luffy, where did the attack come from? You scoundrel. Zoro unsheathed his 3 swords, while Sanji expelled the smoke from his mouth. In perfect synchronization, the 2 charged toward Doflamingo. No, Zoro. Sanji. Luffy shouted urgently as he rose from the ground. Suddenly, without warning, an attack from an unknown source sent Zoro and Sanji flying before they could reach Doflamingo, crashing to the ground. What? Zoro and Sanji? Usopp exclaimed, trembling uncontrollably, while Nami and Chopper instinctively embraced each other in fear. Zoro. Sanji. Luffy. Provoked by the scene before him, charged recklessly at Doflamingo. With a swift leap from the rooftop, Doflamingo descended toward Luffy. Gum pistol. Luffy, noticing Doflamingo's approach, swung his fist with all his might. The rapid flurry of punches, however, was effortlessly evaded by Doflamingo. In an instant, Doflamingo stood before Luffy, pressing his hand down on Luffy's head and forcefully pinning him to the ground. Luffy attempted to struggle, but found himself inexplicably immobilized. Ha ha, young fool. Your luck is truly dreadful to have encountered me. Doflamingo grinned, raising his hand to strike Luffy down. Deadly move, Powder Star. Despite his fear, Usopp recognized that with the three powerhouses swiftly dispatched, if he did not act now, Luffy might perish here. He launched a barrage of slingshot projectiles, sending several explosive rounds toward Doflamingo. Yet, before they could travel far, they were inexplicably sliced in half, falling harmlessly to the ground. Luffy, Rumble Ball, Elasticity Enhancement. Chopper bit into a Rumble Ball, and then, empowered by enhanced elasticity, propelled himself toward Doflamingo. Don't rush, it will soon be your turn. Doflamingo's hand, poised in midair, subtly twitched his fingers, freezing Chopper mid-leap. Realizing the situation, Chopper struggled, but soon discovered that he was ensnared by invisible white threads. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as Doflamingo's hand descended toward Luffy. I'm sorry, Shanks. I'm sorry, Ace. I'm sorry, everyone. Luffy closed his eyes, bracing for death. Luffy, Usopp, Nami, and Chopper cried out in unison. Just then, Doflamingo's movement abruptly halted as he glanced over his shoulder. A colossal figure emerged behind Doflamingo, holding a Bible in his hand. Bartholomew Kuma. Doflamingo called out the name of the newcomer. Indeed, it was Bartholomew Kuma, who had originally intended merely to observe Luffy's adventure, but appeared immediately upon witnessing Luffy's imminent demise. This individual has some connection to me. Might I request that you refrain from attacking him? Bartholomew Kuma stated calmly, removing his gloves as he spoke. Humph. Doflamingo scoffed, lowering his hand. Fly. However, Bartholomew Kuma was swifter than Doflamingo. Before Doflamingo's hand could reach Luffy, he had vanished from his original position. Bartholomew Kuma's palm appeared where Doflamingo had just stood. Boom. Suddenly, a nearby building collapsed, and a web of white lines appeared, with Doflamingo lying atop them. You nearly sent me flying, Bartholomew Kuma. Are you seeking death? Doflamingo exclaimed, standing on the threads with veins bulging on his forehead, clearly displeased. I have stated, do not lay a hand on them again, Bartholomew Kuma insisted, raising his hand to sever the threads binding Luffy and Chopper with a few pressure cannons. Ah, I can move again. Thank you, you bear-like fellow. Luffy beamed at Bartholomew Kuma. Quickly, return to your ship. Bartholomew Kuma instructed Luffy. All right, thank you, Luffy exclaimed, bouncing with excitement as he seized Zoro and Sanji, followed closely by Chopper, Usopp, and Nami, as they made their swift escape. If you wish to impede my path, then do try, Doflamingo shouted, taking flight toward Luffy. Of course, Bartholomew Kuma instantaneously teleported before Doflamingo, delivering a powerful punch that sent him hurtling back. Bartholomew Kuma, you have thoroughly enraged me, Doflamingo declared, standing with a few drops of blood trickling from his head, his hand resting against a nearby wall that transformed into transparent threads. Oh, Bartholomew Kuma responded, as Doflamingo manipulated the surrounding threads to strike at him. Boom. The colossal threads descended, shattering the earth beneath them. Doflamingo lifted the massive line, only to discover that Bartholomew Kuma was no longer in sight. Where has he gone? Doflamingo exclaimed, activating his observation haki, locking onto Luffy's presence, and swiftly transforming buildings into transparent threads as he sped towards Luffy. Meanwhile, at the harbor, the Straw Hat crew had all boarded their ship. Quick actions indeed. Bartholomew Kuma, who had vanished before Doflamingo, reappeared at the shore. Isn't that the bear-like fellow? Do you not have a ship? Would you care to flee with us? Luffy invited Bartholomew Kuma. No need for that. Do you wish to go to Skypiea? After Bartholomew Kuma's refusal, he inquired, Sky Island? Does such a place truly exist? His excitement was palpable as Luffy exclaimed, Of course, I want to go. With a nod, Bartholomew Kuma raised his hand and declared, Holy Shaki. At that moment, Doflamingo rushed in, manipulating a high-density armament-coated thread to swiftly stab towards the Going Merry. The destination, Sky Island. With a wave of his hand, Bartholomew Kuma caused the Going Merry to vanish from the surface of the sea, leaving Doflamingo's attack to miss its mark. Subsequently, Kuma disappeared before Doflamingo. Bartholomew Kuma, I shall not let you escape. Doflamingo roared in furious frustration towards the sea. Chapter 34. Water 7 by a twist of fate. The Straw Hat crew found themselves once again heading towards Sky Island, while the protagonists had already arrived at the Water 7 Shifton station. The sandy crocodile sailed forth, and amidst the vast ocean, a station emerged. How could there be a station on the sea? Ms. Valentine floated down, puzzled. Who would build a station in the middle of the ocean? This is the unique sea train of Water 7. Since the station is here, it signifies that we are nearing Water 7. Crocodile stood at the bow of the ship, gazing ahead at the station, and addressed the crowd. A train on the sea? Is such a marvel possible? Ms. Golden Week's eyes sparkled with excitement. Just then, the piercing sound of a train whistle echoed, and all turned to behold a long train whizzing past. Incredible! Exclaimed one. Shanghai truly is a place of wonders. The group's attention remained fixated on the sea train until it disappeared from view. Come look, it's a pirate ship, cried out a little girl with green hair styled in 2 pigtails, pointing at the sand crocodile as they passed the station. Neonai, replied Cum. Ha ha. That is indeed the emblem of the notorious pirate, Sir Crocodile, exclaimed Grandma Kokoro, holding a bottle of liquor as she spoke to her granddaughter nearby. Ms. Valentine's Day. Go and inquire if the City of Water follows this route. In a display of caution, Crocodile instructed Ms. Valentine's Day to ascertain whether they were on the correct path. Hey, old woman, is this the route to Water City? Ms. Valentine's Day declared, floating imperiously before Grandma Kokoro. Simone puffed her cheeks in irritation, while Grandma Kokoro took a sip of her drink, unfazed by the rudeness of Ms. Valentine's Day. With a smile, she remarked, "What an impolite little girl. Simply follow the train tracks, and you will reach Water City." "Thank you, old woman," Ms. Valentine's Day replied, gracefully returning to the sand alligator. "How did it go, Ms. Valentine's Day?" Mr. 3 inquired upon her return. The old woman said to proceed along the train tracks. Ms. Valentine's Day responded. "Then let us follow this track," Crocodile commanded. "Oh, there's a new seagull," Mr. 5 exclaimed as he noticed a seagull perched on the ship's railing and approached to purchase a newspaper. "Captain, the news claims you were defeated by Akiji, suspected to be imprisoned or dead," Mr. 5 remarked after glancing at the paper. "Is that so? The news never changes." Crocodile chuckled. Nicole Robin. After a while, Crocodile, struck by a thought, approached Nicole Robin, who was engrossed in her book. "Is there something you need, Mr. Crocodile?" Nicole Robin inquired, setting her book aside. "Do not wander when we arrive at Water City. There are CP agents present," Crocodile cautioned her. "CP agents?" Nicole Robin's expression shifted, recalling the countless times she had been hunted by this organization throughout her life. How could they be on this island? She asked, furrowing her brow in confusion. "The blueprints for the ancient weapon Pluton are located in Water City," Crocodile explained. No wonder Crocodile sought to come to Water City, Nicole Robin realized, finally understanding his motivation. However, if the blueprints were available, why continue searching in Alabasta for Pluton's whereabouts? Nicole Robin questioned, perplexed. "That is of no concern to you," Crocodile replied. "Captain, I see Water City," Ms. Valentine's Day shouted from above. Crocodile advanced forward, finding himself in a city entirely submerged within the ocean. Waterways meandered throughout the city, while a magnificent fountain continuously propelled water to various corners. Head to the location marked with a prominent character. That is the site of Dock No, one of the Carrera shipbuilding company. Crocodile instructed the members of the ship control team. After descending from the Sky Island, he had tasked Nico Robin with reallocating the members of each team. Aside from the addition of a new 4th team, the remaining teams remained unchanged. "Welcome to the Carrera Company, Dock Number 1. I am Kaku, an employee of Carrera. Are you here to repair a vessel?" As the sand crocodile arrived, a member of the Carrera Company, sporting a square nose, descended from the sky onto the deck. "Wow, he can fly just like Captain Valentine." The onlookers exclaimed in astonishment at Kaku's aerial entrance. "Longnose, please assist us in inspecting the ship for any damages." Crocodile harbored some intentions of exposing Kaku. Yet he chose to indulge Kaku's performance, as Kaku indeed possessed genuine skills in shipbuilding, and it mattered little to let him showcase them. Subsequently, under the guidance of Mr. 4, Kaku commenced his inspection of the sand alligator. "Mr. 1, Ms. Golden Week, Nico Robin, accompany me. The rest shall remain aboard the ship." Crocodile addressed the trio. "Yes, Captain." "Aye, Captain." "Certainly, Mr. Crocodile." The 3 responded in unison, subsequently disembarking alongside Crocodile. "Sir Crocodile, this man has unexpectedly arrived here. I hope it does not impede our mission," Lucci remarked, furrowing his brow as he observed Crocodile stepping ashore. Crocodile's eyes glimmered with a red light before he turned to face Lucci. Startled by Crocodile's vigilance, Lucci was just in time to hear an employee calling for him. "It's here." Lucci turned back and approached, while the dove perched on his shoulder responded in his stead. Crocodile averted his gaze. With his current prowess, he was confident that he could eliminate Luffy and his companions in an instant should they dare to obstruct him. This was the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. Had he truly arrived in Water 7? Was the news indeed false? The other pirates in the dock expressed their astonishment upon seeing Crocodile. Before long, he exited the dock and strolled along the streets of Water 7, surrounded by numerous waterways. If one were to ride the unique blueprints of the city, their speed would certainly increase. However, Crocodile had no desire to mount such contraptions. Mr. 1, inquire with a passerby to ascertain the whereabouts of the Frankie family, Crocodile instructed. Understood, Mr. 1 replied, promptly approaching a pedestrian. What do you want? The passerby quivered as he beheld the menacing figure of Mr. 1 advancing toward him, his voice trembling with fear. Without waiting for Mr. 1 to pose his question, the passerby turned and fled in terror. Chapter 35, Frankie. Mr. 1 observed the retreating figure. Momentarily silent. Was he truly that intimidating? Crocodile soon realized that it was rather inappropriate to send Mr. 1 to inquire for directions, so he instructed the young girl, Ms. Golden Week, to ask instead. Before long, Ms. Golden Week successfully discovered the whereabouts of the Frankie family. The resident she approached kindly warned her that the Frankie crew was not composed of good individuals. What is happening? Is that person actually inquiring about us? Moreover, is that not the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile? What business could such a prominent figure possibly have with us? Has someone offended them? Not far behind Crocodile, against a wall, Kiwi and Maz, the two square sisters, stealthily observed Crocodile and his companions. Hurry back and inform Brother Frankie, Kiwi urged Maz. And the two swiftly commandeered a brew from another street to return. Bruno, what do you think Crocodile wants with Frankie? Gabra inquired from atop the roof. Uncertain. But when such a prominent figure seeks out Frankie, it undoubtedly spells trouble, Bruno replied. Then let us follow and ascertain the situation, Gabra suggested. And soon Bruno conjured an air wall, swiftly joining Gabra before they vanished from sight. At Frankie's residence, Brother Frankie, trouble is brewing. Kiwi and Maz exclaimed as they arrived breathlessly along the waterway near Frankie's abode. Huh? Kiwi, Maz, what brings you here in such haste? Frankie, resting at home, questioned as they rushed in. The former warlord Crocodile has been asking around for the whereabouts of our stronghold and is now headed this way. Kiwi and Maz relayed to Frankie. Crocodile? Wasn't that fellow eliminated by an admiral? Frankie replied, perplexed, recalling the newspaper he had seen that day announcing Crocodile's demise. It is indeed true, brother. We witnessed it with our own eyes, Kiwi and Maz insisted urgently. But what could he possibly want from me? I don't believe I have ever crossed paths with him, Frankie pondered, realizing he had never encountered Crocodile. However, if he seeks confrontation, I have no fear. I could claim his head and exchange it with the Navy for a handsome bounty, Frankie declared boastfully. Indeed, Brother Frankie. His entourage eagerly chimed in. Foam daisy slash. Just as Frankie spoke, the front door of the house suddenly shattered, revealing 4 figures at the entrance. Is this the residence of Frankie? Crocodile entered with Mr. 1 and others, exclaiming, Brother, it is indeed them. Kiwi and Maz immediately responded. Hey, are you the scoundrel Crocodile? How dare you destroy our entrance? Frankie shouted in anger. I'll send you to your doom. Beans, left hand. As Crocodile had not yet finished his words, Frankie unleashed a torrent of bullets from the 4 gun holes on his left arm, targeting Crocodile. However, Mr. 1 swiftly interposed himself before Crocodile, transforming into a human blade to deflect every bullet that Frankie had fired. Are you also made of steel? Frankie remarked, somewhat astonished at Mr. 1's ability to block his shots with his body. I am a user of the chop fruit, a blade-wielding man, Mr. 1 explained in response. A devil fruit user? Frankie furrowed his brow, while his subordinate hefted a cannon and aimed it at Mr. 1. Destruction slash. Mr. 1 swiftly brought his hand down, slicing the incoming cannonball in half, which then sailed out of the room and exploded outside. Kiwi and Maz, drawing their longswords, charged towards Mr. 1. Mr. 1. Take them down, commanded Crocodile. Understood, Captain. The sound of Kiwi and Maz swords striking Mr. 1 was akin to metal clashing against metal, producing a resonant clang. How hard? Kiwi and Maz exchanged worried glances. With a swift motion, Mr. 1 raised his arms and sent Kiwi and Maz hurtling backwards. Kiwi, Moz. Bison shouted in alarm. You scoundrel! Frankie yelled upon witnessing Kiwi and Moz fall, removing the faux skin glove from his right hand to reveal his steel appendage, and then charging at Mr. One with a powerful punch. Too slow. Mr. One scoffed, evading Frankie's strike by stepping back. Boom. Before Mr. One could revel in his perceived victory, Frankie's fist unexpectedly broke free, landing squarely on Mr. One's face and sending him crashing into the nearby wall. Mr. One. Ms. Golden Week exclaimed in concern. Focus, Mr. One. Crocodile urged with a frown. Super. Now you understand my prowess, right? Even if you are made of steel, my iron strike will surely have an effect. Frankie declared triumphantly after successfully knocking Mr. One back, striking a celebratory pose with a grin. Apologies, Captain, but this will be over soon. Mr. One rose from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It has been a while since I sustained an injury, he said to Frankie. Then let us make sure you feel it today. Frankie retorted, charging towards Mr. One once more. Microscopic dust slash. Mr. One transformed his feet into blades, gliding swiftly forward, both arms morphing into razor edges as he lunged at Frankie. Star shield. Clang. Frankie presented his right hand, flattened like a shield, to directly deflect Mr. One's attack. Then, he opened his mouth and unleashed a barrage of iron nails. In the next instant, nails shot forth from Frankie's mouth, striking Mr. One's face. Although they did not inflict any damage, they obstructed Mr. One's line of sight. Seizing the opportunity, Frankie delivered a powerful left punch that landed squarely on Mr. One's face. Bam! The blow knocked Mr. One's head to the side, yet he remained steadfast, glaring at Frankie with a menacing gaze. Destructive slash. Mr. One's eyes widened as he swiftly lunged towards Frankie, sending him flying. Frankie, no? His companions gasped in shock. Fire the cannon. Zambai, the captain of Frankie's crew, immediately hoisted the cannon and pulled the trigger. Boom, boom, boom. In the next moment, the members of Frankie's crew launched several cannonballs towards Mr. One. Slash. Mr. One stood firm, adopting a slashing stance. Kaboom. An explosion enveloped Mr. One, shrouding the area in a cloud of smoke. Did we take him down? Zambai focused intently on Mr. One's position. Chapter 36. Mr. One versus Frankie. Mr. One, your mastery of the fruit still leaves much to be desired. If you could move while in your slashing form, your power would ascend to an entirely new level. The voice of Crocodile resonated, and as the smoke dissipated, Mr. One stood unscathed in his place. I will make an effort, Captain, Mr. One replied, having pondered since hearing Crocodile speak of the potential awakening of devil fruits on how to further develop their powers. The cannonballs seem ineffective against him? Zambai remarked in astonishment after witnessing the projectiles fail to harm Mr. One. That fellow is not so easily dealt with, Frankie asserted, brushing off the debris from his body and regaining his stance. Brother Frankie, there's only one of them. Let us attack together. No matter how strong he is, he remains but a single opponent, Zambai suggested to Frankie. All right, my younger brothers, let us charge together. Frankie readily agreed, excited by the prospect of a brawl. For he would not be underestimated as merely a braggart. With a roar, the crowd surged forward. Mr. One, undeterred by the onslaught, charged forward, effortlessly sending Zambai flying with a swift blow. Following this, he unleashed a kick that shattered multiple weapons, and with his arms crossed in an X, he struck down several adversaries with ferocity. Frankie boxing. Frankie called out as he approached, unleashing two powerful punches at Mr. One. Mr. One met his blows with his own fists, but soon thereafter, he executed a kick to Frankie's head, sending him crashing to the ground. Brute force destroyer. At that moment, three towering figures stood before Mr. One of whom swung a massive axe directly at him. With a thud, Mr. One raised his hand to block the axe, creating a shockwave that spread through the air. Though you possess a giant's physique, your strength is evidently lacking, boy, Mr. One remarked, propelling himself off the ground and deflecting the axe with a swift motion of his arms. Slash, fierce attack. Mr. One positioned his hands at his waist, then clenched his fists. If you wish to strike me, feel free to try. I am clad in reinforced super armor, the axe-wielding brute boasted confidently. As the words left his lips, Mr. One's fist descended rapidly, moving so swiftly that it left an afterimage in its wake. By the time Mr. One landed, the brute lay unconscious, his eyes rolled back. The armor on his chest shattered as he toppled backward. The remaining two muscle-bound brutes rushed towards Mr. One simultaneously upon witnessing their companion's defeat. With a swift leap, Mr. One delivered a powerful kick to one of them at the waist, inflicting a wound and sending him flying. As he landed, he braced himself on the ground. and the last of the muscle-bound brutes charged at him. Mr. One harnessed his body's elasticity and delivered a kick that sent the final brute soaring. Incredible, brother Mr. One, Miss Golden Week exclaimed. After Mr. One had dispatched everyone except Frankie, Crocodile finally spoke. Shall we engage in a proper discussion now, Frankie? Enough with the jesting. You have even brought down my dear younger brother. Frankie rose from the ground, clutching a few bottles of cola. One must not shed tears until one sees the coffin. Crocodile remarked with resignation. Rest assured, Captain, we shall soon bring him to his knees, Mr. One assured Crocodile. Upon hearing this, Crocodile decided to grant Mr. One a bit more time. Let the damned Iron Man experience my technique, Frankie declared as he clasped his hands together, his arms swelling with power. Let me see what you can do. Mr. One scoffed, swiftly gliding forward, his wrists locked together as he charged at Frankie. Foaming daisy slash. Wind cannon. Mr. One lunged fiercely, while Frankie simultaneously unleashed his ultimate move, a powerful air cannon shot from the aperture in his palm. Boom. The clash of their most formidable assaults unleashed a tremendous shockwave, and Mr. One felt the overwhelming force radiating from his palm. This strike could obliterate a grand sailing ship. You scoundrel! Frankie bellowed. Bang! In the next moment, Mr. One was hurled away by the astonishing impact of the wind cannon, crashing through the wall and flying out. I was careless, Mr. One exclaimed as he fell to the ground, quickly rising to rush back towards Frankie's abode. Inside the house, after sending Mr. One flying, Frankie charged towards Crocodile. Behold my prowess, Sand Crocodile! Frankie roared, swinging a fist toward Crocodile, the arrogant little brat. Crocodile smirked, and then his arm transformed into a cascade of sand. The desert monster. Crocodile wielded the grains of sand, transforming them in an instant into a colossal hand that forcefully pinned Frankie to the ground. With a thud, the impact against his back caused Frankie to spit out a mouthful of blood. As he attempted to rise, he found himself ensnared by the very sands controlled by Crocodile, rendering him utterly immobile. It appears that, despite being a cyborg, you have neglected to enhance your own back. Crocodile chuckled and said, My apologies, Captain. At that moment, Mr. One rushed into the room and discovered that Crocodile had already subdued Frankie. No worries, your training is still lacking, Mr. One, Crocodile remarked, causing Mr. One to feel a sense of shame as he stood to the side. Now then, regarding our next topic, we must ensure these fellows do not overhear. Crocodile conjured a swirling sandstorm, and with a swift motion, hurled it towards the ground, subsequently sending Frankie's minions soaring out of the room like leaves in a tempest. All right. Now that we are alone, Crocodile remarked with a grin directed at Frankie. Damn it, I will not let you get away with this. Frankie shouted defiantly. No need to be stubborn. I have a proposition for you. Hand over the blueprint of the Pluton. Crocodile addressed Frankie directly. Upon hearing this, Robin furrowed her brow. As she suspected, this individual was aware of the Pluton. Frankie's expression shifted instantaneously. He ceased his loud protests and forced a smile, asking, What are you talking about? What is this Pluton blueprint? How could it possibly be with me? Stop pretending. I know that Tom entrusted this to you. Had I not known it was in your possession, I would never have come looking for you, Crocodile asserted. He recalled the blueprint being with Frankie, yet he had forgotten the specifics of the plot surrounding it. Humph. Even if you kill me, I wouldn't know, Frankie retorted. It's of no consequence if you remain silent, Crocodile replied, then turned his gaze towards Ms. Golden Week. Golden Week, use your friendship paint on him, he instructed. Recognizing that her ability was perfectly suited for this situation, which is precisely why he had brought her along. Understood, Captain Crocodile. Ms. Golden Week responded with delight. Pleased to finally be of use. Chapter 37. The Pluton Blueprint in Hand. Friendship in Yellow-Green. Ms. Golden Week retrieved her sketchpad and brush, dipping them into a blend of tranquil green and maniacal yellow to create a unique hue, which she then used to draw a pattern upon Frankie. Become my friend, Ms. Golden Week declared to Frankie. Oh, it's Mariano, my dear friend. Frankie's demeanor transformed, as though he had known Ms. Golden Week for ages. Hee, we did it, Captain. Ms. Golden Week exclaimed joyfully to Crocodile. Ask him where the Pluton blueprint is. Crocodile instructed Ms. Golden Week, subsequently releasing the sand that bound Frankie. Frankie, could you tell me where the Pluton blueprint is? Ms. Golden Week inquired. My friend, do you wish to know about the Pluton blueprint? It's right here with me. Frankie replied amicably, extending his hand towards his abdomen. To the astonishment of Mr. One and the others, he opened his belly and reached inside. Dream on. Just as he was about to retrieve the blueprint, Frankie suddenly regained his senses, swiftly closing the door on his belly. Weapon left hand. Enraged, Frankie raised his left hand, curling his palm as his arm transformed into a cannon, aiming directly at Ms. Golden Week and firing a cannonball. Ms. Golden Week, taken aback by this abrupt turn of events, stood frozen, while a cloud of sand erupted at her feet, shielding her. Boom. The cannonball exploded, but before Frankie could revel in his success, a mass of sand shot forth from the smoke. Desert Saber. The sand morphed into a blade-like form, striking him and sending him flying. Arigato, Captain. Ms. Golden Week gazed at the mound of sand before her, recognizing it as Crocodile's intervention to shield her from Frankie's assault, and thus expressed her gratitude. Binding Sands. Frankie, hurled through the air, was swiftly ensnared by Crocodile's sandy grasp and dragged back before him. Simply hand over the Pluton blueprint, and all shall be well, Crocodile declared, reaching forth to open Frankie's abdomen, extracting the coveted blueprint. Damn it, you shall not prevail, Frankie shouted, preparing to unleash a torrent of flames. However, Crocodile, having already begun to master observation hockey, anticipated his intentions, swiftly manipulating the sand to seal Frankie's mouth, forcing him to face the consequences of his actions. Flames erupted violently within Frankie's mouth, releasing plumes of black smoke. Let us depart. The mission is accomplished, Crocodile remarked, casting Frankie aside as he addressed Robin and the others. Return the blueprint to me. Frankie lay on the ground, extending his hand with every ounce of strength, only for it to fall limply. Very well, Mr. Crocodile, Robin replied. And the group turned to leave. Air door. Shave. At that moment, a ripple in the air manifested, and a portal appeared beside Crocodile, from which a figure swiftly emerged, aiming for the Pluton blueprint in Crocodile's grasp. Whoosh. Just as the figure was about to make contact with the blueprint, a shard of sand shot forth. Iron block. In an instant, the figure was sent crashing away by Crocodile's attack. Bang. The figure tumbled to the ground before rising, and Crocodile recognized the individual Gabura from CP9. CP agents. Crocodile remarked, a statement directed towards Robin. Six-petal flower. Twisted bun. Upon hearing this, Robin crossed her arms and called forth her technique, and soon, 6 arms manifested around Gabura, twisting and contorting his form. A devil fruit user? Gabura exclaimed in surprise, swiftly employing Iron Block to defend himself, then vanishing from Robin's line of sight with a shave. He's gone. Mr. One stood before Ms. Golden Week, scanning the surroundings in search of Gabura's presence. Whoosh. Iron Block, Wolf Bullet. Suddenly, Gabura reappeared beside Robin, extending his palm while employing Iron Block, then attacking Robin with the backs of his hands. Robin, witnessing Gabura's rapid approach, widened her eyes in alarm, realizing it was too late to react. Am I non-existent? Gravel barrier. With a grin, Crocodile summoned a whirlwind of gravel that surged forth from the ground, shielding Robin from harm. The impact resonated as Gabura's strike landed upon the gravel, causing it to explode, yet it resolutely absorbed the force of his attack. In swift succession, Gabura noticed the gravel encroaching upon him and promptly propelled himself backward using the moonwalk technique, his feet pushing off the gritty surface. Cutting technique. Foaming daisy slash. Mr. One sprinted towards Gabura, his hands morphing into lethal blades as he lunged forward with ferocity. Heavy iron fist. Gabura, observing Mr. One's imminent assault, concentrated his strength and retaliated with a powerful punch, their attacks colliding with a resounding clash. Fly away, Mr. One exclaimed, unleashing a radiant slash from his palm that sent Gabura soaring through the air. Iron Block, wheel. At that moment, a portal of air materialized beside Crocodile and Bruno, in a high-speed vertical rotation, charged towards him. Armament hockey, hardening. Crocodile did not evade the attack through elemental transformation. Instead, he directly blocked it with his golden hook. Enveloped in hockey. Get the hell away from me, you CP scoundrel. Crocodile shouted fiercely, sending Bruno flying. Open the air. Bruno, propelled backward, utilized his abilities mid-air and vanished into a spatial realm once more. Stop lying around, Gabura. In the next instant, Bruno reappeared beside Gabura, who lay on the ground after being struck by Mr. One. We've been lurking for so long, yet we never anticipated that the designs would fall into Crocodile's hands. If the government learns of this, we are doomed, Bruno exclaimed to Gabura. Indeed, but our adversary is the former warlord, Crocodile. It's not easy to snatch it back. Gabura replied as he rose from the ground. Be cautious of the ground. Erosion cycle. After Crocodile and Robin exchanged a brief reminder, he placed his hand upon the ground. In an instant, the earth began to erode and transform into sand, swirling clouds of golden grains multiplying rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the surroundings metamorphosed into a desert landscape. What transpired over there? How did an abundance of sand suddenly drift this way? No. It seems that area is indeed turning into a desert. The nearby populace swiftly became aware of this phenomenon. Go, Gabra. At that moment, Bruno addressed Gabra, who immediately activated his moonwalk and shaved to propel himself forward. Chapter 38, CP9. You who incessantly proclaim yourselves as the strong? Iron block, heavy step fist, iron block break. Gabra unleashed a powerful punch towards Crocodile, followed closely by an air portal through which Bruno emerged, delivering a similar strike aimed at Crocodile. You're courting death. Crocodile gazed at the fist that loomed perilously close, when suddenly the gravel beneath his feet began to whirl and erupt with formidable force, propelling both assailants through the air. Impossible. How could he possess such strength? Gabra, sprawled on the ground, bore a visage of utter disbelief. This is preposterous. One can only marvel at the prowess of a former warlord of the sea. Bruno, taken aback, looked at Crocodile and remarked, CP9, is this all you amount to? Crocodile retorted with derision, is this the extent of your capabilities? Our captain is truly remarkable. Miss Golden Week exclaimed in admiration. I still have a long journey ahead. Mr. One remarked, observing Crocodile effortlessly dispatch the two adversaries. With a swift motion, Bruno and Gabra, undeterred, charged once more at Crocodile, shouting, Desert Flying Dragon. Behind Crocodile. The gravel instantaneously solidified into a magnificent dragon, which then opened its jaws to launch an attack. With a resounding thud, the dragon, under Crocodile's command, surged forth with astonishing speed, colliding head-on with Bruno and Gabra. Despite the reinforcement of iron, their innards were still jolted into disarray, and they could not suppress the surge in their throats, resulting in them both spitting out before being sent flying. Desert block, suppression. Crocodile raised his mighty hand, and grains of sand converged in the air to form a colossal cube that then shifted above the two men, swiftly descending. Bruno, Gabra exclaimed as he stood from the ground, noticing the sudden darkness overhead. Looking up, he realized that the sand-formed cube was plummeting, and he hastily called out to Bruno. Open the door. In a flurry, Bruno employed his abilities to create an air portal. With a resounding thud, the cube struck the ground, causing a tremor beneath. Yet, almost immediately, a door opened above the cube, allowing Bruno and Gabra to step through and stand atop its summit. Moonstep. Gabra executed the moonstep technique, effortlessly reaching the apex above Crocodile's head. With his fingers slightly curled, he brought his palms together in a gesture of focus, then dove downwards, unleashing the finger gun. The velocity gained from the high altitude amplified the power of his attack, hurtling directly towards Crocodile. For Pillar Sand Spear, armament hockey enhancement. Crocodile moved both hands, and the gravel beneath his feet gathered, subsequently launching 4 sand spears, each tip fortified with hockey. Bang! Gabra's fingers, like guns, descended, but were instantly pierced by the sand spears, which then thrust directly into Gabra's chest. Sizzle! Enhanced by hockey, the lethality of the sand spears surged dramatically, swiftly penetrating Gabra's body. Gush! A copious amount of blood erupted from Gabra's mouth as Crocodile dispersed the gravel, allowing Gabra to plummet to the ground as if in free fall. I have heard you refer to yourselves as superhumans. Is this truly the extent of your prowess? Crocodile chuckled. Gabriel. Upon witnessing Gabriel's defeat, Bruno instinctively took a step back and promptly utilized his devil fruit abilities to make his escape. Running away? Crocodile remarked, bemused by how effortlessly he could handle these CP9 agents with his current strength. Mr. One, deal with him. Crocodile commanded. Aye, Captain. Mr. One promptly advanced towards Gabriel. Just as Mr. One reached out to retrieve Gabriel, a silhouette of an air portal emerged beside him, as Bruno activated his Soru technique to forcibly withdraw Gabriel. Not so fast. Crescent Moon. Mr. One swiftly reacted, transforming his right leg into a blade and executing a sweeping kick that sent Bruno flying, subsequently grasping him to prevent any unforeseen mishaps. Oh, so you haven't fled after all? Crocodile observed as Bruno reappeared, having been struck away by Mr. One. Without hesitation, Crocodile conjured a dragon-shaped wind to assault Bruno once more. Open the door. Bruno instantly utilized his abilities, vanishing from the spot. What a vile devil fruit. How did Luffy manage to defeat him back then? Indeed, the iron block is the source of all evil. Seeing his attack miss, Crocodile couldn't help but express his irritation. Why doesn't this fellow use an iron block to deflect my assault, allowing me to take him away effortlessly? Subsequently, Mr. One carried Gabra back to Crocodile's side. "Let us depart," he said. Upon noticing that Bruno had not reappeared, Crocodile proceeded towards Dock 1. Gravel Nimbus. Crocodile manipulated a swirling mass of sand, upon which the others stood, and then he directed the sandy conglomerate back. "The captain can actually fly," Ms. Golden Week exclaimed in astonishment. "I've only just mastered it. And this is my first time carrying passengers," Crocodile declared as he stood atop the mound of sand. What does Crocodile intend to do with the CP9 agent? Could it be that he seeks to extract information from him? Robin inquired of Crocodile. "That's about right. I want this fellow to divulge the training methods of the Marine's 6 powers," Crocodile candidly replied to Robin. "The Marine's 6 powers?" Robin questioned, perplexed, while Mr. One furrowed his brow, clearly lacking knowledge on the subject. The Marine's 6 powers refer to the techniques Saru, Tekai, Shave, Jeppo, Rankyaku, and Shurgon. "These will significantly enhance your capabilities," Crocodile explained. "You certainly have gone to great lengths, Mr. Crocodile," Robin smiled. "I must learn this Marine's 6 powers." Mr. One thought to himself after hearing this. Damn it, Gabra has been captured. He possesses a wealth of information. This is dire. Bruno reappeared at the site of the previous battle, observing the departing Crocodile and the others, and then produced a secret communication snail from his belongings. "Khalifa, there's trouble," Bruno exclaimed as he activated the snail. "You better have something urgent to discuss. Contacting me at such a critical moment." Khalifa's voice quickly emanated from the snail. "A grave situation has arisen. The plans for Pluton are in the possession of that Frankie," Bruno declared. "What are you waiting for? Capture him immediately." "Were you unable to subdue him?" Khalifa responded, startled. "No, it's Frankie who was defeated by someone else. And the Pluton plans have fallen into the hands of the former Shichibukai, Crocodile. Gabra and I attempted to retrieve them, but Gabra was also captured by Crocodile," Bruno stated, his voice trailing off. "What? The Pluton plans have fallen into Crocodile's hands? Are you certain they are the genuine plans?" Khalifa pressed, realizing that if the plans were authentic, they could abandon their current mission and focus entirely on reclaiming them. "It's highly probable they are genuine, but I cannot be certain," Bruno replied honestly, admitting he had never seen the actual plans nor witnessed Crocodile seize them from Frankie, thus unable to ascertain their authenticity. Chapter 39. Acquisition of the 6 powers. Khalifa paused for a moment before instructing Bruno, "Continue following them. I will gather Lucci and the others. Although it's rather embarrassing to admit, I must say that combined, we may not be able to defeat Sir Crocodile," Bruno remarked. "After all, he is a former Shichibukai. Consult the commander for his opinion." After a moment of hesitation, Khalifa remarked, "Very well, I shall continue to observe," Bruno replied, subsequently trailing behind Crocodile and his companions. Once Khalifa ended her call with Bruno, she sought out Lucci to relay the situation. "Humph, after all, our adversary is the infamous Sir Crocodile, with a bounty of 500 million berries. It is entirely reasonable that Bruno and Gabra could not prevail against him. Furthermore, according to our intelligence, Crocodile possesses a Logia-type devil fruit. So it is understandable that Bruno misjudged the strength of his opponent," commented the white dove perched upon Lucci's shoulder. "Nevertheless, I am the most formidable entity CP9 has seen in the past 8 centuries," Lucci proclaimed with confidence. "Our objective is not to engage Crocodile in combat, but merely to retrieve the Pluton blueprints. Such a task is not insurmountable, especially considering our current guise as shipwrights," Lucci conveyed to Khalifa, asserting that reclaiming the blueprints from Crocodile was well within his capabilities. "Lucci, should we not consult Commander Spandam regarding this matter?" Khalifa inquired. "Humph. What use is it to consult that incompetent fool?" Lucci frowned before turning away, intending to take advantage of Crocodile's absence to board the Sand Crocodile. "Hey, who are you?" Ms. Valentine, floating above the Sand Crocodile, descended to question Lucci. "I am the foreman from dock number 1, Lucci replied, with the dove on his shoulder addressing Ms. Valentine. "Oh, you must be looking for your colleague. He is still in the cabin," Ms. Valentine realized, directing him to Kaku's location. "Thank you," Lucci responded, making his way toward the cabin. "A talking dove," Ms. Valentine remarked, somewhat astonished. "In this vast world, there is no shortage of wonders." Paula commented from the side. "This person feels rather peculiar," Mr. 2 observed as Lucci approached the cabin. "Yo, Kaku, I have arrived as well," Lucci declared upon entering and spotting Kaku. "Lucci, you two have come," Kaku replied, having been inspecting the interior for any damage. He paused momentarily upon Lucci's entrance, then glanced at the Baroque Works members beside him, responding accordingly. Under the watchful eyes of the Baroque Works members, Kaku and Lucci pretended to examine the ship's hull while discreetly exchanging information. They then informed Mr. 5 that there were some issues with the hull that required repair, prompting Mr. 5 to allow them to conduct the repairs on board. Meanwhile, Crocodile returned to the Sand Crocodile, holding the Pluton blueprints. "Captain, you have returned," Miss Valentine exclaimed, floating down to greet Crocodile. "What is this?" Mr. 3, upon observing Mr. 1 carrying an individual, inquired. "Is everything all right?" To which Ms. Goldenweek responded, "It's a member of CP9. Crocodile then turned to Mr. 3 and asked, "Nothing untoward has occurred, I trust?" Mr. 3 replied, "No. It's merely that the personnel from Carrera Company mentioned that the Sand Crocodile ship requires some repairs due to wear." Crocodile responded, "Oh, where are they? Bring them forth." He reasoned that since the Pluto had been secured and CP9 had already taken notice, it would be prudent to dismiss Kaku from CP9 to prevent any unforeseen complications. To Crocodile's surprise, Mr. 3 presented 2 individuals, and the arrival of Lucci immediately heightened Crocodile's alertness, indicating that Bruno had likely communicated their intelligence. "Greetings, Captain Crocodile," the 2 said respectfully upon their arrival. The Desert Treasure Blade. Taking advantage of their unawareness of their exposure, Crocodile swiftly launched an attack, unleashing 2 blades of sand. Whoosh! The 2 individuals hastily evaded the oncoming sand blades, only to express their bewilderment by asking, "Captain, what are you doing?" Upon witnessing Crocodile's assault, Mr. 2 and his companions promptly encircled them. "Stop pretending. You, Rob Lucci and Kaku from CP9, cannot possibly seize the blueprint of the Pluton. It would be futile to exert your efforts. Best to leave the ship at once." Crocodile addressed the 2 directly, inquiring about CP9. Robin was taken aback, as she had not anticipated that these 2 were members of CP9. However, what perplexed her even more was how Crocodile had discerned their identities. "Your intelligence network is indeed formidable." Upon realizing their identities had been exposed, Lucci ceased to feign ignorance. "So, it appears our identities have been revealed," he remarked. Kaku turned to Lucci, asking, "What shall we do next? Do I need to instruct you?" Lucci responded, transforming into his beast form, his body adorned with the sleek fur of a leopard. In an instant, he vanished from sight, launching an assault on Crocodile. With a resounding thud, the celestial knight, Shura, riding atop a colossal bird, interposed himself to shield Crocodile from Lucci's attack. "Humph! Sea Dweller, do not lay a hand on our captain," Shura admonished Lucci. "How could you possibly anticipate my movements?" Lucci exclaimed in astonishment, taken aback that this peculiar figure atop a bizarre bird had managed to intercept him. "It seems your recent training has been quite diligent, Shura." Crocodile remarked that the Shura, who originally possessed the ability to perceive the flow of energy, began to transition from eavesdropping on thoughts to sensing auras under his guidance, which enabled him to locate Lucci. Suddenly, a spear in Shura's hand erupted in flames, forcing Lucci to retreat. Demon folk fighting style, elegant swan dance. Mr. 2 swiftly launched an attack, delivering a powerful kick towards Kaku. Iron block. Kaku stood firm, absorbing Mr. 2's kick, causing him to slide back several meters. Spinning dance. Seizing the momentum, Mr. 2 charged at Kaku in a whirlwind motion, following up with a side kick. Whoosh! Kaku leaped into the air to evade, executing a grand backflip before delivering a powerful kick, Raging Gale White Thunder, which sent a slicing strike hurtling towards Mr. 2. Candle barrier. Observing the situation, Mr. 3 hurled a mass of candle wax, which swiftly solidified, forming a curved barrier that shielded Mr. 2. Bang! The slicing strike impacted the candle barrier, leaving a deep gash. "These fellows are formidable indeed," Mr. 3 commented, noting that his candles possessed nearly the hardness of steel. Thorn shot. Bora extended his arms, launching a volley of thorns towards Lucci. Finger gun. Lucci deftly dodged, then retaliated with a finger gun, instantly piercing Bora's shoulder. Miss Finger. Witnessing Bora's injury, his longtime partner Mr. 1 attempted to intervene but was halted by Crocodile. "Your task is to keep an eye on the CP9 member in your grasp. The one capable of opening doors is still nearby," Crocodile proclaimed. Chapter 40. Departure from Judicial Island. Upon hearing this, Mr. 1 remained stationary, refraining from making a move, while the others surged forward. An onslaught ensued. Shadley approached Lucci, raising his hand. Gale foot. Observing this, Lucci prepared to deliver a kick, but suddenly, a force erupted from Shadley's hand, sending Lucci hurtling through the air. "What? Lucci exclaimed in astonishment as he regained his balance mid-air using the moonwalk technique. After years of arduous training, he had perfected the Six Kings fist capable of unleashing shockwaves, yet this obscure individual could accomplish the same. "I'm going to grab a couple of knives," Kaku declared to Lucci, who was momentarily suspended in the air, before diving downward. Jet propulsion. Gazing at Kaku soaring towards him, Gadaz propelled himself with a burst of energy, then unleashed a punch towards Kaku with his elbow charged with wind. Shave. Kaku, however, was not so easily struck. He employed the shave technique, vanishing from his position and reappearing behind Gadaz, delivering a kick that sent him plummeting. How embarrassing, Gadaz. Shura, riding on a towering bird, ascended and lunged forward with a spear aimed at Kaku. Gale foot, line. Noticing Shura's advance, Kaku concentrated the power of his kick, then unleashed a fierce strike toward Shura, the gale foot slicing through the air in a perfectly straight line towards him. Boom. Shura attempted to block with his spear but was still forced back, tumbling off the towering bird, which then swooped down to catch him. Fire. Mr. 5 commanded the cannon squad to unleash cannonballs at the descending Kaku. Gale foot. Kaku retaliated by launching slicing strikes with his feet, intercepting all the cannonballs aimed at him. Boom. Just as Mr. 5 was fixated on the sky, a hole suddenly appeared in the thick smoke above, followed by Kaku materializing right before him, delivering a swift kick. Damn it. Before Mr. 5 could react, he was sent flying by the kick. Candle adhesive. Mr. 3 hurled a sticky substance towards Kaku, who swiftly vanished from sight. He then reappeared among several members, defeating them with a flurry of punches and kicks. Iron whip. Swung his arm, sending a cloud of iron shooting towards Kaku like a long whip. In response, Kaku leapt up to catch 2 fallen knives, using them to block Ohm's assault directly. Transvestite fist. Explosive swan. Mr. 2 charged at Kaku, executing a spinning kick aimed at him. Kaku deftly parried with a knife, engaging in a brief contest of strength before retreating. Impact wave. Flame wave. Wind wave. A multitude of crew members surged forward to assail Kaku, who skillfully parried blows from both sides, continually toppling one sailor after another. Yet, he soon found himself beleaguered by the relentless assaults of the peculiar abilities, seemingly derived from objects resembling shells. Kaku discerned their methods of attack. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lucci faced a coordinated onslaught from multiple adversaries, including Deshawn, Azura, Shadley, and Gadaz, all converging upon him. Despite contending with 3 formidable opponents endowed with observation haki, Lucci managed to hold his ground. These foes appear to anticipate my movements. Lucci furrowed his brow. The sensation of being predicted in combat was exceedingly vexing. However, the towering figure beside him seemed oblivious to such foresight. I shall deal with him first. Lucci contemplated briefly before resolving to eliminate Deshawn. With a flurry of punches, Deshawn unleashed a barrage towards Lucci. Constrained within the confines of the sand crocodile ship, unable to utilize his signature slicing technique. Shave. Lucci executed the technique, his form a blur as he deftly evaded, then bent his index finger, launching a rapid-fire thrust towards Deshawn's massive frame, turning him into a living target, succumbing to the onslaught. Jet. Gadaz unleashed a powerful punch that sent Lucci flying, momentarily rescuing Deshawn from further harm. However, after such a brutal assault, Deshawn staggered several steps before collapsing to the ground. Captain. Mr. 1 observed their inability to subdue Kaku and Lucci, while suffering considerable losses, and turned to Crocodile. Are you prepared to engage? Do you believe you can bring one of them down? Crocodile surveyed Mr. 1 before responding. I shall give it a try, Mr. 1 declared. What is happening? Why are those pirates attacking Lucci and Kaku? The shipwrights of the Carrera Company became aware of the unfolding situation, united in their purpose. They rallied together upon witnessing Lucci and Kaku under siege, charging towards the sand crocodile ship. Sandwall. Crocodile did not look back. Instead, he commanded the sands to rise along the shore, forming a barrier to obstruct them. He then addressed Mr. 1, stating, "What I seek is your unequivocal confirmation. If you board and fail to defeat even one of them, I shall require you to disembark." The captain. Ms. Golden Week was taken aback by Crocodile's words. Mr. Crocodile. Mr. 1 and Robin wished to counsel him, but they were swiftly interrupted by Mr. 1, who declared, "I understand, Captain. I shall prove my worth." Upon hearing this, Crocodile summoned the swirling sands to lift Gabra, who was being carried by Mr. 1. "Everyone, stand aside. I shall handle this knife-wielding foe," Mr. 1 declared as he strode forward. Mr. 2 glanced back at Mr. 1, clearly reluctant to yield. Let him come. As Crocodile spoke, the crowd parted, turning their attention to confront Lucci. Who are you? Kaku inquired, noticing that only one opponent remained. I am Dazbones, also known as Mr. One, the captain of the 1st Combat Division of the Baroque Works. Mr. One proclaimed. Let me see just how formidable you are. Kaku chuckled before charging directly at Mr. One. With a swift strike, Mr. One transformed his hands into blades and surged towards Kaku. The two clashed, their blades meeting with a resounding shockwave. Are you a devil fruit user? Kaku remarked after the impact. Indeed, I have consumed the dice fruit, which allows my entire body to transform into blades, Mr. One explained. Then raised his leg, morphing it into a blade aimed at Kaku. Kaku swiftly deflected one of Mr. One's hands, blocking the incoming kick. Headbutt. Mr. One charged directly at Kaku with his head. Iron block. Kaku immediately countered, absorbing the blow with his iron block technique, only to be sent flying back. He executed a roll in midair before swiftly using the Soru technique to close the distance to Mr. One. Storm slash. Kaku unleashed a flurry of slashes, sending wave after wave of strikes towards Mr. One. Undeterred, Mr. One charged at Kaku, parrying each of the incoming slashes with his own swift movements. Slash, battleship. Mr. One advanced on Kaku, raising both hands to deliver a powerful downward strike. With a resounding clash, Kaku lifted his twin blades to block Mr. One's heavy assault. Slash, windmill. Following his initial attack, Mr. One performed a backflip, his legs spinning as he aimed a series of slashes at Kaku. Chapter 41. Mr. One vs. Kaku Clang. Kaku deflected blow after blow with his twin blades, gradually retreating. Is Kaku truly this weak? Crocodile furrowed his brow, pondering the inconsistency with the original narrative where, during this period, Zara was indeed a formidable adversary. Logically, Kaku should possess greater strength than Mr. One, yet it seemed as if he was being pressured in this encounter. Determined, the Iron Man. As if to validate his prowess, Kaku stepped back and addressed Mr. One. That would be ideal. Mr. One replied. For sword style. Kaku transformed the grip of his two blades to a reverse hold and surged forward towards Mr. One. Has he altered his grip? Isn't it still a two-sword style? Mr. One stood firm, adopting a battle stance, awaiting Kaku's advance. Four-sword style, reverse scale. As Kaku closed in, he unleashed both blades, prompting Mr. One to raise his arms to block. In an instant, Kaku executed a gale kick, sending forth a slicing blow. Whoosh. Caught off guard, Mr. One was struck and propelled several meters back, landing steadily on the deck. Foam daisy slash. Once steadied, Mr. One propelled himself forward, launching a dual-handed assault towards Kaku. Gale kick, spiral blade. Observing this, Kaku leapt into the air, swiftly rotating and applying a twisting force, causing his muscles to coil like a spiral as he charged forth, simultaneously releasing a swirling slash around him. Boom. Their clash resonated, each strike landing relentlessly upon Mr. One. Even iron would sustain injuries under such relentless assault, Kaku remarked. As the frequency of his slashes escalated. Impact. Mr. One exerted a powerful force, his arms bursting with energy, unleashing a radioactive slash that was typically infallible and sending opponents flying, yet it was shattered by Kaku's counterattack. Kaku lunged forward once more, his blades and slashes raining down, cleaving through Mr. One's defenses and landing directly upon him. TSK. The rapidity of Kaku's strikes ignited sparks upon contact with Mr. One. Swoosh. Blood spurted forth as Mr. One's defenses crumbled, wounds appearing upon him, sending him hurtling backward. Gale kick. Chaos. As Mr. One flew back, Kaku soared into the air, executing a wide-reaching slash with both feet, directing the onslaught towards Mr. One. Mr. One, in midair, performed a roll to stabilize himself upon the deck. Realizing he could not evade the incoming strikes, he swiftly swung his transformed hands, now resembling blades, to deflect Kaku's relentless assaults. Phew. After successfully blocking all slashes, Mr. One exhaled, while Kaku landed gracefully on the ground. Come down and fight me. Mr. One challenged Kaku. Certainly. Kaku responded, cracking his neck. The two then leapt down in unison, standing face to face upon the ground. Gale kick, surrounding cut. Kaku plunged a knife into the ground, then suspended himself on the blade, spinning rapidly. The intent to slay. Mr. One crouched in a horse stance, his fist pressed firmly against his chest, his resolve hardening once more. Whoosh. As Kaku spun faster and faster, cracks began to appear on the blade, culminating in a terrifying strike that shattered the knife, propelling a lethal attack toward Mr. One at blinding speed. Bang. The The strike collided with Mr. One, causing him to shudder as a shockwave erupted. Boom. In the next moment, the strike pierced through Mr. One's body, cleaving the sand wall behind him in half. Spurt. As the sand wall collapsed, Mr. One suddenly knelt on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. Though he bore no external wounds, the internal damage was severe from the impact. Mr. One. Miss. Golden Week cried out in alarm upon witnessing his sudden fall. Mr. One, get back on your feet. You are my sworn subordinate. Upon witnessing this, Crocodile could not restrain himself from shouting at Mr. One. In that moment, he disregarded his own image. After all, this was Mr. One. If he were to fall just like that, when would Crocodile ever find someone comparable to Diamond Joseph by his side? A flaw has been exposed, Crocodile. At that very moment, Bruno, who had been observing for quite some time, made a decisive move. As the air gate opened, he unleashed a swift attack towards Crocodile after executing his technique. Get lost. Crocodile erupted in fury. At that moment, how dare anyone disturb him? In an instant, a single word, roll, escaped his lips, unleashing a formidable aura that surged forth from him, aimed directly at Bruno. Caught off guard, Bruno found himself immobilized by this overwhelming presence. Almost simultaneously, Crocodile's armed hockey-laden golden hook pierced through his body. Even Ms. Golden Week, nearby, could not withstand the force of this aura. She was momentarily stunned before collapsing to the ground. Robin fared little better, stumbling and landing unceremoniously on the deck. This was the manifestation of Conqueror's Haki. Crocodile was taken aback by his own unexpected display of Conqueror's Haki. He never imagined he would manifest such power in this situation. Indeed, the emergence of such abilities often occurs inadvertently. As a traverser, he too possessed this formidable force. I cannot falter. I must follow this man and support him in ascending the throne of the Pirate King. Mr. One rose from the ground and turned his gaze towards Kaku. Mr. Kaku, we have come to assist you. With the sand walls no longer obstructing their path, the shipwrights of the Karela Company surged forward, eager to lend their support upon witnessing Kaku engaged in combat with Mr. One. Do not interfere in this battle, you ruffians. Sandstorm. In the palm of Crocodile's hand, a sandstorm emerged, which he subsequently cast toward the center of the crew from the Karela Company. The formidable tempest swept through, its terrifying suction lifting them away in the opposite direction of the sand crocodile ship. Standing up was futile. Kaku was indifferent to the fate of the Karela workers. Instead, he planted his final blade into the ground. Just once more would suffice. Kaku retrieved his knife, and his body began to whirl once again. Decapitation. Mr. One maintained his stance, embodying the essence of a killer, as an invisible aura radiated from him. Raging foot, great round slash. Kaku spun even faster than before, channeling all his strength, and unleashed a strike more terrifying than the last. With this blow, Kaku summoned all his might, aiming to take Mr. One down in a single stroke. The dreadful slash approached Mr. One, and as he sensed the oncoming wave of force, he suddenly shouted, "Move!" "Ah!" Mr. One roared, breaking free from the paralysis that had gripped him due to his lethal stance. He seized the incoming slash with both hands. With a mighty effort, Mr. One hurled the fearsome strike skyward, where it erupted in a spectacular display. What? Kaku was taken aback, astonished that the trajectory of his slash had been altered. Chapter 42. Departure. Witnessing this scene, Crocodile chuckled, reminiscent of the time he had seen Jozu change Mihawk's flying slash with a single blow. Decapitation. Spiral blade slash. Mr. One transformed his arms into numerous blades, spinning rapidly as he charged toward Kaku. Without his own blades, Kaku attempted to fend off Mr. One's advance with his raging foot techniques. Yet, Mr. One surged forward like an unstoppable force, deflecting Kaku's slashes effortlessly and closing the distance. His hands landed heavily upon Kaku. Iron block. Kaku braced himself with iron block to withstand Mr. One's assault. The rapidly spinning blades rained down upon him, sparking with each impact. Ha! With a thunderous shout, Mr. One thrust his arms outward, blood splattering from Kaku as he recoiled from the force. Once Mr. One retracted his arms, Kaku collapsed, utterly drained. Crocodile. I have taken him down. Mr. One suddenly cried out to Crocodile, before himself falling forward. Well done, Mr. One. As Mr. One collapsed, the ground rose with sand that ensnared him, and subsequently, Crocodile manipulated the sand to draw him back onto the ship. He then summoned the medical team to attend to Mr. One's injuries. Turning his gaze towards Luffy on the vessel, Crocodile noted that despite Luffy's formidable physical prowess, he was forced to adopt a defensive stance against the 4 elite officers endowed with observation haki and the numerical superiority of their respective squads. Robin, are you all right? It was only then that Crocodile remembered Robin and Golden Week, who had been affected by the Conqueror's haki. Observing that Golden Week had already succumbed to unconsciousness, he dismissed her condition, reasoning that lying on the deck would not lead to illness. "I'm fine. Mr. Crocodile, you truly are a master of concealment," Robin replied with a smile. "If you're unscathed, then strike that fellow swiftly. Do not delay for too long." Upon hearing the command, Crocodile immediately summoned Robin's assistance. "Very well, Mr. Crocodile," Robin replied as she crossed her arms, directing her gaze towards Lucci, who was besieged by the crowd. In the next moment, two hands suddenly sprouted from Lucci's head, effectively obscuring his vision. Momentarily disoriented by the loss of sight, Lucci found himself in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Shadley delivered a powerful impact, followed swiftly by Gadaz, who landed a decisive blow to Lucci's head, knocking him down. Mr. 3 promptly employed his wax adhesive to immobilize him. Crocodile nodded thoughtfully, reflecting on the peculiar and rather repulsive nature of Nico Robin's devil fruit, which instantly turned the tide of battle. Observing that Lucci was ensnared by Mr. 3, Robin promptly relinquished her powers, restoring Lucci's sight, though he found himself utterly immobilized. "Indeed, pirates are despicable creatures," Lucci remarked to them. "The CP organization is hardly a paragon of virtue either, is it?" Crocodile approached Lucci and said, "Mr. 3, confine the remaining members of CP9. And that horned fellow, use the Sea Prism Stone. His abilities are rather peculiar." Turning to Lucci, Crocodile added, "Very well, Captain." Upon hearing this, Mr. 3 promptly set about ensnaring Bruno and the others with waxy adhesive. "Crew, prepare to set sail at once." Crocodile promptly issued commands to the assembled crowd. For the Judicial Island lay in close proximity. Should the 5 elders become aware of his acquisition of the Pluton blueprint, an admiral would undoubtedly arrive in haste. Yes. The crowd responded immediately, and the Sand Crocodile swiftly altered its course to set sail. Panic ensued. Khalifa gazed at the receding Sand Crocodile, understanding that her return to Judicial Island to report the situation would likely result in her eradication. "Crocodile, do you comprehend the magnitude of what you have provoked? The world government will not allow you to escape unscathed upon discovering your theft of the Pluton blueprint." Among CP9. Only the alert Lucci continued to vociferously admonish Crocodile. "Mr. 3, silence him." Crocodile tapped his ear and addressed Mr. 3. Realizing that he was increasingly becoming more like an ordinary person, as if Crocodile's dominant consciousness was gradually being overtaken by his own. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Mr. 3 swiftly used candle wax to seal Lucci's mouth. "Ms. Golden Week, have you awakened?" Crocodile turned to Robin, who was standing on the second floor, and inquired, "Not yet?" "Not yet, Mr. Crocodile," Robin replied, glancing at Ms. Golden Week, who still had her eyes closed. "Very well," Crocodile responded, Captain. Ms. Valentine's Day has unexpectedly drifted over. What is the matter?" Upon witnessing this, Crocodile hastily inquired, glancing around. "I can now weigh 10,001 kilograms." Ms. Valentine exclaimed excitedly to Crocodile, having just discovered her newfound ability to increase her weight dramatically. Crocodile was momentarily speechless, having initially thought that the Navy was in pursuit. However, Ms. Valentine's ability to transcend her limits demonstrated her enhanced mastery of the devil fruit, prompting Crocodile to calm himself and commend her, saying, "Well done, continue your efforts, and strive for the awakening of your devil fruit. I have great faith in you." "Yes, Captain," Ms. Valentine responded with exuberance, eagerly soaring back into the sky. This kilogram increase truly validated her persistent use of her abilities. I must also strive harder," Mr. 5 muttered to himself, feeling inspired by his partner's progress. "It seems there is no room for advancement with my imitation fruit," Mr. 2 lamented. "Who says that, Mr. 2? Crocodile remarked, directing his gaze towards him. "Captain, do you know how to develop my abilities?" Mr. 2 asked, pouting. "Of course I do," Crocodile replied confidently. "Really?" Mr. 2 immediately rushed over. "With your imitation fruit. You are currently only focused on mimicking the appearance of others. But what if you could also imitate their abilities? For instance, replicating my sand fruit powers or Ms. Valentine's light as a feather abilities. If you can achieve such a level, you will become one of the formidable forces upon the seas," Crocodile explained to Mr. 2. "How could I not have thought of that?" Mr. 2 mused, his mind racing as he turned back towards his room to contemplate this revelation. Crocodile gazed at Mr. 2 with an expression that suggested the promise of potential. "Captain, what about me?" Bala inquired eagerly, rushing over to seek guidance upon witnessing Mr. Two's encouragement. You well? Crocodile glanced at Bora and began to contemplate. Regarding the thorn fruit, you can now attempt to expel the thorns from your body. Akin to firing a bullet, Crocodile instructed Bora. Once she reached this stage, the subsequent step would be the awakening of the devil fruit, allowing her to assimilate surrounding objects. Understood, Captain. Bora exclaimed with delight, reflecting on how truly commendable Crocodile was as a mentor. Chapter 43. Interrogation amidst the vast and boundless ocean. A solitary vessel adorned with the visage of a crocodile sailed through the crashing waves. Captain, the compass points to an unknown destination, Ms. Valentine's Day remarked, glancing at the compass in her hand and then at the nautical chart, directing her words to Crocodile. An uncharted island, perhaps? Crocodile inquired. It should be, Ms. Valentine's responded. The nautical chart does not indicate it, so it is likely an uncharted island. It matters not. Let us simply explore the island and accumulate some magnetic energy. Crocodile replied to Ms. Valentine's. Very well, she responded. Captain, shall we commence the interrogation? At that moment, Ms. Golden Week approached with her question. Over the past 2 days, Ms. Golden Week had employed her abilities to interrogate Lucci and his companions several times. However, being agents of CP, their resolve was remarkably steadfast, and no progress had been made. Consequently, Crocodile had left them in hunger for 2 days. Let us give it a try. If it proves futile, we shall continue to withhold sustenance. Crocodile addressed Ms. Golden Week, expressing his lack of urgency regarding the 6 powers, as he was more intent on subjugating the formidable warriors before him. Meanwhile, within their confinement, Lucci and his companions found themselves in a precarious predicament. Perhaps we should surrender. I am utterly famished and too weak to even consider seppuku. How disgraceful! Gabra lamented to Lucci and the others. Silence, Lucci retorted, as his white dove had been confiscated by Crocodile and his crew, leaving him with no choice but to speak cautiously. Gabra, you truly are inept. Even if I were to starve, I would not divulge a single fragment of information, Kaku mocked. What are you shouting about? Be quiet, Gabra yelled in response, wishing he could leap up and slap Kaku had he not been restrained. Enough of this bickering. In our current situation, we must conserve our strength. Bruno interjected. It seems you all are quite spirited, Crocodile remarked as he approached the group. Crocodile, you might as well abandon all hope, Lucci declared defiantly. Do not be so disheartened by the world government. Join my pirate crew and share the training methods of the Navy's 6 powers with us, and all will be well, Crocodile proposed. Crocodile said to Lucci, Humph. Join you? Spare me the jest. Even if we were to join, we would betray you at a moment's notice. Lucci replied to Crocodile. Such matters are inconsequential. Should you dare, I shall end your life on the spot. Crocodile remarked to Lucci, Ms. Golden Week. It would suffice to employ that dim-witted Gabra. Crocodile addressed Ms. Golden Week, exclaiming, What did you say? I am the man of the most unwavering will. Gabra, upon hearing this, shouted, Ha! Gabra, even our foes perceive you as a dullard. Kaku immediately mocked Gabra. Hey, young lady, direct your attention to this long-nosed fellow beside me. He is utterly useless and will surely divulge everything. Gabra remarked to Ms. Golden Week. I heed the captain's words, you dullard. Ms. Golden Week replied to Gabra, before playfully splattering him with friendship paint. Now, my friend Gabra, hasten to share the intelligence regarding the Navy's 6 styles, Ms. Golden Week said after the design had formed. Of course, my dear friend, Gabra responded. Indeed, a true dullard. Kaku observed Gabra, rendered speechless, just as Crocodile believed success was at hand. Gabra suddenly changed his expression and declared, Who would tell you that? Another failure, Captain. Ms. Golden Week turned to Crocodile, noting the situation. No matter. We shall try again tomorrow, Crocodile said, gently ruffling Ms. Golden Week's hair. I never expected that you, this dullard, possessed such steadfast determination. Kaku remarked to Gabra. Silence. Will you? Gabra retorted to Kaku. Come now, Ms. Golden Week. It's time for a meal, Crocodile instructed. Aye, Captain. Ms. Golden Week replied, as soon as Crocodile departed. Bruno suddenly spoke up. If that owl fellow were here, he might have already let something slip. Indeed, that is quite possible, replied Lucci. Those guys wouldn't have already been executed, would they? Gabra inquired. It's not out of the realm of possibility, after all. The mission has failed and the Pluton blueprint has fallen into Crocodile's hands, Lucci remarked. Is our persistence truly meaningful? Even if we survive, we cannot return, Kaku stated. Silence. Are we to submit to the pirates? Furthermore, we still hold some value to the government. As long as we can escape, there is a chance to return. Lucci asserted. Hey, you famished folks, are you in the mood for a meal? At that moment, Mr. Two pranced in, carrying food. Just as the others thought Crocodile had decided to feed them, Mr. Two added, if you want to eat, you better hurry and reveal that 6 powers training method. Otherwise, you'll have to watch me enjoy this meal. After saying this, Mr. Two began to eat right in front of them. Seeing this, Lucci simply closed his eyes, and the others followed suit. Suddenly, Lucci's stomach growled. Upon opening his eyes, he found everyone staring at him, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly replied, that's a normal reaction. Just reveal the 6 powers. It can't be that much of a secret. Mr. Two asked in confusion. Humph. Crocodile desires more than just the 6 powers. He wants us. Wants me to serve the pirates. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Lucci insisted firmly. Well then, just watch me enjoy my meal. Mr. Two swayed and danced while eating, which was a torment for Lucci and the others. Not only because their stomachs could not bear it, but also due to Mr. Two's rather unappealing appearance. Mr. Crocodile certainly has a peculiar sense of humor. Robin remarked upon hearing Mr. Two singing on the deck. Haha, as long as it gets them to talk, it's a good strategy. Proctor said dismissively, by the way. Have you managed to get in touch with News King? Robin replied, I have made contact. It is expected to be published in tomorrow's newspaper. Mr. Clockter. This scheme of yours is truly ingenious, effectively quelling their ambitions, Robin expressed with admiration. It is merely a matter of dispelling their unrealistic notions, Clockter remarked. Chapter 44. The mysterious island. Meanwhile, ahead of the sand crocodile's route, an island that had been desolate just a year prior was now teeming with countless creatures. A towering Tyrannosaurus Rex, with eyes ablaze in crimson, sprinted through the forest, sinking its teeth into a fleeing leopard with ferocity. In the blink of an eye, a shadow darted past, and the Tyrannosaurus vanished from sight. The scene shifted to reveal a massive python, several dozen meters in length, voraciously consuming its prey. As the camera zoomed in, the foot of the Tyrannosaurus was seen protruding from the python's maw. After devouring the dinosaur, the python's eyes turned blood red, and it rampaged through the forest, exuding a gruesome aura. Moments later, covered in blood, the python ceased its feeding, its belly grotesquely swollen. Realizing the necessity to find a secure place to digest, it slithered away in search of refuge. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, as if something colossal was racing across the land. Fear flickered in the python's eyes, prompting it to hasten its escape. The camera panned upward to reveal a gigantic gorilla, towering like a titan, sprinting forth, unimpeded by trees or stones. Upon spotting the slithering python, the gorilla delivered a powerful punch, causing the python to burst asunder. It then opened its mouth wide and devoured a substantial portion of the serpent's body, feasting ravenously. Haha, how formidable! In the depths of the forest, a man with blue hair and a towel around his neck revealed a sinister grin as he glanced at his watch. IQ duration, 11 minutes and 24 seconds. That damn gorilla, how swiftly it dispatched the python. I had hoped to see if it could grow even larger. Indigo, what is the status? At that moment, a figure descended beside him, inquiring. Captain Shiki, rest assured, there has been further progress, Indigo replied. Indeed, that figure was the Golden Lion, who utilized this island for his IQ research. All right, once we are sufficiently advanced, I shall elevate this damned island and merge it with others, the Golden Lion informed Indigo. It will be completed soon. Do not worry, Indigo assured him. Before that, let us witness a grand spectacle. Indigo continued, leading the Golden Lion to a towering peak. Lord Shiki, your abilities are still required, Indigo remarked, glancing at the massive boulder obstructing the cave entrance. With a swift motion, Shiki raised his foot and unleashed a flurry of strikes, shattering the immense stone into fragments, allowing both to proceed within. Upon entering, the light illuminated the entire tunnel, and after a minute's walk, Indigo encountered a vast underground chamber. Within it lay extinct beasts ensnared by iron chains, each one possessing glowing red eyes and colossal frames. As they sensed Indigo's presence, they became agitated, their roars resounding harshly. Silence! Shiki bellowed, unleashing an aura of supreme dominance that quelled the cacophony of the prehistoric creatures. Lord Shiki, this is one of the protagonists I mentioned, Indigo stated, approaching an enormous cage at the center. Inside lay a behemoth in slumber. I shall name it Godzilla, a descendant of the ancient Tyrannosaurus Rex. Indigo exclaimed excitedly to the Golden Lion. It appears even larger than the giants. The Golden Lion observed the colossal creature with a smile, pondering the prospect of such immense beings ruling the world. Release it to battle against Kong. This is what I refer to as the grand spectacle. Indigo declared to the Golden Lion. Then I shall indulge in this intriguing performance, the Golden Lion replied. They exited the cave, and shortly after, a multitude of extinct creatures began to emerge from within. Meanwhile, aboard the sand crocodile, the captain spotted an island, resembling a primeval forest with towering trees. Ms. Valentine, look, an island has appeared before us. Upon seeing the land, the crew erupted in murmurs of excitement. At last, we are nearing the island. I fear we may be losing our minds. I've heard this is an uncharted island. Could we be the first to set foot here? The crew speculated. Before long, the sand crocodile docked at the shoreline of the small island. It resembles a quaint garden. Mr. 3 remarked as he gazed at the untouched forest. There are many unfamiliar scents. Do not wander off. Crocodile warned the crew. Just then, Mr. 5 suddenly exclaimed, "What is that tiger with such enormous teeth?" Crocodile, upon hearing Mr. 5's words, turned his gaze in that direction. There, he beheld a formidable creature, a saber-toothed tiger. Its elongated canines resembling twin swords, its fierce, blood-red eyes glinting with malice, towering at a height of 3 meters and stretching nearly 8 meters in length. While the others remained oblivious, Crocodile recognized this beast as the long-extinct saber-toothed tiger. With a ferocious roar, the saber-toothed tiger charged toward them. "Humph, a snot cannon," Mr. 5 declared, promptly launching his diminutive snack, which, unnoticed by the tiger, struck it squarely. Upon impact, the seemingly insignificant projectile erupted into a tremendous explosion, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke. However, before Mr. 5 could revel in his minor success, the saber-toothed tiger, enraged, lunged at him. This initial attack had failed to inflict any real damage, only serving to provoke its wrath. "Seeking death, are we?" "Air bomb." Mr. 5 inhaled deeply, then exhaled forcefully as the tiger approached. Upon contact, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, far more powerful than before, sending the saber-toothed tiger flying through the air. A guillotine weighing 10,001 kilograms. At that moment, Ms. Valentine's Day descended upon the airborne saber-toothed tiger, crashing down with brutal force, resulting in a gruesome spectacle as it shattered the creature's skull. "There's meat to eat now," Miss Christmas remarked. "Build a fire. Let us not enter the forest just yet." "Something feels amiss," Crocodile instructed. "Yes, Captain." The crew promptly began to kindle a fire, while some approached to dissect the saber-toothed tiger. Within the forest, a massive white python, thicker than the one crushed by the gorilla, with blood-red eyes, fixated on the group. "Have uninvited guests arrived?" The Golden Lion, hearing the commotion of the explosion from deep within the forest, inquired. "Shall we go take a look, Lord Shiki?" Indigo asked the Golden Lion. "Of course." The Golden Lion responded with a hearty laugh, soaring into the air, swiftly making his way toward the source of the explosions. As the fire blazed amidst the gathering crowd, the jungle around them came alive with an increasing number of crimson eyes, each pair glaring hungrily in their direction. "Captain, shall we not address this situation?" Mr. 1 inquired, arms crossed as he gazed into the depths of the thicket. "Let us first satiate our hunger. How can one act on an empty stomach?" Crocodile replied. Seated upon a stone, before naturally accepting a piece of meat handed to him by one of his subordinates, devouring it with gusto. Suddenly, a hearty laughter echoed through the sky. Crocodile looked up to behold a man with golden hair cascading down to the ground, a ship's wool perched atop his head, and 2 long swords strapped to his legs. A cigar clenched between his teeth, he laughed down at the gathering. "That fellow is the Golden Lion Shiki. What brings such a prominent figure to this island?" Panic surged through the crowd, but they were quickly reassured by the presence of Captain Crocodile. Upon recognizing the man, most gasped in astonishment, realizing he was one of the architects of global warming. Upon seeing the peculiar ship's helm protruding from the head of the man in the sky, Crocodile realized that this individual was none other than the illustrious Shiki, the Golden Lion. To his astonishment, the renowned Golden Lion actually recognized him. Crocodile casually seized a nearby bottle of liquor and hurled it directly at the Golden Lion. "Little brat, you certainly know how to play along." The Golden Lion caught the bottle without hesitation, uncorked it, and took a hearty swig, allowing the liquor to cascade down his cheeks. "You're quite bold, are you not? Aren't you afraid I might poison the drink?" Crocodile chuckled as he spoke to the Golden Lion. "What a joke. Do you think I'm someone easily subdued? What poison could possibly affect me?" The Golden Lion bellowed, before finishing the entire bottle in one go. "Not bad, little brat," he exclaimed, releasing his grip and letting the bottle fall to the ground with a resonant clink. "Now, let us get down to business. How did you come to be here?" The Golden Lion inquired of Crocodile. The compass pointed me this way, so here I am, Crocodile replied. Is that so? Little brat. Do you know that this island belongs to me, the Golden Lion Shiki? The last words escaped him, and a surge of formidable energy erupted, rushing toward Crocodile and his company. What an overwhelming aura. Fool, that is the Conqueror's haki. As the Golden Lion unleashed his powerful presence, one crew member after another fell unconscious around Crocodile, while those who could still stand shouted in alarm, culminating in Crocodile addressing the rest. This Conqueror's haki appeared swiftly and faded just as quickly, vanishing in an instant. However, Crocodile noticed a fleeting moment of distraction in the Golden Lion, likely due to the influence of the helm above. Is this the might of the older generation of warriors? Merely standing there has incapacitated so many. After the Golden Lion's haki dissipated, Mr. Five struggled to rise, surveying the fallen comrades around him. Robin, ensure that these unconscious fools receive additional training. They're truly a disgrace. Crocodile was well aware that the strength of the Golden Lion had waned compared to his former glory, thus he calmly instructed Robin. Yes, Robin instinctively replied, bewildered that they were still entangled in such matters. Did Crocodile truly possess the confidence to contend with a legendary powerhouse like the Golden Lion? Golden Lion, I can forgive your past actions, and I hope you can engage in a calm conversation with me, Crocodile addressed him, contemplating the potential advantages of having such a presence amidst the chaos of the impending war. Who do you think you are? The Golden Lion retorted, showing no respect. Lion's might. Earthquake. With a swift motion of his hand, the Golden Lion grasped at the air above the ground, and astonishingly, the earth itself began to upheave, transforming into the shape of a lion's head, which then roared and lunged at Crocodile. Truly, the Golden Lion showed no regard. Crocodile extended his hand, unleashing the awakened powers of his fruit as the lion's head approached him. In the blink of an eye, what was once a creature of earth began to transform into grains of sand. With a resounding crash, as Crocodile struck with his fist, the lion before him disintegrated into a whirlwind of yellow dust, swirling all around. In a swift motion, a stream of sand shot forth from the ground towards the Golden Lion, coalescing into Crocodile's form just as it neared. His golden hook, enveloped in haki, lunged at the lion. Clang! At that moment, the Golden Lion abruptly lifted its foot, the sword it bore blocking Crocodile's fierce assault. Boom! The clash of haki erupted, two forces colliding violently and generating arcs of black lightning that illuminated the surroundings. A shockwave radiated from the epicenter of their confrontation. Golden Lion, your once formidable aura has now dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self. Have you never considered shedding that worthless adornment atop your head? Crocodile shouted at the Golden Lion, asserting that if he could be removed, it would not be a mere brat like him who could act arrogantly before him. Yet, even in his current state, he was not someone to be underestimated. With a furious roar, the Golden Lion unleashed an even more formidable aura, sending Crocodile flying with a powerful kick. Thud! As Crocodile fell to the ground, he suddenly transformed into a burst of yellow sand, which then swirled and coalesced before Mr. One and the others, reforming Crocodile's body. What if I told you that someone could heal you? Crocodile remarked to the Golden Lion, cease your jesting, young one. The Golden Lion, of course, found it hard to believe, for there simply did not exist any entity capable of extracting such a thing from existence. Crocodile's words not only failed to pique the interest of the Golden Lion, but instead provoked his ire. Lion Chincho, the Golden Lion, in a fit of rage, swung his long sword with fervor, unleashing a torrent of formidable sword energy that enveloped Crocodile and his companions. Desert Lion Sphinx. As Crocodile raised his hand, countless grains of yellow sand surged into the air, coalescing into a magnificent sand lion. This formidable creature charged forth to meet the incoming slashes. Each strike that fell upon the sand lion inflicted significant damage, yet it was swiftly replenished by the surrounding sand. You tempestuous beast, I merely wish to engage in a dialogue with you. From the lion's mouth, Crocodile suddenly unleashed his arm, manifesting the desert monster arm, enveloped in haki, and sent a powerful punch crashing down upon the Golden Lion. Chapter 46. The Surgery Fruit, capable of removing the helm from your head. Bang! Crocodile's formidable fist struck the face of the Golden Lion with tremendous force, sending him crashing downwards. The sheer impact shattered the ground beneath, creating a deep crater. It has truly been a long time since I sustained an injury, young one. The voice of the Golden Lion echoed from the depths of the pit, and soon he rose, wiping the blood that trickled from the corner of his mouth. Speak, young one. Who possesses the power to heal me? The Golden Lion inquired. now composed, refraining from further aggression towards Crocodile. The rookie pirate, Trafalgar Law. Crocodile addressed the Golden Lion directly, inquiring about the newcomer. Pray enlighten me. The Golden Lion, sitting cross-legged, invited Crocodile to join him beside him. What is the matter? Has the battle concluded? Such an abrupt turn of events. What could they possibly be discussing? Ms. Valentine's Day and her companions watched with bated breath as Crocodile and the Golden Lion sat opposite one another, hesitant to approach. Hey, Shadley, quickly use your observation hockey to eavesdrop. Mr. 2 urged with curiosity. No, if we get caught, we might end up on the receiving end of a hefty beating. Shadley raised his hand in refusal, choosing instead to sit quietly on the astonished balloon. An individual possessing the powers of the surgery fruit. Crocodile soon broached the subject of law. That infamous devil fruit rumored to be worth 5 billion berries? The Golden Lion inquired, having heard whispers of its significance. Indeed, the surgery fruit possesses unique abilities, allowing one to extract the helm from your head. If you desire it, keep an eye on this newcomer and seek him out. Crocodile addressed the Golden Lion, saying, It is easy for you to speak. Even if you find me, how can you ensure that he is genuinely intent on my healing? The Golden Lion scoffed. If the other party were to take advantage of the guise of treatment to strike at me, would I not be surrendering my life in vain? My lifelong reputation tarnished in an instant? I possess a secret about him, Crocodile replied, a matter substantial enough to compel him to assist in your healing. Crocodile addressed the Golden Lion, stating that this was his bargaining chip. What price must I pay? Speak, if you will. The Golden Lion, aware that someone like Crocodile would not offer assistance without a vested interest, promptly inquired, What do you require of me? I demand a promise from you. Crocodile revealed his intentions to the Golden Lion. Do tell, inquired the Golden Lion, pondering what demands Crocodile might present. In due time, accompany me to the Navy headquarters. Crocodile spoke astonishingly. Little brat, do you comprehend the words that escape your lips? The Golden Lion's expression darkened, and he replied with irritation. Fully aware that this fellow would not propose any favorable terms, yet the suggestion seemed excessively outrageous. Do not chuckle excessively. I merely wish to take you to witness the demise of an old acquaintance while wreaking a bit of havoc there, Crocodile said with a grin. An old acquaintance? Is it Sengoku or that old coin, Garp, who is on the brink of death? The Golden Lion immediately thought of Garp and Sengoku. But upon seeing Crocodile shake his head, he pondered further, could it be Zephyr? Neither, Crocodile replied. It is the man who once sailed alongside you, Edward Newgate, the Whitebeard. Crocodile addressed the Golden Lion. What nonsense. How could Whitebeard meet his end at the Navy headquarters? Is he akin to Roger? The Golden Lion, suddenly gritting his teeth, exuded an imposing aura. The demise of Roger was a profound anguish he bore throughout his life, a pain too great to endure. Of course not. In due time, you shall comprehend, Crocodile remarked, gazing at the Golden Lion, awaiting his response. If I can restore my former condition, I would not mind accompanying you for a visit. And we could also settle accounts with that scoundrel Navy, the Golden Lion contemplated before conceding. Then I shall confide this secret to you. Crocodile relayed the long-standing feud between Ro and Don Quixote da Flamingo to the Golden Lion, who departed with a sense of satisfaction. As he left, the Golden Lion advised Crocodile to witness the spectacle that was about to unfold, should he find the time. Just as the Golden Lion exited, a deafening roar echoed across the entire island. A grand performance, indeed. Crocodile recalled the words of the Golden Lion, eagerly anticipating the spectacle ahead. Hey, are you ready for the show? As he watched, he remembered his unfortunate crew and turned to shout. What kind of show? Is it a ballet? Mr. 2, dancing gracefully, approached Crocodile with curiosity. Just watch, you flamboyant one, Mr. 1 replied with a sidelong glance. Merry Christmas, Merry Christmas. What grand performance awaits? Miss Christmas looked around in excitement. Suddenly, a series of thundering footsteps echoed, causing the very island to tremble. The sound grew louder, like the beating of a drum. At that moment, a multitude of beasts, hidden in the forest, surged forth, charging swiftly towards Crocodile. It is your turn to make an entrance, Mr. 1. Crocodile addressed Mr. 1. Understood, Captain. Mr. 1 stepped forward, then bent down, transforming his feet into blades, and launched himself forward, his hands morphing into sharp edges. Slash, destructive tornado. Mr. 1 charged towards a towering velociraptor, swiftly spinning, summoning a whirlwind that sent the creature soaring, landing battered and bruised. Human Demon Fist, explosive kick. Mr. 2 dashed forth, delivering a side kick to a massive leopard. Then executed a somersault, crashing his leg down onto the leopard's head. Candle Champion Cup. Plow Punch. Mr. 3 donned his armor, relentlessly pummeling an approaching gorilla. Exchanging blows until the flesh and blood gorilla succumbed to the might of Mr. 3's candle armor, collapsing first. Double impact. Shadley flipped into the fray, extending his hands as 2 impact shells erupted, launching the beast before him into the air. Jet Punch. Gades propelled himself forward, landing a punch on another beast, similarly toppling it. Flame Spear. Azura Dove, piercing through a beast's body and sending it flying. Iron Cloud. Whip. Olm unleashed a tremor from his iron cloud, which then shot forth, taking down a multitude of foes. Thorn Hedgehog Roll. Bora erupted in thorns, rolling forward and piercing the bodies of other beasts. 10,001 kilograms. Guillotine. Ms. Valentine's targeted her prey from above, descending to strike one down. Boom. Mr. 5 pressed his body against a beast, resulting in a violent explosion that left the creature enveloped in smoke as it collapsed. The novel could be downloaded for free using the open-source Starstring downloader developed by Xingyu. If you obtain the novel file through a proxy download and the vendor did not provide the source code or open-source address, please request a refund and report the vendor. Author's email, xingyuoutlook.com. Author's QQ, 201-759-3710. Official QQ Group, 149050832. Official TG Group, https, Me FQ Tool Chapter 47. King Kong vs. Godzilla. As the Cadre-level subordinates mobilized, the beasts before them fell one after another, swiftly dealt with. Roar. As the commotion on the island escalated, countless trees were uprooted, and Crocodile finally laid eyes on the monstrous entities causing such upheaval, a giant King Kong and a Tyrannosaurus Rex, towering even above the gorilla. To Crocodile's surprise, this Tyrannosaurus possessed arms only slightly smaller than that of the King Kong, defying the typical short-armed appearance of its kin. Such colossal beings. He had never encountered anything like this before. Mr. 3 swallowed hard and spoke, aware of the giants and the sea kings, yet questioning when terrestrial creatures had grown to such colossal sizes. Do not be astonished. This is precisely why the golden lion resides upon the island, Crocodile elucidated to Mr. 3. Is this the handiwork of the golden lion? How is this possible? Robin inquired, gazing at the 2 immense beasts before her. The golden lion, through extensive research, has enhanced the DNA of a plant known as IQ into SIQ, a substance that enables animals to attain gigantic proportions and exhibit ferocity. Crocodile explained to them. At the moment of Clockter's explanation, King Kong had already engaged in combat with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, referred to as Godzilla by Indigo. With a resounding thud, King Kong charged forward, delivering a powerful punch that struck Godzilla squarely on the neck, causing the colossal creature to stagger and crash to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, King Kong leaped high into the air, raising both arms to prepare for a crushing blow. However, at that critical moment, Godzilla sprang back to his feet, his massive tail sweeping through the air and sending the descending King Kong flying. With a tremendous impact, King Kong hit the ground, causing the entire island to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. Debris and shattered wood were flung into the air. With a fierce roar, King Kong regained his footing, pounding his chest with his fists, reminiscent of war drums echoing through the heavens. Godzilla, undeterred, let out a thunderous roar and charged at King Kong, swinging his tail in a menacing arc as he closed the distance. This time, however, King Kong was prepared. He wrapped his enormous hands around Godzilla's tail and, with a surge of muscular strength, heaved the titan off the ground. Godzilla was forcefully flung away, hurtling directly towards Clockter and his companions. It's coming this way, Ms. Golden Week shouted, her eyes wide with alarm as she observed the incoming Godzilla. Captain, Mr. 3 exclaimed to Clockter, realizing that such a massive creature was beyond his capacity to withstand. Sand monster arm. Crocodile smiled slightly, and then several pillars of sand surged into the sky, converging to form 2 gigantic hands that caught the incoming Godzilla and hurled him back. After being thrown, Godzilla landed on the ground, shaking his head vigorously as he stood up, clearly unscathed by the assault. Kong gazed curiously at the dissipating colossal hands, yet he paid little mind to them, his eyes ablaze with determination as he charged toward Godzilla, seizing a mountain peak as a weapon to hurl at him. Unfazed, Godzilla collided headfirst with the mountain, shattering it into fragments before barreling straight toward Kong. With a thunderous crash, the 2 titanic bodies collided, Kong firmly grasping Godzilla's shoulders to impede his advance. In response, Godzilla bit down on Kong's arm, causing him to wince in pain, yet he retaliated by striking Godzilla's head with a powerful blow. slamming it into the ground and even dislodging some of his sharp teeth. The intense agony ignited a primal fury in both beasts. Kong mounted Godzilla and unleashed a flurry of punches, while Godzilla retaliated with a forceful kick that sent Kong flying. As Kong regained his footing, Godzilla charged at him with tremendous strides, swiping a claw across Kong's face. Refusing to back down, Kong countered with a punch, and thus commenced a fierce exchange of blows between the two titans. "I wager Kong will prevail, Ms. Valentine," Mr. Five remarked, observing Kong's arms, which were significantly larger than Godzilla's. In their boxing match, it was evident that Kong held the advantage. "What will you bet?" Ms. Valentine inquired. 100,000 berries, Mr. Five declared, well aware of Ms. Valentine's affluent status. "Agreed," Ms. Valentine replied without hesitation. "I, however, believe the Tyrannosaurus Rex will emerge victorious." Crocodile spoke, remarking that this Tyrannosaurus Rex bore a striking resemblance to Godzilla. According to tradition, Godzilla would invariably triumph over King Kong, this diminutive creature. "Ha, Mr. Five. Prepare the money. The captain has declared that the bipedal beast shall emerge victorious," Ms. Valentine's Day joyfully proclaimed. "We'll see about that," Mr. Five retorted defiantly, though his spirit had already waned by half. Amidst the jungle, the battle between King Kong and Godzilla raged on. King Kong broke the stalemate first, delivering a powerful punch that sent Godzilla sprawling. Without allowing Godzilla a moment to recover, he seized the latter's tail and began to swing him vigorously. With a resounding crash, King Kong slammed Godzilla to the ground, then grabbed hold of him with one hand while rhythmically pounding his chest with the other, as if proclaiming his own victory. "Ha, did you see that? King Kong has won," Mr. Five exclaimed to Ms. Golden Week. "Who says King Kong has won?" Crocodile cast a glance at Mr. Five and then offered a faint smile. Just as Mr. Five presumed that Godzilla had some hidden strategy, a colossal blade of sand suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing directly through the chest of the Diamond Man, causing a copious flow of blood to gush forth. "Captain, you are cheating," Mr. Five exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he turned to Crocodile. "Ah, this island is truly remarkable. A blade of sand has unexpectedly emerged from the earth." Crocodile feigned astonishment, his lackluster performance failing to convince anyone. "Indeed, what a remarkable island this is," he exclaimed, laughter echoing in the air. Ms. Valentine's Day chimed in. Ha, roar. Godzilla seized the opportunity to break free from King Kong's grasp, lunging forward to sink his teeth into King Kong's neck, bringing him crashing down. In response, the enraged King Kong, sensing the specter of death, pounded relentlessly, yet this time, Godzilla refused to relent until King Kong, weakened from blood loss, let his arms fall limply. Roar. "The victor is clear. Remember to pay up," Ms. Valentine's Day remarked to Mr. Five upon witnessing King Kong's defeat. Where did that sand blade come from?" Indigo asked, puzzled by the sudden appearance of such a large weapon. "Do not make a fuss." Golden Lion floated down from the sky, addressing them. Chapter 48, The Assault of Godzilla. "Master Shiki, have the intruders been dealt with?" Indigo inquired upon the return of Golden Lion. "Not at all. It was that little brat." "Crocodile," Golden Lion replied, puffing on his cigar. "What? That little brat managed to evade even Master Shiki?" Indigo exclaimed in disbelief. "Humph. It is my weakness that allowed such a small fry to slip through," Shiki retorted with a snort. "My apologies, Master Shiki." Indigo quickly backtracked, realizing his misstep. "It's fine, Indigo. I have a plan to rid myself of this troublesome burden," Golden Lion assured him. "Really? That would be splendid." Indigo rejoiced, believing that removing the helm would greatly enhance Master Shiki's strength. "For now, cease all research and assist me in seeking information about an individual named Telfagaro. I must ascertain his whereabouts." Golden Lion instructed Indigo. "Is this person someone who can aid Master Shiki?" "Rest assured, Master Shiki, I will exhaust every means to find him." Indigo vowed earnestly. Was Golden Lion's response. With a stomp of his foot, the ground beneath them lifted from the earth, prompting Indigo to leap aboard as Golden Lion whisked him away from the island. "Captain, that Godzilla seems to be charging towards us," Mr. Two exclaimed, noticing Godzilla approaching. "Ha, has he set his sights on us?" Crocodile caressed his golden hook, smiling as he spoke. "Captain, the crew members who were rendered unconscious by the Golden Lion are gradually regaining consciousness." Bala approached Crocodile and said, "Very well, let us deal with this oblivious beast first. Ms. Valentine's, how long until the compass is fully charged?" Crocodile recalled that the pointer might need to adjust the magnetic force, so he inquired with Ms. Valentine. "It should take a day," Ms. Valentine replied to Crocodile. Very well, Crocodile responded. Meanwhile, Godzilla had approached the crowd but halted in place, directing its gaze towards Crocodile. Crocodile tilted his head in confusion, but soon noticed that Godzilla's eyes had ceased to glow red. Roaring, Godzilla unleashed a fierce cry. Just as Crocodile began to feel irritable and contemplated putting an end to the creature, Ms. Christmas interjected, "Captain, it seems this bipedal beast is attempting to communicate with you." "What is he saying?" Crocodile cast a glance at Christmas and then realized that he possessed the abilities of a Zoan-type devil fruit, seemingly able to comprehend the language of animals. He inquired, expressing his gratitude for being saved and his desire to accompany her. Ms. Christmas listened for a moment longer before translating, "Accompany me?" Crocodile was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that this Tyrannosaurus Rex would wish to accompany him. Although tempted, he nonetheless advised Ms. Christmas to convey to it that they were at sea, and that it would be unable to swim, urging it to remain here peacefully. "Very well, Captain." Ms. Christmas then translated Crocodile's words to the creature. Upon hearing this, Godzilla paused for a moment, seemingly in contemplation, before he began to stride towards the Saurian vessel. What intentions did this bipedal beast harbor for the ship? Observing Godzilla's approach, Mr. 2 swiftly darted forward, leaping into action by springing off Godzilla's back with one foot, and then delivering a powerful kick to the creature. The impact resounded as Mr. 2's foot struck Godzilla, causing a noticeable indentation in the monster's tough hide. However, Godzilla retaliated with a swift swipe of his claw, sending Mr. 2 hurtling through the air. Mr. 2, Ms. Valentine's Day floated over and caught him, preventing him from crashing to the ground. What does this fellow intend in attempt to board the ship directly? Crocodile observed his movements and speculated that maneuvering such a large body onto the sand crocodile seemed somewhat arduous. Nevertheless, it appeared as though he was poised to act, ready to unleash the sand at a moment's notice. Should Godzilla dare to attack the sand crocodile, Crocodile would not hesitate to deal with him. However, Godzilla soon altered his course, diving into the sea, and subsequently emerged, letting out a roar that Crocodile understood without the need for translation. It was likely a declaration of his swimming capabilities. "Captain, he still is a marine creature?" Mr. 3 exclaimed in astonishment. "Could he be an amphibious sea beast?" Robin speculated. "Having a sea creature to tow the ship does seem advantageous," Mr. 1 remarked, noting that numerous formidable pirate crews often sought out marine beasts for such purposes. "In that case, let us accept him," Crocodile declared. Since Godzilla can swim, he could become an asset in battle. With such a massive frame, a collision in naval combat would surely create a significant impact. "Ms. Christmas, inform him that I can take him along," Crocodile instructed Ms. Christmas, who then conveyed the message to Godzilla. As they awaited the next day's journey to the subsequent island, Crocodile announced a feast. The beasts previously defeated by the crew became the evening's fare, while Godzilla feasted upon the body of the mighty Kong. As for whether IQ would be affected, Crocodile asserted that cooked food posed no danger. Meanwhile, on Judicial Island, Spandam finally received news regarding Water City. How could such a calamity occur? "This is disastrous. Forget about promotions and raises," Spandam exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat and filled with trepidation. Summoning his courage, he dialed his superior's snail phone. "Hello, Spandam, what is it?" came the voice of his superior upon connection. "There has been a major incident. The blueprint for Pluton has been seized by Crocodile," Spandam reported, but fell into silence, awaiting a response that did not come. "Repeat that. What has been stolen?" After a moment, his superior's voice returned. "It's true, the Pluton blueprint has been taken, and 4 members of CP9 have been abducted," Spandam relayed. But before he could hear his superior's next words, he was met with the sound of the phone hanging up. In Mariewa, Spandam's superior, steeling himself, approached the 5 elders. "What has happened?" inquired Jagor Lucia Satan, leaning on his cane. "It concerns the search for the Pluton blueprint in Water City. It has been taken by Crocodile." Spandam's superior spoke tremulously. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room, and the temperature seemed to plummet. Chapter 49, Crocodile's Deceit, Lucci and his companions in hand. "That scoundrel Crocodile thrives on chaos." The agricultural war god, Shepherd X, darkly remarked. "I had previously insisted that the Navy swiftly eliminate him, yet here we are, still with no resolution." The financial war god, Izambel and V. Nasu, glared fiercely through his spectacles. "Should we dispatch CP0 to confront him? The matter concerns the king of the underworld. We must not be negligent." The legal war god, Topman Vacheli, inquired of those present. "I believe we should take matters into our own hands." Declared the environmental war god, Marcus Mass. Must we really intervene for such a trivial figure as Crocodile? What nonsense! Vachli shouted, displeased. They were the elders, the highest leaders of the world government, acting solely at the behest of Lord Emu, and could not simply engage in direct action. Engage haphazardly? Do you truly believe Crocodile is an adversary CP0 can handle? Do not underestimate him, once a warlord of the sea. Maz retorted with a scoff. Enough of this bickering. Do you even know Crocodile's current whereabouts? We should first send CP0 to ascertain his location. Satan expressed helplessly. I concur, Vachli affirmed. I agree as well, Biter remarked with a stoic expression. Marcus, it is evidently impractical for us to intervene. Let CP0 handle it. Nasu replied to Maz. Humph, should anything go awry, the responsibility lies with you, Maz stated, remaining immobile. With the decision made, CP0 was dispatched. There is another matter, esteemed elders. After arranging CP0, Spandam's superior hurriedly entered, clutching a piece of paper. Bearing news from the News King. What now? Satan furrowed his brow, his voice laced with anger. The News King has relayed intelligence. Former CP9 members, Lucci, Bruno, Kaku, and Gabra, have joined the Baroque works. Spandam's superior presented the paper to the elders. Do I need to instruct you on how to handle this? Satan's anger intensified. His tone icy. Understood. I will contact Admiral Sengoku immediately. Spandam's superior broke into a cold sweat, hastily responding. Wait, come here. Just as Spandam's superior intended to contact Sengoku, Satan's voice echoed once more. Spandam's superior abruptly halted, only to turn around and find himself staring in horror. A grotesque creature, with the lower body of a spider and the head of a bull, was menacingly gazing at him, and it was from this very creature that Satan's voice emanated. Ah! Spandam's superior could only let out a terrified scream before a sharp spider claw pierced through his chest. Blood oozing from the tip and falling to the ground with a hissing sound, releasing a plume of black smoke. Satan withdrew his limb and reverted to his original form. Then turned to address the remaining four, instructing them to select a new candidate to replace this worthless fool. In the midst of his speech, Spandam's superior had already been reduced to a mere puddle of blood, corroded by an unknown toxin. After a day and night of recuperation, Crocodile had instructed his subordinates to create tools capable of fitting around Godzilla. The weather today is quite splendid. Crocodile pushed open the door, and the sunlight illuminated the sand alligator. Captain. As Crocodile emerged, the individuals on the deck promptly greeted him. Crocodile, you have finally awakened. Your matters have been successfully attended to. As Crocodile descended from the deck, Robin approached, holding a newspaper in her hands. Oh, let me have a look. Crocodile, intrigued, reached out and took the newspaper from Robin's hands. After a brief glance, he quickly located the information he sought. To his astonishment, a traitor had emerged from the CP organization, a proud entity of the world government. Lucci, Kaku, Gabra, and Bruno had, mere days prior, pilfered a world treasure in Water 7 and subsequently joined the Baroque works, becoming subordinates of the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. They are now all wanted. The notorious assassin Rob Lucci bears a bounty of 170 million berries, while the swift Kaku has a bounty of 70 million berries. The enigmatic Bruno is sought after with a bounty of 120 million berries, and the Iron Wolf Gabra is pursued with a bounty of 80 million berries. The bounties for Lucci and his companions seem to reflect their formidable prowess, whereas Bruno's may stem from his unique abilities. There is one more matter, Mr. Crocodile. Robin interjected once again. Speak. Crocodile inquired. The News King contacted me this morning, providing intelligence that a former CP9 member, having evaded annihilation by the world government in Water City, is rumored to be hiding on a small island known as Oka. Robin continued. Very well, I understand. Crocodile addressed Robin, adding, inform them to prepare for departure. Surely the nautical charts contain information regarding the location of this island. I shall first go and check on those fellows. Crocodile, with a smile gracing his lips as he clutched the newspaper, strode into the room where Lucci and the others were confined, without casting a backward glance. As Crocodile entered, he beheld Lucci and his three companions lying feebly within. Crocodile, what brings you here again? Lucci opened his eyes and spoke in a hoarse, feeble voice. You are now wanted by the Navy, having departed from my ship. You must now confront the relentless pursuit of the Navy and the world government alone. This is your final opportunity. Crocodile cast the newspapers and their bounty notices before them. Damn the Navy, they are truly formidable, remarked Lucci after glancing at the contents of the paper. Haha, Kaku, did you see? The Navy acknowledges that my threat level surpasses yours. Gabra chuckled as he addressed Kaku. The Navy truly lacks discernment to assign such a high bounty to a worthless individual like you. Kaku retorted. Yet here I am, having surpassed 100 million? Higher than both of you, Bruno interjected. It seems the world government has indeed abandoned us. Lucci raised his gaze, his eyes fixated on Crocodile. So what is your answer? Crocodile gazed intently at Lucci and inquired. Given the current circumstances, it is only reasonable to join you. Kaku was the first to respond. Humph, are we about to embark on a new chapter of our lives? Gabra remarked with a cold snort. By the way, allow me to remind you that your former CP9 comrades seem to be trapped on a small island by the Navy. What do you say? Shall we engage in a grand endeavor? A smile crept across Crocodile's face as he manipulated the yellow sand in his hand, swiftly corroding the candle shackles binding Lucci and his companions. He then tossed the key to the sea stone handcuffs on Bruno. Chapter 50. The Baroque Works pirates set sail. Clatter. As Bruno's shackles fell away, the four stood up simultaneously. Before we embark on this grand endeavor, may we first indulge in a hearty meal? Bruno stated to Crocodile. Certainly, that is not an issue. Crocodile turned and led Lucci and the others out. The Sand Crocodile had already set sail, and the deck was bustling with activity. Some were sharpening their blades, while others were loading ammunition, all preparing for the imminent battle. Captain, are we ready to engage the Navy? One exclaimed. I've polished the weapons until they gleam. Upon seeing Crocodile, the crew was filled with excitement. Prepare the provisions, ensure our new comrades are well fed to face the challenges ahead. Crocodile addressed the crowd. Oh, have those four from the world government become our allies? Ms. Valentine's Day exclaimed in astonishment. Ah, Marian has yet to make her appearance. Ms. Golden Week sighed. This adds considerable strength to our ship. Mr. Tu chimed in while dancing. As for food, it has long been prepared, Miss Christmas stated. At that moment, crew members emerged carrying a bountiful array of provisions, and the four, having endured hunger for several days, began to feast heartily, devouring the food voraciously. Is it really all right to eat so much? Mr. Four remarked, observing how the four ballooned like spheres, while he awkwardly adjusted his own large belly. Life returned. Suddenly, after overindulging, the four took a deep breath and promptly spat blood, their bodies rapidly slimming down until they resembled their former selves. What kind of ability is this? To digest food so instantaneously? Mr. One's cold visage displayed surprise. One of the 6 techniques of the Navy, life return. It allows for the rapid conversion of food into energy. Crocodile elucidated to Mr. One, his voice brimming with vigor. Lucci rose to his feet, shook hands, and remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Ms. Valentine's Day, how much longer until we reach the island? Crocodile inquired about Ms. Valentine's Day. After assessing Godzilla's speed, Ms. Valentine's Day replied, with Godzilla's efforts, we should arrive in no time. Splendid. Crocodile nodded and then leaned against the sail, closing his eyes to rest. Gabra, noticing this, suddenly signaled to Lucci beside him. What do you intend to do? At that moment, the 4 guardians positioned themselves directly in front of Crocodile, warily observing Lucci and his companions. They had discerned Gabra's intent to ambush Crocodile through their shared mental link. Do not act foolishly, Gabra. Beware, or I shall take your life. Crocodile spoke calmly. Fool, setting aside the fact that we could never defeat Crocodile. Do you truly believe that completing the task would allow us to return in this situation? Lucci shot a glance at Gabra before settling down cross-legged. I understand. Gabra then joined Lucci at his side, while Kaku and Bruno sat together. The 4 guardians remained firmly by Crocodile's side, keeping a vigilant watch on Lucci and his group. Unnecessary. Mr. One scoffed at the guardians and then walked straight to the bow, gazing ahead. The Sand Crocodile continued to advance, with Godzilla strenuously pulling the ship towards Oka Island. Oka Island, when will the Navy arrive here? Let us have some water first, Khalifa. In a certain room, the owl offered a bowl of water to the bandaged Khalifa. Thank you, Owl, Weichi. Khalifa gratefully accepted the water, having thought she was doomed when the world government obliterated Water City, only to find that her 2 colleagues risked their lives to save her. Oh, Auntie. How could I stand idly by? Weichi exclaimed, flailing his arms. Bang, bang, bang. After Khalifa rests for a while, we'll leave this island, the owl declared. After a while, a sudden commotion arose outside, prompting the owl to check the situation. He hurried back shortly thereafter. Has the Navy arrived? Khalifa asked anxiously, observing their worried expressions. Yes, several warships have docked at the port, and they are currently searching the island, the owl informed Khalifa. The Navy is remarkably swift. Weichi remarked helplessly. The group remained inactive, staying in the room and praying that the Navy would not discover them. Open the door. Capture the 3 criminals. Clearly, their prayers were in vain, as the Navy soon tracked them down. Weichi, take Khalifa. I'll clear the way, the owl said, bumping his fists together in determination. You all go without me. I would only be a burden. Khalifa refused. Don't jest, the owl retorted, displeased, while Weichi effortlessly lifted Khalifa onto his back. Colonel, it seems this house is unoccupied. After calling out for a while without response, the Navy turned to the colonel beside them. Break down the door. With a resounding bang, a cannonball struck the entrance directly. Just as several naval officers attempted to enter and assess the situation, a shadow darted forth, sending them sprawling. Realizing the urgency, the Navy swiftly regrouped. The owl dispatched the few adversaries before him with remarkable efficiency and engaged in a fierce exchange with the major. Meanwhile, taking advantage of the distraction created by the owl, Weichi seized the opportunity to carry Khalifa and leap through the window to escape. Yield at once, the major shouted, swinging his sword down. However, the owl, whose intention was merely to divert attention, swiftly retreated and employed moonwalk to make his escape, prompting the major to pursue him without hesitation. The owl led his pursuer in another direction, intent on searching for any nearby vessels along the coast. CP9. Where do you think you're going? Meanwhile, the fleeing owl was confronted by a Navy officer clad in a coat of justice who raised his arm, enveloped in a dark hue of hockey, and launched a formidable punch towards the owl. Trouble, the owl exclaimed, barely able to evade the strike. He activated iron block, but the officer's fist connected squarely with his abdomen. The owl's expression changed instantaneously, and he coughed up blood as he was sent hurtling backward. With a resounding crash, he collided with a building. I won't allow you to escape again, the Navy officer declared as he landed, cracking his neck. Admiral Curl, the major exclaimed upon recognizing the officer. You go search for the other 2 and see where they are hiding. I'll take care of this one. Curl instructed the major. Yes, Admiral Curl. The major responded promptly and departed to locate Khalifa and the others. Chapter 51. The Baroque Works Pirate Strike. I truly cannot comprehend why it falls to us in the Navy to deal with traitors. Do they really think we have nothing better to do all day? Curl remarked as he approached the owl. Damn Navy. The owl groaned, lying amidst the rubble, bloodied and battered, yet managing to rise to his feet. Why not just lie there and await your demise? Why waste time? Curl said, his irritation mounting at the sight of the owl regaining his stance. Initially, he believed it to be a simple task, but unexpectedly, they had allowed their targets to escape in Water City, wasting valuable time searching the vicinity. Who would be foolish enough to seek their own demise? The owl retorted, displeased. Shave. The owl executed the technique, propelling himself toward Curl. Beastly severity. The owl thrust his finger like a spear, aiming a fierce strike at Curl. 6 styles. Paper drawing. Upon witnessing the situation, Curl unleashed the 6 forms, channeling all his strength, and deftly evaded the oncoming punch from the owl, moving as effortlessly as a delicate sheet of paper along with the force of the attack. Do not presume you are the only one who can wield a thrust. With the application of hockey, Curl executed a finger jab that swiftly pierced through the owl's defenses, leaving a gaping wound in its wake. Raging foot. The owl, having sustained a blow, retaliated with a swift kick that sent a sharp cutting wave hurtling towards Curl. In a mere flick of his wrist, Curl deflected the slicing wave, then employed a shaving technique to appear before the owl. Your raging foot is utterly feeble. With a kick akin to the owl's, Curl unleashed a shockwave that sent the creature flying. Iron block, Jade. The owl, propelled backward, crashed onto the ground but swiftly leapt back into the air, spinning at high velocity. Utilizing the shaving technique, it altered its trajectory towards Curl, reinforcing its body with the iron block just before impact, gathering all its force for a decisive strike. Still struggling? Curl raised a hand, poised to block the owl's assault. However, the moment the owl made contact, he felt an immense power and quickly extended his other hand, using both to halt the rapidly spinning creature. This is bad. Ascend. The owl's expression shifted dramatically as Curl delivered a powerful kick, launching it skyward, followed by a flurry of slicing waves that densely enveloped the owl. Open the door. Suddenly, a colossal hand appeared from the heavens, grasping the owl, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished from sight. Curl stood momentarily stunned at the sight of the owl's disappearance, just as his phone bug began to ring. He promptly answered, "Hello? Major Curl, we are under attack. The Baroque Works has launched a surprise assault on our naval vessels anchored in the harbor. Rear Admiral Dalmesia is coordinating a counterattack. But the Baroque Works has breached our defenses and initiated boarding actions. Rear Admiral Dalmesia requests your immediate return for support. The frantic voice of his subordinate crackled through the phone. Baroque? That scoundrel Crocodile has arrived? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Curl activated the shaving technique. Racing towards the docked ships. Returning to 10 minutes prior, at the harbor of Oka Island, 3 Navy warships flying the Seagull flag lay anchored. At that moment, a sailor stationed on the observation deck scanned the surrounding waters with a telescope, only to suddenly pale, pointing towards a direction and shouting from the deck, "Pirate ship." It is the Sand Crocodile, the ship of the Baroque Works, approaching this way. A man clad in a cloak of justice, with the head of a spotted dog, turned his gaze toward the direction indicated by the marine. Gradually, the outline of a vessel emerged, drawing ever closer, revealing the full visage of the ship, which was being towed by a creature resembling a dinosaur. The bow of the ship bore the likeness of a crocodile, and its sails were adorned with the emblem of a golden hook, accompanied by a skull flag marked with a prominent scar across its visage, reminiscent of the lofty black pirate flag. Undoubtedly, this vessel belonged to the Baroque Works, helmed by the notorious Sir Crocodile, who has recently gained much notoriety. Why has Sir Crocodile appeared here? Surely, he must have been drawn by the recent events in Water City. Could the rumors be true? Are all members of CP9 his undercover agents? Is he here to rescue his crew? The Marines aboard the 3 warships swiftly recognized the approach of the Sand Crocodile. They promptly adopted battle stances, prepared to confront the enemy, for it was merely a pirate ship. Vice Admiral Dalmesia, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly regained composure and commanded the ships to form a battle formation. The 3 warships began to maneuver, aligning their cannons to target the advancing Sand Crocodile. "Captain, they have spotted us." Gripping the ship's mast, Ms. Valentine swiftly alerted Crocodile of the Navy's movements. "Hey, bring me a telescope." Crocodile shouted at the members of the reconnaissance team, after which someone handed him a telescope. Crocodile raised his telescope to scrutinize the 3 warships. Upon examining the decks with great care, he discerned only one notable figure, a spotted dog. He recalled that this individual was a vice admiral from the Navy headquarters, thus posing a potential threat. As for the others, they left no impression on him. They were mere supporting characters, best entrusted to Mr. 1 and his associates. "Mr. 5. Prepare the cannons for attack." Crocodile addressed Mr. 5, indeed. "Captain." Mr. 5 promptly commenced organizing the artillery crew, instructing the 1st and 2nd squads to engage the warship on the left. Meanwhile, Mr. 3 and Ashura would confront the warship on the right, ensuring their respective teams were prepared for boarding combat. "As for the warship in the center, I shall take care of it myself." Crocodile addressed the crowd. "Yes, Captain." Instantly, everyone began to flex their muscles, preparing for a fierce assault on the Navy. "You 4, go to the island and seek out your comrades." Crocodile cast a glance at Lucci and his companions, saying, "Are you not afraid that we might flee?" Lucci responded with a smile. "If you possess such cowardice, even if I were to pursue you to the ends of the earth, I would still ensure your demise." Crocodile revealed a sinister grin and remarked, "Humph. I hope you are still alive when we return." Lucci retorted to Crocodile. Chapter 52. The Boarding Battle. Bang, bang, bang. As they spoke, the Sand Crocodile had already entered the firing range of the naval warships, and cannonballs began to rain down upon it. Roar. Godzilla let out an angry roar upon hearing the commotion, but was quickly called back into the sea by Ms. Christmas to avoid any accidental injury. Strike. Shell. The members of Team 4 from Sky Island were the first to take action. The giant unleashed his ultimate move, manipulating 10 shells to intercept the incoming cannonballs, while the other Sky Island members also utilized shells to fend off the projectiles, bravely advancing amidst the hail of cannon fire. The naval warship had now entered the firing range of the Sand Crocodile. Fire. With Mr. 5's command, the Sand Crocodile launched one cannonball after another at the naval warship. However, the Navy was not defenseless. Most of the cannonballs were intercepted, with only a few striking the warship, causing minimal damage. The sea wind roared, and the waves surged as the Sand Crocodile charged forward, colliding violently with the central warship. The deck shook, and the Baroque Works pirates displayed their prowess as they shot chains onto the surrounding warships. Mr. 1 took the lead, leaping onto the chains and gliding toward the left warship. "Pirates are coming. Stop him." The officer on the left warship immediately commanded the sailors to obstruct Mr. 1's advance, as bullets and cannon fire rained down upon him. Mr. 1 transformed into a harbinger of death, enduring the onslaught of cannon fire and bullets as he surged toward the left warship, landing firmly on its deck. Kill! The sailors bellowed as they charged at Mr. One, weapons crashing against him, only to realize that their strikes felt akin to striking steel. He is a devil fruit user, the seasoned sailors quickly deduced. But it was of little consequence. Mr. One spun around, unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent all weapons flying, his blade-like hands inflicting deep gashes upon the sailors, sending them reeling. As Mr. One wreaked havoc on the warship, it provided an opportunity for others. Mr. Two rushed in, executing a series of flamboyant martial arts moves, followed closely by the members of Teams 1 and 2, who all charged toward the warship. Onward! Follow the captains! The crew shouted as they surged forth, attacking the warship. It's our turn to make an entrance, Sanjuro. Ashura charged forward on his steed, soaring toward the right warship. Someone is coming. On the right flank. The marine soldiers shouted as Shura, wielding a spear, unleashed an inferno strike, sending a group of marines flying. Subsequently, Gaeta used the wind cannon to launch an assault upon the naval vessel, executing a powerful wind fist that knocked several marines aside. Following this, the members of the Sky Island team created a cloud pathway and swiftly glided towards the warship, with Mr. 3 leading the third squad into the fray. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. Dalmesia observed as the Baroque Works pirates targeted only the vessels on either side, prompting him to organize the marines on his ship for support. Yet he soon realized that the sands were gradually accumulating on the deck. How could he forget? The ace on the opposing side had yet to make his move, Crocodile. Dalmesia exclaimed as he watched the swirling sands begin to take shape, coalescing into the form of Crocodile. In an instant, Dalmesia seized the opportunity, launching himself towards Crocodile before he could fully materialize, delivering a piercing thrust. However, just then, a golden hook shot forth, colliding with Dalmesia's attack. How impolite of you, Marine Vice Admiral. The sands materialized into Crocodile's smiling visage. With a thunderous clash, the physical confrontation gave way to a fierce exchange of haki, unleashing bursts of black lightning around them. Your wickedness shall meet its end at my hands, Dalmesia declared, enveloping his foot in haki before executing a swift kick. Crocodile, quick to respond, manipulated the sands to block Dalmesia's assault. Don't be ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Crocodile let out a ferocious roar, and with a swift motion, his hand transformed into yellow sand, instantly becoming a colossal sandy fist that struck towards Dalmesia. Do not underestimate the power of justice. Dalmesia retaliated with a formidable punch, enveloped in haki, which forcefully countered the gigantic sandy arm. Desert Treasure Blade. As Dalmesia engaged in a stalemate with Crocodile's sandy appendage, a sudden sand blade shot forth from beneath Crocodile's feet. With a resounding thud, the sand blade struck Dalmesia, sending him hurtling through the air. Dalmesia, the Vice Admiral. Onlookers from the Navy gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Dalmesia being sent flying by Crocodile. And then they charged towards him. Was it thwarted by haki? How unfortunate. Crocodile gazed at the soaring Dalmesia and exclaimed. Suddenly, a marine clad in a cloak of justice struck at Crocodile's form with a swift blade. Yet, before he could revel in his triumph, he discovered that the ground where Crocodile had been struck erupted with yellow sand. Ah, is he capable of using haki? Crocodile chuckled coldly. He sensed the presence of haki emanating from the soldier's blade. Thus, he adeptly utilized his observation haki to elementalize and evade the soldier's assault. Indeed, one must not underestimate others. A swirling sandstorm erupted within Crocodile's palm, and he subsequently pressed his hand against the abdomen of a marine. Fly away. In the next moment, a powerful sandstorm expanded, hurling the marine far away, who then plunged headfirst into the sea. Colonel. Upon hearing the exclamation from those nearby, Crocodile realized he had just sent a colonel flying. Those without haki, step aside. He is not someone you can contend with. Dalmesia once again stood before Crocodile and scathed, save for slightly soiled clothing. As Dalmesia issued his commands, only a few remained encircling Crocodile. Oh, is this the extent of your numbers capable of confronting me? Crocodile counted the number of people present and, with an air of arrogance, declared, then count me in. At that moment, a voice resonated as Curl rushed from the heavens with astonishing speed. The Vice Admiral Curl has arrived, with 2 Vice Admirals taking action. Surely they would be able to subdue Crocodile. The Marines, upon witnessing Curl's arrival, erupted with excitement, their morale soaring to new heights. We cannot be of assistance here. Let us support the others. The remaining Marines, devoid of haki, swiftly reacted and prepared to send the warships on the flanks to provide aid. Marines, do not scatter. I have stated before my superiors that I alone will handle all of you. Crocodile rested his hand upon the mast of the warship, and in the blink of an eye, the mast was swiftly eroded, transforming into fine yellow sand that scattered into the air. Subsequently, Crocodile commanded the grains of sand to obstruct the path of the marine soldiers who sought to provide assistance. Chapter 53. A Duel with the Warship. Your opponent is us. Dalmatia charged forth, launching a powerful punch at Crocodile, intent on interrupting his actions. Sandwall. Crocodile skillfully manipulated the sand before him, conjuring a formidable wall. As Dalmatia landed against the sandy barrier, the force of impact sent a cloud of yellow dust swirling into the air. However, Dalmatia soon sensed something amiss. The sand began to cling to his hands, prompting him to swiftly distance himself from Crocodile. The obstructed marine soldiers unleashed their blades and cannon fire upon the sandy wall, yet their efforts proved futile. As the sand slid away before Crocodile, it revealed a disdainful smile upon his face. If you wish to challenge me, at least send a formidable general. With that, Kurloff advanced, aiming at Crocodile. In response, Crocodile summoned 2 swirling gusts of yellow sand, transforming them into blades that shot towards Kurloff, intending to halt his progress. However, as the yellow sand was unleashed, 2 marine soldiers emerged, each intercepting one of the sand blades. You've left an opening, haven't you, Crocodile? Kurloff declared as he closed the distance, his armament hockey enveloping his right foot. With a swift, powerful kick, he aimed to strike Crocodile. What are you so pleased about? Navy. Crocodile swung his golden hook, directly intercepting Kuhl's attack. The armament color clashed, creating a tense stalemate, while the remaining 5 armed marines surged from both sides, intent on delivering a fatal blow to Crocodile. Sand pillar. At that moment, a column of sand erupted from beneath Crocodile's feet, encasing him and effectively blocking the 5 marines and Kuhl from advancing. Break through him, Kuhl shouted, and the 6 of them unleashed their combined might, launching a powerful assault on the sand pillar. However, by the time they shattered the barrier, they discovered Crocodile standing not far away, mockingly observing them. A Logia user is indeed formidable, Kuhl remarked, his gaze fixed sternly on Crocodile. I am Sand Crocodile, and I am truly powerful, Crocodile rebutted, raising his hand as the structures above the warship began to transform into yellow sand. It was truly unexpected that a single mission would lead to the complete ruin of the vessel. Dalmatia observed the warship gradually succumbing to the sand, lamenting, at this rate, the entire ship will sink into the depths of the ocean, Kurl remarked. Fortunately for Kurl, Crocodile ceased the sand transformation after only affecting a portion of the ship. Desert Dragon. Red Peak Jade Dragon. With that, Crocodile manipulated the yellow sand, which swirled and coalesced into a majestic sandy dragon. The dragon's head exuded an air of authority as it let out a roar before charging towards Dalmatia and his companions. Dalmatia unleashed his power, veins bulging from his arms, his cape billowing behind him, and propelled himself forward like a cannonball. He approached the serpentine creation of yellow sand, assuming a boxing stance. Dog-tooth wind fist. With a mighty shout, Dalmatia attacked with the ferocity of a raging beast, his fists raining down upon the dragon. The sound of impact echoed as he struck, creating numerous dents in the sandy dragon, which ultimately exploded into a cloud of yellow sand. I told you not to underestimate the power of justice. Dalmatia executed a moonwalk in midair, propelling himself toward Crocodile. Raising his hand, a dark hue of hockey enveloped his right fist. Right fist of destruction. Dalmatia unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Crocodile's face. The shockwave surged forward, yet Crocodile remained eerily calm, standing his ground. Just as Dalmatia's fist was about to connect with Crocodile's visage, he suddenly halted. Dalmatia looked down to find a mass of yellow sand ensnaring one of his feet. Golden Blade. Crocodile flicked his wrist, and as his arm transformed into sand, he swiftly unleashed a barrage of sand blades that struck Dalmatia in the abdomen, sending him soaring through the air. Gale Step. Falling leaves. Kuhl rushed forward in succession, his legs moving in a flurry as waves of slashing attacks surged toward Crocodile. What significance does such an assault hold against a being of the elemental nature? Crocodile surged towards the heavens, waves of impact crashing upon him, his body exploding repeatedly, only to swiftly regenerate. Golden Hook Slash. Crocodile swung his golden hook directly at Kulei. Bang! Kulei immediately covered himself with his armed hockey, successfully blocking Crocodile's golden hook. Whoosh! Following this, Kulei plummeted straight down from the battleship. Sand Missile. Gatling. Clockdal was enveloped in a cascade of solidified sand, forming spheres that fell incessantly like bullets discharged from a machine gun. Suddenly, the descending curl seemed to suspend in midair, his form ethereal. As the grains of sand descended, his body began to undergo a peculiar transformation. Every part of him moved in synchrony with the trajectory of the sand projectiles, astonishingly evading each and every one. The sand monster's arm. Crocodile directly conjured a colossal sand monster's arm, even greater than before, and expended a considerable amount of haki to envelop it in armament haki before unleashing it upon Kuehl. Whoosh! A marine, witnessing the event, employed the shave technique to swiftly reach Kuehl's side, seizing him, and then executed another shave to teleport beyond the reach of Crocodile's strike. With a thunderous boom, Crocodile's fist crashed onto the warship, instantly piercing through the deck, the sand-covered fist extending and erupting forth, nearly penetrating the entire vessel. The resultant shockwave in the tremors of the ship caused numerous sailors to be thrown off balance. As soon as Crocodile landed on the deck, before he could finish his words, Dalmatia suddenly appeared before him, moving with such astonishing speed that even his observation haki failed to perceive the approach. In an instant, a powerful punch struck Crocodile's face, sending him hurtling through the air. Crocodile crashed onto the deck, rising to his feet and wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression darkening. Well done, Vice Admiral Dalmatia. Truly worthy of the title. The Navy aboard the ship erupted with excitement upon witnessing Crocodile finally sustain an injury. Bravo, Vice Admiral. Crocodile extended his hand, a minuscule sandstorm materializing in his palm. Rapidly whirling as it amassed energy, he would demonstrate to them the dire consequences of inciting his wrath. Sandstorm. As Crocodile cast the swirling tempest from his hand, it instantaneously transformed, shattering the nearest deck into fragments, which were then drawn into the vortex. The unsuspecting marine soldiers were swept up, their bodies spinning within the storm. Chapter 54. Departing with Grandeur. Alas, the sandstorm's rotation intensified, its suction and destructive force growing ever more formidable. Even Vice Admiral Dalmatia found it increasingly challenging to withstand, the deck beneath his feet crumbling under the pressure. Humph! As Crocodile observed that the warship was on the verge of destruction, he let out a cold snort, his form transforming into swirling yellow sand. In the next moment, he materialized aboard the warship where Mr. One and his comrades were situated. Perhaps due to the fact that this vessel belonged to the flagship, there were no formidable adversaries present. Under the leadership of Mr. One and Mr. Two, the first and second squads launched their assaults, and the battle was nearing its conclusion. Foam Daisy Slash! Mr. One executed a decisive strike, sending the remaining Navy forces flying, who then converged around Crocodile. Captain, we have vanquished the detestable Navy, Mr. Two proclaimed as he approached Crocodile. Well done, everyone. Crocodile casually praised. It is all thanks to the captain. The members of the first and second squads immediately chimed in. Tone it down, pirates. At that moment, Dalmatia and a few others brought the remaining Navy personnel aboard the warship, while the original vessel was left with only a fragment still afloat. Admiral, you would do well to remain on the sidelines for now. Attend to your wounded soldiers, as there may still be a chance for many of them to survive. Crocodile advised while lighting a cigar. Damn it, Kurlas growled, ready to fight again, but was restrained by Dalmatia's hand. Admiral Kurlas, your priority should be to safeguard our subordinates, Dalmatia remarked, glancing at the numerous fallen and injured sailors around them and those struggling in the sea. Dalmatia understood that, given their current strength, they could not hope to defeat Crocodile, and the remaining sailors were no match for the Baroque Works pirates either. Continuing the battle would only result in needless loss of life. Just then, a gust of wind revealed a portal beside Crocodile. So slow in your movements? Crocodile cast a glance and spoke, as figures such as Lucci gradually emerged from the air gate. We wasted some time searching for Khalifa and the others, Lucci replied. Let us depart. Our objective has been achieved. We must take the injured and the deceased with us. Crocodile glanced at Dalmatia and, having spoken, turned to leave. Meanwhile, another warship succumbed to the fierce assault of the four celestial officers, prompting everyone to retreat back to the Sand Crocodile. Admiral Dalmatia, this time there will be consequences, Kuehl remarked, watching the departing Sand Crocodile. Consequences? What we should contemplate is how to explain this to the families of the fallen soldiers. This time, it is our dereliction of duty, Dalmatia said in a somber tone. On board the Sand Crocodile, Khalifa and the Owl were taken by the medical team for treatment. I can't believe you would agree to become a pirate, Water exclaimed incredulously, standing beside Lucci. Humph, life is singular. Only by living can one uphold their convictions. Lucci retorted with a cold snort. As for you, I heard the world government initially bore no grudge against you. It was your decision to rescue Khalifa that led to your reckoning, Lucci addressed Water. After all these years of knowing each other, how could we stand idly by while Khalifa was eradicated? Water responded. Hey, you lot, come here. Crocodile shouted at Lucci and the others, asserting that he was no longer playing games. He intended for these individuals to teach Mr. One and the others the Marine 6 styles. What is the matter? Gabra, perceiving Crocodile's unpleasant tone, immediately adopted a similarly unsavory attitude. From this moment onward, you shall train the crew aboard to master the Marine 6 styles. Crocodile, seated with a cigar, addressed Lucci. We are not specialized. Whether or not they learn depends entirely on their own efforts. Indeed, Crocodile affirmed. Subsequently, the crew began not only to master hockey, but also to study the Marine 6 forms. The Marine headquarters, under Admiral Sengoku's command, had received reports from the Marines of Dalmatia, revealing that Crocodile had attacked a Navy warship and rescued members of CP-9. Rubbing his temples, Crane was the first to speak. Crocodile truly cannot be at peace. All 3 warships had been destroyed, resulting in heavy casualties among the Marines, which would take considerable time to recover from. We must convene a meeting to reiterate the threat posed by Crocodile, Sengoku declared. The pirate momentum is surging, and the Marine headquarters is already short-handed. Who could have anticipated this predicament? Humph. If I had been dispatched to hunt down Crocodile back then, none of this trouble would have arisen. In the room, Akainu, with his legs crossed, expressed his dissatisfaction to Sengoku. What is the use of dwelling on this now? When Red-Haired encountered Whitebeard, it was impossible to recall you from the New World, Sengoku replied to Akainu. The reason for Crocodile's sudden departure remains uninvestigated. Crane leaned on the table and remarked. The world government is truly inept, having nurtured a cadre of traitors. We are uncertain of the repercussions now that the blueprint of Pluton has fallen into Crocodile's hands. Garp, munching on Sunbae, laughed heartily. Just listen quietly, Garp, Sengoku scolded, looking at the still laughing Garp. All right. Garp quickly ceased his laughter. Crane, do you think we should raise Crocodile's bounty? Sengoku said, somewhat troubled. Indeed, not just him, but all the capable members of the Baroque works should also be given bounties. We must inform the world of the dangers posed by this pirate crew, Crane asserted. Understood. Crane. Sengoku acknowledged the suggestion and planned to discuss the bounties after the meeting. Akainu, you should also attend the meeting, Sengoku instructed. I have no time for such matters. Akainu stood up and, after a brief response, exited the room. By the way, Garp, what has happened to your grandson lately? He has suddenly gone silent. Sengoku boldly addressed Garp once Akainu had departed. Isn't it better that little Luffy is quiet? It saves you all from headaches, Garp replied dismissively. That is true, Sengoku remarked just as the phone bug on the table rang. After answering, Sengoku's expression darkened as he turned to Garp. You were right, Garp. That rascal of a grandson of yours actually attacked a branch. Nanny? That little Luffy is that fierce? Garp exclaimed in surprise before bursting into laughter. He truly is my grandson. As Sengoku observed Garp's carefree demeanor, an overwhelming sense of frustration washed over him. Indeed, the sea had become tumultuous. Sengoku shook his head. Chapter 55. The sudden arrival of Doflamingo days later, sunlight cascaded upon the deck as Crocodile regarded the crew engaged in rigorous training, nodding in satisfaction. Captain, the Navy has raised your bounty. Mr. 3 approached Crocodile, newspaper in hand. Let me see it. Crocodile reached out and took the newspaper from Mr. 3's hands. Upon a glance, he discovered that it reported their recent assault on the Navy at Oak Island. Ah, it seems your bounty has also increased. Upon reviewing the information, Crocodile discovered that not only had his bounty increased from 500 million berries to 800 million, but the bounties of Mr. 1 and his associates had also risen significantly. For the first time, the 4 Heavenly Knights were issued bounties as well. The bounty for the assassin Mr. 1 was set at 90 million berries, while the cross-dresser Mr. 2 received a bounty of 45 million berries. The sculptor Mr. 3 had a bounty of 30 million berries, and the celestial knight Azura was valued at 66 million berries. Additionally, Sadly was set at 43 million berries, Om at 47 million berries, and Gadatz at 32 million berries. By the way, Crocodile, there is also information regarding that small pirate crew encountered in Alabasta. Mr. 3 adjusted his glasses and pointed to the lower right corner. Hearing this, Crocodile looked over and indeed found the Straw Hat crew. Upon closer inspection, he realized that they had invaded the Navy's G8 branch fortress and caused quite a commotion before retreating unscathed. Was this plot truly unchanged? Observing the newspaper's mention of the G8 branch, it mirrored the events that transpired after the Straw Hats descended from Skypiea. They were of no concern, merely minor characters. Crocodile smirked as he glanced at the newspaper, declaring to himself that the true protagonist of this world was none other than he, Crocodile. Suddenly, an explosion erupted aboard the ship, prompting Crocodile to believe they were under attack, and he swiftly rose to his feet. However, he soon discovered that the commotion was caused by Mr. Five. "What on earth are you doing, Mr. Five?" Crocodile furrowed his brow, bewildered by this man's antics. "You nearly gave me a fright, thinking we were under assault." Mr. Two chimed in. The explosion orchestrated by Mr. Five had drawn the attention of everyone aboard the ship. "I was simply holding a cup, and as I placed it on the table, it suddenly exploded," Mr. Five exclaimed, his expression one of innocence, completely unaware of the cause of the chaos. Upon hearing this, Crocodile pondered for a moment and then said, "Could it be that you have the ability to imbue the powers of the devil fruit onto other objects? Is that truly the case?" Mr. Five responded with delight, as a pirate nearby casually handed him a dagger. Mr. Five took the dagger and then unleashed his power. Bang! Suddenly, the dagger in Mr. Five's hand exploded. "Nanny, has it really succeeded?" Amidst the smoke of the explosion, Mr. Five's astonished voice emerged, realizing that he had indeed caused the object in his grasp to detonate. "Mr. Five, give this a try." Crocodile emanated a cloud of yellow sand, subsequently tossing a barrel towards Mr. Five. "Very well." Mr. Five nodded, then applied his powers to the barrel once more, yet despite the anticipation, no explosion ensued. "It seems it won't work," Mr. Five remarked, scratching his head. Thereafter, Crocodile instructed his subordinate to provide Mr. Five with a dagger. This time, the explosion was successful, leading Crocodile to conclude that Mr. Five's abilities were currently limited to smaller objects, as he could not exert his powers on larger ones like the barrel. With further practice, you will not yet be able to apply your powers to excessively large objects. Additionally, you must learn to control the explosion after applying your abilities. You need to manage the detonation effectively. Crocodile addressed Mr. Five. "Very well, Captain." Mr. Five nodded, and the crowd dispersed in a flurry. "Ha ha," said Crocodile. "It has been quite some time." At that moment, a voice suddenly echoed from above. Crocodile looked up to see a figure standing atop the mainmast. Miss Valentine, who had been floating nearby, was startled and immediately fixed a wary gaze upon the newcomer. Crocodile recognized the identity of the individual, Don Quixote da Flamingo, the heavenly Yiksha. "Is that the flame bird?" Crocodile responded. "That fellow is the Shichibukai, Don Quixote da Flamingo." Lucci also quickly recognized Da Flamingo standing beside him. "What brings him here?" "It seems he knows the captain." "The Shichibukai, isn't that on par with the captain's status?" As the identity of the visitor was revealed, the crowd began to murmur, growing increasingly vigilant, while Ms. Valentine swiftly floated toward Crocodile. "What brings you here? Traveling all the way from Dressrosa?" Crocodile chuckled softly and remarked, "Come to dispose of a worthless piece. I have been searching for you for quite some time." Da Flamingo leaped forth, landing directly before Crocodile. "My vessel is not accessible to just anyone. However, if you wish to serve as my subordinate, I could make an exception and forgive you." Crocodile, leaning on his golden hook, took a puff of his cigar and said, "Ha ha, you scoundrel, still as difficult to converse with as ever. Let us discuss a partnership. Shall we?" Da Flamingo extended his hands, inviting Crocodile. "A collaboration? You aren't worthy to partner with me." Crocodile responded directly, acknowledging that Da Flamingo possesses considerable strength. However, he found no advantage in collaborating with him. How audacious! Da Flamingo raised his hand, seemingly doing nothing, yet in the next moment, Crocodile's gaze shifted downward as his entire head was severed by Da Flamingo. The desert sword. Crocodile calmly raised his gaze to meet Da Flamingo's, and in an instant, one of his hands transformed into sand, coalescing into a blade that shot towards Da Flamingo. 5 colored strings. Da Flamingo assumed a beastly claw posture with one hand, and from his fingertips emerged 5 white threads. With a swift flick of his wrist, these threads deftly intercepted Crocodile's assault. Observing the clash between Da Flamingo and Crocodile, Mr. One swiftly transformed his feet into blades, gliding towards Da Flamingo. "Do not act impulsively, Slayer." Da Flamingo's other hand twitched slightly, causing the rapidly advancing Mr. One to come to an abrupt halt. "What is this? Strings?" Mr. One stared in confusion at the delicate threads that ensnared him. He attempted to transform his entire body into blades to break free, but found that the blades could not sever Doflamingo's fine lines. Mr. 1, what are you doing? Mr. 2 inquired, perplexed by Mr. 1's sudden immobility. Be careful. I'm ensnared by these threats. Mr. 1 shouted. Yet, Mr. 2 charged boldly towards Doflamingo, executing a spinning kick. Just as Mr. 2 was about to land the kick, Mr. 1 intervened, delivering a kick of his own that thwarted Mr. 2's attack. Mr. 1, what are you doing? Mr. 2's face was contorted with frustration. I have lost control over my body. It must be the work of this warlord. Keep your distance. Mr. 1 warned Mr. 2, who promptly retreated several meters away. Chapter 56. Ace and Blackbeard, you truly are audacious, Doflamingo. Crocodile unleashed his attack, transforming his hand into numerous blades of sand, all enveloped in hockey. With a sweeping strike, he severed every fine thread upon Mr. 1's body, and then, turning to fine grains of yellow sand, he swiftly darted behind Doflamingo, his golden hook descending with force. Bang! Doflamingo quickly pivoted, raising his hand to deflect the descending hook. After the clash of hockey, Crocodile retreated, while the liberated Mr. 1 executed a slashing maneuver, only for Doflamingo to effortlessly block the attack with his foot, subsequently delivering a powerful strike that sent Mr. 1 flying. Booger bomb. Mr. 5 flicked his finger, launching a projectile towards Doflamingo. With a resounding explosion, amidst the smoke, a figure emerged as Doflamingo charged towards Mr. 5. Watch out. Candle barrier. Mr. 3 conjured a viscous candle substance from his hands, erecting a barrier in front of Mr. 5. In a flash, several beams of light pierced through the candle barrier, shattering it into pieces as Doflamingo effortlessly broke through. 6 King Pistol. Lucci activated the shave technique, appearing before Doflamingo, instantly transforming into his beast form to unleash his most powerful blow. Oh, is this not a member of the former CP organization? Doflamingo remarked nonchalantly, recognizing Lucci's identity amidst the onslaught. With a swift motion, Doflamingo vanished from his position, evading the shockwave generated by Lucci's strike. Sand Monster Arm. Crocodile unleashed his observation hockey, directly capturing Doflamingo, and then charged forth. With one hand, he gathered a substantial amount of yellow sand, forming a colossal hand that descended upon Doflamingo with tremendous force. Bang! Doflamingo raised his hand to block, only to be sent flying. Crocodile, you have grown stronger than before. Crocodile's strike did not inflict any substantial harm upon Doflamingo, who gracefully adjusted his landing with an air of nonchalance. If you wish to continue, I would not mind ending your life here. As Crocodile descended, he exhaled a plume of smoke and menaced, haha. I certainly do not wish to provoke you into becoming an adversary. Doflamingo replied, then ascended into the air, soaring away amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. Mr. Crocodile certainly has a plethora of enemies, Robin remarked with a teasing smile as she observed Doflamingo's departure. If this fellow truly intends to make a move, I cannot be certain how many people I would be able to safeguard. Crocodile addressed Robin, then turned his gaze towards Mr. 1, bidding him to quickly master the use of hockey. Otherwise, he would be rendered helpless, just as he was today. Understood, Captain, Mr. 1 replied while lying on the ground. Before rising to his feet, this message was equally directed at others, emphasizing that without hockey, they would find themselves at a standstill in the new world. Crocodile surveyed his surroundings, reiterating the significance of hockey to everyone present. Indeed, the group responded. The arrival of Don Quixote Doflamingo was merely a minor interlude. The Sand Crocodile ship continued its voyage, with the crew diligently honing their skills. Meanwhile, on a small island, Blackbeard was accompanied by his 4 core members, the Devil Sheriff Lafitte, the Fighting Champion Basis, the Musician Van Clo, and the Grim Reaper Q, as they prepared to set sail for the next island. Wait a moment, Teach. I've been searching for you for quite a while. A voice rang out. Haha. Is that you, Captain Ace? The distinctive laughter echoed through the streets as Marshal D. Teach, known as Blackbeard, looked up at Ace, who stood atop a towering roof, gazing down at him and his crew. Do not call me Captain. That title is reserved for those deserving of respect. Ace retorted. You, my friend, are a captain now too, Captain Marshal D. Teach of the Blackbeard Pirates. Ace scoffed. It's been quite a while since we last met, Captain Ace. Teach remarked with a smile, reminiscing. Enough of the pleasantries, Teach. With your prolonged existence, you must be aware of the current circumstances. Ace stated firmly. Captain Ace, would you consider joining my crew? I have already devised a plan to dominate the seas. The era of Whitebeard has ended, and I shall become the Pirate King. Teach declared confidently. Crocodile, this man, who has recently resurfaced, will serve as my offering to the world government once I claim his head. Teep's confidence surged, as he was aware that Crocodile was a Logia-type devil fruit user, with the dark fruit being particularly effective against those of his kind. He was determined to claim Crocodile's head. Do not jest, Teach. Your journey ends here, Ace declared. Just then, with a resounding bang, Van Clo shot through Ace's head, igniting a fierce confrontation. Fire gun. Ace crouched, unleashing a barrage of flames from his fingertips towards Van Clo, who swiftly dodged. Basis then lifted an entire building, and with a hearty laugh, hurled it towards Ace. Flame pillar. With a swift motion, Ace conjured a towering column of fire, obliterating the building into ashes. You are no match for him. Do not act recklessly. Blackbeard, upon witnessing the scene, commanded his subordinates, Fire Fist, seizing the opportunity while Blackbeard reprimanded his crew. Ace unleashed a fiery attack. With a resounding explosion, several of them were knocked down, yet Bosch's and the others stood up unscathed, while the captain, Teach, writhed on the ground, engulfed in flames. Once Blackbeard extinguished the fire from his body and looked up, he saw Ace approaching through the flames, his expression stoic. I understand now, Ace. You truly wish to kill me. Blackbeard rose from the ground, taunting Ace with provocative words. For the murder of a comrade is indeed a grave sin. It was I who killed Sachi. It was unavoidable. He possessed the devil fruit I coveted. According to the ship's rules, the one who obtains the devil fruit is its rightful owner. But that fruit was my most cherished desire. Blackbeard's demeanor became increasingly frenzied as he spoke. Is that why you killed Sachi? Ace replied coldly, the veins in his forehead throbbing. This is the choice of fate, Ace. Blackbeard exclaimed, opening his palm as a cloud of black mist billowed forth, enveloping his entire form in a shroud of darkness. Ace, your body embodies fire. Mine, however, is darkness. You shall not kill me. This is the most malevolent power in the world, the Logia type, dark fruit. You shall soon witness the extent of its might. Blackbeard declared, his face twisted in a malevolent grin. Chapter 57. The fateful confrontation. As darkness enveloped the land, Blackbeard's crew fled in terror. Then allow me to witness your power. Ace scoffed. Blackbeard clenched his fist, and the previously soaring black mist rapidly receded, transforming into a tide of darkness that swiftly spread outward, engulfing the entire town in mere moments. The residents, sensing impending doom, fled in advance, narrowly escaping catastrophe. Darkness is a gravitational force, capable of absorbing and devouring all strength. I shall not strike you immediately. Observe the fate of this town, Blackbeard proclaimed, pressing his palm against the ground before bellowing, Dark hole. In an instant, the black waters on the ground seemed to respond to Blackbeard's call, swiftly being drawn toward him. Not merely the black waters, but carriages, houses, and all objects around were shattered and destroyed, consumed by the tide of darkness. Within mere seconds, the once thriving town was reduced to a desolate wasteland. Release. Before Ace could offer his assessment, Blackbeard unleashed another surge of darkness, releasing the remnants of numerous absorbed objects, which clattered together to form a desolate ruin. Blackbeard laughed heartily at the sight before him, but soon noticed several glowing orbs surrounding him, resembling fireflies. Firefly. Fire. Blackbeard's expression shifted as he observed the sudden increase in the luminescence around him, just as Ace raised his glowing hands, from which the points of light emanated. As Ace's words echoed, the glow of his hands ignited, and with a thunderous boom, the orbs erupted into flames, enveloping Blackbeard. Engulfed in fire, Blackbeard fell to the ground, rolling and screaming in agony. Witnessing Blackbeard's frantic writhing, Ace remarked, Logia users should be able to elementalize and evade such an attack effortlessly, shouldn't they? However, Ace soon observed flames erupting from Blackbeard, consuming the fire around him. Allowing him to rise and explain, darkness can devour everything, objects, elemental energy, even self-inflicted wounds. However, the user loses the ability to elementalize, and the pain endured is many times greater than that of an ordinary person. Yet, for that price, I am capable of absorbing something else. At this point, Blackbeard cast a sinister glance at Ace and extended his hand toward him, declaring, Dark water. Instantly, darkness emanated from Blackbeard's palm, swirling ominously. Ace felt an immense gravitational force pulling him closer, rendering him unable to elementalize, and he was seized by Blackbeard's grip on his arm. Ace gazed at the hand gripping him, incredulity etched on his face. Could it be? Ace's thoughts were interrupted as Blackbeard struck him with a powerful punch to the abdomen, sending Ace flying backward in an arch motion, crashing into the ruins previously released by Blackbeard, blood spilling from his mouth. Wiping the blood from his lips, Ace stared in disbelief at his hand, realizing that he had momentarily been unable to elementalize. This is what I mean, Ace. When I touch your body, I can absorb your abilities, rendering you incapable of elementalization. Blackbeard exclaimed, his dark hand raised, gazing triumphantly at the injured Ace. In this world, regardless of whether they possess Zoan, Paramecia, or Logia powers, I have acquired a strength that instills fear in them. Humph. As long as I don't let you touch me, I'll be fine. Ace replied as he stood up, confronting Blackbeard. Then give it a try, Ace. Blackbeard challenged. Blackbeard once again raised his hand, and Ace felt the overwhelming pull from before, propelling him toward Blackbeard once more. Divine fire, unknown fire. This time, prepared for the encounter, Ace summoned flames from his hands and, just before making contact with Blackbeard, unleashed a torrent of fire that transformed into a fiery spear, piercing through Blackbeard's body. However, to Ace's astonishment, Blackbeard, enduring the pain, retaliated with a powerful strike to Ace's neck, sending him flying once again. What a troublesome ability, Teach. Ace clutched his throat as blood flowed from his mouth, his expression turning grave, while Blackbeard absorbed the flames engulfing him with darkness. Crossfire. Noticing the opportunity, Ace crossed his index fingers to form a cross and shot a beam of light aimed at Blackbeard, then ignited flames along the cross-shaped beam that surged towards him. Blackbeard's eyes glinted with malice as darkness erupted forth. With a thunderous roar, the two engaged in a fierce clash, flames continuously unleashed, their devastating attacks ravaging the surroundings, causing massive mountains to collapse. After a brutal exchange, both Blackbeard and Ace were left panting for breath. In the face of darkness, all is futile, even you, Ace. Blackbeard said, eyeing the struggling Ace on the ground. Yet I find it increasingly regrettable, Ace. Join me as a companion. Mimicking Whitebeard, Blackbeard extended his hand toward Ace. In response, Ace rose from the ground, his face smeared with blood yet adorned with a smile as he addressed Blackbeard. To submit to power is to squander one's manhood. I shall never allow my life to be marred by regret. Do you understand, fool? Blackbeard, hearing this, lamented. In this world, survival is victory. Such a shame, Ace. Die in darkness. As Blackbeard's words echoed, an endless tide of darkness surged forth, cloaking half the sky. Great Flame Ring. Flame Emperor. Ace summoned his strength, unleashing an infinite blaze that spiraled around his feet, coalescing into a massive fireball resembling the sun, resting in his hand. Light and dark clashed before the formal confrontation even began, creating a fierce collision. Which is stronger, the sun or the darkness? Only one can prevail. Ace turned slightly and whispered, I only support Whitebeard as king. As the words left his lips, both warriors roared simultaneously, unleashing their strongest strikes. In an instant, light and darkness collided, creating a vivid spectacle of their battle upon the island. Uncertain of how long it lasted, the two forces eventually dissipated from the island. It is over. Lafitte twirled his staff and declared. Indeed, what a fierce battle. Basis remarked, observing Ace and Blackbeard collapsed at the center of the island. Haha. Even the captain has fallen unconscious. The Poison Q approached Blackbeard and offered him an apple, while Vankeo, bearing a sniper rifle, advanced towards Ace and lifted him up. Chapter 58, The Archipelago of Sabaody. On the vast and boundless sea, a pirate ship adorned with the black skull and golden hook flag sailed through these waters. Blah blah blah. Crocodile was leisurely perusing a newspaper while savoring a cigar, when suddenly, the phone bug on his person began to ring. Upon extracting the device, Crocodile activated it, only to behold the phone worm had transformed into the visage of a golden lion. Golden Lion, what brings you here? Have you located Luo? Crocodile inquired, not long ago. I encountered that fellow at sea, but regrettably, his abilities were rather peculiar, allowing him to escape. However, I have received word that he is soon to appear at the Sabaody archipelago. I intend to capture him there, and you should be on your way to the Sabaody archipelago as well. As part of our collaboration, I would appreciate your assistance in apprehending him. The voice of the Golden Lion resonated through the transponder snail. Haha, I am quite astonished that someone of your caliber allowed him to slip away. Crocodile expressed his surprise, saying, Feel free to mock me if you wish. The Golden Lion replied, Rest assured, I shall soon arrive at the Sabaody archipelago. Crocodile addressed the Golden Lion, expressing his eagerness to meet with Luo. By assisting the Golden Lion in capturing Luo, he would also gain a favor in return. Very well. Let us rendezvous at the Sabaody archipelago. The Golden Lion replied, abruptly ending the conversation as if he had suddenly disconnected a phone call. Once the call was terminated, Crocodile inquired of Ms. Valentine, who resided in the heavens, about the duration until they would reach the Sabaody archipelago. Upon hearing Crocodile's question, Ms. Valentine gracefully descended from the sky and responded, "It should take several more days." "Excellent. Let us hasten our journey to locate a certain individual on the island." Crocodile addressed Ms. Valentine's Day. "Yes, Captain." Ms. Valentine's Day replied before gracefully floating onto Godzilla's back, standing atop his head. "Godzilla, swim faster," the captain urged. "We must hasten our journey to the Sabaody archipelago." Recently, Godzilla had grown accustomed to the crew and had begun to comprehend human speech. Upon hearing Ms. Valentine's Day's words, he let out a mighty roar and propelled himself through the water with renewed vigor. That must be Crocodile's vessel. Meanwhile, not far from the sand alligator, several masked members of CP-0 observe the ship sailing ahead. It appears they are headed for the Sabaody archipelago. Should we act immediately? We have not received authorization to engage. One replied, "Let us report to the higher-ups for guidance." After deliberating, CP-0 conveyed Crocodile's movements to the Gorosei. "Croco's about to reach the Sabaody archipelago. How shall we proceed?" "If he enters the New World, tracking him down will become a far more arduous task," Satan inquired after concluding the call. "Since the destination is the Sabaody archipelago, let the Navy handle the aftermath," Vachli suggested. Who was in favor? Who was against? Satan asked the others, and ultimately, a consensus was reached. He then contacted Sengoku to inform him of the situation. Days later, Crocodile arrived at the Sabaody archipelago as anticipated. During this time, he encountered news regarding the Straw Hat crew. Moria had been defeated by them just as in the original storyline, and this time, the information had not been suppressed, but instead spread widely across the seas. Luffy had been issued a bounty of 350 million berries, while Zoro's bounty exceeded 100 million. Apart from Robin, who remained ashore, the rest of the crew was intact, just as in the original narrative. "Captain, that Straw Hat Kid actually defeated Moria." "Mr. Free exclaimed in astonishment. "He doesn't seem very formidable at all." "Heh, could that fellow possess strength comparable to Crocodile?" Robin remarked with a smile. "Humph. Do not compare that worthless Moria to me." Crocodile let out a cold snort and declared, "Captain, we have arrived at the archipelago of Sabaody." The sand alligator, under the crew's command, docked at the harbor of the Sabaody Islands. "Disembark, Robin, and distribute the printed bounty notice for Trafalgar to everyone. Once ashore, I want each of you to find him," Crocodile remarked, and thereafter, Robin began to pass around the printed bounty notices for everyone to see. What is so special about this fellow? Since the captain has given the order, let us all keep our eyes peeled to find him. Indeed, with their mission in mind, the crew eagerly disembarked from the ship, commencing their search for Trafalgar Law upon the island. "Robin, come with me." Crocodile turned to Robin and informed her of his intention to seek out Rayleigh on the island. Robin followed closely behind him, and before long, they arrived at a tavern known as Knock on Bamboo. With a creak, Crocodile swung open the tavern door, and together with Robin, they stepped inside with remarkable swiftness. How astonishing it was that they had reached this place so rapidly, sang Crocodile. Upon noticing Crocodile's entrance, Shaki looked up and exclaimed, "Haha, it has been quite a while." "Shaki." Crocodile walked in and made his way directly to the bar, taking a seat. "Would you like to drink?" Shaki inquired. "I am here to seek someone," he replied. Crocodile cast a glance at Shucky and remarked, "Nevertheless, the payment must be substantial." Shucky directed her gaze towards the smoke and uttered, "Dark King Rayleigh." Crocodile remarked to Shaki, who, upon hearing this, changed her expression and replied, "How would I know where that guy is?" "Haha, do not deceive me, Shaki. Just tell me the truth. Otherwise, if I were to demolish this place, he would surely appear, wouldn't he?" Crocodile menacingly remarked, "You have become even more arrogant than in your youth, brat." Shaki's expression darkened, but before he could utter a word, a voice emerged from behind Crocodile. Turning around, he beheld the figure of the Dark King, Rayleigh, casually entering in his sandals. The Dark King, Rayleigh. Crocodile cast a glance at Rayleigh, calmly taking a puff from his cigar. "Is this the infamous Dark King, Rayleigh?" Robin observed the scruffy figure before her, astonished that this was the legendary right-hand man of the king, the Dark King Rayleigh. "Do you wish to take action against me, brat?" Rayleigh strode purposefully towards Crocodile, one hand gripping the hilt of his sword. "Humph. I have no intention of engaging in a fierce battle with an old monster like you. Rather, I have something to convey regarding Roger." Crocodile addressed Rayleigh, urging him to speak. Upon hearing the name of Roger, Rayleigh patiently awaited the continuation of the tale. "The son of Roger is to be publicly executed by the Navy." Crocodile addressed the Dark King, Rayleigh, with a tone of jest. "Cease your frivolities, little one." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's expression shifted dramatically, and a formidable aura erupted around him. Chapter 59, The Convergence of Three. "Believe it or not, Rayleigh, in due time, you shall find out." Crocodile shielded Robin behind him and said, "Rayleigh, calm down." Upon hearing this, Rayleigh retracted his menacing conqueror's haki. "I have indeed received some whispers. The Navy has recently apprehended a significant figure." Shaki informed Rayleigh, her intelligence network being remarkably robust, allowing her to acquire such intelligence in advance. Crocodile was not taken aback by this. "That must be it. If we calculate the time, it is about right," Crocodile remarked. "Even if a public execution were to take place, this old body would be powerless." Rayleigh shook his head in resignation and replied, "What if we were to inform the red-haired? Surely, if he were to learn of Roger's son facing execution, he would not remain uninvolved." Crocodile remarked that in the original work, red-haired Shanks participated in the event without knowing that Ace was the child of Roger. If he had known, he should have had even less reason to abstain. Yet, that is of no consequence. Do not underestimate the power of the Navy headquarters. Rayleigh shook his head, asserting that with his current strength, he could only contend with a single admiral. "Aha! What if we factor in the immense influence of Whitebeard?" Crocodile continued. "Impossible. How could Whitebeard possibly come to the aid of Roger's child?" Rayleigh frowned, his voice rising. "No, it is indeed possible," Shaki interjected, taking a puff of her cigarette. She continued under Rayleigh's puzzled gaze. "If Roger's child were to join the Whitebeard pirates, given Whitebeard's character, even the Navy headquarters would be compelled to intervene." "Very astute." Portgas D. Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard's 2nd Division, is indeed the son of Roger. I trust you are familiar with the surname Portgas. Crocodile expressed his admiration and subsequently elucidated that Robin was utterly astonished, pondering the source of Crocodile's intelligence. It should have been evident. Portgas was indeed the surname of Nico. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh finally grasped the situation, for it is uncommon for individuals to pay particular attention to a person's surname. The general perception of Ace in the outside world was merely as the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Fire Fist. "Kid, why are you revealing this to us? What do you intend to accomplish?" Rayleigh found it hard to believe that Crocodile would divulge such information without ulterior motives. "I merely wish to prevent anyone from profiting from this situation, and after all, it is a pirate of the Pirate King. It would be a tragedy for him to perish at the hands of the Navy." Crocodile remarked, "When the time comes, I shall also make my way to Merriford. Should you require, I can offer you a ride." Crocodile remarked to Rayleigh, "Humph, young one, if this matter proves true, I shall owe you a favor." Rayleigh replied to Crocodile, "Haha, we shall discuss that when the time comes." Crocodile left a transponder snail for Rayleigh and then departed with Robin. "Mr. Crocodile, how do you possess such extensive knowledge?" After exiting the tavern, Robin voiced her curiosity. Crocodile cast a glance at Robin, aware that she had posed this question numerous times before. He nonchalantly replied that there exists an ability known as foresight. Could such a phenomenon truly be realized? Robin regarded Crocodile with a skeptical gaze. "Of course," he continued, "on Fishman Island and among the commanders under Big Mom, there are indeed individuals endowed with the power to foresee the future." Crocodile spoke to Robin, who was filled with skepticism. At that moment, the transponder snail on Crocodile's person began to ring. Upon answering, he discovered that the transponder snail had transformed into the likeness of Lucci. "We have located Trafalgar," Lucci announced to Crocodile. "Found him? Where is he?" Crocodile inquired of Lucci while concealed within a house. "Shall we take the initiative to eliminate him?" Lucci replied, "Do not act impulsively. You are unaware of his capabilities." Crocodile declined, understanding the situation. "Got it," Luffy replied, then, drawing upon years of experience in stealth, began to monitor Law alongside Kaku and the others. "Let us go, Robin." Crocodile addressed Robin and then proceeded towards the location indicated by Lucci. Simultaneously, Mr. One and others received the news and converged towards Robin's direction. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion, Captain Shiki, was being called by Indigo, who rushed towards him. "What is it?" inquired the Golden Lion, quietly seated in his prominent position, a cigar in hand. "Crocodile has reported that he has located Trafalgar Law." Indigo responded. "Ha ha ha, has he? This time, he shall not escape so easily." The Golden Lion erupted in laughter and, under Indigo's guidance, maneuvered the island towards Law's location. As two factions encircled Law, unexpectedly, the Navy also made a significant move. Admiral Akainu had landed on the Sabaody archipelago. In a certain inner sea of the Sabaody archipelago, a warship sailed forth. A man donned in a dark red suit, wearing a naval cap and black leather gloves, stood imposingly at the bow of the vessel. His arms crossed and a naval admiral's coat draped over his shoulders. That man is Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. What is he doing here? A pirate, upon noticing the admiral's presence, gasped in astonishment. Are there really this many pirates gathered here? What is the station navy doing? Sakazuki frowned as he observed the numerous pirate ships docked in the harbor. Admiral Sakazuki, it is beyond our control. Our forces are insufficient to oversee the entire Sabaody archipelago, explained a navy soldier standing beside him. Now that I am here, these scoundrels shall be eradicated. Sakazuki's hands suddenly ignited with a crimson glow, transforming into lava. He then raised his fist skyward, unleashing a barrage of massive molten punches into the air. What is happening? The sky has suddenly turned red. Is something falling? Is that lava? Run. Jump into the sea. The pirates quickly realized the change in the sky, and before they could react, the lava punches rained down like a meteor shower, instantly turning the area where the pirate ships were docked into a sea of molten fire. Indeed, Admiral Sakazuki's intervention had swiftly annihilated all the pirates. A navy soldier boasted beside Sakazuki. Enough chatter. Tell me the location of Crocodile. Sakazuki shot a glance at the soldier beside him and inquired. Yes. Crocodile is still on the move, but it can be confirmed that he is heading towards Area 52. The soldier reported to Akainu, then set the warship towards Area 52. Akainu stated, exasperated that he had to instruct such matters himself. Yes, Admiral Sakazuki. The Marines responded, and the warship advanced towards Area 52. Chapter 60. Law, Who Understands? Suddenly surrounded by layers upon layers. Admiral Sakazuki, there are pirate ships moving in the sky. Suddenly, beside Akainu, a Marine looked up at the sky and exclaimed. Akainu looked up and saw, as the Marine had said, a pirate ship soaring above, accompanied by islands of varying sizes. This ability, could it belong to that man? That fellow is still alive? Akainu remarked in astonishment upon seeing the emblem of the pirate ship in the sky. Only the infamous Shiki, the Golden Lion, who wreaked havoc in Marineford 2 decades ago, could achieve such a feat. Lord Shiki, there is a naval warship below us, Indigo, aboard the pirate ship. Noted after spotting the vessel where Akainu stood. The Navy, is it? Then allow me to collect some interest first. The Golden Lion chuckled heartily, casting his gaze downward at the warship. Serpent. With a snap of his fingers, an island that had been floating nearby plummeted directly towards the warship occupied by Akainu. Admiral Sakazuki, the island is falling. The Marines shouted in panic, pointing at the descending landmass. What a troublesome ability. It seems a variety of characters have resurfaced lately. Akainu observed the falling island with calm composure, then leaped onto the ship's mast, sprinting upwards before launching himself into the air. Dog of the underworld. Following closely. His right arm transformed into magma, rapidly extending as he struck at the descending island. The magma-laden arm pierced the island, and soon enough, the surface was riddled with cracks, glowing red from within. With a resounding boom, the entire island erupted into a spectacular explosion. Thud. Akainu landed on the deck, and countless volcanic rocks were hurled from the warship, crashing into the sea. Oh, it appears there are formidable foes aboard the warship, the Golden Lion remarked, observing the destruction wrought. Yet he chose not to linger, accelerating towards Law's direction. Admiral Sakazuki, it seems they are also headed for the Sabaody archipelago. Akainu's subordinate approached and informed him. Should they dare to set foot in the Sabaody archipelago, I would not hesitate to eliminate this relic of the old era. Akainu crossed his arms, his cape billowing dramatically in the wind. I have already instructed the station troops on the island to encircle Area 52, aiming to eradicate the Baroque works in one fell swoop. The subordinate conveyed to Akainu. Indeed, Akainu nodded, and shortly thereafter, the warship docked at Area 52, under his command. A multitude of Navy personnel proceeded inward. Returning to Crocodile, he ambled along at a leisurely pace until he finally reached the location where Law was concealed. Captain, the area is now surrounded. Mr. 1 reported promptly upon Crocodile's arrival. Prepare for action. Crocodile addressed Mr. 1. Meanwhile, Law sensed an unsettling change. He noticed that the outside had grown eerily quiet, only to erupt into chaos moments later. Captain, what is the matter? Do you need water? Beepo inquired. Noticing Law suddenly rise from his resting position on the deck, Beepo felt something was amiss. Pekin, take a look outside. Law instructed the others. Pekin approached the window, cautiously opening a small crack to observe, only to discover that hundreds of armed, menacing figures had gathered outside, their intentions clear. Crocodile, making his way toward Law's quarters, raised his head to glance at the window, locking eyes with Pekin through the narrow opening. In a moment of sheer terror, Pekin collapsed to the ground. What happened, Pekin? Law asked, alarmed by his companion's reaction. It's the former warlord of the sea, Crocodile. He is coming this way. Pekin stammered, his anxiety palpable. What? How could that man possibly be here? Law exclaimed, equally startled, as he instinctively reached for his sword, the Kikoku. Stop hiding, Trafalgar Law. Crocodile shouted from outside. I wonder what the illustrious Shichibukai Crocodile wants with a fledgling pirate like me. After Crocodile finished his exclamation, Tefalgaro emerged from the room, his expression nonchalant as he inquired. As a supernova, there is no need for such humility. You must have encountered the Golden Lion, have you not? Crocodile addressed Trafalgar, the Golden Lion, of course. Otherwise, how could one end up so wounded? Trafalgar replied, I merely require a small favor from you. Do not fret, Trafalgar. Crocodile retorted, Humph. I have no obligation to heed your commands. Trafalgar grasped his weapon, the onigiri, extending a hand. Suddenly, a spherical object materialized in the palm of his hand, rapidly expanding to envelop Crocodile within. Slaughterhouse. With a swift motion of his weapon, Crocodile was abruptly cleaved in two, bisected by the force of the strike. Success, Captain. His crew erupted in cheers upon witnessing Crocodile's defeat. When did he strike? Mr. One, standing beside Crocodile, inquired incredulously. Do not be naive. Trafalgar admonished his companion. If you refuse to comply, I shall simply take you by force. Crocodile smirked, and at that moment, Rob Lucci appeared before Trafalgar, launching a finger pistol aimed at him. Room, slaughterhouse. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Trafalgar vanished, leaving behind a stone that shattered under Lucci's attack, causing Trafalgar to harbor a lingering sense of unease. Take this. A group of pirates hoisted a cannon, firing it at Trafalgar. Room, batten. Trafalgar moved his hand, halting the incoming cannonball, which subsequently vanished, leaving behind merely two buttons. Boom. Simultaneously, Mr. Five found multiple cannonballs lodged within him, which immediately exploded. Attacking me with the blast, you have truly misjudged your target. After the smoke cleared, Mr. Five emerged unscathed, addressing Trafalgar. Ha ha ha, you were a step ahead of me. A booming laughter echoed from the sky, causing Trafalgar's expression to shift as he looked up to behold the Golden Lion descending. The sky darkened as the Golden Lion arrived, accompanied by an island battleship. Golden Lion, your movements are rather slow, Crocodile remarked. Ha ha ha, I took some extra time to control more islands, the Golden Lion replied. At that moment, the members of the Baroque works surrounding Trafalgar suddenly heard synchronized footsteps, turning to see a large contingent of Marines advancing toward them. Chapter 61. Akainu approaches. Trafalgar pondered. Why have the Marines come as well? He glanced at the hundreds of members of Baroque works, then at the massive island overhead capable of crushing him, and finally at the encircling Marines. He realized that perhaps he could indeed take a chance. After all, it was quite normal for a patient to seek his treatment. Wasn't the target Crocodile? There is no mistaking it. That individual is the legendary man, the flying pirate, Captain Shiki. Are we truly expected to confront both of them simultaneously? Fear not, Admiral Sakazuki has already arrived. After the Navy encircled Crocodile and his associates, there was a palpable sense of urgency, as they were not dealing with mere trifles. Captain, what should we do? Bepo inquired of Law. What madness is this? Why are they both targeting me? Trafalgar Law pondered in confusion. After much contemplation, he could not fathom how he had provoked Shiki, and now Crocodile had appeared, accompanied by the Navy no less. In a flurry, his Law was lost in thought. Shiki lunged towards him, reaching out with his hand. Room, slaughterhouse. In the next instant, Law had switched positions with Shiki, causing the latter's strike to miss its mark. Ha. Shiki, not glancing back, seized Bepo instead. Bepo. Upon seeing his comrade captured, Shachi drew his sword and charged at Shiki. Do not act recklessly, Shachi, Law shouted. But Shachi had already reached Shiki, poised to strike, when suddenly, a gorilla clad in pink descended from the heavens and sent Shachi flying. Scald, I did not summon you to intervene, Shiki remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the gorilla. Grr. The gorilla emitted a couple of disgruntled growls. Shiki, observing this, chose not to reprimand him further and turned to Law, saying, Hey, Law, I am here to discuss a collaboration. Stop deceiving me. What could we possibly collaborate on? Law retorted, naturally skeptical. Yet, Shiki then threatened, I advise you to come aboard my ship and listen to me carefully. Otherwise, this white bear may very well turn crimson. Captain, run. Don't worry about me. Damn it. How dare he use me to threaten the captain? Beepo struggled fiercely upon hearing Shiki's words. Noticing Law's hesitation, Shiki pressed Beepo into the ground with one hand, causing the earth to shatter and leaving Beepo bloodied. Seeing this, Law urgently called out, "Stop. I will go with you." "Is it not better this way?" Shiki chuckled, handing Beepo over to Scarred, then activated his powers to lift a piece of land, allowing Law and his crew to ascend. "Crocodile, I shall take my leave. The navy below is yours to handle." Shiki addressed Crocodile. "Rest assured, they are but a bunch of insignificant fish." Crocodile scoffed at the cigar, expressing his disdain, perplexed by the audacity of the navy to encircle him. "Mr. One, prepare yourself. You are quite arrogant," Shichibukai Crocodile. Just as Crocodile was about to command Mr. One and the others to eliminate the navy, a voice resonated through the air, causing him to turn and his expression to shift dramatically. "Akainu." Crocodile called out the name of the newcomer, and Akainu, with an air of dominance, strode forward, flanked by his subordinates. "The Marine Admiral Akainu? What brings a Marine Admiral here? Is he coming for us?" Upon hearing Crocodile utter Akainu's name, the crowd gasped in astonishment. "Oh, is that not the little brat from before?" The Golden Lion glanced down and recognized Akainu as the former Marine Vice Admiral of the new generation. "Golden Lion, you shan't escape." Akainu charged forward, his right hand transforming into molten magma. Great eruption. With a fierce thrust, Akainu transformed his magma-coated hand into a colossal lava fist and unleashed it towards the Golden Lion. Lion's thousand cuts. The Golden Lion responded with agility, his dual swords releasing a barrage of powerful slashes that intercepted Akainu's attack. "It turns out the individual aboard the warship we encountered earlier was you." The Golden Lion recognized Akainu's ability as the one that had previously thwarted his island-destroying assault. Let the failures of the old era find a quiet place to retire. After Akainu's attack was deflected, he employed the moonwalk technique, closing in on the Golden Lion and delivering a punch. "Don't be so arrogant, brat. When I ruled the world, you were still drinking milk." With a powerful rebuttal, the Golden Lion raised his foot to block Akainu's strike, causing magma to splatter chaotically as their hockey clashed. "Mr. One, lead the charge and clear a path back to the ship." Crocodile addressed Mr. One beside him, stating that with Akainu present, his escape would not be so effortless, as this individual was certainly not akin to the lackadaisical Akiji and Kizaru. Sand Monster's arm. As Crocodile witnessed the stalemate between Akainu and the Golden Lion, he leaped into action, one hand transforming into a colossal hand of yellow sand, striking towards Akainu. "Humph." Akainu snorted derisively, first delivering a blow that sent the Golden Lion flying, then swiftly pivoting to deflect Crocodile's assault with a powerful punch. "Hellhound." The two briefly engaged in a standoff, but Crocodile soon heard Akainu shout, feeling an intense heat swell around him, only to find his sand arm being engulfed by the molten lava. Whoosh. This truly is a predicament. Upon witnessing this, Crocodile immediately distanced himself from Akainu and then placed one hand upon the ground. Desertification. As Crocodile pressed his hand onto the earth, the entire surface began to undergo a swift transformation, rapidly succumbing to aridity. With the spider web-like fissures widening, countless grains of yellow sand were set aloft. "Golden Lion, do not flee just yet. Assist me in obstructing him." As Crocodile altered the terrain, he spoke to the Golden Lion, who, sensing the impending danger, hastily retreated. Left alone to confront Akainu, he found the task daunting. "Retreat? Do you think I am someone to flee?" roared the Golden Lion, raising his hand to summon an island that plummeted from the sky towards Akainu. "Here it comes. Everyone, take cover." Akainu shouted to the Marines around him as the island drew near. "Quick, retreat." The Marines, recognizing the peril, fled in haste, while Mr. One and the others also made their escape, fearing for their safety. "If you harm my subordinates, I will not let this go." Crocodile gazed at the falling island and spoke to the Golden Lion. Akainu stood firm, his magma-like arms bubbling before he raised his hand. "Hellhound." In that fleeting moment as the island descended, he unleashed a tremendous punch. The instant it made contact with the island, a shockwave spiraled skyward, causing the entire falling isle to momentarily freeze. Chapter 62. Crocodile and Golden Lion versus Akainu. Boom. As Akainu exerted his power, a surge of magma erupted, wreaking havoc within the island's core. Following this, a shockwave cascaded outward, causing the island to tremble violently from within. The surface rocks shattered with a resounding crash. And in the next heartbeat, the entire island transformed into countless fragments enveloped in molten rock, flying forth as a barrage of volcanic projectiles. They're falling towards us. The pirates exclaimed in alarm as the volcanic stones hurtled their way. I cannot ascertain if I can withstand this. Mr. One turned around, assuming a stance, clearly intent on intercepting the volcanic debris. Truly worthy of an admiral, he effortlessly conjured such an assault. Kaku extended his leg, executing a series of swift kicks that struck one of the volcanic rocks, merely chipping it into several pieces. Yet it continued on its trajectory toward them. Just run. I shall handle this. Desert barrier. As Crocodile observed a multitude of volcanic projectiles hurtling towards the retreating Mr. One, he waved his hand, summoning a great surge of yellow sand that ascended skyward, forming a protective barrier above Mr. One and his companions. The captain has made his move. Run. Upon witnessing Crocodile's intervention, the group hastened their flight with renewed vigor. Unlike the volcanic projectiles that fell upon the sea, this time the missiles detonated all around, unleashing a series of terrifying explosions that upheaved the surrounding terrain, engulfing the area in flames and molten rock. What a close call. Fortunately, I too possessed the powers of the natural element. Before Crocodile, the golden sands lay scattered as he leaned on his golden hook, facing the Red Dog. As one of the Seven Warlords, how dare you resign from your position without consent? The Navy has been utterly humiliated, Red Dog remarked to Crocodile. Ha ha. Do you truly believe I need your permission for my actions? Crocodile retorted. Crocodile responded with a smile, declaring in the name of justice that he would ensure your annihilation here. As Akaina spoke, his entire body transformed into magma, with a torrent of molten rock cascading to the ground, emitting a hissing sound. Well then, let us see. Desert Dragon, Akainu's Jade Dragon. Crocodile responded with a roar, manipulating the yellow sand beneath his feet. The sand swirled upwards, coalescing into a colossal sand dragon, whose head seemed to emanate an aura of divinity as it roared and charged towards Akainu. Dog bite Red Lotus. From Akaina's shoulder erupted a torrent of magma, transforming into a fearsome dragon that hurtled directly towards the advancing sand dragon of Crocodile. With a thunderous crash, the two monstrous dragons collided, the magma and yellow sand clashing violently, reminiscent of a fierce dragon battle. You are still lacking, Crocodile, Akaina bellowed, as the magma engulfed the yellow sand and surged forth towards Crocodile. Desert Lion, Sphinx. Upon witnessing his previous maneuver thwarted by Akainu, Crocodile swiftly summoned a vast expanse of yellow sand, which, in an instant, coalesced behind him into a colossal lion, charging fiercely toward the oncoming torrent of molten lava. With a thunderous crash, a dramatic tableau of half molten rock and half yellow sand was born. The clash of these titanic forces erupted in an explosion, sending lava and debris scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, the Golden Lion, seizing the opportunity amidst Crocodile's confrontation with Akainu, unleashed his powers to upheave a substantial portion of land. Lion's might, earthquake, he declared, transforming the earth into multiple lion heads that encircled Akainu. Die, Akainu! With a clenched fist, the lion heads surged forth simultaneously toward their target. Do you jest? You think you can end me with such triviality? Who do you think I am? Akainu scoffed, his disdain palpable as molten rock gushed from his hands, raising them high. Meteor volcano, he bellowed, unleashing formidable molten fists that rained down upon the advancing lion heads. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions echoed as the lion heads were relentlessly pummeled, one after another crumbling under the onslaught. Desert Greatsword. In a swift motion, a gust of yellow sand swept past Akainu's form, coalescing behind him into Crocodile's silhouette. In a heartbeat, Akainu's body was cleaved, the upper half sliding away to the side. Such a pity. Your reflexes are indeed impressive. Crocodile gazed at the flowing magma from Akainu's wound and lamented, realizing that in that fleeting moment of ambush, he had indeed employed the haki, only to find that Akainu had evaded it with remarkable foresight. Haki, you say? Akainu remarked, reconstituting himself as he addressed Crocodile. What are you looking at? Suddenly, the Golden Lion launched a surprise attack from behind Akainu, lifting his foot to sweep across with a blade. Boom. Akainu swiftly pivoted, employing haki to envelop his hand, effectively parrying the Golden Lion's assault. Ha! Roared the Golden Lion, unleashing his fierce aura to overpower Akainu. However, Akainu, undeterred, thrust forward, forcing the Golden Lion back, and with a surge of strength, sent him flying away. Desert Burial. Crocodile placed his hands upon the ground, seizing the moment while Akainu remained unresponsive to transform the soil beneath his feet into sand. Suddenly, the buried desert surged forth, erupting from the earth, and in an instant, Akainu found himself enveloped by a cloud of yellow sand that obscured the sky. Was it merely the sand from below that had assimilated? The Earth's collapse caused Akainu to stagger, his foot slipping into the void, and he plummeted downwards. As he beheld the skyward explosion of yellow sand, realization struck him. A masterpiece of the desert. Crocodile clenched his hands, and in the next moment, all the grains of sand surged towards the center, engulfing Akainu, who was swiftly enveloped by the shifting sands, ultimately forming a pyramid-like structure. "Kid, stop lingering. Seize this opportunity to retreat," the Golden Lion shouted at Crocodile. Crocodile snapped back to reality and glanced over, noticing the Golden Lion clutching his head in anguish, likely a consequence of overexerting his haki. "All right," Crocodile nodded, yet felt a twinge of insecurity. He manipulated a vast amount of yellow sand, transforming the pyramid into a cube, and then swiftly turned to flee. "You won't escape." At that moment, a crimson circular aperture manifested within the cube, followed by a surge of lava that shot towards Crocodile, piercing through his chest in an instant. "Damn it." As the lava cascaded down, Crocodile hastily used the yellow sand to seal the gaping wound on his chest. Turning back, he noticed that Akainu had created an exit in the cube, and he was emerging, bathed in the flowing lava. "You go ahead, Golden Lion." As Crocodile witnessed the emergence of the Golden Lion and Akainu, he promptly shouted, "Be cautious, you little brat. If you happen to perish carelessly, I shall avenge your demise." The Golden Lion retorted loudly to Crocodile before ascending into the sky aboard his vessel, declaring, "I shall not meet my end so swiftly." Crocodile bellowed back at the Golden Lion, the surrounding yellow sand swirling violently as he began to spin rapidly. Chapter 63, the CP0 Capture Operation. Such a battle is beyond our interference. A sandstorm erupted around Crocodile, generating a terrifying pull that compelled the Marines to flee even more vigorously into the distance. At that moment, several masked figures emerged before the group of Marines. They were agents of CP. The Marines recognized the intruders, and one of the masked figures addressed them, stating, "Do not retreat, Navy. Immediately pursue the Baroque Works pirates. Your current mission is to assist us in capturing the child of the devil, Nico Robin." However, a Marine hesitantly replied, "But Admiral Sakazuki, do you believe you can intervene in their battle?" The masked figures retorted, prompting the hesitant Marines to follow them in surrounding Mr. 1 and his crew. "Captain, trouble is brewing. The Marines are on our tail." At that moment, the crew realized the Marines were closing in, shouting towards Mr. 1. "Do not attempt to escape, pirates!" The Marines yelled from behind. "That SCP-0. Lucci exclaimed in astonishment as he turned to see the masked figures. How did CP-0 end up here? Kaku and the others recognized their identities as well. "Do not look back. Continue the retreat," Mr. 1 shouted, noting that the Marines were still a distance away. Suddenly, Lucci sensed danger as he noticed that the CP-0 had vanished from sight. Indeed, in the next moment, the pirates ahead suddenly coughed up blood and were sent flying back. What happened? Mr. 1 halted and looked forward, discovering 4 CP-0 agents, each adorned in orange, yellow, blue, and green, had appeared before them, blocking their path. Wind breath bomb. Mr. 5, running ahead, inhaled sharply and then forcefully blew out a gust towards the figures in front. The 4 CP-0 agents stood bewildered for a moment, not comprehending Mr. 5's actions, but the very next second, a tremendous explosion engulfed them. As the smoke cleared, the 4 CP-0 agents remained standing, albeit with their clothing slightly tattered. "Devil fruit users?" the blue-masked CP-0 inquired, locking eyes with Mr. 5. He then executed a rapid movement, appearing before Mr. 5 and raising his hand to launch a finger gun attack. "Get out of the way, Mr. 5. Mr. 1 reacted swiftly, sliding in front of Mr. 5 and transforming his hands into blades to block the strike. A powerful shockwave erupted as Mr. 1 managed to repel the blue-masked CP-0. "Thank you, Mr. 1. Mr. 5 quickly retreated upon seeing this. "Slay him, Mr. 1. I have intel on you. Quickly eliminate the devil fruit user." The blue-masked CP-0's fingers turned dark, clearly indicating the use of armament haki. "It is an immense honor." Mr. 1 responded with a fierce shout, his hands slicing through the air in a powerful attack. The blue-masked CP-0 deftly evaded Mr. 1's assault, only to retaliate with a swift lateral kick that unleashed a formidable wave of energy, sending Mr. 1 hurtling away. He landed with a skid, finally coming to a halt after a considerable distance. Demon and human fist, explosive swan. Mr. 2 executed a spin, aiming a kick adorned with sharp, swan-like toes at the blue-masked CP-0. To his astonishment, this strike was effortlessly intercepted by the blue-masked CP-0, who stood unarmed and unyielding. "Is this fellow made of iron?" Mr. 2 pondered, yet immediately sought to capitalize on the moment, delivering another kick to the CP0's head. With a resounding thud, Mr. 2's blow was once again met by the CP0's head. How can this be? A devil fruit user? Mr. 2 was taken aback, realizing that this was no ordinary defense. Even those like Lucci, who possessed similar iron-like resilience, would not easily absorb such an assault with their faces. Do not be astonished. Mr. 2. If you observe closely, you will sense the presence of hockey emanating from these masked individuals, Mr. 3 exclaimed, as he ensnared the blue-masked CP0's feet with a glob of slime. Hockey, you say? Then this is no trivial matter. The captain has stated that the armament hockey grants its wielder unparalleled offensive power and a defense that surpasses ordinary limits, Mr. 2 elucidated, stepping back to distance himself from the CP0. Meanwhile, the blue-masked CP0 remained composed, glancing down at the solidified wax that bound him. With a single punch, he shattered the wax with ease. Mr. 3 was astonished that his wax had been so effortlessly obliterated. These individuals are far from ordinary, he exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Enough of this play. We must first eliminate the former CP9 associates. Among them lies one with troublesome abilities. And we cannot allow these unpredictable elements to jeopardize our mission, the orange-masked CP0 declared as he approached the blue-masked CP0. Understood. The 4 CP0 members then launched their assault simultaneously. Behold the might of the celestial knight. Shura charged forth on his 3-meter bird, heading straight for the orange-masked figure. I have no time to waste on characters like you, the orange mask remarked as he observed Shura's advance. With a swift movement, he executed a shave, appearing directly behind Shura, and delivered a powerful kick towards him. To the orange-masked CP0's surprise, the man with the distinctive mustache managed to turn and block the strike, emanating a palpable aura of observation hockey. Can this individual truly wield observation hockey? The orange-masked figure gazed in astonishment at the Azura before him, who had exerted every ounce of strength to fend off his attack. With a sudden burst of power, he struck Azura down to the ground. A resounding thud echoed as Azura plummeted, his body crashing onto the earth, blood spewing from his mouth, and he collapsed, bloodied and battered. Azura! Exclaimed Ohm and the others, witnessing Azura's defeat, before they all surged towards the orange-masked CP0. In the face of the trio's onslaught, Mr. 1 rose once more to confront the blue-masked CP0. Foaming daisy slash. Mr. 1 launched himself forward, his hands joined together as he aimed at the blue-masked CP0. Storm foot, shattered stone. The blue-masked CP0 executed a sweeping kick that effortlessly blocked Mr. 1's attack. Empowered by his hockey, Mr. 1 felt his steel hands go numb from the force of the blow. Following this, Mr. 1 performed a backflip to regain his footing before the blue-masked figure. It seems I must resort to this technique, one I have yet to employ against an adversary. Mr. 1 retrieved 2 shells from his person, gripping them tightly in his hands. Shells. What is he attempting? The blue-masked CP0 tilted his head, perplexed. Feel the power of the Sky Island. Mr. 1 propelled himself forward once more, hands still joined, launching at the blue-masked CP0. Let me see what skills you possess. The blue-masked CP0 remained undaunted, employing the shave technique to accelerate, one hand cloaked in hockey. Finger gun, impact punch. The blue-masked CP0 unleashed a fierce punch in the form of a finger gun. Absorb the impact. Double rebound cannon. As their fists collided, the blue-masked CP0 was momentarily taken aback, sensing no increase in power from Mr. 1's blow. However, he soon saw Mr. 1 smile, and a terrifying shockwave erupted from his hands. Boom. A wave of energy rippled outward, sending both Mr. 1 and the blue-masked CP0 flying. Thud, thud, thud. The blue-masked CP0 crashed through several buildings before collapsing amidst the rubble, coughing violently and incredulously spitting out blood. You possess such astonishing power. The blue-masked CP0 stammered as he struggled to rise. The source of this power is you. I must thank you for providing the recoil for the rebound shell. However, the backlash is indeed formidable. Mr. 1 lay on the ground, his hands drenched in blood, blood continuing to seep from his mouth. Chapter 64. Robin captured. The Navy has caught up. At this moment, the members in the rear began engaging in battle with the Navy. Those unable to participate in the high-stakes conflict, such as Ms. Valentine and Mr. 4, were now confronting the Navy as well. Keeping you around is a calamity. The blue-masked CP0 wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, gazing at the fallen Mr. 1, before vanishing in an instant. Arashiashi, Sin. At that moment, A linear slash surged towards the blue-masked CP0, compelling him to halt and defend against the oncoming strike. Haha, this fellow is now my ally. Do not lay a hand on him. The blue-masked CP0 looked up to see Kaku wielding two long blades, addressing him. A traitor from CP9? I shall deal with you first. With that declaration, the blue-masked CP0 charged at Kaku, delivering a sweeping kick. Kaku, noticing the approach, crossed his blades to block the blue-masked CP0's kick, only to be sent flying several meters before regaining his footing. Arashi-ashi, Rasen-baiken. As Kaku landed, his body spun rapidly, harnessing twisting force to tighten his muscles into a spiraled state as he launched forward, a slashing whirlwind encircling him. You think you can eliminate me that easily? Kaku proclaimed, spinning towards the blue-masked CP0. It may require effort, but it shall not be insurmountable. Life restoration, the blue-masked CP0 exclaimed as his hands suddenly swelled. Then cloaked in armament haki, he charged towards Kaku, intercepting the attack with his hands. The sound of clashing echoed as Kaku's spiraling slashes struck the blue-masked CP0's hands. But in the next moment, Kaku found himself halted, his blades gripped firmly by the blue-masked CP0, unable to extricate them despite his efforts. Arashi-ashi, Kaku shouted, delivering a kick towards the blue-masked CP0. In response, the blue-masked CP0 executed a kick of his own, colliding with Kaku's. A crack reverberated through the air as Kaku's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately relinquished his blades, pushing off the ground to retreat. This guy. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kaku's forehead. That strike had seemingly fractured his leg. Do you think you are that Iron Man? The blue-masked CP0 smirked slightly, then darted towards Kaku, aiming a kick directly at his head. Just then, the ground beneath Kaku opened, a hand emerging to swiftly drag him below, causing the blue-masked CP0's strike to miss. Is that the troublesome ability of CP9? Indeed, possessing such power, if one is determined to protect another, we would be at a loss, the blue-masked CP0 mused as he landed, noticing the portal in the ground had vanished. Suddenly, several pebbles shot rapidly towards the blue-masked CP0. As he reacted to block with his hand, the pebbles detonated upon contact, producing a tremendous explosion. Pebble cannon. With a handful of stones, Mr. 5 revealed a triumphant smile upon hitting the blue-masked CP0. Hey, Mr. 1, let me take you away. At that moment, Ms. Christmas seized the opportunity to burrow her way to Mr. 1's side, swiftly pulling him into the cave she had crafted. Candle Champion Cup. Transgender Fist Technique. Magnificent Swan Dance. 6 Styles Ultimate. 6 King's Gun. Iron Block. Heavy Step Wolf. Meanwhile, Mr. 2 and Luffy confronted the yellow-masked and green-masked CP0. Luffy, the so-called greatest genius of CP9 in 8 centuries? In the face of Luffy's most formidable 6 King's Gun, the yellow-masked CP0 effortlessly blocked it with a powerful punch enveloped in armament haki, then swiftly elbowed Luffy to the ground. Haki is the ultimate truth. A weapon of slaughter is nothing more than this. The yellow-masked CP0 taunted as he grasped Luffy's head, lifting him up. With his other hand, he rained down punch after punch upon Luffy. You arrogant fool, tone it down. Luffy's body was drenched, his cold eyes locked onto the CP0 before him, as he transcended from the state of life returning. Ah, back to your original form? What does a larger physique matter? Scoffed the yellow-masked CP0. 6 Styles Ultimate. Maximum Wheel. 6 King's Gun. Luffy raised both hands, directing his fists at the yellow-masked CP0's chest. You, just die. The yellow-masked CP0 raised his other hand, preparing to obliterate Luffy's head. You have no chance, you arrogant fool. In an instant, Luffy unleashed an explosive surge, creating an immensely powerful shockwave that pierced through the yellow-masked CP0's body. The shockwave reverberated, causing the yellow-masked CP0 to roll his eyes back, violently spewing blood. And the hand that held Luffy fell limp. CP0 is nothing more than this. Luffy pushed forward, and the yellow-masked CP0 collapsed to the ground. Yellow. The green-masked CP0 exclaimed in shock at the defeat of his comrade. What is this guy doing? The orange-masked CP0 stepped onto the massive body of Gides, surveying the surroundings where his allies lay defeated. I can find a replacement. Being on the same team as him might jeopardize my mission. The orange-masked CP0 remarked before dashing towards Luffy, intent on eradicating him. Open the door. At that moment, Bruno suddenly appeared to rescue Luffy. What a troublesome devil fruit user. I never expected such abilities to be of no use to us now. The orange-masked CP0 frowned, his gaze swiftly scanning the crowd before finally honing in on Robin, who was clearing out the Navy, launching himself like a bolt from a crossbow. As Robin finally comprehended the situation, the orange-masked CP0 had already materialized before her, seizing her with ruthless intent and forcefully pinning her to the ground. With a resounding thud, Robin endured a grievous blow, instantly losing consciousness as the orange-masked CP0 grasped her in his grasp. At that moment, Bruno, standing beside the orange-masked CP0, suddenly activated his ability to create an air door and swiftly dashed towards the orange-masked CP0 in an attempt to rescue Robin. However, in the next instant, the orange-masked CP0 delivered a powerful kick, sending Bruno careening through the air. "Troublesome fellow, I was just lamenting my lack of an outlet for you," mused the orange-masked CP0, observing Bruno's flight with a faint smile. "The task is accomplished, blue and green. Take yellow and retreat," the orange-masked CP0 commanded, glancing at Robin in his grasp and then at the fierce battle unfolding with the Navy. "Have we disregarded the Navy?" Green swiftly seized yellow and used his ability to flash beside the orange-masked CP0, inquiring, "Our mission is solely to capture Robin. Once that is achieved, we must withdraw." The orange-masked CP0 replied to Green, indifferent to the fate of the Navy, his singular objective being the completion of the task assigned by the elders. Chapter 65, Crocodile vs. Akainu. Meanwhile, completely unaware of Robin's capture, Crocodile was embroiled in a fierce battle. Desert Monster Arm. Crocodile soared into the sky, his arm summoning the yellow sands to swiftly coalesce into a hand of the desert. Once enveloped in haki, he forcefully struck down upon Akainu. "No matter how many attempts I made, it was futile. My conqueror's haki reigns supreme over you." Akainu's right arm churned with magma, and with a mighty punch, he unleashed a molten fist that surged towards the approaching sandy monstrosity. Boom! The magma fist collided with the hand of San Midair, the two elemental forces clashing with the ferocity of their haki. With a fierce roar, Akainu's magma fist shattered through the hand of sand, sending Crocodile hurtling away. "Damn it! I am still unprepared to face a marine admiral." Crocodile fell to the ground, rising to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, revealing an exhilarated smile. "Yet it is precisely such battles that will allow me to grow stronger at a swifter pace." Clockter exuded an overwhelming aura, manifesting an invisible wind as the yellow sand swirled around him. "Desert, Sandblade, great breakthrough." Crocodile waved his hand, commanding the yellow sands. In the next moment, a flurry of razor-sharp sand blades materialized, hurtling towards Akainu. A tremendous burst of flames. The magma in Akainu's grasp surged forth, and with a powerful punch, it rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal mass of molten rock that erupted. Countless sand blades struck the magma, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds. As the final sand blade descended, the magma in Akainu's hand diminished, returning to a size akin to that of his arm. The yellow sands were still far too scarce. Crocodile placed his hands upon the ground, and the surrounding terrain swiftly transformed into golden sands once more, with an increasing torrent of grain soaring into the air. The sands continued to converge, and in the blink of an eye, a colossal entity towering several meters high emerged, akin to the towering waves of the ocean. The howl of the desert, the tide of sands. Crocodile raised his hands, and the colossal wave formed from the yellow sands surged towards Akainu. Yet, it was merely a futile expenditure of energy. Akainu rolled his hands, summoning magma, and then lifted them, clenching his fists to confront the oncoming desert wave. Meteor volcano. As Akainu unleashed his power, his hands continuously shot forth lava fists, assaulting the massive sand wave before him. Each molten punch struck the yellow sands, creating gaping holes. Desert Greatsword. Just as Akainu effortlessly withstood the immense wave, a sudden surge of yellow sand shot up from the ground, swiftly piercing through Akainu's body. Has he already reacted? Akainu. In a fleeting moment, Crocodile realized that Akainu had evaded his strike, and then he manifested his form, turning around with his golden hook cloaked in haki, aiming for Akainu's back. Akainu's eyes glimmered with a fierce red light as he pivoted and delivered a punch against the golden hook. With a resounding thud, their haki clashed. Subsequently, Crocodile launched a fierce assault on Akainu. "I have stated before, my haki surpasses yours. Victory eludes you." Akainu countered Crocodile's attacks, then exerted his strength, pushing forward against him. Sand Spear. At that moment, two spears formed from yellow sand suddenly shot up from the ground, striking his chest. Yet they were repelled by Akainu's haki. "The same trick won't work on me twice." Akainu scoffed as magma erupted from beneath his feet, transforming Crocodile's assimilated yellow sand into molten rock, and he unleashed an astonishing force, sending Crocodile flying through the air. As Crocodile descended, Akainu leapt into action. Upon witnessing this, Crocodile swiftly rolled away to evade the attack, while Akainu's foot crashed down onto the original spot, creating a resounding impact that shattered the rocky ground, leaving a deep crater in its wake. Sand Snake, Serpent's March. Crocodile rose to his feet, instantly commanding the yellow sands to transform into serpentine forms, which swiftly surged towards Akainu. In response to the oncoming assault of sand, Akainu deftly swiped his hands to either side, charging forward to deliver a powerful punch at Crocodile. Crocodile raised his hand, transforming his right arm into a blade of sand to deflect Akainu's punch. Subsequently, the golden hook shot forth, only to be thwarted once again by Akainu. Sandstorm. Upon witnessing this, Crocodile leapt backward, simultaneously conjuring a swirling sandstorm in his palms and hurling it directly towards Akainu. The tempest enveloped the Crimson Dog, unleashing a ferocious onslaught of sand and fury. Hellhound. Crocodile was intently observing the sandstorm when Akainu suddenly emerged from within, his right hand glowing crimson, and unleashed a powerful punch towards Crocodile. You seem to be struggling, little brat. At that moment, a figure abruptly materialized before Crocodile, the glint of a blade flashing as it effortlessly intercepted Akainu's assault. Crocodile fixed his gaze and was astonished to discover that Rayleigh had appeared here. The Dark King Rayleigh? Are individuals from the bygone era making their triumphant returns one after another? Akainu stepped back, his expression darkening as he faced Rayleigh, who had thwarted his attack. Haha. I have no intention of making a comeback. It's merely that your commotion has been too loud. As an old man nearing his twilight years, my sleep quality is not what it used to be, Rayleigh remarked with a smile. Humph. Since you dare to show yourself, I shall eliminate you here, Akainu retorted, adjusting the hat upon his head. If you possess the confidence to confront both of us simultaneously, then by all means, give it a try. Although my old bones may not be much, I can still exchange a few blows with you, Rayleigh declared, his blade pointed at Akainu as his conqueror's haki surged forth. Aim straight at him. In response, Akainu unleashed a formidable aura to counter Rayleigh, while contemplating whether to engage in a desperate struggle. After much deliberation, Akainu decided that, considering the impending battle, it would be wiser to withdraw. He turned to Crocodile and stated, next time, you won't be so fortunate. Let us wait and see. Crocodile retorted, inwardly anticipating how he would ambush him during the forthcoming war at Marineford. Observing this, Akainu executed a stylish turn, departing at a leisurely pace. Thank you, Crocodile said, casting a grateful glance at Rayleigh. I suggest you check on your crew. It seems they are engaged in battle with the Navy, Rayleigh advised. All right. Crocodile responded with a single utterance, and in an instant, his entire being transformed into yellow sand, departing from the scene. Upon locating Mr. One, Crocodile discovered that the battle had already been resolved, with Mr. One despondently seated upon the ground. Seeing Crocodile's arrival, Mr. One hastily approached him, exclaiming, "What are you all doing here? Now that the battle has concluded, we must promptly board the Sand Crocodile without waiting for me." Crocodile addressed the crowd, "No, Captain. Robin has been taken away by CP0. Ms. Valentine's Day floated over and inquired, "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Crocodile's veins bulged. Chapter 66. The Great Incident Spreads Across the Seas. Subsequently, Mr. One recounted to Crocodile the events surrounding the assault by CP0. After a moment of contemplation, Crocodile addressed the group, expressing his relief that they were unharmed. Robin has likely been conveyed to the underwater prison and held down, he stated. Take this time to rest and prepare for the significant events that lie ahead. The spirits of the group were notably subdued, prompting Crocodile to refrain from further engagement and approach the CP9 members. You all performed admirably this time, he acknowledged. Crocodile remarked to Lucci, I merely happened to take issue with that group known as CP0. Lucci responded to Crocodile, You are still quite that Sundara, aren't you? Crocodile chuckled and commanded, Everyone, prepare for battle aboard the Sand Crocodile. At the command of Crocodile, everyone sprang into action, converging towards the location of the Sand Crocodile. Meanwhile, high above Ms. Valentine's Day encountered a news gull. Suspended in midair, she procured a newspaper from the gull. Upon glancing at its contents, her eyes widened in astonishment, and she floated towards Crocodile, exclaiming urgently, Captain, we have a situation. Crocodile lifted his gaze towards Ms. Valentine's Day, who extended a newspaper towards him. Upon receiving it, he discovered the glaring headline announcing that the Navy would publicly execute Porgasti, Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, at Marine headquarters in Marineford in 1 week's time. Just when Robin was taken away? Is this fate at play? It seems I must indeed make a trip to impel down. With a firm grip, Crocodile felt the newspaper in his hand transform into quicksand, slipping through his fingers. At that moment, he grasped the reason behind Rayleigh's assistance. It must have been prompted by the news he had encountered. Blah blah blah. Crocodile had just returned to the sand crocodile when his transponder snail suddenly began to ring. Upon answering, the snail transformed into the likeness of the golden lion. Ha ha. So this is the grand event you were referring to? The voice of the golden lion resonated as soon as the connection was made. You've seen the news. Haven't you? Crocodile replied. Publicly executing his son, with Whitebeard's temperament, it's quite likely he will attempt a rescue. After a moment of silence, the golden lion remarked with a sense of nostalgia. Do not falter now. Such a monumental event would indeed be rather dull without your presence. Crocodile addressed the golden lion, assuring him, rest assured. The golden lion, upon receiving this response, promptly hung up the transponder snail. As Crocodile had indicated, the golden lion revealed to Law the grievances he bore against Don Quixote da Flamingo, expressing his willingness to pay the price for an operation. Considering that his crew was still in the golden lion's custody, Law agreed to proceed with the surgery. After hanging up the transponder snail, the golden lion turned to Law and inquired, how long will the surgery take? A day, Law replied. But I cannot ascertain how long it will take for you to awaken afterward. Then let us hurry. The golden lion exclaimed with impatience. First, we need to retrieve my submarine. It is equipped with comprehensive medical apparatus, Law instructed the golden lion. Understood, the golden lion responded before departing to retrieve Law's submarine. Meanwhile, on Sabaody Archipelago, the Straw Hat crew had also arrived on the island. Wow, look at all the bubbles! Luffy exclaimed, bouncing joyfully atop the bubbles. This is indeed Sabaody Archipelago. Usopp echoed with excitement. We've unknowingly sailed for quite a while. Sanji remarked. Be careful, everyone. We need to find out how to reach Fishman Island, which lies beneath the sea. How do we descend? Nami cautioned the group. Suddenly, as Luffy continued to jump exuberantly on the bubbles, a newspaper was blown against his face by the wind, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. What is this? How ridiculous! Luffy exclaimed, removing the newspaper from his face, only to discover Ace's portrait emblazoned upon it. Is that Ace? Luffy shouted joyfully upon recognizing his brother. What? Ace? Where? The Straw Hat crew looked around, momentarily thinking Ace was nearby, but found no trace of him. It's just a newspaper. Look. Luffy pointed excitedly at Ace's image on the paper. It had been quite some time since he had last seen Ace, following their separation in Alabasta. Indeed. Speaking of which, Ace is such a gentle brother. Is he Luffy's brother? Chuckled Brook. I would love to make his acquaintance. Wait. Luffy. The newspaper. Nami and the others exchanged astonished glances, but their expressions quickly shifted as they focused on the news headline. What is it? What has happened to Ace? Luffy noticed their grave expressions and scrutinized the paper closely. His countenance paled as he frantically searched for Ace's Vivre card in his hat. Ace. Ace has been captured by the Marines and is to be publicly executed. Luffy gazed at the half-burned life card in his hand, disbelief etched across his face. Luffy. Sanji exclaimed as he approached, shaking Luffy from his stupor. Nami, Zoro, Usopp. I must save Ace. He is the only brother I have left alive. And I absolutely must rescue him. Luffy declared resolutely, his gaze sweeping over Zoro, Usopp, and the others. Rest assured, Luffy, we will certainly bring Ace back. Usopp, usually timid, spoke without hesitation. Everyone, calm down. That is the Marine headquarters, and we need a meticulous plan, Zoro stated, arms crossed and composed. In the face of such a situation, the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, will not stand idly by, Sanji declared, lighting a cigarette. Ace. Luffy clenched the life card tightly, whispering, First, let us scout the island for information about the Marine headquarters, Nami suggested. The Straw Hat crew then proceeded to land on the island. Meanwhile, aboard the red-haired pirates, Mr. Rayleigh, is there something amiss? Shanks inquired, standing at the bow of the Red Force, fixing his gaze upon the vessel adorned with a skull and crossbones. Shanks, have you seen the news? Rayleigh's voice resonated through the transponder snail. I have, Mr. Rayleigh. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to mitigate the impact of this incident. Shanks replied. I wanted to inform you of something regarding Ace's identity, Rayleigh said to Shanks. Ace's identity. Do you know him, Mr. Rayleigh? Shanks asked, curiosity piqued. His father is Roger, Rayleigh asserted. Shanks. Though it may be a tall order, each person has their own journey, Yet I cannot remain indifferent while Roger's offspring faces execution. Rayleigh continued. Shanks's expression shifted, and he solemnly replied, Understood, Mr. Rayleigh. I will resolve matters in the New World and make haste to Maryford. The debt I owe to Captain Roger is beyond words. Now that I know Ace is his son, I will do everything in my power to intervene. Chapter 67. The eve of the summit. After hanging up, Shanks turned to his crew, declaring, We cannot afford to waste any more time here. Everyone, rest assured. Ben Beckman and the others responded, having overheard the conversation between Rayleigh and Shanks. That red-haired fellow has actually shown up here, Jin remarked, standing beside Kaido as he observed the red force ahead. It seems he intends to thwart us. Queen added, Ha ha ha, as if he could stop me. Who does he think he is? Kaido took a hearty swig of his drink and laughed heartily. Leading his formidable fleet, he charged directly toward the red force. Shanks, it has been quite some time, has it? Are you here to prevent me from having my way? As Kaido approached the red force, he transformed into a dragon, soaring into the sky to bellow at the red-haired pirate. Kaido, turn back. Cease your attempts to instigate conflict. Shanks gazed at the dragon above, unleashing his conqueror's haki. Do you really think you can intimidate me? With that, Kaido opened his massive jaws and unleashed a terrifying blast of heat toward Shanks. Let us see how this plays out, Kaido. Shanks stood firm on the deck, watching the incoming wave of heat. He leaped forward, drawing his sword Griffin and slashing at the oncoming attack, deflecting the deadly blast into the sea, where it erupted into a cataclysmic explosion, sending a mushroom cloud soaring into the air and churning the ocean into tumultuous waves. With the heat wave repelled, Shanks charged toward Kaido. In response, Kaido instantly shifted into his hybrid form midair, wielding the 8 style and radiating his haki. Divine avoidance. Shanks entwined his Griffin with his conqueror's haki. Mighty Thunder 8 trigrams. Both warriors swung their weapons with such speed that they became mere blurs to the naked eye. In an instant, the 8 style and Griffin clashed without making contact. Yet the sheer force of their haki collided in the air, unleashing a torrent of devastating lightning from Kaido's powers. With a thunderous boom, their haki exploded, forcing both combatants to stagger back. Shanks landed on the deck of the Red Force, while Kaido crashed into his own ship. Are you all right, Mr. Kaido? Asked Jin. Ha. Of course, I'm fine. Kaido stood up from the deck, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he looked toward Shanks. Nearby, a naval surveillance ship observed the clash between the 2 Emperor crews, immediately reporting the skirmish to the Navy headquarters. At such a critical moment, every movement of an Emperor crew warranted attention, especially that of 2 clashing factions. Boss, what is the situation? Jesus Burgess raised his sniper rifle, aiming at Kaido. Oh, it seems Kaido won't be leaving so easily, Shanks replied to Jesus. Understood. Jesus Burgess pulled the trigger, sending a bullet swiftly toward Kaido. With a resounding crack, Jin's back ignited in flames as he bravely shielded Kaido from the bullet. Prepare for battle. Kaido roared decisively. Understood, Mr. Kaido. Upon hearing this, Jin took several large strides forward, transforming into a pterodactyl as he soared towards the Red Force. The Birdman approaches. Lucky Lu, standing beside Shanks, watched Jin rush forward and swiftly devoured the large piece of meat in his hand before launching himself, his entire body taut with muscle, spinning rapidly like a meatball war machine as he charged at Jin. Dan Gonghuang. Jin observed Lucky Lu's assault and, leveraging his own flight speed, struck back with his wings. With a resounding crash, the 2 collided midair. Jin's expression shifted. The force of Lucky Lu's blow exceeded his expectations, sending him hurtling backward. Just as he was about to plummet into the sea, Jin vigorously flapped his wings, skimming just above the water's surface before soaring back into the sky. Well done, Lucky Lu. Following his strike, Lucky Lu returned to the ship, earning accolades from the crew. However, it was a pity that such an attack was ineffective against that fellow's race. Lucky Lu inexplicably produced another large piece of meat and began to gnaw at it once more. As the 2 emperors engaged in fierce combat, the Whitebeard pirates prepared their response to the Navy's public execution of Ace. Old man, Marco called out, standing on the deck, gazing at Whitebeard, who was seated in his chair. Ah, Ace is truly reckless, haha. That Sengoku must have gathered quite a number of people at Marineford. Whitebeard casually set aside the newspaper, his demeanor unperturbed. Notify all pirate crews willing to join me at Marineford to assemble. He instructed Marco. Old man, let us handle this. We will surely rescue Ace. Jozu interjected, addressing Whitebeard. Jozu, it's not that simple. You are not yet capable of rescuing Ace. Besides, I am not yet ready to step into the shadows. Whitebeard replied, shaking his head, aware that Jozu was not arrogant, but rather concerned for his own well-being. Old man, Marco observed the somber expression on Whitebeard's face. Do as I say. Marco. Whitebeard looked at him earnestly. Yes, old man. Marco, recognizing the gravity of Whitebeard's expression, promptly informed the 43 captains under their banner. Jozu, you and your team destroy the surrounding naval surveillance fleet. Do not let the Navy gain control of our location. Whitebeard commanded, surveying the surrounding waters. At once, old man. Jozu replied, immediately leading the remaining 14 captains and members of the Whitebeard pirates to assault the Navy's surveillance fleet. Before long, the Navy headquarters received news of the complete annihilation of their monitoring vessels. Meanwhile, at Marineford, countless naval vessels converged on Marineford, summoning numerous elite troops from the outside. Are they to call upon the Seven Warlords? This is an unprecedented situation. Are we truly enlisting the help of pirates to confront Whitebeard? In the Admiral's office, Crane remarked upon hearing Sengoku's words. Oh dear, it's merely an old man. Why all this fuss? Kazara leisurely trimmed his nails. Do not underestimate the world's strongest man. We must muster all our strength and ensure that this execution does not end in failure, Sengoku declared solemnly. At that moment, a blue figure resolutely arrived at Marineford. How could he possibly be here? Chapter 68, The Name of the Sea Hero, Baroque Works Invades Impel Down. Is this a joke? How could this man appear here? The Marines in the square gazed in astonishment at Jinbei as he disembarked at Marineford. Jinbei, the sea hero, what brings you here? Marine Vice Admiral John Jander inquired. Standing before Jinbei, I have come to see Admiral Sengoku. Jinbei replied fearlessly, standing firm before Jander's towering figure. A Marine promptly rushed to the Admiral's office to deliver the message. Admiral Sengoku, the warlord Jinbei requests an audience. Upon arriving before Sengoku, the Marine reported. Jinbei? What could he possibly want? Sengoku furrowed his brow. He must be here regarding Whitebeard, Crane commented from the side. I hope he does not act foolishly. Allow him in. Sengoku sighed, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. Shortly thereafter, Jinbei was introduced to Sengoku. I have come to prevent war. Please halt Ace's execution. This will only provoke unnecessary conflict. Jinbei stated directly upon arriving before Sengoku. Do not jest, Jinbei. This war is already inevitable. You must understand your position. The Navy is about to issue a summons to the warlords, and your arrival is quite timely. Sengoku addressed Jinbei. I cannot stand against the benefactor of Fishman Island. Jinbei replied earnestly. So, are you now choosing to oppose the Navy? Sengoku rose to confront Jinbei. I cannot turn a blind eye to the kindness shown by Whitebeard. Jinbei stood resolute. Then, I regret to inform you, Kizaru. Sengoku shouted, and the relaxed Kizaru instantly transformed into a golden flash, appearing beside Jinbei. Allies have swiftly turned into adversaries. Experience the sensation of being struck by light. Kizaru lifted his foot and executed a lightning-fast kick. Although Jinbei reacted just in time to block, he was still sent flying across the square. What is happening? Someone has been launched out. Is it Jinbei, the sea hero? What transpired? Upon witnessing Jinbei soar from the square, the Marine shouted, Old man, I must return to the side of Whitebeard. Jinbei, realizing the urgency, dashed toward the sea. Yet, a voice echoed, You shall not escape. A flash emanated from the Navy headquarters, coalescing on the ground into the figure of Kizaru. He raised his index finger, aiming it at the fleeing Jinbei. In an instant, a beam of light shot forth, piercing through Jinbei's chest. His movement faltered momentarily, and then a mushroom cloud of explosive force erupted before him. The entire sequence transpired with astonishing swiftness, prompting the Marines in the square to recognize Jinbei as a foe. Commander Jando promptly directed the Marines to encircle him. Surrender, Jinbei, Kizaru declared, his hands tucked into his pockets, his justice cloak billowing behind him. Faced with the overwhelming numbers of the Marines in the presence of an admiral, Jinbei was unceremoniously apprehended and taken to Impel Down. The news of Jinbei's capture was swiftly suppressed by the Navy. Days later, just 12 hours before Ace's execution, under the cover of night at the gates of justice, the ship Sand Crocodile lay anchored not far from the gates. Crocodile stood at the bow, with all crew members aboard ready for action. Bruno, Ms. Goldenweek. Crocodile cast his gaze upon Bruno and Ms. Goldenweek aboard the vessel. Do not worry, Captain, Ms. Goldenweek proclaimed, as she grasped her sketchpad and brushes. Bruno, employing the moonwalk technique, lifted Ms. Golden Week and soared away from the sand crocodile. Not far from their position, Nami inquired, "How far are we from impelled down?" Luffy, seated on the deck, displayed an unusual calmness. "It won't be long now," Nami reassured him, glancing at her compass. The Thousand Sunny continued its course, soon revealing the silhouette of the Gates of Justice. "Hey, this seems rather ominous," Sanji remarked, eyes fixed on the towering Gates of Justice. "The path to impel down is obstructed. Such a massive door cannot be breached with our strength." Zoro furrowed his brow. "How can this be?" "Even so, I will shatter this door with my fists and charge through to rescue Ace," Luffy declared, rising with determination and flexing his muscles before the imposing entrance. "Luffy, this is no ordinary door. It cannot be broken, no matter the effort," Frankie interjected, unable to contain himself. "Luffy, let us change our course and head for the Navy headquarters," Sanji suggested, taking a drag from his cigarette. "It seems we have no other option," Luffy conceded, adjusting his hat. "Hey, Luffy, come quickly. There's a pirate ship ahead," Nami suddenly shouted, her eyes fixed forward. "What?" Luffy responded, turning to see a pirate vessel adorned with a golden hook skull insignia. "Captain, there's a pirate ship behind us." Ms. Valentine, suspended in the air, also spotted the approaching pirate ship illuminated by the moonlight. Upon hearing this, Crocodile moved to the rear and peered over. To his astonishment, he discovered it was the Thousand Sunny belonging to the Straw Hat Pirates. As the Thousand Sunny approached parallel to the sand crocodile, he exclaimed, "Hey, those fellows up there. We encountered them in Alabasta." "Ah, it's the Warlord Crocodile." Luffy and his companions also recognized the members aboard the pirate ship, truly befitting of the protagonists. They too sought to infiltrate Impel Down. Crocodile mused in silence as he observed Luffy. "Captain, what shall we do? Should we eliminate them?" Mr. One inquired, directing his gaze at Luffy and the others while addressing Crocodile. Crocodile did not respond. Instead, he strode purposefully to the side of the sand alligator. "Do you wish to venture into Impel Down to rescue your brother?" Crocodile inquired aloud. "Ah, indeed." Luffy did not conceal the truth and spoke candidly. "Hey, Luffy, do not divulge that," Usopp exclaimed, wishing to intervene, but it was too late, leaving him in despair. "Cooperate? I have a crew member who has been captured and taken to Impel Down as well." Crocodile addressed Luffy, contemplating that Luffy indeed possessed the aura of a protagonist and, being capable of defeating Moria, his current strength must be comparable to that in the original narrative. Capturing him would be fortuitous, as he could serve as a free enforcer. "Very well." Luffy nodded in agreement. Amidst the bewilderment of both crews, their captains established a pact of alliance. However, even with this collaboration, the formidable gate remained an obstacle. "And I observe that you are at a loss," Sanji remarked to Crocodile. "Rest assured, this gate shall soon be opened," Crocodile replied confidently. Crocodile cast a glance at Sanji, then chuckled. "Open the Gate of Justice." Suddenly, a door swung open in the marine monitoring room, where personnel were observing the sea. Bruno and Ms. Golden Week emerged from the entrance. "Hey, who are you? Who permitted your presence here?" The Marines quickly noticed the two, shouting at them. "Friendship Yellow-Green." Without uttering a word, Miss Golden Week flicked her brush, painting a symbol of camaraderie on the Marines. "Ah, it's Ms. Golden Week. My dear friend." In an instant, the Marine's demeanor shifted a full 180 degrees. "What a truly dependable ability," Bruno remarked, observing their reaction. "Hee." Ms. Golden Week grinned widely, and then instructed the Marines. "Please open the Gate of Justice. I wish to pass through." "Of course, my dear friend." The Marines nodded eagerly and promptly turned the control mechanism to open the gate. "But do keep this a secret. You must close the Gate of Justice in 2 minutes," Ms. Golden Week reminded them, per Crocodile's directive. "Rest assured, my dear friend." The Marines readily agreed. Seeing this, Ms. Golden Week did not erase their markings but followed Bruno as they departed. Chapter 69, Impel Down. With a creaking sound, the tightly shut gate began to open. "The gate is truly opening," Luffy exclaimed in disbelief. "Why did it suddenly open? Could it be part of a scheme between the Navy and Crocodile?" Usopp said, filled with trepidation. "If it is a conspiracy, we should remain cautious. The gate will close soon, and we must make our escape. Gajira, advance at full speed through the Gate of Justice." Upon witnessing this, Crocodile addressed Luffy and his companions, then shouted towards the underwater Godzilla. With a thunderous roar, Godzilla surged to the surface and swiftly propelled the sand crocodile ship forward. "Frankie, set sail and follow our vessel," Luffy commanded, to which Frankie dutifully complied, maneuvering the Thousand Sunny to closely pursue the sand crocodile. "Captain, we have returned." In no time, both the sand crocodile and the Thousand Sunny passed through the gates of justice, with Ms. Goldenweek and Bruno also rejoining the sand crocodile. "Prepare for battle, everyone." Crocodile instructed as Impelled Down came into view. Meanwhile, the naval soldiers aboard the warships outside Impelled Down noticed the approach of the sand crocodile and Thousand Sunny, triggering the alarm. 5 warships, is it? Crocodile surveyed the number of warships before charging forward, soaring high into the sky. Sand monster arm. Impact. In midair. His right arm transformed into a colossal hand of golden sand, enveloped in hockey, and he brought it crashing down upon one of the warships below. Boom. The giant arm struck the deck with a thunderous roar, unleashing a terrifying force as Crocodile's fist pierced through the ship's deck, cleaving the entire vessel in two. The potency of his hockey had significantly increased, thanks to that fellow Akainu. Crocodile landed upon the severed warship and then turned his gaze towards another vessel. Desert Treasure Blade, Crescent Moon. In an instant, a torrent of yellow sand erupted from his arm, morphing into a massive crescent-shaped blade that sliced through the adjacent warship, resulting in a devastating explosion that sent the ship plummeting to the depths of the sea. Sandstorm. After annihilating 2 warships, Crocodile swiftly spun his palm, conjuring a swirling sandstorm, which he hurled towards a third ship. The tempest ravaged the vessel as sailors were relentlessly swept away, and the ship's equipment lay in ruins, rendering yet another warship combat ineffective in mere moments. As for the remaining 2 warships, one was besieged by Mr. One and his comrades, while the other fell to Luffy and Zoro, who swiftly dispatched the naval forces. "Is this a joke? All 5 warships destroyed so quickly?" exclaimed the guards in the monitoring room of Impelled Down, incredulous at the unfolding events. What on earth is happening? How could there be an invasion so suddenly? At that moment, Magellan entered the monitoring room, inquiring about the situation. "The 5 warships have been completely annihilated, and the identity of the invaders has been confirmed. The Baroque works led by the former Shichibukai, alongside the Straw Hat Pirates, commanded by the bounty of 350 million berries." "The Straw Hat Kid," reported the guard to Magellan. "Damn it, are they racing against time? Gather the guards immediately. We must stop them," Magellan commanded, striding purposefully out of the room. Meanwhile, after dispatching the warships, Crocodile stood at the gates of Impelled Down, ready for what lay ahead. Erosion Rebirth. Crocodile placed his hand upon the grand gate, and shortly thereafter, the entrance to Impelled Down succumbed to corrosion and disintegration. Subsequently, Crocodile and his companions stepped through the threshold. As they entered, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed through the air, and soon a group of blue gorillas materialized before them. "Mr. One, swiftly deal with them." Crocodile addressed Mr. One, exclaiming, "Zoro." Likewise, Luffy spoke to Zoro, reassuring him, "Fear not, Captain." Mr. One and Zoro exchanged a glance before charging forth in unison. In an instant, Mr. One transformed his entire being into a slashing attack, while Zoro swiftly drew 3 swords. Under the relentless assault from the duo, the once formidable blue gorillas fell to the ground, their bodies marred by countless gashes. Subsequently, the group pressed onward, encountering a series of prison cells surrounding them. "Hey, who are you? Why are you out there?" one voice called out. "Could it be? If I am not mistaken, that is the Shichibukai, Crocodile," shouted another. "Kid, have you been waiting long? I just entered, and Crocodile has already renounced his title as a Shichibukai," cried a voice from within the cell. "Crocodile, release me. I am willing to follow you," the prisoners shouted in unison. Crocodile paid no mind, but along the way, he spotted an intriguing figure, Buggy, distinguished by his red nose. "Oh, is that not Buggy?" Crocodile approached Buggy's cell and addressed him. You are Crocodile? How did you end up here?" Buggy, recognizing Crocodile, exclaimed in astonishment. Red-nosed, Buggy, Luffy, Zoro, Nami, and the others also emerged alongside Buggy. "It's you. You brat with the straw hat." Buggy then realized it was Luffy and cursed at him. "Would you care to join us in our escape?" Crocodile extended an invitation to Buggy. Buggy paused momentarily, contemplating the proposition. After a brief consideration, he concluded that perhaps aligning with Crocodile and the Straw Hat Kid could indeed lead to an escape, and thus he acquiesced. Mr. 3, witnessing this, prepared to forge a key to liberate Buggy. However, Buggy, in a showy manner, declared, "I don't need such trivialities. This cell cannot confine me." Mr. 3 and the others exchanged glances, pondering whether this red-nosed fellow possessed some hidden strength. Then, they observed as Buggy's body split apart, allowing him to effortlessly slip out of the cell. Chapter 70. The prison break in progress. The escape crew gained an additional member in Buggy, who, familiar with Impel Down, assumed the role of guide. Robin, are you here? Miss Valentine floated about, shouting into various cells. Stop shouting. She is likely on the 5th or 6th level. Crocodile said to Ms. Valentine's Day, let us hasten below to rescue Robin. Could we not simply have Bruno descend directly to save her? Ms. Golden Week cleverly remarked. There is no need. Allowing Bruno to search one by one would be futile, as his strength is insufficient. Crocodile fabricated an excuse, stating that he needed to linger a while longer, intending to recruit more subordinates as they ascended to the 3rd level. Hey, Buggy, how does one reach the 2nd level? Crocodile inquired. Do not speak in such a commanding tone. Buggy shouted, yet obediently led the way. Haha, you can access the 2nd level through this sword tree needle grass. Before long, a narrow passage appeared before Crocodile, flanked by crimson-hued trees, their leaves glistening with a metallic sheen, resembling the sharpest of blades. The ground was adorned with equally red grass, which appeared as sharp as needles. Mr. One, walking ahead, furrowed his brow as he stepped upon the grass, remarking that it felt peculiar underfoot. Buggy then recalled to explain, this is no ordinary forest. These are sword trees, with leaves as sharp as blades. And the grass beneath is needle grass capable of piercing the body like a thorn. The prisoners pursued by the guards have suffered grievous wounds from the sword trees and needle grass, their bodies drenched in blood, enduring excruciating pain. This is the 1st level of Impel Down, the hell of Red Lotus. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Thankfully, we weren't in the lead. Luffy shouted at Buggy. You never asked. Buggy replied with a chuckle. Captain, what should we do? Should we smash him? Mr. 5 approached with a query. I shall handle it, came the reply. Crocodile responded with a sound, then placed his hand upon the ground. Erosion cycle. In the next moment, the sword tree thorn grass before him began to decay under Crocodile's influence, swiftly transforming into a cloud of yellow sand. Such a terrifying ability. Zoro, observing Crocodile's actions from behind, spoke in a low voice. Very well, let us proceed. Upon witnessing all around him being transformed into sand, Crocodile addressed the crowd, Lord Magellan. They have already passed through the 2nd layer. Magellan, momentarily incapacitated by a bout of stomach pain and unable to arrive promptly, was being updated on the situation by his aide. Damn it, just my luck to have an upset stomach at this moment, Magellan remarked with a grim expression. Meanwhile, Crocodile and his companions descended one after another through the cavern of the 2nd layer. As they all landed, a multitude of glowing eyes emerged from the darkness. Welcome to the realm of ferocious beasts. Do you see those glowing eyes? They belong to the predators that inhabit this place, Buggy explained to Crocodile and the others. No sooner had he finished speaking than a beast charged out of the shadows. However, as it entered the light, the group was taken aback. It was a diminutive hippopotamus, measuring merely 30 centimeters in height, a mere cub, and astonishingly, it was pink. Is this what you call a ferocious beast? Luffy pointed at Buggy incredulously. Nanny, this tiny creature is considered a beast? Buggy was equally astonished. Faced with the sight of the baby hippo, Buggy felt it was his moment to shine and charge forward, brandishing 4 daggers, intent on dispatching the creature. Yet, just as Buggy lunged, the hippo opened its mouth wide. Buggy's previously composed demeanor was shattered as he beheld the gaping maw, now more than 2 meters wide, nearly causing his eyes to pop out in fear. Buggy shouted in panic, hastily evading the creature. The pink hippo missed its bite, instead chomping down on the ground, creating a large pit, while a brick was swallowed whole. Undeterred, the hippo prepared to attack Buggy once more, but at that moment, a fist flew through the air, landing squarely on the hippo's head and sending it sprawling. Hee. Buggy glanced over to see Luffy retracting his arm with a grin. However, with the defeat of the little hippo, a multitude of scorpions, lions, hippos, mantises, and beasts resembling a bizarre blend of chickens and snakes began to swarm forth. Hurry up and take care of them, Mr. One. Crocodile addressed Mr. One and said, Prepare yourselves, Zoro, Sanji. Luffy was also eager to join the fray, and soon the entire group surged forward, launching powerful strikes against the formidable beasts that had previously ruled the 2nd level. Faced with the might of Mr. One and Luffy, these ferocious creatures were swiftly dispatched. Hey, Buggy, where's the passage to the 3rd level? Luffy inquired. I have no idea. This is my first time on the 2nd level, Buggy replied, shaking his head. There's no need for such complications, Straw Hat. Crocodile spoke, recalling that in the original work, they too were unaware of the passage. It was only when they attacked the formidable Sphinx on this level that they inadvertently shattered the floor and plummeted downwards. Crocodile placed his hand upon the ground, and then uttered, "Erosion cycle." In the next instant, the earth transformed into sand, allowing the crowd to effortlessly withstand the third level. "It's scorching." Upon reaching the third level, everyone exclaimed, for above them hung an object resembling the sun, radiating intense heat. Indeed, it was rather warm. It must be some form of advanced technology. Crocodile was feeling somewhat irritable, swirling a sandstorm within his grasp. It would be better to annihilate it. Crocodile swung his arm. Casting the sandstorm he held high into the sky. The tempest surged directly towards the sun, and with a resounding bang, the sun erupted in a brilliant explosion, causing the temperature of the entire third level to plummet. "Ah, how refreshing," Luffy exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. "What just happened? I'm so hungry. Is there anyone who could spare some food?" After advancing for a while, Crocodile and his companions were met with a chorus of anguished wails. "Mr. 3, gather your team and unleash all your abilities that can be transformed into combat power." Crocodile addressed Mr. 3, affirming, "Yes, Captain." Upon receiving the directive, Mr. 3 promptly commenced the release of criminals on the third level, accompanied by the members of the third combat squad. In a short while, the majority of the inmates from the third level had been liberated by Mr. 3, who, through his vigorous promotion, ensured that they were all aware it was the illustrious Shichibukai, Crocodile, who had orchestrated their rescue. Chapter 71, The Emergence of Magellan. As Crocodile and his companions invaded the underground third level on the 5th floor of Impel Down, a perplexed Lightning observed the figures of Crocodile and others displayed on the surveillance monitor. "How could Crocodile be here? Wasn't the Devil's Son recently apprehended?" he remarked. "That fellow is a crew member of Crocodile. He must be here to rescue his comrades." However, it appears that during this time, members of that man's crew are also confined within this prison, Ivanov responded. "Speaking of which, it has been quite some time since I last encountered Crocodile," Ivanov continued. Reflecting on the past, "Are you familiar with him? Should we go meet him?" Lightning inquired. "No, our mission is to remain concealed," Ivanov replied, shaking his head. "Nevertheless, Robin is the sole survivor of that incident. Shouldn't we consider extracting her first?" Lightning pressed on. "Indeed, having such an individual in Crocodile's grasp is rather concerning. Let us observe further. Perhaps amidst the chaos, we might seize the opportunity to take her away," Ivanov pondered thoughtfully. Meanwhile, on the other side, Crocodile. After Crocodile had assimilated the third level, he began to advance towards the fourth. Soon, the group discovered a large chasm leading to the lower levels. Crocodile stepped forward, and a wave of scorching heat emanated from below. Peering into the abyss, they beheld a seething pool of blood and a raging inferno. "Captain, if we descend, we shall surely perish," Mr. 3 remarked after surveying the dire situation below. "Humph. Pirates, fret not. You find yourselves in your own grave." At that moment, a voice echoed ominously. The main event was finally upon them. Hearing the sound, Crocodile turned to see Magellan standing still, gazing at them. "Crocodile, after all these years, it is the first time someone has dared to brazenly invade this place," Magellan declared, a deep purple venom seeping from his body. "What is that substance?" Luffy exclaimed, his expression turning to shock as he watched the viscous, deep purple liquid ooze to the ground, hissing as it met the surface. "That fellow is Warden Magellan. His strength is formidable. He possesses the powers of the poison fruit. Any contact with his toxins is fatal, leading to certain death," a prisoner on the third level quickly explained upon seeing Magellan. "Cannot be touched? Does that not render him invincible? Yet, with our captain present, we shall surely defeat him." The members of the Baroque Works pirates remained steadfast in their confidence in Crocodile. "No matter who the opponent is, I shall overcome him and rescue Ace," Luffy declared resolutely. "So you intend to save Fire Fist Ace? Then you must devise a plan to defeat me swiftly. Fire Fist Ace is soon to be escorted to the Navy headquarters." Magellan elaborated eagerly. "How infuriating. I will not allow you to take Ace to the Navy headquarters," Luffy shouted, preparing to charge at Magellan, only to be halted by a swirling cloud of yellow sand. "Crocodile, what are you doing?" Luffy angrily questioned, directing his ire at Crocodile. "Humph. To rush in so recklessly would not only jeopardize the rescue, but likely cost you your life here as well." Crocodile caressed the golden hook in his hand and inquired, "Do you have any clever solutions?" Luffy asked. "Mr. 3, utilize your abilities to adorn the straw hat. Candles can indeed serve as a barrier against the venom." Crocodile addressed Mr. 3, "Nanny, is that true?" Mr. 3, though somewhat perplexed by Crocodile's words, nonetheless conjured candles for Luffy, adorning his hands and feet with candle boxing gloves and foot wraps. Incredible! Luffy exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he admired the boxing gloves on his hands. All right, it's my turn now. Transforming into Candle Luffy, he charged once more towards Magellan. Do you really think such trivialities could affect me? Magellan sneered, observing Luffy's new appendages. Venom Dragon. With that, a stream of poisonous liquid coalesced around Magellan, forming a dragon-like creature that surged toward Luffy. In response, Luffy activated Gear Second, evading the venomous apparition with a swift movement, appearing directly above Magellan. Jet Pistol. With a resounding impact, Luffy's fist landed squarely on Magellan, sending him hurtling away. Humph. How dare you strike me directly? I fear your hands are now tainted with venom. Magellan, regaining his footing after the forceful blow, remarked as he noticed the venom splattered across Luffy's gloves. Haha, guess. Luffy remained unfazed, thinking to himself how effective these stylish gloves truly were. Jet Gatling. Seizing the momentum, Luffy aimed to overwhelm Magellan, channeling his energy as he unleashed a barrage of rapid punches upon him. Humph. Naive, Magellan retorted, creating a toxic corridor and gliding forward, shielding himself with his arms to block Luffy's assault, before lunging at Luffy to deliver a powerful punch. Sandstorm. At that moment, a colossal fist emerged, striking Magellan and sending him flying. Did you forget I was still here, Magellan? A whirlwind of yellow sand coalesced into Crocodile's form. Crocodile. Magellan crashed to the ground, unable to regain his composure. Thank you, Crocodile. Luffy expressed his gratitude, urging, let's finish this guy off. The golden sand swirled in Crocodile's hand as he addressed Luffy. Hee, let's join forces. Luffy chuckled heartily, taking a bold step forward, placing his hands firmly on his thighs. Erosion Rebirth. Crocodile placed his hand upon the ground, initiating a transformation of the terrain. It was only within the arid expanses of the desert that he could fully unleash his power. In the blink of an eye, the third layer was engulfed in swirling yellow sands. Poisonous pufferfish. Magellan unleashed a succession of venomous spheres directed towards Crocodile and his companions. With a swift motion of his hand, Crocodile sent forth a torrent of yellow sand that effectively blocked all the poisonous orbs. Meanwhile, Luffy leaped onto the sandy surface and dashed swiftly towards Magellan. Jet Pistol. As he ran, Luffy elongated his arms and launched an attack directly at Magellan. With a resounding thud, Luffy's hand struck Magellan's abdomen, causing it to cave in, and Magellan was sent flying backwards, crashing into a wall. Is that it? Luffy remarked as he gazed at the billowing dust ahead. Not so fast. This is merely the beginning, Crocodile replied, observing the crimson venom oozing forth. Chapter 72. The Giant of Poison. The Giant of Poison. Hell's Judgment. Magellan's voice echoed like the Grim Reaper's decree as a towering figure, resembling a skeleton and dripping with vivid red liquid, emerged from the rubble of Magellan's fall, enveloping him within. Has it changed color? Luffy mused, eyeing the now scarlet venom before him. Do not underestimate it. This is Magellan at his most formidable. The crimson poison coursing through him is significantly more potent than before, capable of eroding even Mr. Three's wax creations, Crocodile cautioned. What should we do? Luffy inquired of Crocodile. Do not worry, leave Magellan to me. There are guards approaching from that direction. You should hold off with your crew alongside my subordinates. Crocodile addressed Luffy. Very well, do take care of yourself, Crocodile. Luffy responded with enthusiasm. Haha, bring it on. If I defeat them, I shall surely become the warden. At that moment, a man, clad like a pharaoh with a massive scythe and small black wings, led a horde of guards toward them. Humph. Enough with the nonsense, Hannibal. Focus on dealing with these intruders. A fiery woman wielding a whip appeared, accompanied by several monstrous creatures. The Blue Gorilla Brigade has arrived. A diminutive figure, brandishing a trident like a mischievous imp, rushed in with a troop of blue gorillas. So the main force is here, Zoro remarked with a grin. Zoro, I'm here to assist. Luffy rejoined the others. The Straw Hat crew stood firm, asserting, leave these minions to us. Mr. One extended his arms, revealing his blades, as he and the Baroque Works pirates encircled the guards. Humph, just don't hold us back, Sanji retorted. We don't have time for your internal strife. Beast guards, charge. Salutes pointed his trident, and the three beast guards behind him roared, launching an assault on Mr. One and his crew. What a colossal beast, Luffy exclaimed, then turned to Zoro and the others. Let us go. The Straw Hat crew charged toward the oncoming beast guards. Suddenly, the Minotaur appeared above Luffy with incredible speed, swinging a spiked club down upon him. "What do you think you're doing, monster meat?" In an instant, a black foot struck the Minotaur in the face, sending him flying. "Damn, chef, stealing my spotlight," Zoro shouted at the owner of the black foot. "Green-haired, who told you to be slow?" Sanji retorted, exhaling a puff of smoke. Just as Zoro spoke, another beast guard, the Minotaur's zebra, swung a long-handled mace directly at him. Clang! Zoro swiftly drew his sword in a dual-wielding stance, blocking the mace. Jet rocket. Observing the situation, Luffy dashed to the Minotaur zebra's face and unleashed a powerful rocket punch, sending it crashing to the ground. "Hee, that's one down," Luffy exclaimed joyfully as he landed, gazing at the unconscious Minotaur zebra. Witnessing two of his companions felled in an instant, the Minotaur rhino snorted fiercely, preparing to charge at Luffy. At this moment, Mr. One stood in front of the Minotaur rhino, declaring, "The spotlight cannot be solely theirs." Mr. One spoke with a smile. Chapter 73, The Great Melee. The Minotaur rhino wielded two enormous spiked clubs, aiming directly at Mr. One. As the clubs struck Mr. One, a powerful impact sent a cloud of dust and smoke into the air. Once the smoke cleared, the clubs found themselves immobilized atop Mr. One's head, which radiated a dazzling glint akin to blades, causing the ground beneath him to crack slightly. Quite formidable indeed. Mr. One brought his hands together, fingers transforming into sharp blades. And with a surge of strength from his legs, he leaped forward to confront the Minotaur rhino. Foam daisy slash. Mr. One lunged at the Minotaur rhino, his hands making contact, resulting in multiple blade-like slashes across the rhino's chest, blood gushing forth. The Minotaur rhino's pupils dilated in shock as the force of the slashes amplified, causing its wounds to multiply in severity, blood spraying out violently. With a resounding thud, the Minotaur rhino fell backward onto the ground. Observing that he was now alone, the Minotaur koala took a hesitant step back, only to be met with the sound of a whip cracking behind him. "Executioner beast." The Minotaur koala glanced back to see little Suddy wielding a whip, staring intently at him. Reluctantly, the Minotaur koala clenched his fists and charged forward. "Everyone, we cannot afford to stand idly by. The executioner beast alone cannot resolve this," Hannibal exclaimed, twirling his naginata and pointing it at Mr. One and Luffy's group. With a roar, all the executioners and blue gorillas surged forward. "Charge!" The members of the Baroque Works pirates immediately surged toward the oncoming guards. "Candle, Champion Cup, Mr. 3 donned his candle armor and unleashed the plowing fist, sending a barrage of punches that sent numerous guards flying. Nasal Blast. Mr. 5 launched a projectile from his nose, sending a group of blue gorillas airborne. Transgender Fist, Transgender Grand Party. Mr. 2 plunged into the fray, employing a multitude of techniques to topple his foes. "Haha. We are not merely spectators. Being bullets." Frankie raised his hand, unleashing a flurry of bullets towards the approaching adversaries as the members of Baroque Works showcased their prowess. Meanwhile, the Minotaur Taurus, who had been knocked down by Sanji, quickly regained his footing and brandished his spiked club towards Sanji. Sanji deftly leaped aside and, using the massive club as leverage, stood atop it and began to spin rapidly. As his right foot glowed a fiery red, he launched himself toward the Minotaur Taurus with a decisive step. Demonic Wind Leg, the finishing stroke. Sanji executed a swift kick midair, his right foot crashing forcefully into the face of the Minotaur, causing its visage to cave in before it plummeted to the ground. Meanwhile, the remaining prison guard, the Koala Minotaur, found itself targeted by Lucci, who darted around the creature, leaving it in a state of disarray. Its fists flailing, yet unable to land a blow on Lucci. "What are you doing?" Lucci remarked coldly, standing atop the Koala Minotaur's crimson nose. Upon hearing Lucci's voice, the creature's eyes crossed in confusion before it retaliated with a powerful punch aimed at Lucci. With a resounding thud, just as the Koala Minotaur's fist was about to connect, Lucci leapt into the air, causing the creature to inadvertently strike itself, blood streaming from its nostrils. Infuriated by its own misstep, the Koala Minotaur was about to strike again when Lucci descended, transforming into his devil fruit form. 6 powers, 6 King's Gun. Lucci's fist merged, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that struck the Koala Minotaur on the head, rendering it unconscious as it collapsed. "Pirate, meet your demise." On another front, Zoro confronted Hannibal, who wielded a long-handled blade with finesse. Hannibal swung his weapon towards Zoro, who drew 2 swords to parry the attack, while Hannibal continuously pivoted his weapon to assault Zoro, who adeptly defended against each strike. After deflecting Hannibal's blade, Zoro bit down on one of his swords, swiftly drawing a third, assuming the stance of the three-sword style. Three-sword style? A mere circus act? Hannibal scoffed upon witnessing Zoro's pose, before launching a fierce slash towards him. Three-sword style, Ogre Slayer. Zoro chuckled in response, crossing his two blades before charging forward. In an instant, Hannibal's chest erupted with blood as he fell to the ground. Is it still a circus act? Zoro commented, glancing at the fallen Hannibal. Lord Hannibal! The guards shouted upon witnessing his defeat. Damnable pirate! Hannibal, propping himself up with his longsword, bellowed. Back on your feet. Are we? Zoro replied, casting a sidelong glance at Hannibal. I truly appreciate your earlier hospitality. At that moment, prisoners from the third level, newly recruited by Crocodile, surrounded Hannibal. Chapter 74, Crocodile vs. Magellan. If your goal is ace, I fear it may be too late. He is likely already en route to the Navy headquarters. And the pirate ship you docked outside has probably been obliterated by the Navy's warships. On the other side, Magellan addressed Crocodile. Is that so? My intention is certainly not to extinguish the flames. As for my pirate ship, it is unlikely to be so easily destroyed. Upon hearing this, Crocodile remained utterly unperturbed. The fact that Ace had already been taken away was precisely to his liking. As for the pirate ship, that brute Godzilla should not be incapable of safeguarding the Sand Crocodile. Should the situation turn dire, he would likely retreat with the ship. The fate of the Straw Hat cruise vessel, however, remains uncertain. So, it appears that the objective indeed revolves around Nico Robin, does it? Magellan remarked. Instead of attempting to probe my intentions, perhaps it would be wiser to contemplate how long your allies can withstand my grasp. Crocodile addressed Magellan before him, exclaiming, that phrase should belong to me. In response, Magellan unleashed a torrent of venom, transforming it into a serpent of immense length that surged toward Crocodile. Desert Dragon, Red Peak Jade Dragon. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Crocodile manipulated a swirl of yellow sand, which transformed into a sand dragon that surged forth to intercept Magellan's venomous dragon, effectively thwarting its advance. The clash of their assaults resulted in a temporary stalemate. Yet this was merely the inception of their confrontation. As the dragons dissolved into toxic liquid in yellow sand, both Crocodile and Magellan surged forward simultaneously. With a swift motion, Crocodile unleashed his golden hook, while Magellan propelled himself through his toxic passage, launching a powerful punch towards Crocodile. The impact resonated with a resounding thud as their attacks collided, causing their respective haki to clash in a fierce contest of strength. For a brief moment, they remained locked in a deadlock, before the force of their combined strikes compelled them to retreat simultaneously. Regaining his composure, Crocodile immediately charged towards Magellan once more, orchestrating the surrounding yellow sand into multiple razor-like blades that hurtled towards his adversary. In response, Magellan deftly parried the incoming sand blades with a sweep of his hands. But Crocodile seized the opportunity presented by Magellan's defense. Transforming into yellow sand, he executed a swift rotation, appearing behind Magellan to launch a surprise attack with his hook. Magellan, however, sensed Crocodile's maneuver, and his toxic liquid erupted forth in a defensive display. Observing this, Crocodile promptly reverted to yellow sand and retreated, narrowly escaping the onslaught. Meanwhile, droplets of Magellan's venom fell to the ground, gradually eroding Crocodile's yellow sand. Dealing with such a formidable opponent was proving to be no trivial matter. Upon witnessing this, Crocodile began to gather golden sand in his hands, and a whirlwind started to take shape, stirring the surrounding sands. I advise you against employing such a tactic. It will merely scatter the venom everywhere, and your companions will not escape unscathed, Magellan remarked as he observed the intensifying sandstorm gathering strength in Crocodile's hands. Upon hearing this, Crocodile's swirling sandstorm swiftly dissipated. It matters not. Even without the sandstorm, I am capable of defeating you. Crocodile manipulated the surrounding yellow sands, and in an instant, a tempest of dust surged upward, coalescing in the air to form the majestic likeness of a lion. The desert lion, Sphinx. Crocodile commanded the Lion of Sand, launching a fierce assault towards Magellan, the venomous giant. Observing the impending threat, Magellan's toxic creation swelled once more, with two massive hands formed from venom rising to intercept the oncoming sands. As the toxic substance made contact with the golden grains, it produced billowing clouds of black smoke due to the corrosive reaction. The monstrous arm of sand, seizing the moment while Magellan's venomous defenses held firm against the sand, Crocodile executed a sudden aerial attack, his right hand transforming into a formidable wrist composed of surrounding sands, enveloped in haki, and struck down upon Magellan with tremendous force. With a resounding thud, Crocodile's ferocious punch collided with the front of the toxic giant, shattering Magellan's protective barrier and sending him sprawling to the ground. The force driving him through the earth to the third level, plunging towards the blood-soaked depths of the fourth layer. Humph. May you come to understand the remainder of your life down below. Crocodile gazed down at the searing sea of blood below and remarked, while stroking his golden hook. He approached Mr. One and his companions as the guards of Impel Down had been entirely vanquished by them. After all, they were merely a band of insignificant minions. And Crocodile was hardly surprised. Well done. All has been resolved, Luffy declared upon witnessing the guards lying defeated. Ah, Straw Hat. There is something I need to discuss with you. Crocodile spoke. Have you dealt with the enemy, Crocodile? If so, we can make a direct descent. Upon seeing Crocodile approach, Luffy exclaimed with delight. Ah, you've taken care of them. However, Magellan informed me that Ace has already been transported to Marineford during our battle. Crocodile addressed Luffy, exclaiming, how could this happen? We had just vanquished our foes. Nami, in a state of despair, responded, so, does that mean we must head to the Navy headquarters? Luffy lowered his head, adjusting his straw hat to obscure his expression. I apologize, everyone, but I must go to the Navy headquarters. When Luffy lifted his gaze, he wore a carefree smile as he spoke to Nami and the others. You misspoke, Luffy. It is we who must go. Usopp, sensing Luffy's unease, quickly interjected. Indeed, we must hasten back to the Sunny. Without my guidance, Luffy, you shall not reach Marineford. Nami insisted. Ah, though it pains me to say this, I must inform you that a Navy ship has attacked our pirate vessel. I cannot ascertain the status of your ship. Crocodile spoke once more. What? The entirety of the Straw Hat crew was taken aback, promptly retracing their steps to the upper levels. Observing the Straw Hat's departure, Buggy pondered for a moment before hastily following suit. What a Bruno! Crocodile glanced around but did not see Bruno, prompting him to inquire. In the midst of the recent chaos, I had sent Bruno to rescue Robin. My apologies, Captain, for taking the liberty of making that decision without your consent, Mr. 3 said to Crocodile. It's quite all right. It was a sound decision. Let us proceed further down, for that fellow shall soon arrive to meet us. Crocodile paid no heed and continued to lead the group downward. Meanwhile, in the 5th underground level where Nico Robin was imprisoned, she was firmly shackled to the wall. It was truly unexpected that under Crocodile's protection, you would still fall into the hands of the Navy. Jinbei, who had been transferred to Robin's cell after Ace was taken away, spoke to her. Captain, even you, as a warlord of the sea, have been secretly imprisoned and impelled down. Robin calmly replied, gazing at Jinbei. I was captured for opposing Ace's public execution. It shames me to admit that. When Whitebeard needed me, I found myself trapped in this prison, Jinbei confessed, his voice laden with remorse. Haha, the Navy dares to challenge Whitebeard. Do they not comprehend his might? If only I could escape and join the fray, dying would be worth it. What is Whitebeard compared to us? He likely wouldn't even dare approach Navy headquarters. The pirates on the 6th level buzzed with excitement. Hasn't anyone noticed that the commotion above has lessened? One suddenly remarked. Haha. What does that have to do with us? It's probably just Magellan stirring up trouble, another pirate responded. Suddenly, a distinct sound of scissors echoed through the air, drawing everyone's attention. They turned to see scissors emerging from the ground, which then began to rise up. 2 figures sprang forth from the spot where the ground had been disturbed. Who are those 2? A thought flickered in the minds of the pirates. It's you. Ivankov from the Revolutionary Army. Someone recognized the newcomers. Nico Robin, a pleasure to meet you, Ivankov said, having somehow procured the key to the cell and entering Robin's confinement. Is there something you need? Robin inquired, eyeing the eccentric figure before her. Thanks to Crocodile, the guards of Impel Down are preoccupied with him, allowing me to come here openly. I'm here to rescue you, Ivankov declared. Everyone is dealing with Crocodile? What does that mean? Robin asked, puzzled. Your captain has come to Impel Down to rescue you, Ivankov explained. What? Robin gasped, her heart warming at the news. So you were a helper sent by Mr. Crocodile? No, I am Ivankov, an officer of the Revolutionary Army. I am here to invite you to join our ranks. In this vast ocean, the only force capable of opposing the world government is the Revolutionary Army. We need your strength. Ivankov insisted, shaking his head. If that is the case, you may leave. I will not join the Revolutionary Army. I am waiting for Captain Crocodile to rescue me. Robin habitually attempted to utter Crocodile's name, yet, at that moment, she found herself referring to the captain instead. You don't really believe that Crocodile can rescue you, do you? Magellan is not someone that an ordinary person can contend with, Ivankov remarked to Robin. The captain is a man of unexpected surprises. I await his arrival, Robin replied. Under normal circumstances, we would respect your opinion. But now, in these extraordinary times, Lightning, take Nico Robin away. Upon seeing the situation, Ivankov directly commanded Lightning to escort Robin away. With a swift snip of his scissors, Lightning severed the iron chains that were affixed to the wall. Robin attempted to resist, but the sea stone shackles suppressed her strength, and she was effortlessly hoisted onto Lightning's shoulder. Suddenly, the floor revealed the outline of a door, and Bruno burst forth, reaching for Robin with one hand. Ivankov, sensing the intrusion, executed a swift spin that sent the newcomer flying. Who are you? And do you also intend to abduct Nico Robin? Ivankov inquired, directing his gaze at the intruder. Bruno. Robin recognized the newcomer as Bruno. I cannot allow you to take Robin like this. Just wait, Robin. I will defeat these two immediately, Bruno declared. Are they Crocodile's subordinates? Ivankov speculated upon overhearing their conversation. Iron block, wheel. Bruno unleashed his iron block technique, spinning and delivering a powerful kick toward Ivankov. Deadly gaze. Ivankov, observing the incoming attack, blinked rapidly, unleashing a blast of wind that sent Bruno hurtling away. Bruno crashed to the ground but then utilized his ability to push against the floor, creating an opening. And by the time the floor sealed again, he had vanished from sight. A devil fruit user. I wonder what power they possess, Ivankov thought, his senses heightened. Trapdoor. Suddenly, two small doors appeared beneath Ivankov's feet, and he found himself plunging into the ground. Bruno then emerged from the floor, launching a punch aimed squarely at Ivankov's face. Seeing this, Lightning swiftly opened and closed his scissors, cutting through the floor beneath Ivankov and rescuing him. Ivankov immediately performed a spinning leap and removed his makeup mask in midair. Fortunately, my makeup was thick enough. Otherwise, that hit would have landed squarely, you bastard. Ivankov berated Bruno. Next time you want to be so fortunate, Bruno retorted. The criminals on the 6th level watched the unfolding scene, utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of these individuals. Stormfoot. Bruno unleashed a wave of slashing energy directed towards Ivankov. With a swift movement, Ivankov evaded the attack and began to spin with remarkable speed, creating multiple afterimages. Deathray. Following this, a barrage of explosive winds surged towards Bruno. Iron block. Observing the impending danger, Bruno executed the iron block technique, resulting in a tremendous explosion that propelled him backward. Damn it, I should have dodged that. Bruno wiped the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Hand blade. Before Bruno could catch his breath, Ivankov closed the distance, relentlessly launching hand blade strikes at him. Bruno was forced to evade and parry continuously. With a resounding thud, Bruno was struck, hurtling through the air like a cannonball and crashing against a nearby cell, bending the iron bars upon impact. Haha, for Crocodile's sake, I'll just knock you out. Ivankov appeared before Bruno, delivering a powerful kick aimed at him. Hey, don't do that to my subordinate. Suddenly, an arm emerged to grasp Ivankov's foot, and the surroundings were engulfed in swirling yellow sand. Crocodile? Ivankov glanced at the arm, swatting it away, causing it to explode into yellow sand. He then swiftly retreated to create distance. Long time no see, Ivankov. Return, my dear subordinate. From the spot where the arm had exploded, a whirlwind of yellow sand coalesced into Crocodile's form. In rapid succession, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Mr. One and the others arrived, joined by a multitude of new faces clad in prison garb. You're quick on your feet, Crocodile, Ivankov remarked, observing the encroaching members of the Baroque work surrounding him. I have no intention of fighting you. Just return Robin to me peacefully. Crocodile addressed Ivankov, saying, Hey, you have no right to speak. Do not forget that I hold a leverage over you. Ivankov retorted to Crocodile, Chapter 76, The Arrival of the Golden Lion. Do you truly believe such matters can restrain me? Crocodile let out a light chuckle, speaking nonchalantly. Come now, if you wish to avoid meeting your demise here. Return Nico Robin to me. As Crocodile spoke, an overwhelming aura surged forth, directly targeting Ivankov. The Conqueror's Hockey. Crocodile. You scoundrel. Ivankov's pupils constricted, gazing incredulously at Crocodile. Lightning. Hand over Nico Robin. This is not the moment for a direct confrontation with Crocodile, Ivankov addressed Lightning. Subsequently, Lightning released Robin, and Mr. 3 hastily approached, employing his abilities to craft a key to liberate her. Are you all right, Nico Robin? Crocodile expressed his concern. It worries me, Captain. I am fine, Robin replied. It is my fault for not protecting you adequately. Crocodile was momentarily taken aback when Robin called him captain, and then he replied, Crocodile, please release me, I beg you. Suddenly, Jinbei spoke up from within the cell. Crocodile cast a glance at Jinbei, and then contemplated before addressing Mr. 3. Release him, please. I owe you a favor, Crocodile. Jinbei remarked upon his liberation. Just remember that, Crocodile replied. Crocodile remarked. Just as Jinbei intended to depart, he was halted by Crocodile, who suggested, wait a moment. I am also heading to Marineford and can offer you a ride. Jinbei, upon hearing this, immediately became wary and inquired, Crocodile, what business do you have in Marineford? Crocodile reassured him, rest assured, I have no intentions of confronting Whitebeard. Crocodile, aware of Jinbei's thoughts, began to elucidate. Hey, Crocodile, why not free us as well? Exclaimed the prisoners on the 6th level, bursting into laughter upon witnessing Jinbei's release. Upon hearing this, Crocodile cast a sweeping glance around the prisoners on the 6th level and proclaimed, Now, I present you with an opportunity. Join me, and I shall grant you your freedom. Don't be naive, Crocodile. Who do you think you are, expecting us to serve as your subordinates? You might as well view yourself as my subordinate. The prisoners on the 6th level shouted back in indignation. Haha, you truly possess a spirit of defiance, he replied with a mocking laugh. Upon hearing this, Crocodile was not at all surprised. In the original narrative, individuals from the 6th level were compelled to join Blackbeard due to his astonishing scheme to seize Whitebeard's devil fruit. Aspiring to become a wielder of dual devil fruits, their willingness to accompany Blackbeard to Marine headquarters hinged entirely on this audacious plan. Had Blackbeard failed, they would have swiftly betrayed him without hesitation. Thus, Crocodile had no intention of recruiting them. However, keeping them around would bolster Blackbeard's military strength. Just as Crocodile contemplated eliminating them, a cacophony of footsteps and boisterous laughter echoed through the air. It seemed that the prison guards had been vanquished. Revealing that someone had already taken the initiative, Crocodile glanced back and discovered that Blackbeard and his crew had also arrived on the 6th level. Upon witnessing this, Mr. 1 and the others immediately joined Crocodile in confronting Blackbeard's group. Blackbeard teach. This marks the first encounter between Crocodile and Blackbeard, with the latter exhibiting a calm demeanor coupled with an air of arrogance. Crocodile, you are indeed a formidable individual, Blackbeard exclaimed with hearty laughter. Taken aback by the unexpected alignment of their thoughts, capitalizing on the Navy's preoccupations to recruit subordinates and impel down. The same could be said for you, Crocodile said. Do you wish to engage in battle with me here? Blackbeard replied, Haha, now is not the time. Crocodile shook his head, acknowledging that his current strength was insufficient to engage in battle, especially with so many crew members present and the sandy structures around them, which did not favor his position. I share your sentiment, beggars. Clear the way and allow them to pass. Blackbeard instructed his companion, beggars. Let us depart. Subsequently, Crocodile led everyone back from the 6th level. Retracing their steps, outside impelled down, Luffy exclaimed, the Thousand Sunny has truly vanished. The group gazed at the empty sea, addressing Luffy in disbelief. How could this happen? Without our ship, we cannot reach Marineford, and that vessel is our companion. Luffy, feeling despondent, leaned over the water, staring into the abyss. Hey, look at the sky. Suddenly, Zoro pointed upward. Is that the Thousand Sunny? How did it ascend into the heavens? Luffy looked up and discovered the Thousand Sunny floating high in the sky. Gum gum. Luffy extended his arm towards the sky, but the distance was too great for him to reach it, leaving him only to gaze longingly. Isn't that Crocodile? A golden-haired old man floated down from the sky, recognizing Luffy and his comrades. You know Crocodile? Could you possibly return our ship to us? I have urgent matters to attend to, Luffy quickly inquired upon realizing the stranger's familiarity with Crocodile. Oh, that vessel belongs to you? The Golden Lion pointed at the Thousand Sunny hovering above. Indeed, Luffy nodded eagerly. Quite intriguing, yet I have no obligation to assist you, the Golden Lion declined. Hey, Golden Lion, you scoundrel. How can you bully these youngsters? At that moment, Buggy stepped forward, shouting at the Golden Lion. As a former apprentice on Roger's ship, Buggy was well acquainted with the notorious pirate. You little rascal, are you from Roger's crew? The Golden Lion, enraged by the insult, suddenly noticed the familiar red nose of Buggy. Indeed, it is I, Buggy declared proudly. Golden Lion? Roger? The others were taken aback by their conversation, and Nami gasped in astonishment. Buggy, you are a crew member of Pirate King Roger. Ha ha ha, indeed. Buggy stood with his hands on his hips, brimming with self-importance. You. After all these years without news, I thought you had perished. What a nostalgic surprise. Is this your newly formed pirate crew? The Golden Lion reminisced, a hint of fondness in his expression. Hey, what are you talking about? Buggy is not our crew member. I am Luffy. I am the man who will become the Pirate King. Luffy interjected immediately. Pirate King? Little brat, do you even comprehend what you were saying? The Golden Lion was amused by Luffy's words and disdainfully remarked, Return the 1,000 Sunny to me at once. I have no time to waste here. Luffy shouted back at the Golden Lion. You little brat, how dare you speak to me like that? The Golden Lion's face darkened with a hint of anger. Hey Luffy, don't provoke him. Usopp warned Luffy. Wait, where did you get that straw hat? The Golden Lion, poised to strike Luffy, suddenly fixed his gaze on the hat atop Luffy's head. This was given to me by Shanks. Luffy replied earnestly. Shanks? The Golden Lion furrowed his brow and then turned to Buggy, asking, Is that hat Roger's? Indeed, it is the very hat worn by Captain Roger, Buggy confirmed. What? Luffy's hat has such a remarkable origin? It belonged to the Pirate King, Roger? The Straw Hat crew gasped in astonishment. Is he the one entrusted by Roger? The Golden Lion's anger dissipated, and he gestured with his hand, causing the 1,000 Sunny to descend to the sea surface. Chapter 77. The Whitebeard Pirates make their entrance. The prelude to battle. Thank you, Uncle. Now I can head to Marineford and rescue Ace. Luffy grinned at the Golden Lion before boarding the ship with his crew. Even if I give you the ship, you won't be able to escape. The Marines have shut the gates of justice. Just wait a moment. I'll take you along later, the Golden Lion said, realizing they were also headed to Marineford. But Ace, Luffy expressed his concern. It can't be helped. Luffy, Nami reassured him. After a while, Crocodile and the others finally emerged from Impel Down. Oh, Golden Lion, you arrived quickly. It seems Trafalgar has already healed you. Upon encountering the Golden Lion, Crocodile discovered that the helm atop his head had vanished, evidently extracted by Law with success. Had I arrived a moment later, your vessel would have surely been obliterated by the Navy, the Golden Lion remarked to Crocodile. Have you prepared additional ships? Crocodile inquired of the Golden Lion. Certainly. The Golden Lion extended his hand, and several vessels descended, including Crocodile's Sand Crocodile ship. Board, everyone, and prepare for a grand uproar. Crocodile addressed the crowd. And soon everyone boarded the vessels, advancing towards Marineford under the power of the Golden Lion. Meanwhile, at Marineford, an assembly of 100,000 elite Navy troops gathered, including 5 of the 7 warlords and the 3 most formidable admirals, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the legendary hero, Garp. The Navy prepared to confront the impending war with their utmost strength. On the execution platform, Ace knelt on the ground, his shackles tightly binding him, quietly awaiting his fate. All the Navy stood ready, anticipating the arrival of Whitebeard. Everyone, pay attention. The enemy is approaching. Sengoku shouted as he brandished a den mushi. As his words echoed, shadows began to materialize on the distant horizon. The Whitebeard pirates had arrived. A Navy soldier, peering through a telescope, suddenly cried out in alarm. As the shadows drew nearer, the crowd discerned an array of pirate ships. The Knight of the Sea, Doma, the Thunderlord Marco, the DiCarlo brothers. Each was a captain renowned throughout the New World. The target was confirmed. There were a total of 43 ships belonging to the Whitebeard pirates. Yet, the Moby Dick was nowhere in sight. A Navy officer promptly relayed the information. Suddenly, an eerie sound echoed through the stillness of Marineford. Sengoku turned his gaze to the bay, noticing that the sea level was rising inexplicably. I never expected such an entrance. You truly are remarkable. All eyes were fixed on the bay. With a resounding crash, a whale-shaped vessel emerged from the depths, its hull glistening as bubbles burst around it. The situation aboard was soon revealed. As the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates' 14th Division stood at the bow, a heavy thudding followed, sending shivers through the thousands of Navy personnel. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloping them, cold sweat trickling down their brows. It has been decades, has it, Sengoku? Whitebeard slowly materialized before the crowd, addressing Sengoku. My dear son, you are unharmed, I hope. Just wait for me, Ace. Upon finishing, Whitebeard spread his arms, shaking the very void. As the Navy stood bewildered, the air shattered, and the ocean erupted violently, monstrous waves surging upwards to heights of dozens, even hundreds of meters. Then, these colossal waves surged towards Marineford. Is this the power of Whitebeard? How shall we withstand it? The Marines in the square swallowed hard at the sight before them, fearing that once the inevitable descended, they might perish right there. At that moment, a figure surged forth from the execution platform, swiftly arriving before the towering waves. It was Admiral Akiji, who had finally taken action. The Navy erupted in excitement upon recognizing him. Ah, this cannot be allowed to succeed. Ice Age. Akiji unleashed a chilling blast from his hands, and in an instant, the monstrous waves were encased in ice. 2 ice spears. After freezing the tumultuous sea, Akiji pressed forward, conjuring 2 icy spears that hurtled towards Whitebeard. In response, Whitebeard trembled, shattering the spears with a forceful quake. The resulting shockwave surged towards Akiji, threatening to obliterate him as well. As Akiji was sent crashing into the sea, the onlookers anticipated his fate in the water, only to witness that upon contact with the sea, the surface began to freeze, extending throughout the bay and encasing the waters beneath Whitebeard's ships in ice. This maneuver successfully created a frozen land for the Whitebeard pirates, who leapt from their vessels and commenced their assault across the ice. Meanwhile, the vice-admirals mobilized to command the navy against the pirates. Concurrently, Hawkeye Mihawk among the 7 warlords moved into action, capturing the attention of those around him. It was indeed rare for the unpredictable Hawkeye to engage in battle so swiftly. Even Kizaru and Akainu, positioned beneath the execution platform, could not help but comment. I merely wish to gauge the disparity between myself and that man. As he spoke, Mihawk reached for the hilt of his sword and drew forth his black blade. With a swift motion, he unleashed a terrifying flying slash that tore through the ground and ice, racing towards Whitebeard. Whitebeard stood unmoving as the fearsome strike approached. Just as everyone anticipated a clash between the world's greatest swordsman and the mightiest man, a flash of light appeared, and a figure from the Whitebeard pirates interposed itself before the deadly attack. Chapter 78. Little Oars. The figure extended its arms to block Mihawk's formidable flying slash. Then with a tremendous effort, hurled the attack skyward. The flying slash spiraled upwards, creating ripples in the air. The world's foremost slash had been thwarted. It was Diamond Jozu, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 3rd Division. The Marines gazed at the figure in astonishment. Truly, the captains of the Whitebeard Pirates were as formidable as monsters. To minimize losses, they realized that capturing the leader was the only viable strategy. Rising from beneath the execution platform, the yellow monkey cast his gaze upon Whitebeard before transforming into a brilliant flash, ascending into the sky in an instant. 8-forked jewel. Beams of blinding light emanated from the yellow monkey, shooting countless rays toward Whitebeard. Father! Cried the Whitebeard pirates, rushing forward in an attempt to assist. But it was too late. Just then, another figure soared out, positioning himself in front of Whitebeard, intercepting all of the yellow monkey's attacks. As the assault dispersed, a man enveloped in blue flames emerged before the onlookers. How could I allow you to disturb our great captain? Marco, bathed in azure flames, swiftly healed where the yellow monkey's attacks had struck. Ah, how terrifying. The Whitebeard pirates, possessing a mythical Zoan type even rarer than natural types, the yellow monkey taunted, eyeing Marco. Marco transformed into a phoenix and charged toward the yellow monkey. In response, the yellow monkey unleashed another barrage of radiant beams, yet Marco pressed on, unflinching, darting through the rays to execute a powerful downward kick. The yellow monkey raised his hands to block, jesting, "This move seems effective. Enough with the jokes," Marco retorted, exerting force as the yellow monkey transformed into a flash and descended, creating a mushroom cloud explosion upon impact with the ground. "Come at me if you dare." At that moment, while Marco faced off against the yellow monkey, Joza hurled an ice block, colossal enough to dwarf even giants, toward the execution platform. Honestly, one after another, abandoning their posts. If we all attack, who will guard this place? Below the platform, the only one still seated, Akainu, stood up, magma swirling from his right hand. "Magma fist!" he roared, launching a massive molten fist to intercept Joza's ice block. The molten fist shattered the ice, scattering volcanic projectiles toward the attacking pirates, one of which hurtled directly toward Whitebeard. Raising his weapon, the Tremor Fruit's powers manifested as he blocked the volcanic projectile, then blew upon it, extinguishing the searing inferno. "Go light the candles on your birthday cake, kid," taunted Whitebeard, rallying his crew after snuffing the fiery projectile. The battle intensified as the captains of the Whitebeard pirates held firm against the Navy's onslaught, leading their comrades toward the square. Just then, a colossal figure, towering dozens of meters high, appeared beyond the bay, wielding a sword longer than a battleship, cleaving a naval vessel in half. "Ace, I'm here to rescue you." The thunderous voice reverberated like rolling thunder, its roar seemingly capable of shattering the very foundations of Marineford. Such a massive figure, who could that possibly be? More colossal than the giants themselves. A group of naval soldiers gazed in astonishment at the towering figure. The Navy, too, had warriors of giant lineage. Yet in comparison to this looming presence, their own giants appeared as mere infants. The immense figure charged from beyond the bay, cleaving through the naval ranks with an unstoppable force, as if slicing through vegetables. Oz. When this figure approached Whitebeard, the latter could not help but call out to him. "Father, do not stop me. I must rescue Ace." Young Oz did not falter, shouting as he pressed onward toward the square. "Go, Oz. Show them your might. Charge forth." Follow in Oz's footsteps. The pirates within the bay, witnessing young Oz's arrival, felt their spirits soar, rallying behind him as they surged toward the square. "This is the first time I find myself looking up to someone," remarked a giant warrior stationed at the square, swallowing hard. Yet they could not afford to hesitate. Young Oz's assault was imminent. He swung his blade down upon the giant warrior before him. The giant raised his sword to block. But the terrifying force of the strike sent him reeling, and by the time young Oz delivered his second blow, the giant was too weakened to retaliate, falling beneath Oz's might. Thus, the remaining giant warriors and ordinary naval soldiers were powerless to impede young Oz's advance. He barreled through the square, unstoppable, until he reached the defensive line of the Seven Warlords. Kuma was the first to step forward, prompting Moria beside him to hastily retreat. Kuma raised his palm, adorned with a paw print, compressing the air around him until it coalesced in his grasp. Kuma palm strike. When Kuma opened his hand, a compressed air blast shaped like a paw shot toward young Oz. Oz paused, momentarily taken aback by this small projectile, only to have Kuma's palm crash into his abdomen the next moment. With a thunderous boom, the seemingly insignificant paw unleashed a terrifying shockwave that struck young Oz. With just one blow, he coughed up blood, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Oz, witnessing young Oz, battered and bloodied in a selfless attempt to save him. Ace collapsed on the execution platform, crying out in anguish, "At least take down one of them." Little Oars spewed forth blood once more. And as he teetered on the brink of collapse, he cast a glance towards Doflamingo. With a surge of determination, he swung his fist at Doflamingo. In an instant, Doflamingo leaped into the air, positioning himself above Little Oars. A playful smile adorned Doflamingo's face, and before he could even descend, one of Little Oars' legs was severed. Stripped of a limb, Little Oars crumpled to his knees, yet he stubbornly extended his hand towards the execution platform, yearning to reach Ace. Suddenly, a swarm of bats erupted, coalescing into a formidable spear that pierced through Little Oars' chest. Despite his grievous injuries, Little Oars' outstretched hand fell limp, and his colossal form collapsed onto the ground. Ace, witnessing the fallen Little Oars, lowered his head as tears streamed uncontrollably from his eyes. Whitebeard, observing this heart-wrenching scene, also displayed a visage of sorrow. Chapter 79. The Straw Hat Crew joins the battle. A flaw has been revealed. Whitebeard. Just then, a Marine Major, known as Flaw Guy, materialized beside Whitebeard, wielding a battle axe and launching an assault. Whitebeard, recognizing the impending threat of the massive axe, unleashed a punch imbued with the Tremor Fruit's power. As the fabric of space shattered, the colossal axe was obliterated. In response to Flaw Guy's astonishment, Whitebeard's enormous hand clamped down on his head, forcefully pinning him to the deck. A radiant aura manifested around Whitebeard's hand, and in the next moment, it shattered Flaw Guy's helmet, rendering him unconscious. Before he carelessly tossed him aside, the fierce battle raged on. High above, the Golden Lion commanded his fleet as they approached Marineford, concealed by towering waves and ice. "Yosh! Ace must be down there," Luffy shouted, gazing at the battlefield below. "Uncle Golden Lion, please lower us down," Luffy implored him. "Very well, you may descend first," replied the Golden Lion, as he had no intention of joining the fray just yet. He pushed the Thousand Sunny above the gaping hole where Jozo had hurled the iceberg. Hey, are you not planning to join the battle?" Buggy exclaimed in surprise. He had no desire to accompany the Straw Hats into certain doom. Yet the Golden Lion disregarded him, releasing his ability and sending the Thousand Sunny spiraling downwards. "Take me with you." Jinbe quickly leaped onto the Thousand Sunny, joining the charge towards the battlefield. "Captain, are we still not joining the fight?" Mr. One inquired of Crocodile. "It is not yet time. Descending now would yield no advantage." Crocodile addressed Mr. One, urging him to take a good look, for such battles are not a common occurrence. This is a battlefield for the most formidable of warriors. Crocodile addressed the crowd, remarking on Whitebeard's remarkable vitality despite his age. As the Golden Lion witnessed Whitebeard effortlessly dispatching his adversary, he chuckled, "Aren't you the same? Surely. You must possess the strength reminiscent of your prime." Crocodile responded, "Do not jest with me, young one. At this age, how could one possibly return to their peak condition?" The Golden Lion retorted, puffing on his cigar. Suddenly, the Sunny descended from the heavens, landing within the cave's entrance, drawing the attention of all present. "Is it a pirate ambush?" exclaimed a startled Navy officer upon spotting the Jolly Roger adorning the ship. "Those rascals." Doflamingo's eyes gleamed with mockery as he recognized the Straw Hat flag, casting a knowing glance at Moria. "Straw Hat brat." Moria seethed, his gaze fixated on the young captain. Upon the Sunny, Luffy stood at the bow, flanked by Zoro and Sanji, with Frankie, Brook, and others positioned behind him, making their grand entrance onto the battlefield. "Ace." Luffy's gaze was locked onto Ace, who was perched upon the execution platform, and he shouted his brother's name with fervor. "Luffy." Ace gasped, his face betraying a mix of surprise and concern. "I have come to rescue you." Luffy called out again. "Is that the brother Ace often spoke of?" "He has actually come here." Marco and his companions took notice of Luffy's arrival. The grandson of the hero Garp, the son of Revolutionary Dragon, has voluntarily walked into this trap? Akainu observed Luffy aboard the Sunny. Hawkeye. Zoro spotted Mihawk amidst the throng, their eyes locking in mutual recognition. Roronoa Zoro. Mihawk smiled at the swordsman. "Jinbei? What brings him here? Has something transpired at Impel Down?" Sengoku furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Jinbei, who stood among Luffy's allies. "Let us go." "Everyone," Luffy declared, leaping off the Sunny and charging towards the execution platform. "We must rescue Big Brother Luffy." Sanji and the others exclaimed, following closely behind. "Such reckless youth." Whitebeard observed Luffy's charge into the fray. "Stop them." As Luffy and his companions plunged into battle, countless Navy soldiers surged forth like a tidal wave to confront them. Rubber, Gatling gun, three-sword style, demon slash, banquet table spin kick, beam bullet, shattered fist, fireball, thunderstorm, nasal tune, arrow tail slash, lumbo ball, strengthening grapple, fishman karate, kilowatt fist. The Straw Hat crew displayed their unique skills, vanquishing every marine they encountered. Ace's brother is truly impressive. Let us not be outdone. Charge forth. We must rescue Ace. The captains of the Whitebeard pirates, witnessing the Straw Hats closing in, rallied their crew's spirits before continuing their assault towards the execution platform. "You shall not pass." At that moment, a figure shrouded in smoke dashed towards Luffy, brandishing a weapon aimed directly at him. Clang! Before the attack could land, Zoro swiftly intervened, blocking the assault. "It's you." Upon recognizing the assailant, Zoro was taken aback to see Smoker, an acquaintance from Logtown. "Last time, you managed to escape. This time, I shall capture you all here." As Smoker disengaged from Zoro, he leapt into the air, charging at Zoro once more. "Jet machine gun." Observing this, Luffy sprang into action, activating his second gear to unleash a flurry of strikes at Smoker. However, the tempestuous barrage of attacks passed harmlessly through Smoker's form. "With your abilities, you cannot defeat me, Straw Hat." Smoker seamlessly evaded Luffy's onslaught, pressing the weapon against Luffy's throat, forcing him to the ground. "Oh no, it's Sea Prism Stone." Luffy immediately felt his limbs weaken. "Luffy." Zoro and Sanji rushed to assist, but a figure engulfed in blue flames shot past them, delivering a powerful kick that sent Smoker sprawling. "Do not lay such a vicious hand on Ace's brother Marine." Marco, with his wings unfurled, smiled at Smoker. "Oh, I've been saved. Thank you." Luffy, once freed, quickly regained his footing. "Incredible! You actually landed a hit on that Marine," Sanji exclaimed, astonished as normally. "A kick would not affect a Logia user like Smoker." "Ah, Itaki," Marco replied, before soaring away, without lingering on the encounter. Luffy and the others pressed forward after shaking off Smoker's grip. Chapter 80. The appearance of Rayleigh here is where you shall fall, Straw Hat. A Marine giant rear admiral suddenly emerged, wielding a spiked club aimed directly at Luffy. With a thud, the club crashed down, but Luffy leapt nimbly above the giant's head. "How fast?" The giant admiral gasped, attempting to swing the club at Luffy again. Third gear. As Luffy soared, he bit down on his thumb and began to blow. Gear third. Luffy's fist swelled rapidly, expanding to a size reminiscent of a giant. With a swift rotation, he delivered a punch that sent the giant vice admiral flying. Such a menace must be eradicated at once. As Akainu observed Luffy charging across the battlefield, he prepared to strike, but a beam of light surged ahead of him, racing towards Luffy. "Ah, is that not the Straw Hat boy? Let him experience the sensation of a lightspeed kick." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Luffy's ears, causing his expression to shift in alarm. In the next moment, Kizaru appeared at his side, raising his foot to unleash a lightspeed kick, sending Luffy hurtling away. "Luffy." Witnessing their captain being struck, the Straw Hat crew rushed over. "Are you all right, Luffy?" Luffy, propelled backward, was caught by Jinbei, who then turned to Kizaru. That hurt. What just happened? Luffy exclaimed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth in astonishment. That is Vice Admiral Kizaru of the Navy, not an opponent you can contend with. Jinbe advised Luffy. Vice Admiral? Luffy gazed at the somewhat lecherous man before him, astonished. Jinbe, the fishman karate master, you managed to escape from impel down. What transpired? Kizaru addressed Jinbe and Luffy's group. Fire pistol. Usopp twanged his slingshot, launching a flame projectile at Kizaru. Boom. The fireball struck Kizaru, erupting in an explosion. I hit him. Usopp chuckled gleefully. Oh, the attack worked. However, as the smoke cleared, Kizaru stood unharmed. He has consumed the Logia-type devil fruit, the Pika Pika no Mi, rendering ordinary attacks ineffective against him, Jinbe explained. He's also a Logia user? The Straw Hat crew expressed their surprise. Not just him. All three admirals of the Navy possess rare Logia powers, Jinbe continued. We cannot afford to linger here. Yasakani no Magatama, Kizaru declared, leaping into the air. His hands shimmering with golden light, and unleashed a barrage of radiative beams towards Luffy and his crew. Everyone, dodge. Luffy shouted urgently. The brilliance illuminated the surroundings as countless beams of radiation rained down upon the Straw Hat crew. Luffy. Ace, who had been watching over Luffy, shouted in alarm. While Carp's expression grew grim. Boom. Mushroom clouds of explosions erupted in waves. Ace's brother. The Whitebeard pirates also turned their gaze towards Luffy and his crew's location. Is this the end, Straw Hat boy? Smoker gazed at the scene, his eyes widening in disbelief. With the Straw Hat crew's strength, there seemed to be no hope of surviving Kizaru's attack. It would be a grave mistake to eliminate the budding potential of the new era. Just then, a voice emerged from the shockwave, and as the smoke dissipated, a figure stood before Luffy and his companions. It was none other than the Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. The sight of the sword-wielding elder left Jinbe astounded. Rayleigh stood firm, declaring, I made it just in time. The presence of the Dark King prompted Kizaru to reveal his surprise. Rayleigh, why has he come? After all, they were about to execute the son of the Pirate King. The Navy was left in utter shock at Rayleigh's appearance. Damn it, we should have eliminated him back at Sabaody Archipelago, Akaina growled, his anger palpable. Who is this Dark King? Luffy asked, bewildered, not recognizing Rayleigh's significance. Luffy, you don't know him? He was a crew member of the Pirate King Roger. Famously known as the right-hand man of the Pirate King. Frankie interjected, enlightening Luffy. What? A crew member of the Pirate King? Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. Naval forces, surrender Ace. Rayleigh boldly stepped forward to confront Kizaru, unleashing an overwhelming haki that sent numerous weaker Navy soldiers sprawling. Kapu, we cannot stand idly by any longer. Sengoku proclaimed from the execution platform. I understand. Carp replied. Sengoku then shouted into the transponder snail, urging his subordinates not to be intimidated by Rayleigh's reputation. For he was merely a remnant of a bygone era. To their surprise, Rayleigh's arrival signaled a formidable force. Whitebeard quietly remarked to Rayleigh, you should proceed. I will hold him back. Thank you. Rayleigh responded to Luffy and the others behind him. Seeing this, Luffy quickly maneuvered past Kizaru, heading toward the execution platform. Don't even think about escaping. Kizaru attempted to pursue, but Rayleigh swiftly intervened, interrupting Kizaru's elemental transformation with a decisive strike. Allow me to be your opponent for now, Rayleigh stated after thwarting Kizaru's attack. This is unavoidable, Kizaru exclaimed, conjuring a massive sword of light to engage Rayleigh in combat. I apologize, red-haired, but I will not hold back. Meanwhile, a figure emerged before Luffy and his crew. That guy is, Zoro thought, breaking into a cold sweat. Shark Fist. As Jinbe leaped forward with a punch aimed at Hawkeye, the latter responded with a swift strike of his sword. The formidable slash sent Jinbe hurtling through the air. Subsequently, Hawkeye directed a descending blade towards Luffy and his companions, unleashing a powerful flying slash. Ghostly Aura, 9 sword style. Azura, 9 demonic flashes. Zoro, witnessing the confrontation, invoked his own technique, spinning his body and sword to intercept Hawkeye's descending attack. With a resounding crash, Zoro summoned all his strength to block Hawkeye's casual strike, though the effort caused him to spit blood as he was launched backward. Hey, Zoro, are you all right? Sanji inquired anxiously as he saw Zoro tumble past him. Recovering swiftly from his fall, Zoro evaded the oncoming assault from the Marines, rolling to his feet and wielding his 3 swords to counter the attackers, before responding to Sanji. I'm fine. Have I grown stronger? Why does the gap between me and that man still feel so vast? Damn it, Luffy, witnessing Zoro's plight, shifted into a second gear stance, preparing to unleash a rocket punch on Hawkeye. However, in an instant, he sensed a fleeting vision of the future, revealing that if he struck, Hawkeye would sever his arms. Thus, he retracted his hands, refraining from the attack. Quite composed, aren't you? Hawkeye remarked with a hint of admiration as Luffy hesitated, before leaping towards him with a fierce downward slash. With a quick sidestep, Luffy evaded the attack, causing Hawkeye's blade to strike the ground. The swordsman then swung his weapon again, but Luffy arched backward to avoid the blow. The shockwave from Hawkeye's strike cleaved through an ice wall created by Akiji's powers, splitting it in two. Chapter 81. Exposure, Action. That was close. Luffy exhaled deeply, relieved to have dodged Hawkeye's assault, only to notice the astonishing sight above, floating islands and ships suspended in the sky after the ice wall was severed. Humph. Discovered at last, those pesky little brats, chuckled Shiki as he puffed on his cigar, a grin spreading across his face. Humph, that Hawkeye indeed. Crocodile felt a sense of helplessness, not expecting that Hawkeye would once again interrupt the iceberg, just as depicted in the original narrative. That flag is the Baroque works, and the Sky Pirates. Could it be that even that man has arrived? The crowd gazed upward, astonished upon recognizing the pirate flag above. The Golden Lion. Carp's expression shifted. After all, it was only through a united effort with Sengoku that they had managed to subdue him back in the day. This situation has become rather troublesome. Sengoku remarked to Carp. Ah, fear not. For now, I too must take action. Carp replied. Crocodile, the Golden Lion. Whitebeard cast a puzzled glance at the sky, unable to fathom why they would manifest here. Indeed, we have some heavyweight figures arriving. Kizaru observed the heavens with a playful expression. Are those reinforcements summoned by Old Man? Jozu glanced skyward, well aware that the Golden Lion had once sailed alongside their father. Let us begin with a little appetizer. The Golden Lion declared as he pointed, causing an island to plummet directly towards Marineford. What a reckless fellow, Doflamingo commented, watching the descending island. Navy, how will you respond to this? Moria inquired. Eyeing the island's descent. Figures from the old era, one after another, are emerging. Akaina gazed at the sky, magma swirling in his hands, ready to erupt. Yet a figure surged forth ahead of him. Fist of Impact. Carp launched himself at the descending island, delivering a powerful punch imbued with haki. The shockwave instantly pierced the island, and in the next moment, it shattered into countless fragments, raining down debris. Truly worthy of the esteemed Carp, Akiji remarked, admiringly watching Carp in the air. Vice Admiral Carp has made his move. The morale of the Navy surged as they witnessed Carp spring into action. Carp. The Golden Lion took a deep puff from the cigar in his mouth and exhaled sharply. It is our turn to strike. Crocodile cast a glance at the Golden Lion, who then wielded his powers to send several ships plummeting down. Here they come. Everyone, pay attention. As the vessels began their descent from the sky, the Navy below instantly grew vigilant. Allow me to create an opening first. Crocodile leapt from the sand crocodile, his hands gathering grains of yellow sand. Sand monster's arm. In an instant, a fist enveloped in haki struck fiercely against the ice, unleashing a powerful shockwave that toppled numerous foes, shattering the ice beneath and creating a vast pit. The sound of ships plunging into the water echoed in succession. Crocodile returned to the bow of the sand crocodile, followed by Mr. One and others making their appearances. Hey, look at their attire. Aren't those the prisoners from Impel Down? Exclaimed the Navy, astonished by the sight of pirates aboard the other ships. Could it be? Some speculated silently. Don't lose your composure. It's merely Crocodile and the Golden Lion, Akaina declared. Chapter 82. A Turmoil at Marineford. After all these years, you've removed that peculiar adornment from your head? Whitebeard inquired of the Golden Lion, who had approached him aboard the Moby Dick. Aha, I took it off recently. It would have been a shame not to partake in such a grand feast, the Golden Lion replied. Is that so? The situation on the battlefield seems rather grim. Are you truly here to assist? Whitebeard asked, a hint of concern in his voice. Haha, rest assured, I cannot abide the Navy's actions, the Golden Lion assured Whitebeard. On the battlefield, Crocodile led the pirates into the fray, vowing to shine brightly at Marineford. Crocodile, meet your end. A Navy soldier cried as he swung his sword at the advancing Crocodile. The blade cleaved through Crocodile's form, yet the soldier showed no sign of triumph. For Crocodile had transformed into sand. In the next moment, a hook pierced through the soldier's body, and he collapsed. Hey, Navy, dare to capture my subordinates, and you shall pay the price, Crocodile declared, with a flick of his hand, unleashing a tempest of sand that swiftly engulfed a multitude of Navy personnel. In an instant, A merciless aerial slash descended, severing the sandstorm conjured by Crocodile. "Crocodile, your journey concludes here," remarked the weasel, brandishing his blade as he faced Crocodile. "Youngster, do you perhaps overestimate yourself?" Crocodile cast a fleeting glance at him, and then his entire form began to transform into sand. Desert Greatsword. In the next instant, Crocodile lunged forward, his arm morphing into a blade of sand aimed at the weasel. The weasel swiftly drew his blade to parry the attack. But Crocodile's other hand had already unleashed a golden hook, sending the weasel hurtling through the air. As he tumbled backward, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. "Go and intercept the others. I'll handle this fellow." Akiji appeared beside the weasel, declaring, "Kazan, it's up to you." The weasel responded, then veered around Crocodile, charging toward Mr. 1 and the naval forces. "It's been a while, Akiji." Crocodile chose to disregard the interruption, focusing intently on Akiji. "This time, fortune will not favor you," he declared. Akiji responded with a single word before leaping into the air, where spears began to materialize around him. "Indeed, it is quite disadvantageous to confront you here." Crocodile surveyed the surrounding ice, noting that there was nothing here that could be turned to sand. As Crocodile contemplated shifting the battlefield to Marineford Square, the assault from Akiji had already commenced, with two long spears hurtling directly towards him. Sandblade. With a swift motion, Crocodile transformed his arm into a blade of sand, effortlessly deflecting Akiji's attack. Just as Akiji was preparing to launch another strike at Crocodile, a flash of brilliance surged forth as Jozu collided with Akiji, sending him hurtling away. Diamond Jozu. Lying on the ground, Akiji glared at Jozu with a sullen expression. "I never anticipated that one day I would find myself fighting alongside you." After sending Akiji flying, Jozu landed and remarked to Crocodile, "I did not call for your assistance. You are meddling in affairs that do not concern you." Clockter, feeling displeased, addressed Jaws. "In any case, thank you for assisting us in our confrontation with the Navy." Jaws replied, "I merely wish to thwart the Navy's triumph." Clockter responded, "If this continues, with our current strength, we will have to contend simultaneously with the likes of the Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and the Dark King, Rayleigh. Even if we achieve victory, it will be a Pyrrhic one." Sengoku observed the shifting dynamics of the battlefield, his head throbbing with concern. He then activated the transponder snail, proclaiming, "Everyone, commence retreat towards the square." Sengoku's command resonated across the battlefield, prompting countless Marines to withdraw, while the pirates seized the opportunity to press forward in pursuit. "Captain, we should hurry as well," Mr. 5 urged Clockter upon witnessing the Navy's retreat. "No need. Let them lead the charge for now," Clockter replied. Crocodile was acutely aware that the Navy was intent on having Akainu obliterate the ice surface. What tactics were they employing? Whitebeard furrowed his brow, contemplating the Navy's sudden withdrawal of forces towards the plaza. It surely boded ill, especially against an adversary like Sengoku. The Golden Lion addressed Whitebeard. "Volcanic meteor." As the Navy gradually retreated from the ice, Akainu rose, raising both hands skyward, unleashing countless molten fists that soared into the heavens, blanketing the sky in volcanic ash. Was this their intention all along? "All members of the Whitebeard pirates, evacuate the ice immediately," Whitebeard exclaimed, realizing the impending danger as he gazed upward. In the next instant, a barrage of colossal molten fists descended from above, raining down upon the ice surface. Each impact created a massive crater, sending the struck pirates hurtling through the air. Lion's thousand cuts. At that moment, a figure darted forward with remarkable speed, unleashing a flurry of slashing waves that intercepted the molten fists. The power exhibited was exponentially greater than before. Was this truly the might of the Golden Lion? Crocodile gazed at the figure in the sky that was defending against the molten fist, exclaiming, "Gold Lion." Sengoku's expression darkened. With the intervention of the Gold Lion, Akainu's meteor volcano had failed to achieve any substantial effect, and the Navy's retreat only facilitated the pirates' easier ascent onto the port of Marineford. Meanwhile, outside the bay, the crews under the Whitebeard pirates had begun to breach the naval lines, converging towards Whitebeard's position with unexpected ease. Noticing that his subordinate crews had successfully infiltrated, Whitebeard's countenance turned grim as he picked up a din mushy. "Hello, Pops, what's wrong? We've breached the Navy's defenses and are on our way to meet you." The voice of Waydibe resonated through the connection. "Wait a moment, Waydibe, do not rush over just yet. First, destroy the surrounding naval ships," Whitebeard instructed. "Huh? Pops, there's no one on the ships. Why should we specifically destroy them?" Waydibe questioned, perplexed. "Don't ask too many questions, Waydibe. I have an inkling that the Navy has a backup plan. Just focus on destroying the ships, Whitebeard replied resolutely. Understood, Pops, Waydibe affirmed. Then informed the other subordinate crews to commence their assault on the nearby naval vessels. Damn it, wouldn't it have been better to just enter the encirclement? Why are they turning back? Jozu, seeing the pirates return to attack the naval ships, expressed his dissatisfaction. Well, I suppose this means we must act sooner, he lamented. Peacekeepers, mobilize, Jozu shouted, leading the peacekeepers to join the fray. Chapter 84, Preemptive Execution. With the arrival of the peacekeepers, Waydibe and the other captains were momentarily stalled. Back at Marineford Square, Akainu's failure to destroy the ice surface resulted in the Navy's retreat becoming a blunder. Sengoku immediately ordered the Den Mushi to be severed and prepared for Ace's preemptive execution. As the sound of footsteps echoed on the platform, 2 executioners wielding long swords ascended the execution stage. Hey, what's going on? Isn't it too early for Captain Ace's execution? The Navy wouldn't dare to execute him ahead of schedule, would they? Damn the Navy. How insidious. The crowd quickly recognized the 2 executioners that had appeared on the stage. Ace. Luffy looked towards the execution platform and, in a surge of urgency, charged towards it with increased fervor. Out of the way, out of the way, out of the way. Luffy unleashed a flurry of techniques to dispatch each Navy soldier blocking his path. I hope I won't need to intervene. Crocodile cast a glance at the execution platform, letting out a cold snort. Sengoku, you scoundrel. Whitebeard's expression darkened as he turned to Sengoku, then raised his arm and swung it fiercely towards the execution platform. A formidable shockwave erupted, sweeping away all obstacles in its path with an unstoppable force. Bang! Just as the pirates were filled with confidence in Whitebeard's strike, the shockwave suddenly halted before the execution platform. How could I allow you to succeed so easily? Everyone soon realized that it was the combined might of the 3 admirals that had thwarted Whitebeard's attack. Immediately proceed with the execution of Port Gas D, Ace. Sengoku shouted. Stop it, Ace. Luffy cried out as he saw the 2 soldiers on the execution platform raise their long swords. Will Bruno make it in time? Crocodile furrowed his brow. Suddenly, 2 soldiers did not relent, raising their long swords to thrust towards Ace. The members of the Straw Hat crew closed their eyes in despair, while Luffy let out a heart-wrenching roar, demanding them to cease. As his words echoed, an invisible shockwave erupted, causing the surrounding Navy soldiers to topple one after another, while those who could withstand it were intimidated by this overwhelming force. In an instant, the invisible power surged across the execution platform, causing the 2 soldiers, who had dropped their swords, to roll their eyes and let their weapons fall helplessly aside. So the Straw Hat Kid possesses such strength? Smoker remarked in astonishment. He truly is the grandson of Captain Garp, Akiji observed, casting a glance at Luffy. He must not be allowed to escape. Akainu growled fiercely. Such terrifying potential, Kizaru said, his face filled with fear. He is indeed Ace's brother, truly capable. We owe much to him. The pirates rejoiced with elation. Reorganize immediately, Sengoku commanded, his expression darkening. Charge. We must rescue Ace at once. Jozu and the others, invigorated, surged towards the execution platform with renewed vigor. At that moment, Marco soared into the sky amidst the chaos, heading directly for the execution platform. You shall not succeed. Kizaru attempted to intervene, transforming into light to intercept him, but Jozu swiftly intercepted, disrupting his advance. Just go for it, Marco. Jozu shouted excitedly at Marco. Stop him. Countless bullets and cannonballs rained down upon Marco, yet they posed no threat to him, as he wielded the flames of immortality. Chapter 85, Garp vs. Rayleigh. Marco charged towards the execution platform, and seeing this, Garp understood he could no longer remain passive. He leaped into action, delivering a powerful punch that sent Marco flying back. Grandpa, why? As Marco was about to reach the platform, but was struck away by Garp, Luffy exclaimed in bewilderment. No one is allowed to approach here, Garp declared. Having sent Marco flying, he did not return to the platform, but landed amidst the battlefield, exuding an imposing aura. What do we do? That is the hero Garp. How can we possibly match him? As Garp stood firm, countless pirates were frightened into retreat. Garp. It has been many years since we last met. Rayleigh approached Garp with determined strides. I thought you had been hiding, clinging to life. Garp replied. You shall go nowhere. Let me be your opponent. Rayleigh pointed his sword at Garp, exuding a commanding presence. Then allow me to see if your skills have diminished. Kapu similarly erupted with an imposing aura to rival that of Rayleigh. The clash of their formidable spirits rendered the surrounding pirates and navy powerless. The confrontation of these titans from a bygone era is indeed a rare spectacle. If one were to perish here, my zombie legion would gain a powerful ally. Moria eagerly fixated on the duel between Kapu and Rayleigh. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, both warriors unleashed their might simultaneously. Rayleigh swung his sword while Kapu delivered a crushing blow. Their fist and blade collided in an instantaneous explosion of force, sending nearby pirates and Navy personnel hurtling away. Yet, this was merely a probing skirmish, for soon they unleashed their full strength and began a relentless exchange of blows. Fists and swords clashed continuously, the intensity of their confrontation escalating as onlookers instinctively vacated the area, creating a clear path. Steer clear of them. Do not squander time. Their battle would not yield a victor anytime soon. Marco had returned at some point, rallying the Whitebeard pirates to advance towards the execution platform. You shall not pass here. Marco, the Navy's vice admirals had reorganized their defenses to thwart the Whitebeard pirates' advance. Dare to obstruct us? Let us see. With a powerful flap of his wings, Marco surged ahead. What a fierce presence, the immortal Phoenix Marco. A flash of light streaked across as Kazuru appeared before Marco, promptly delivering a swift kick. Unyielding, Marco retaliated with a kick of his own, clashing with Kazuru. Jozu attempted to rush to their aid, but found himself immobilized in an instant. A quick glance revealed Doflamingo had mysteriously appeared on his back. Allow me to lend a hand. Doflamingo, perched on Jozu's back, utilized his abilities to restrict Jozu's movements. Jozu. Other commanders of the Whitebeard pirates sought to provide support, but were intercepted by the likes of Vice Admiral Mongoose. Crocodile, come assist us. A member of the Whitebeard pirates shouted to Crocodile. Are you ordering me, Brad? Crocodile cast a glance at him, instantly instilling fear that silenced any further words. Haha. To actually expect that scoundrel Crocodile would lend a sincere hand, he is certainly no paragon of virtue, remarked Doflamingo with a hearty laugh. Bark again. And I shall sever your head, Flamebird. Crocodile turned back, subsequently surveying his surroundings, only to find that Akaino had mysteriously departed from the battlefield. Had he engaged in some clandestine maneuver? Clockter thought helplessly, while Mr. One and the others were vigorously defeating the advancing Navy forces. Truly, these seasoned warriors have not lost their touch. On board the Moby Dick, the Golden Lion felt the immense strength of Rayleigh and Carp, his blood surging with excitement. Yearning to join the fray, it was time for me to make my move. Whitebeard gazed ahead, his eyes fixed on Sengoku. Old man. Just then, Squard suddenly appeared on the Moby Dick. Squard, how goes the battle on the bay? Whitebeard inquired upon seeing him. Relatively well, though the Navy has brought in pacifists. Squard replied, moving closer to Whitebeard. Very well then, you have worked hard. The advantage is shifting in our favor. Once we rescue Ace, we can retreat. Whitebeard responded without suspicion. Ah, indeed. Once Ace returns, you all can withdraw, right, old man? Chapter 86. The Navy-S Conspiracy. Ah, indeed. Once Ace returns. You all can withdraw, right, old man? As Squard's words fell, a splash of blood erupted as he unexpectedly thrust his sword into Whitebeard's chest. The Golden Lion was taken aback, and Whitebeard was equally stunned. Old man. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were shocked upon noticing the situation aboard the Moby Dick. This must be a joke. Whitebeard has been struck head-on. Doflamingo, while controlling Jozu, glanced towards the Moby Dick. Old man. Marco was thrown into disarray, striving to shake off Kazara to assist Whitebeard. A pirate conflict had erupted. How could Kazara miss this opportunity? He raised his hand and fired a beam of radiation that pierced through Marco's chest. Whoosh! A figure dashed towards Marco like lightning, only to be sent flying back by a blast of yellow sand. Do not think to take advantage of the situation, Navy Vice Admiral. With a swirl of yellow sand, Clockter appeared, determined to prevent the balance of battle from tipping. Clockter, the ghost spider, having been knocked back, glared at Clockter in frustration. Thank you, Clockter. Marco responded quickly, rising once more to charge towards the Moby Dick. Meanwhile, aboard the Moby Dick, Squard had drawn his sword, shouting at Whitebeard. You made a deal with the Navy long ago, didn't you? What deal? The crew of the Whitebeard pirates looked on in confusion at Squard's outcry. Indeed, Akainu has already informed me. Old man had long made a deal with Sengoku, exchanging the lives of us subordinate pirate crews for Ace. Squard continued. Old man, is it really true? How could this be? The old man would never be that kind of person. The pirate crew under Whitebeard found themselves in a state of disarray. Is this truly the case? Upon hearing this, Whitebeard cast a glance at Sengoku before turning his attention to Squard. Noticing this, Squard placed his longsword down and stood before Whitebeard, declaring that even managing to strike him once was already an unexpected feat. He then challenged, "Come on, take my life." With a grim expression, Whitebeard extended his hand, but instead of attacking, he embraced Squard tightly. "Even if you are so foolish, I still love you. Such a foolish son," Whitebeard remarked, releasing him before striding forward. "To suggest I would betray my son's life. Sengoku, what a clumsy scheme this is. What you choose to believe is your own freedom." Whitebeard bellowed, his arms bulging with muscle as he unleashed a shockwave from his devil fruit powers, shattering the ice mountain formed by Aokiji. Subsequently, Whitebeard leaped from the Moby Dick, shouting, "Those willing to follow me, come along." "Squard, what have you done to father?" At that moment, Marco arrived, kicking Squard to the ground in a fit of rage. "Father." Squard, now filled with shame, knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. "Damn it. Squard, what have you done?" With Whitebeard joining the fray, the anger of all pirates surged, and the Navy's lies crumbled. "Come on, Sengoku," Whitebeard declared with a confident smile, swinging his great sword and unleashing a powerful shockwave that sent numerous Navy soldiers flying. Chapter 87. Whitebeard joins the battlefield. Everyone, take heed. The world's strongest man is about to unleash his fury. Sengoku's words echoed through Marineford like a final proclamation, announcing the entry of the mightiest man, Whitebeard, into battle. "Charge. Bring down Whitebeard's head." Countless Navy soldiers recklessly surged towards Whitebeard, cannonballs flying, while many leapt to strike him down. Yet, with a sweeping motion of his sword, Whitebeard sent all the surrounding Navy soldiers hurtling away. "Protect father. Do not let the Navy near him." The members of the Whitebeard pirates recognized the relentless advance of the Navy and surrounded Whitebeard, determined to shield him. "What are you doing? Do you think I need your protection? Stop being so presumptuous. I am Whitebeard." Whitebeard shouted, reprimanding their actions, then swung his sword with tremendous force, unleashing a series of shockwaves that defeated countless Navy soldiers. "Come at me recklessly, if you dare." As Whitebeard raised his cloud from the ground, preparing to strike down and shatter the earth, a crimson foot emerged, directly intercepting the blow. With a resounding thud, an immense force collided, giving rise to a tempest of shockwaves. "How could I allow you to wreak havoc so freely?" As the storm of impact dissipated, Akainu stood with his hands in his pockets, gazing at Whitebeard, having thwarted his attack with a single kick. "If you wish to stop me, then by all means, give it a try." Whitebeard chuckled with a commanding aura, then charged back, raising his fist enveloped in tremor light, aiming a strike at Akainu. Great fire. Akainu retaliated with his own punch, resulting in a fierce clash that conjured a scene split between red and white. The surrounding Navy and pirates swiftly cleared a path for the two titans. Is this how Whitebeard's saga concludes? The Golden Lion observed Whitebeard's retreating figure. Memories of the spirited young Whitebeard aboard the rock ship flooding his mind. The moment Whitebeard effortlessly took a blade, he understood that the era belonging to him had drawn to a close. "Allow me to assist you one last time. It shall serve as a resolution to my grudge with Roger." The Golden Lion ascended, his gaze fixed upon the execution platform, then surged forth. Can the Golden Lion no longer contain himself? Sengoku clenched his fists, a frown creasing his brow as he watched the approaching figure. "There is no way I will allow you to pass that easily." Aokiji instantaneously appeared before the Golden Lion, hands coalescing with icy energy, launching an assault. With a swift flash of blades, the Golden Lion countered with a series of slashes, dispersing the incoming chill. "Little brat, if you wish to stop me, you need to train for a few more years." After fending off Aokiji's icy barrage, the Golden Lion unleashed a slicing wave that shattered Aokiji's attack, continuing his relentless charge toward the execution platform. "Oh, this is quite troublesome." Kizaru observed the unfolding scene, his body transforming into a radiant flash, only to be interrupted by a sudden impact. "Do not even think about stopping me, Kizaru," Jozu proclaimed as he toppled Kizaru to the ground. "Truly a nuisance." "Captain of Whitebeard," Kizaru retorted, rising with a scowl. "Quickly, halt him." Countless Navy personnel fired shells in an attempt to obstruct the Golden Lion. But not only did they fail to harm him, he instead rebounded their projectiles. Sengoku. The Golden Lion charged directly toward the execution platform. "I am the last line of defense here, Golden Lion," Sengoku declared, his form expanding. Chapter 88. Sengoku takes action. Boom. Sengoku's body rapidly swelled, transforming into a colossal golden Buddha, and he struck down with a mighty palm at the approaching Golden Lion. Humph. The Golden Lion, witnessing the unfolding chaos, unleashed a powerful kick with his sword, effortlessly thwarting the onslaught from the warlord. A tremendous shockwave erupted, propelling the golden lion backward for several dozen meters before he regained his balance. The legendary blade remains potent, indeed, Warlord. A fierce battle spirit ignited within the golden lion's eyes as he extended his hand, drawing down an island from the heavens. The island began to fracture, transforming in an instant into several colossal earthquake lions that charged towards the Warlord. In response, the Warlord clenched one fist while extending the other into a palm, delivering a barrage of blows to the oncoming earthquake lions, shattering them with ease. Even the Warlord had taken action if this continued. It was conceivable that the pirates might emerge victorious. However, should such a scenario arise, the five from the Holy Land would surely not stand idly by. Crocodile observed the increasingly chaotic battlefield, contemplating. Crocodile, perhaps we should reconsider the prospect of collaboration? As you can see, the world is on the brink of monumental change. As Crocodile pondered, Don Quixote Doflamingo reappeared, extending yet another invitation. Begone! Crocodile uttered a single word, cold-hearted indeed. Doflamingo chuckled, spreading his arms wide, his expression shifting in an instant. Suddenly, he launched himself forward, delivering a sweeping strike aimed at Crocodile. It appears I must teach you a lasting lesson. Crocodile's golden hook effortlessly intercepted Doflamingo's assault. In a swift motion, a blade of sand erupted from the ground, prompting Doflamingo to react with remarkable speed, enveloping his abdomen in hockey to counter Crocodile's strike. Consequently, he was propelled backward. Crocodile had just sent Doflamingo flying when he felt a sudden chill on his back, swiftly turning around to fend off the impending attack. He focused his gaze and was astonished to discover yet another Doflamingo. A puppet, perhaps? Crocodile was well aware of Doflamingo's abilities. After deflecting the attack, he delivered a powerful kick that sent the puppet soaring away. Sandstorm. Be gone, Doflamingo. Crocodile conjured a swirling sandstorm and hurled it towards Doflamingo. With a swift leap, Doflamingo ascended into the sky, evading the tempest that swept away numerous naval officers and pirates alike. Suddenly, a slashing wave of energy erupted, shattering the storm as Mihawk advanced through the chaos. Crocodile had become increasingly enigmatic. Mihawk regarded him with a penetrating gaze, as if attempting to discern his very essence. Ace. At that moment, Luffy's exuberant shout drew everyone's attention. Unbeknownst to them, Luffy had dashed towards the execution platform, extending his arm to propel himself onto it. Luffy. Ace's expression was one of astonishment as he beheld Luffy before him. I will get you out of here right away, Luffy declared with a smile, swiftly hoisting Ace onto his back and leaping off the platform. Stop them. We cannot allow the Straw Hat Kid to escape with Fire Fist Ace. The Navy shouted frantically, charging towards Luffy and Ace. What are you all doing? Akainu was taken aback, incredulous that the Straw Hat Kid truly managed to rescue someone. Quit looking around, you brat. Seizing the opportunity, Whitebeard swung his Bicentennial down towards Akainu, who hastily regained focus and countered with a magma fist to block Whitebeard's assault. Chapter 89, The Chains Fall. The Flame Emperor returns. As Whitebeard's blow approached, Akainu swiftly evaded, the tremors from the impact causing the ground to shatter. Everyone, protect Ace. Whitebeard bellowed after his strike. Yes. Protect Ace. Defeat the Navy. Joza shouted, rallying the pirates towards Ace's position. Do not let the Straw Hat Kid escape. The Navy desperately attempted to thwart their advance, while Luffy, carrying Ace, deftly dodged and retaliated. Protect Luffy. The Straw Hat crew quickly formed a protective circle around him. Bruno, Mr. 3. Assist the Straw Hat Kid. Observing the unfolding chaos, Crocodile issued commands to Bruno and Mr. 3. Understood, echoed Mr. 3 from the void. The enemy was relentless. Meanwhile, Zoro and the others valiantly fought against the Navy, yet they struggled to carve a path forward. Suddenly, a door opened in the air, revealing Mr. 3. Are Crocodile's subordinates here to assist? Zoro speculated upon spotting him. This is the key to the chains of Fire Fist. Take it. Mr. 3 lowered his hand, swiftly materializing a key and tossing it to Luffy. Is it real? That's fantastic. Luffy exclaimed joyfully as he caught the key, inserting it into the shackles. With a satisfying click, the chains fell to the ground. Thank you for your hard work, Luffy. Now, leave the rest to me. Ace moved his limbs slightly and then addressed Luffy, exclaiming, Fire Fist. With that, Ace unleashed a powerful punch, and searing flames erupted, instantly clearing a path. Damn it. We cannot hold them back. The Fire Fist has been unleashed. The Navy soldiers, witnessing their comrades being struck down by a single move, began to cower in fear. Captain, the Fire Fist has been freed. What should we do? Blackbeard, concealed in the shadows, darkened his expression upon hearing Burgess's inquiry, pondering how the situation had escalated to this point. Why are those meddlesome figures, Rayleigh, Shiki, Crocodile here? He concluded that he had no choice but to act. You all stay put. My current position is that of a warlord. It would not be wise for you to intervene. After regaining his composure, Blackbeard instructed the others and charged into the fray. Hey, Ace, I never expected you could be rescued. Ace, racing against time, suddenly halted upon hearing a familiar voice. Blackbeard, teach. He shouted, recognizing the newcomer. Teach. The crowd also took note of this unexpected addition to the battlefield. Don't run, Ace. Just die here in Marieford. Blackbeard laughed ominously, extending his hand towards Ace. Dark water. Ace immediately felt the familiar, terrifying pull, drawing him toward Blackbeard. Ace. Luffy reacted swiftly, intending to save him, but it was too late. Ace was drawn in and struck heavily by Blackbeard, toppling him to the ground. Ace. Upon seeing his brother downed, Luffy entered gear second and, in an instant, appeared before Blackbeard, delivering a powerful jet pistol. With one strike, Blackbeard writhed in pain on the ground, allowing Luffy to rescue Ace and distance him from Blackbeard. What happened? Teach actually hit Ace? The members of the Whitebeard pirates expressed their astonishment. Teach? Whitebeard, engaged in battle with Akainu, momentarily lost focus. Don't look away, Whitebeard. Akainu seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful punch, forcing Whitebeard to dodge just in time, although Akainu's strike severed Whitebeard's mustache. Chapter 90, The Intensifying Showdown. Old Man. Ace. Marco observed the battlefield, hesitating for a moment before rushing toward Whitebeard. Don't worry about me, Marco. Go save Ace. Whitebeard commanded, noticing Marco's approach for support. Old Man. After contemplating Whitebeard's words, Marco still chose to fly to Ace's aid. Straw Hat Kid. After being knocked down by Luffy, Blackbeard stood once more and glared at him, extending his hand to unleash dark water. Don't even think about laying a hand on my brother, Blackbeard. Ace swiftly intervened, launching a fiery punch towards Blackbeard. After being confined and impelled down for so many days, he still exuded vitality. Blackbeard, unwilling to back down, unleashed a dark mist that absorbed Ace's fiery assault. Teach. Marco's furious roar resonated as his blue figure surged like a tempest towards Blackbeard, delivering a powerful kick. Captain Marco. Blackbeard extended his hand, effortlessly blocking Marco's strike. After the impact, Marco was taken aback, astonished that Blackbeard could so easily withstand his attack. Captain Marco. Behold the power I have acquired. Blackbeard's hand emanated dark smoke, and Marco suddenly felt an overwhelming force drawing him uncontrollably towards Blackbeard. In an instant, Blackbeard grasped Marco by the throat, and terror flooded Marco's expression as he realized that upon contact, his abilities were suppressed. With a thud, Blackbeard delivered a devastating punch, slamming Marco into the ground, causing him to spit blood. Marco. Seizing the opportunity, Ace retaliated, sending Blackbeard flying with a powerful punch. Ace, do not linger. I will get you both to safety. Once freed from Blackbeard's suppression, Marco regained his powers, swiftly restoring himself and using his abilities to envelop Ace and Luffy, propelling them into the air. Do not let Fire Fist Ace escape. We must eradicate all evil here. Sengoku's furious shout echoed as his formidable Buddha's hand unleashed an incredible force, striking down upon the Golden Lion, shattering the earth with its terrifying impact, causing the Golden Lion to cough up blood. I will not allow you to escape. Kazara transformed into light, appearing above Marco to deliver a light-speed kick that sent Marco crashing down. Damn it. Are you all right, Ace? Marco asked as he fell. I'm fine, Ace replied. Yada no Kagami. After knocking Marco to the ground, Kizaru hovered in midair, unleashing a barrage of light orbs that rained down upon Marco. Reacting swiftly, Marco soared into the sky, intercepting Kizaru's attacks. Quickly subdue Fire Fist Ace and the Straw Hat Brat. The Navy surged forward, charging towards Ace and Luffy. Blackbeard. Do not pursue. Allow me to be your opponent for now. Just as Blackbeard prepared to chase Ace, a whirlwind of sand swept through, and Crocodile materialized before him. Crocodile. I have no time to deal with you now. Blackbeard replied darkly. I couldn't care less. Sandstorm. Crocodile leaped high into the air, with yellow sand swirling around him. In an instant, a colossal arm formed from the grains, and he struck down towards Blackbeard with a powerful punch. Chapter 91. Crocodile vs. Blackbeard. Damn Crocodile. Blackbeard exclaimed as he saw Crocodile's merciless fist descending upon him. He quickly raised his hand, unleashing the darkness. Dark Hole. In the next moment, Crocodile's sand-infused arm began to be absorbed by the powers of the dark fruit. Realizing that Blackbeard was consuming his sand, Crocodile immediately halted his attack and retreated. Crocodile. This is the suppression of the devil fruit. Blackbeard mocked effortlessly as he blocked Crocodile's strike. Why don't you give it another try? Crocodile transformed into a wisp of yellow sand, plunging towards Blackbeard with remarkable speed. His golden hook, enveloped in hockey, swung towards Blackbeard with lethal intent. Bang! Blackbeard reacted swiftly, raising his hand to harden his hockey, successfully deflecting the golden hook. Dark water. Immediately, Blackbeard lifted his hand, aiming at Crocodile, who felt an overwhelming force pulling him uncontrollably towards Blackbeard. Bang! As the equilibrium of his body was shattered, Crocodile experienced a tumultuous upheaval, and in the next instant, Blackbeard's powerful fist came crashing towards him. Thud! The blow sent Crocodile soaring backward, bent like a bow. Incredible! No wonder he is the wielder of the dark fruit. Crocodile wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and then rose to his feet. The mere few steps described in the anime pale in comparison to the terror of this first-hand experience. In that moment, the disappearance of the devil fruit's powers was but one aspect. The sudden onset of a formidable suction was another. However, I am no longer merely a figure of empty reputation. Crocodile raised his hand, and several blades of sand shot towards him. Haha. It makes no difference how many times you try. Blackbeard laughed heartily, employing his dark power to absorb Crocodile's assault. Well then, let us see how this unfolds. Crocodile relentlessly maneuvered the golden sands to launch an assault on Blackbeard, while simultaneously transforming into grains of sand, traversing the battlefield in search of an opportune moment. In a swift motion, Blackbeard absorbed the oncoming onslaught of Crocodile's attacks. Suddenly, a chilling sensation crept down his spine, prompting him to swiftly turn and raise his hand in defense. Upon closer inspection, he found a golden hook firmly pressed against his arm. What a remarkable reflex, Blackbeard! Crocodile let out a light chuckle, while Blackbeard similarly displayed a sinister grin, reaching out his hand to employ his old tricks once more. The golden treasure blade. Having suffered once, Crocodile would not fall victim a second time. With a swift motion, his hand transformed into a blade of sand, piercing through Blackbeard's chest in an instant. A pained howl escaped Blackbeard's lips as blood gushed from the wound, and he writhed on the ground in agony. Soon after, a shroud of darkness enveloped him, consuming his form. When the shadows dispersed, Blackbeard stood revitalized, exuding an aura of invincibility. Crocodile. The power of darkness can absorb even the injuries sustained. You stand no chance. He bellowed with a triumphant laugh, as an endless void emanated from him. Hey, Blackbeard, your laughter is quite unpleasant. Moreover, I have never fought alone. As Crocodile's words echoed, Blackbeard's laughter abruptly ceased. The formidable technique, 6 King Pikes, was unleashed as Lucci materialized behind Blackbeard, delivering a powerful shockwave that pierced through Blackbeard's very core. The excruciating pain, exacerbated by the side effects of the devil fruit, nearly rendered him unconscious. Synopsis: the protagonist traverses dimensions to become Crocodile, promptly disbanding the Baroque works to form the Baroque Pirates. He announces his departure from the 7 Warlords of the sea to the world, declaring that Nico Robin has garnered significant attention under his command, before setting sail to venture into the New World.